Chapter 1. 3 months left. In the spacious office of Chi Yu Technology, suffused with an atmosphere of intense labor, Qingfeng resembled a soulless statue, his countenance shrouded in a dismal haze. Listlessly slumped at his workstation, his once bright and vibrant eyes were now filled with an abyss of disbelief and despair, akin to two parched wells, unable to accept such a cruel reality. He could not fathom how, at the tender age of 26, when life should have been brimming with infinite possibilities, it had so mercilessly begun its countdown. Qingfeng's right hand felt as though it were burdened by lead, tightly clutching the hospital examination report that seemed to bear the weight of his fate. The report was crumpled slightly in his grip, his knuckles pale from excessive tension, the veins on the back of his hand bulging like serpentine worms. His gaze was fixated on each word of the report, which pierced his heart with the precision of sharp steel needles. The solemn and heavy words of the gray-haired chief physician echoed relentlessly in his mind during the last examination. Everything had appeared normal, yet within a mere 6 months, a malignant tumor had manifested. The physician's grave expression and resolute tone loomed over him like an inescapable shadow. This is not good. Qingfeng had endeavored to straighten his back, attempting to project calmness, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed the terror within. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "How much time do I have left?" The physician, regarding him with profound sympathy, gazed deeply for what felt like an eternity, seemingly weighing each word meticulously, fearful of inflicting further anguish upon this fragile young soul. After a long pause, the physician finally spoke. Approximately 3 months remain, as the tumor's location is quite unfavorable. However, should you actively cooperate with treatment through chemotherapy and radiotherapy to control the tumor's progression, there may still be an opportunity for surgery. These words struck Qingfeng like a bolt of lightning, stirring a tempest within his heart. Surgery? Chemotherapy? Vivid images of emaciated patients lying in hospital beds, their bodies punctured by numerous tubes, flashed before his eyes, their expressions of suffering and helplessness, sending chills down his spine, that he was acutely aware that he lacked the fortitude to endure such inhumane torment. More critically, he had no financial means to pursue it. Qingfeng, an exemplary software engineer who graduated from one of the top 5 universities in the country, earned a salary that most could only dream of. Yet, in matters of love and family, he found himself mired in a quagmire. Unable to extricate himself, he recalled the woman he nominally termed his girlfriend, Zhou Jinyu, and the internal conflict that plagued him regarding whether she truly qualified as his partner. Despite his repeated attempts to muster the courage to confess his feelings, Zhou Jinyu consistently evaded commitment, offering a myriad of excuses, never clearly agreeing to be his girlfriend. Nevertheless, they had somehow ended up cohabitating, albeit with an arrangement so peculiar that it baffled outsiders. Each night, before sleep, Zhou Jinyu would delicately rest her head on his thigh, oblivious to the world as she scrolled through Douyin and leisurely browsed above. Whenever something caught her fancy, she would sweetly show it to Qingfeng, who without a second thought would indulge her whims. Yet when the night deepened and it was time for slumber, Zhou Jinyu would unhesitatingly retreat to her room, locking the door with a definitive click. Thus, they had lived together for half a year, their relationship resembling that of housemates, with Qingfeng solely shouldering the financial burden. Their connection remained stagnant, lacking warmth and depth. Reflecting on his family, he was compelled to allocate a portion of his salary each month to support household expenses. Although both parents held stable jobs, and his elder brother, Yi Xingchen, had his own income, his mother would unabashedly extend her hand for money, often justifying her demands with the phrase, "Who told you to earn more? If you have money, you should share it with family." Suddenly, the silence was shattered as Qingfeng's phone screen illuminated, signaling a new message on WeChat. Like a dreamer abruptly awakened, he numbly glanced at the notification. It was a message from Zhou Jinyu. "Baby, I'm going shopping with a few girlfriends tonight, so I won't be home for dinner." A bitter and helpless smile crept onto Qingfeng's lips, tinged with profound self-mockery. Today was his birthday, and he had eagerly anticipated a sumptuous dinner with Zhou Jinyu to celebrate, for it might very well be his last birthday. Yet, to his dismay, she had completely forgotten, never having regarded his birthday with any significance. Returning home, he repeatedly questioned himself in vain. Would his parents and brother even care about his birthday? The thought plunged his heart into a frigid abyss, a chill that was almost unbearable. He sat dazed at his workstation, his gaze vacant and unfocused, his thoughts a tangled mess. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do after work, unsure of where to seek refuge, where he might discover even a glimmer of warmth and hope. Chapter 2. Rectifying team members at long last, the time to leave work arrived. In previous instances, Qingfeng would silently opt to work overtime for an hour or two. He constantly harbored the belief that, as a minor supervisor, he should strive to stay ahead in his tasks, setting an exemplary standard for his team and laying a more solid groundwork for the smooth advancement of their projects. However, his three subordinates were vastly different from him. When the clock struck quitting time, they scarcely spared Qingfeng a glance, deftly shutting down their computers and hastily gathering their belongings, as if wound up like mechanical toys. Eager to depart, among these three team members, only Lin Wei could be deemed somewhat competent. The other two were a source of considerable distress, particularly Zhou Jinyu, who adorned herself each day like a flamboyant butterfly, her vanity reigning supreme within the department. Her focus appeared to lie more on her appearance and attire, while her professional capabilities were regrettably lacking. Dressed in exceedingly short skirts, she would flaunt her long, fair legs before Qingfeng, swaying them with abandon. Whenever faced with even the slightest challenge at work, she would coyly exclaim, "Brother Feng, I can't manage this," her tone dripping with feigned helplessness, eliciting both amusement and exasperation. As for Wu Jiao, despite having only joined the company last year as a novice, he had wholly adopted the despicable traits of older employees, shirking responsibility and resorting to underhanded tactics. Qingfeng had never intentionally made things difficult for them. In fact, he had silently taken on a substantial portion of the work they were supposed to complete. Yet, they seemed accustomed to this arrangement, exhibiting not a shred of gratitude, but rather an expectation of his sacrifices. Qingfeng was the quintessential good-natured individual, consistently giving without seeking any form of recompense. His heart, brimming with kindness, could not bear to witness others in distress, let alone deliberately complicate their lives. Each time the general manager assessed these junior supervisors, he would furrow his brow and scribble a comment. Qingfeng possesses exceptional technical skills, deserving a score of 90, yet his management abilities are severely lacking, warranting only a 50, a failing grade. Consequently, Qingfeng's name was conspicuously absent from the promotion lists, seemingly destined to remain ensconced in his modest supervisory role, forever confined within this limited sphere. Today, as Qingfeng gazed out at the sky, gradually succumbing to darkness, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable weariness. He no longer wished to work overtime, nor did he envision doing so in the future. He was acutely aware that his time in this company was running short. Without his supervision, his team would inevitably disband, and their project would be unceremoniously reassigned to another group. Lin Wei's competence would likely allow him to find a new opportunity. But for Wu Jiao and Zhou Jinyu, the prospects seemed bleak, as it was doubtful anyone would wish to take them on. What purpose would they serve? Were they to be treated like revered ancestors? Reflecting on this, Qingfeng felt a pang of regret, lamenting his previous unbounded indulgence, which had inadvertently harmed the two of them. He had failed to adequately impart essential skills and knowledge necessary for survival in the competitive and ruthless landscape of the workplace. How could they ever hope to thrive in such an environment? Time is no longer on our side. Let us seize this fleeting moment and impart whatever knowledge we can. Wu Jiao and Zhou Jinyu, brimming with anticipation, have already organized their belongings, their eyes magnetically fixated on the clock on the wall, unwilling to let a single moment slip away. Qingfeng understands them all too well. Once the time arrives, they will dart out like arrows released from a bow, feeling they have suffered a great loss if they delay, even for a second. Wu Jiao, Zhou Jinyu, have you completed your tasks? Ye Qingfeng inhaled deeply, striving to render his voice calm and resolute as he stepped forward to block their path. Brother Feng? Zhou Jinyu fluttered her exquisitely lined eyes, employing her most captivating demeanor in an attempt to soften Qingfeng's heart. Confusion and disbelief danced in her gaze, while her mind pondered. Why is Brother Feng so serious today? Have I inadvertently displeased him? Finish your work today. It must be submitted to me tomorrow. Qingfeng clenched his teeth, resolutely choosing not to indulge them any further. His gaze was firm and grave, as if he had made a solemn decision. Zhongling had never witnessed such seriousness in Qingfeng. Her eyes instantly welled with tears, feeling unjustly wronged. Why is Brother Feng treating me this way all of a sudden? What have I done wrong? Is it because my dress isn't pretty enough today? Seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Qingfeng's heart softened momentarily, yet he steeled himself. So be it. If you fail to deliver tomorrow, prepare for a conversation with me. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, his steps heavy, fearing that a lingering glance at Zhongling's tears would further weaken his resolve. What has gotten into Brother Feng? Why is he so stern? Zhongling retrieved a small mirror, scrutinizing her face for any faults, but found none. I still look as beautiful as ever. Perhaps Brother Feng is simply in a foul mood? Stop gazing into the mirror. Who knows what has gotten into him? We need to focus on our work. He's certainly different today, and he is serious. Trust my professional experience, Wu Jiao remarked, furrowing his brow, though he secretly wondered if their leader had taken ill. But why? Zhongling queried, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Wu Jiao suddenly found his gaze drawn to the fair expanse beneath Zhongling's neck, his expression becoming somewhat dreamy, as if lost in thought. Zhongling hastily covered the exposed skin with her hand, scolding, "You rogue Wu Jiao! Where are you looking?" Her face flushed crimson, torn between embarrassment and irritation. "I think I understand," Wu Jiao said, returning to reality with an enigmatic air, though uncertainty lingered within him, feigning wisdom. "What have you come to understand?" Zhongling asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "The boss wishes to make advances on you. Get away from me." Zhongling blushed furiously, yet secretly mused, how wonderful it would be if Brother Feng truly had feelings for me. Perhaps he is trying to capture my attention in this manner. Nonetheless, Wu Jiao's words dispelled the discontent Zhongling felt about having to work overtime. She suddenly felt invigorated, genuinely hoping that Qingfeng would take a particular interest in her the following day. Lin Wei did not leave. He harbored a persistent affection for Zhongling. Yet, the young girl's gaze was fixated on the boss, rendering him hesitant to confess his feelings. The thought of Zhongling and Wu Jiao working late together troubled him. What if sparks flew between them during their overtime? Standing idly by, he pretended to absently shuffle through the documents in his hands, while his mind was busy calculating his next move. "Lin Wei, why aren't you off work?" Zhongling inquired, puzzled, as Lin Wei had already delegated his tasks to the boss and had no reason to linger. "I have nothing urgent at home, so I thought I'd keep you company while you work late," Lin Wei replied nonchalantly, forcing a smile, all the while thinking, I must prevent them from being alone together. "Lin Wei, that's generous of you. I'll treat you to skewers and beer after work," Wu Jiao declared enthusiastically. "And then we could go sing." At that moment, the notion of working late seemed to transform into something rather pleasant. Chapter 3. Accidentally hearing Zhou Jinyu's secret as night fell. The city sparkled with lights, yet the brilliance failed to penetrate the gloom enveloping Qingfeng's heart. He resembled a lost goose, having forsaken the path home, instead stepping deeper into the bustling pedestrian street. Each step felt heavy, as if shrouded by an inescapable fear, as though countless icy hands in the darkness sought to pull him into an abyss. The mere thought of the oppressive silence that awaited him at home sent shivers coursing through his body, yearning for the warmth of the crowd. Qingfeng's gaze drifted through the throngs of people. Only in the company of many could he feel the vibrancy of life. Observing the diverse array of souls passing by, he felt a fleeting connection to his existence in this world. Today, he resolved to treat himself kindly, if only for this evening. Dragging his legs, which felt as if they were laden with lead, he gradually entered a stall within a mall on the pedestrian street. The grilled fish, a perennial favorite, beckoned with its unique aroma, an enchanting scent that seemed to soothe his weary soul in an instant. He deliberately chose a secluded spot in the back, that dim corner serving as his secret sanctuary. While others gathered in groups, laughing and sharing joyful meals, he sat alone. Yet with defiance, he lifted his chin, assuring himself that he was indifferent to the gazes of others. In this ephemeral moment, he sought solace for himself. Qingfeng ordered 2 servings of his signature grilled fish, a portion of caviar, and 2 bottles of beer. As patrons trickled in, the stall owner had perhaps chosen high-backed, deep brown chairs to enhance the intimacy for diners, each chair adorned with exquisite carvings. Qingfeng was quite pleased, seated in the innermost corner. He was shielded from the eyes of those who might notice his solitary dining experience. He raised the chilled beer glass, taking a delicate sip. The bitterness of the beer unfurled on his tongue, soon followed by the fragrant essence of the grilled fish. In that fleeting moment, a sense of contentment washed over him. Yet, this ephemeral delight was swiftly submerged beneath the weight of his sorrow. He reflected on his monthly salary of 30 to 40,000, nearly all of which was spent on Zhou Jinyu and his few family members. Dressed in faded, inexpensive clothing, he found himself either laboriously pedaling a shared bicycle or jostling in a crowded bus. Even hailing a taxi felt like an unattainable luxury. Now, faced with a threat to his very existence, he realized he couldn't even muster the funds for his own survival. Prompting a desperate internal inquiry, was all he had sacrificed for them truly worthwhile? As Qingfeng was lost in his thoughts, a few individuals settled into the booth behind him. A familiar voice pierced his heart like a sharp blade. "Nana, what would you like to eat?" It was the voice of Zhou Jinyu, imbued with a gentle, almost sycophantic tone, one he had never encountered before. The Nana she referred to was her close friend, Yuna. Surely Lu Li was also present. Whenever they went shopping, the trio was inseparable, akin to conjoined twins. "I want caviar," a sweet, slightly petulant voice chimed in, confirming Lu Li's presence. Zhou Jinyu had always been generous toward these 2 friends, though the funds she lavished came from the hard-earned money of Qingfeng. Zhou Jinyu was merely a receptionist at a small company, earning a meager 5 to 6,000 each month. Yet her beauty was striking, her delicate features resembling a masterpiece painstakingly crafted by the hands of a divine artist. It was her allure that had initially captivated Qingfeng, drawing him in like a moth to a lethal flame. Qingfeng had first encountered Zhou Jinyu during their university years. They attended different institutions. He was enrolled in a prestigious 985 university, where verdant trees provided shade and the teaching buildings towered impressively. In contrast, Zhou Jinyu was at a lesser-known finance school, ranked 598, with a quaint and inviting campus. As both universities were situated in the same university town, the attractive girls from Zhou Jinyu's school frequently visited Qingfeng's, particularly drawn to the students of the computer science department, well aware that they would command enviable salaries upon graduation. Their paths crossed during an intense basketball match, where the sun poured down relentlessly upon the court as he showcased his youthful vigor, drenched in sweat. Zhou Jinyu, blushing, had immediately taken notice of the dashing Qingfeng, shyly offering him a bottle of mineral water. In that moment, her gaze was filled with bashfulness and admiration, marking the beginning of their fateful connection. "Jinyu, I heard Qingfeng is coming back," Yuna announced eagerly as she took her seat, her voice tinged with excitement and gossip. Upon hearing that name, Qingfeng felt a tightness in his chest, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He was well aware of Qingfeng, the enduring luminary in Zhou Jinyu's heart. Their romance had been a poignant chapter during high school. Qingfeng, hailing from affluence, resided in a luxurious villa and drove an expensive sports car, ultimately leaving to study abroad after graduation, abruptly ending their relationship. Yet, Zhou Jinyu had never truly let go of her feelings for him. Whenever his name was mentioned, a subtle glimmer of nostalgia would flicker in her eyes, something Qingfeng had always understood. "What about young Master Chen?" Lu Li inquired anxiously, her tone sharp and somewhat grating. Qingfeng was taken aback, a multitude of questions flashing through his mind. Where did this young Master Chen suddenly appear from? How extravagant had Zhou Jinyu been in her escapades? He felt his heart sinking gradually, as if plummeting into an endless abyss of darkness, coldness and despair enveloping him tightly. In Chapter 4, ultimately, it was a misplaced affection. Qingfeng sat in his booth, slowly savoring grilled fish, the air around him seemingly frozen. His gaze was complex, as he resolved to listen intently to what Zhou Jinyu had been up to outside. For some inexplicable reason, the anticipated surge of anger did not materialize, leaving him bewildered. Qingfeng searched his mind for answers, attempting to comprehend the unusual tranquility he felt at that moment. Suddenly, it was as if a flash of insight struck him, and a bittersweet, resigned smile crept across his lips. He thought to himself, with just a few months left to live, what was there to be angry about? The fervor and anticipation he once harbored for Zhou Jinyu now resembled autumn leaves, withering and shattering in the cold wind. Initially, he found it difficult to let go of Zhou Jinyu, but now he felt a sense of release. What did release mean? It was simply a sudden cessation of love. If love had faded, then naturally indifference followed. Yet, the thought of his years of devotion stirred a wave of unarticulated frustration within him. He felt as if his genuine feelings had been squandered, the money, time, and energy he had devoted to her flowing away like water. Over the years, Qingfeng had believed that his love would eventually touch Zhou Jinyu's heart. He was confident that even the coldest stone would be warmed by his passion and eventually melt. Countless times, he had fantasized in the quiet of night that one day Zhou Jinyu would surely fall in love with him, that he would possess her heart and become her sole reliance in life. However, it now appeared that he was nothing but a grand joke, a pitiable clown mocked by his own delusions. Reflecting on this, Qingfeng suddenly realized that he had long been exhausted, a weariness that seeped from the depths of his soul, unrelenting. Yet now, having decided to let go, he unexpectedly felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he had shed a burdensome weight. He exhaled deeply, his body relaxing in tandem. The sensation was exquisite, akin to a bird long trapped in a cage finally breaking its shackles and soaring into the liberating sky. Qingfeng gently silenced his phone, his movements slow yet resolute. He understood that he must listen carefully to Zhou Jinyu's heartfelt words, even if each word might pierce his heart like a sharp blade. Jinyu, it was quite a feat to invite young Master Chen out today. He mentioned wanting to party all night, remarked Yuna, her expression one of triumph, exuding an air of confidence, as if everything was under her control. She tilted her head slightly, her vividly painted lips parting and closing, the implications in her gaze unmistakable. It was clear to all present. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng could not help but furrow his brow, the lines of worry deepening between his eyebrows. Party all night? What could possibly warrant such a prolonged revelry? Unwelcome images involuntarily surfaced in his mind, tightening his heart in response. Yet he compelled himself to calm down, silently assuring himself that Zhou Jinyu would not acquiesce. He believed she still possessed a modicum of integrity. Jinyu, can you truly endure a night away? Surely. Qingfeng would not be pleased. Qingfeng perked up his ears, anxiously straining to catch every word, fearful of missing even a syllable. At this moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. A derisive laugh escaped Zhou Jinyu's lips. He is but an infatuated fool. What right does he have to feel discontent? Over the years, how has he treated me? You all have witnessed it. He has spent so much on me, and all we have shared are mere embraces and kisses, yet he remains empty-handed. Zhou Jinyu's tone brimmed with pride as she slightly raised her chin, a look of disdain illuminating her features, rendering her otherwise exquisite makeup grotesque in Qingfeng's eyes. Her gaze bore no warmth, as if Qingfeng were merely a puppet at her disposal. At that moment, Qingfeng felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing him to gasp for breath. He could scarcely fathom that he held such a pitiable position in Zhou Jinyu's eyes. His lips quivered, hands clenched into fists, nails digging painfully into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. Is there something wrong with Qingfeng? Is he lacking in that regard? Lu Li asked, her large eyes wide with confusion. Her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans with each blink. He is quite normal, Yuna interjected swiftly, a hint of an unnatural blush creeping across her cheeks. Her gaze evasive, Lu Li was even more perplexed. How do you know? Yuna's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She bit her lip, opting not to respond. Zhou Jinyu, upon noticing Yuna's demeanor, felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over her, as if swarms of ants were gnawing at her insides. Could it be that Yuna had been unfaithful with her Qingfeng? Once this thought took root, it proliferated in her mind like rampant weeds. She resolved to confront Qingfeng, convinced that he would not dare lie to her. Qingfeng is perfectly normal. When we embrace and kiss, he responds physiologically, yet he refrains from acting too boldly, fearing I might leave him. Without me by his side, he would wither away, Zhou Jinyu declared with a confidence that bordered on arrogance, her eyes devoid of affection, filled instead with disdain for Qingfeng. Her delicate voice at that moment sounded to Qingfeng like the whispers of a demon. Now, Qingfeng's fists were tightly clenched, the knuckles whitening from strain. His teeth ground together audibly, his heart suffused with overwhelming sorrow and self-mockery. Why can't I have a boyfriend who is so obedient? Lu Li remarked with a tinge of jealousy, her eyes alight with envy and longing, her arms crossed as she leaned forward slightly. Boyfriend? Who said he's my boyfriend? Zhou Jinyu's voice was sharp and indifferent, as if Qingfeng were merely a stranger with whom she had no connection. She tossed her hair, the cascade of long locks tracing a graceful arc through the air. You both live together? How can you not be considered a couple? Yuna inquired with confusion, her eyes brimming with uncertainty, her brows knitted into a furrow. What do you mean by living together? Please don't spread such rumors. We merely share a rental arrangement, all right? It's just that he pays the rent. With a stunning beauty like me agreeing to cohabitate with him, he is certainly the one benefiting. Zhou Jinyu's words struck like a sharp blade, mercilessly piercing Qingfeng's heart. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of her lips, her gaze laced with derision. Impresiva, Liu li remarca earnestly, her eyes shining with admiration as she nodded repeatedly. Our Jinyu is indeed clever. Yuna echoed this sentiment, her face adorned with a flattering smile that concealed a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. I want to let Qingfeng have me. I want to reserve myself for Zhou Jinyu. She had yet to finish her thought when Yuna interjected, I know you wish to save yourself for Qingfeng. Zhou Jinyu's expression suddenly dimmed, her spirits sinking considerably. A trace of helplessness and sorrow flickered in her eyes. She lowered her head and sighed gently. Qingfeng's family has always disapproved of our relationship. I would indeed like to dedicate myself to him. But when I contemplate our lack of a future, then what about young Master Chun? Chun Hao comes from a distinguished family, a quintessential second-generation wealthy heir. His father runs a substantial business, although he is rather strict with him. Just the other day, he crashed a multi-million sports car while speeding, and his father promptly froze his card. Otherwise, he would have needed Jinyu's arrangement tonight. Indeed, Jinyu, seize this opportunity tonight and make a lasting impression. Oh, and don that newly purchased lingerie. It will surely dazzle Chun Hao. You will have him utterly captivated. What do you mean by captivated? He will be desperate to claim Jinyu for himself. Zhou Jinyu feigned modesty. Oh, how do I even wear that? It's so sheer, covering nothing at all. A hint of shyness adorned her face, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What is there to cover? That young Master Chin we're talking about. You have no idea how many audacious women wish to share his bed. By the way, I need to send Qingfeng a message to inform him that I want to be returning tonight. Before long, Qingfeng received a text. Darling, Yuna experienced a breakup and is in tears, feeling quite devastated. I'm worried about her, so Lu and I will stay with her. I want to be going back tonight. As Qingfeng read the message, a self-deprecating smile crept onto his lips, a grimace far worse than tears. Despair and despondency filled his eyes, and the phone slipped from his feeble grasp, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Chapter 5. Qingfeng felt nauseous. All right, understood. Qingfeng had no desire to respond further. At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and the hand gripping his phone turned pale from exertion, as if pierced by countless needles, the pain nearly suffocating him. Zhou Jinyu gazed at Qingfeng's succinct reply, her large eyes filled with surprise and confusion. In her memory, every interaction with him had been marked by meticulous concern. Darling, have you eaten? Sweetheart, did you bring your charger? Please don't go offline. I'll worry. Words akin to those still seem to resonate in her ears. Yet today, this indifferent and perfunctory demeanor strikes her heart like a heavy hammer. Qingfeng is undeniably handsome, with an impressive physique. How can one remain unmoved in his presence? Yuna, arching her meticulously groomed eyebrows, inquires tentatively. Her lips, adorned with vibrant lipstick, curve upward slightly, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and intrigue, pondering how she, in the presence of such a dashing man, could possibly resist. She would have exerted every effort to keep him firmly within her grasp. What is it that holds the utmost value for us women? What do those wealthy heirs cherish most? They seldom regard frivolous women with any seriousness. Rather, they perceive them merely as playthings or pets. With my striking beauty and alluring figure, I await my Prince Charming to whisk me away into a life of privilege. Qingfeng's appearance may be commendable, but what else does he possess? I must calculate every purchase of a designer handbag. He bestows upon me a mere 20,000 for my monthly allowance, while secretly siphoning almost 10,000 to support his family of leeches. He thinks I am unaware, but I simply choose not to voice it. Zhou Jinyu, as she spoke, nonchalantly fiddled with her newly done nails, her eyes betraying a glimmer of shrewdness and calculation. She mused to herself, with such innate beauty, how could she be ensnared by trifling sums? She must ensnare a wealthy suitor. Why don't you say something? That is a whole 10,000, Igrakuna exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, her voice brimming with astonishment and confusion. Yuna herself could scarcely earn that much in a month. Her grueling efforts yielded only 6,000. He is utterly compliant with her mother, practically laying bare his soul for those family members. What if I refuse to allow him to give the money and he throws a fit? Both my mother and I covet his wealth. We coexist peacefully, while that fool continues to indulge in self-pity, laboring online for extra income, exhausting himself. If he does not trouble me, isn't that better? He even praises me, declaring that I am understanding and that encountering me is his fortune. Zhou Jinyu scoffed, a look of disdain etched on her face, devoid of any remorse. She believed herself to be extraordinarily clever, manipulating Qingfeng as she pleased. Ha ha! The three of them laughed unabashedly, their laughter echoing through the air, jarringly discordant. Meanwhile, Qingfeng felt as if he might crush his phone in fury. His complexion was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, his chest heaving violently, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. His eyes blazed with a conflation of anger, despair, and profound self-doubt. How could he have been so foolish, pouring years of sincerity into a void? Qingfeng was indeed quite formidable. He could net around 40 to 50,000 a month, give or take. His take-home salary surpassed 30,000, with additional earnings exceeding 10,000. He allocated 2,000 for my monthly spending, another 1,000 for his mother, and with rent and household expenses falling upon him, coupled with gifts and dining outings for me, his expenses totaled around 20,000 monthly. Yet, he himself had little left, living paycheck to paycheck, unable to save a dime. Zhou Jinyu spoke nonchalantly, her fingers gently curling her hair, devoid of any sympathy for Qingfeng. Her mind consumed solely by calculations of monetary value. Why can't I find such a boyfriend? Luli lamented, her eyes revealing envy and resignation. Her rather ordinary face was etched with disappointment, silently blaming her unfortunate fate. I have never acknowledged him as my boyfriend. Men are always wary of exes, especially those who have lived together. Hence, I never accepted his confession nor publicly declared our relationship. I don't even have a single photo of him on my phone, let alone a picture of Qingfeng. I intend to reserve myself for someone worthy. What if Qingfeng is handsome? In nightclubs, a few hundred yuan can easily procure a dashing male model or a charming young man, not to mention the personal trainers brimming with youthful vigor at the gym. To put it plainly, money is of utmost importance. With wealth, one can acquire anything. How do we women change our destinies? By marrying the right person, of course. Zhou Jinyu proclaimed, her heart, cloaked beneath her exquisite makeup, greedy and selfish, utterly oblivious to the ugliness and shamefulness of her actions. She swayed her hips with pride, as if envisioning a splendid future within the opulent world. Yi Qingfeng had never imagined Zhou Jinyu to be such a person. Perhaps love had blinded him. The Zhou Jinyu he remembered was a paragon of grace, beautiful yet composed, well-educated, understanding, and especially kind to her family. Akin to a daughter in close rapport with his mother. He never anticipated that all of this was a facade, a mere act performed for the sake of wealth. He had foolishly believed that he was not diligent enough to make her forget her first love, that distant ideal, a white moonlight abroad. He had even been moved by her infatuation, feeling a pang of guilt as if he had stolen someone else's girlfriend. Truly, he was nothing but a fool. Immediate, adjective. Jinyu, tonight will you surrender yourself to Qinhao? Yes, I can no longer wait. I'm already 25. If I delay further, I will become less desirable, she replied, a sense of urgency rising within her as she observed those fresh-faced girls barely in their 20s. Men are all the same at their core. They favor youth. Jinyu, once you secure Chun Shao, do not forget about us, Luli interjected, her concern evident. Each time Zhou Jinyu received money from Yi Qingfeng, she would take Lu Li and Yuna shopping, showering them with gifts and fine dining, all to satiate her vanity and flaunt her wealth. If Zhou Jinyu were to be with that affluent young man, both she and Yuna would undoubtedly reap tangible benefits. It seemed wise to introduce Chun Shao to Jinyu. With their appearances, neither Lu Li nor Yuna would ever catch his eye. Shu, Chun Shao is calling. Zhou Jinyu's phone rang, displaying Chun Hao's name. Chun Hao, yes, I am ready. Let us head directly to the club. Oh, please send me the location shortly. All right, love you, kisses. Upon hearing the nauseatingly effeminate voice of Zhou Jinyu, Yi Qingfeng felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. The roasted fish before him lost all flavor. Today he truly witnessed a new, repugnant facet of Zhou Jinyu. Chapter 6. The dream of a rich young mistress. Zhou Jinyu slowly ended the call, and in that moment, her heart was suddenly swept away by an invisible storm, stirring up an indescribable and peculiar sensation within her. In the past, whenever she did not return home, Yi Qingfeng's concerned inquiries would invariably follow, as he persistently questioned her whereabouts. Only after confirming her safety would he feel at ease to attend to his own matters. Yet today, the world following the call was eerily silent, so quiet that it felt as though the surrounding air had solidified in a heavy lead, pressing down upon her heart. Subconsciously, she cast her gaze once more upon her phone, its cold screen devoid of any sign of Yi Qingfeng, not even a simple message of greeting. An ineffable sense of unease surged within her, akin to a tumultuous tide, flooding her mind. Panic gripped her heart, as though an invisible yet powerful hand was clutching her heart tightly, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. What Zhou Jinyu did not realize was that at that very moment, Yi Qingfeng sat quietly behind her, merely separated by the back of a chair. If she were to stand slightly and turn around, she would see Yi Qingfeng's ashen face, his expression grave. What is wrong, Jinyu? Yuna keenly noticed Zhou Jinyu's pallor, her previously indifferent demeanor instantly transforming into concern as she hurriedly inquired. It's nothing, just that Yi Qingfeng is unusually quiet. Zhou Jinyu replied, her brow knitted tightly, her heart fluttering with anxiety, her mind a chaotic tangle of thoughts. He has never ignored me like this. Could something have happened that I am unaware of? But what could it possibly be? Never mind him. After tonight, you'll confirm your relationship with Chun Hao, and you'll have to confront Yi Qingfeng and move out of that shabby rental, Yuna remarked, her face aglow with excitement, her eyes dancing as she spoke. Honestly, it's impossible to live when comparing people. The small place you rent is dwarfed by the kitchen in Chun Shao's villa. Where's Chun Hao's villa? Zhou Jinyu suddenly inquired, her eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation and curiosity, much like a moth seeking light in the darkness. I have no idea. I just saw it in photos, Yuna replied casually, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingfeng's heart stirred. He had come across numerous scams online, where fraudsters would take pictures in front of someone else's villa, rent a so-called luxury car or sports car, and concoct a ruse to deceive vain and naive women. Could Zhou Jinyu have fallen victim to such a scam? Yet he quickly self-deprecatingly chuckled, thinking, even the king of hell cannot save a doomed soul. If Zhou Jinyu is intent on self-destruction, What could I possibly do? Let her be. It's about time. We should leave, Luli remarked, glancing at her watch and urging them to depart. Three women swiftly rose to their feet, flustered and hurriedly departed. Qingfeng slowly stood up to settle the bill, and then, solitary and desolate, returned to what was once a home filled with sweet memories. At this moment, the interior exuded an air of profound desolation, with every corner permeated by a sense of loss and sorrow. He understood that he was about to leave forever, never to return again. This once warm haven had now transformed into a scar etched deep within his heart. Qingfeng began to gather his belongings. Though there were not many, a small suitcase contained all traces of his existence in this home. His gaze wandered around the room, reminiscing about the fragments of time spent with Zhou Jinyu. The laughter, the quarrels, the tender moments. Now, they felt like sharp blades, piercing his heart, leaving him in a tumult of mixed emotions. Initially, Qingfeng contemplated blocking Zhou Jinyu's number and erasing all means of contact with her. But ultimately, he relinquished this childish notion. He deemed such actions too immature. His heart was already dead, and what difference did it make whether they remained in touch? Casting a glance at his phone, he noted that his account balance was just shy of 1,000. Financial concerns began to gnaw at him when suddenly his phone chimed. A payment for a job he had taken online had come through, 10,000 yuan. This brought Qingfeng a momentary sense of relief, easing the tension in his brow. He sought out a familiar agent, setting modest requests and expressing a desire to rent for just 3 months. He felt that this duration would suffice for him to regain his composure and embark on a new journey. He yearned for a tranquil passage through this final stretch, choosing to let go of everything else. The agent was remarkably efficient, and in no time, she had secured a place for Qingfeng. Having assisted him in several rental matters before, Qingfeng held a deep trust in her. Upon visiting the property, he was not misled, though modest in size. It was adorned with warmth and comfort, every detail impeccably arranged, leaving Qingfeng thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinyu and the two others arrived at a restaurant designated by Chunhao. As it turned out, Chunhao's card had been frozen by his father, necessitating that Zhou Jinyu cover the evening's expenses. Coincidentally, she had just received a transfer of 20,000 from Qingfeng, which she felt would suffice. Having interacted with Chunhao several times, she could keenly sense his interest in her. In Zhou Jinyu's mind, Chunhao was the precious key to her ascent into high society. If she could secure his affection, she would attain the luxurious life she had always envisioned. Fully prepared, she resolved to pursue Chunhao with unyielding determination, casting aside all reservations. Her imagination was flooded with visions of stepping into a wealthy family as a young mistress, followed by the birth of a son, an heir who would solidify her status. The three awaited Chunhao in the hall, yet he arrived fashionably late. Upon his entrance, the waitstaff greeted him with utmost reverence, bowing deeply. This further solidified Zhou Jinyu's belief that Chunhao was indeed a capable scion of wealth. She felt reassured that her choice was not misguided. Chunhao's gaze toward Zhou Jinyu and her companions seemed rather tepid, with a flicker of barely perceptible indifference in his eyes. Zhou Jinyu felt a pang of unease, yet quickly reassured herself that such a wealthy young man should indeed carry himself with such lofty aloofness. Today, she must strive to impress him and win Chen's favor. Qingfeng had finally tidied the house to a pristine state. Exhausted, he reclined on his bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a massive weight that had long rested upon his heart had been lifted. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he was abruptly awakened by the insistent ringing of his phone. It was Zhou Jinyu calling. He knew that if he did not answer, she would continue to call relentlessly until her phone battery was depleted. Confused, Qingfeng wondered what had driven her to such a frenzy. Was she not meant to be with that so-called young Master Chen? Why call him at this hour? With a heart full of suspicion, he answered the call, only to be met by Zhou Jinyu's heart-wrenching sobs. Chapter 7. Zhou Jinyu's plea for help, darling. Please come and get me. Zhou Jinyu's voice trembled, laden with a deep, sorrowful wail, as if it emerged from the depths of an unfathomable darkness. Her tone, strained by fear and urgency, rendered each word a painful struggle to articulate. imbued with endless anguish and supplication. Awakened from his slumber by the unexpected call, Qingfeng's mind felt foggy and heavy, as though shrouded in a thick mist. Zhou Jinyu typically reserved such affectionate terms for their private moments, maintaining a careful distance in public. This unusual circumstance caught him completely off guard. What was wrong? Qingfeng's voice was as frigid as the biting northern winds of winter, devoid of warmth and tinged with impatience. We've been swindled and are trapped here. They are demanding 100,000, but I only have 20,000 in my account, which is far from sufficient. If we don't pay, they won't let us leave. They are quite menacing, and I am terrified. Please hurry. Her voice was fraught with fear and desperation, her breaths coming in rapid, chaotic gasps. Do you not have young Master Qin? Qingfeng's lips curled into a mocking smirk, his eyes flashing with anger and disdain. The absurdity of the situation struck him. That so-called young Master Qin was nothing but a complete fraud. That young Master Qin is a swindler, a mere stooge who lured us here. Zhou Jinyu's voice was sharp and anguished, knotted by regret and self-reproach. How foolish she had been to so readily believe his sweet words, leading her into such a dreadful predicament. Suddenly, Zhou Jinyu realized something unsettling. How could Qingfeng possibly know about young Master Qin? Her heart seized tightly, as though gripped by an unseen hand, a wave of ominous premonition washing over her. Qingfeng's tone was too cold, devoid of any hint of concern. Had he truly abandoned her? No, that could not be. He was not that heartless. She fervently consoled herself in her mind, attempting to grasp at the faintest glimmer of hope. I possess neither the means to assist you nor any obligation toward you. Our relationship is merely that of cohabiting roommates. With these words, Qingfeng wielded his sharp tongue like a sword that pierced directly into Zhou Jinyu's heart. His demeanor was cold and resolute, devoid of any trace of compassion. Darling, what are you saying? What do you mean by cohabiting roommates? Zhou Jinyu's mind raced, desperately trying to ascertain who was orchestrating this betrayal. Was it Yuna or Luli, who had divulged such information to Qingfeng? She suspected Yuna, whose jealousy had often spurred her to undermine Zhou Jinyu's happiness. Darling, I will explain everything. Please come here. They are fierce, and I am terrified. Zhou Jinyu's voice trembled with a near-desperate plea, tears streaming down her cheeks like a torrential flood, her body quaking uncontrollably. At that moment, she cast aside all dignity and pride, yearning only for Qingfeng to rescue her from this dreadful predicament. Where are you? Qingfeng's voice remained impassive. Yet this simple inquiry filled Zhou Jinyu's heart with a glimmer of hope, akin to catching a faint ray of light in the darkness. At the royal dynasty, Zhou Jinyu replied hastily, her tone brimming with anticipation and urgency. I will not go. Let us cease all contact henceforth. I will report you to the authorities immediately, and from there, I shall not concern myself with the matter further. It is settled. Qingfeng's words struck Zhou Jinyu like a bolt from the blue, reverberating in her ears with a deafening intensity. He promptly dialed the police, calmly detailing the situation before retreating to his bed, pulling the covers over his head to resume his slumber. At last, the police arrived for Zhou Jinyu and her companions. The officers, with serious expressions and piercing gazes, swiftly ascertained the situation and escorted everyone to the precinct. The police had long been aware of the nefarious activities of the establishment that preyed on customers, and this incident provided a fortuitous opportunity to launch a thorough investigation. Yet, the cunning Chun Hao had somehow received advance notice and, like a wily fox, evaded capture. Zhou Jinyu's 20,000 yuan had already been surrendered, never to be reclaimed. This sum represented her entire wealth, and her heart ached as if it were being gnawed upon by a multitude of ants. By 7 in the morning, Zhou Jinyu returned home, her body weary and spent. Her eyes were swollen, her hair disheveled, and her complexion pale as a blank sheet of paper. Upon entering her abode, she immediately noticed that Qingfeng's belongings had vanished. Her legs buckled beneath her, as if the very sinews had been severed, and she sank to the floor. The chill of the ground seeped through her thin garments, yet it paled in comparison to the icy despair within her heart. Her gaze became vacant and lifeless, and tears once more cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. falling upon the cold floor. She had never anticipated that Qingfeng would truly leave, and it felt as though a significant part of her heart had been excavated, leaving an emptiness that was inundated by waves of regret and sorrow, completely submerging her. Chapter 8. The woeful Zhou Jinyu today. Zhou Jinyu felt as if she were trapped in a terrifying nightmare, unable to fathom that she would find herself in such a dismal state. Being interrogated by the police at the precinct, as the stern and authoritative voice of the officer resonated, demanding her identification. Zhou Jinyu felt as if her heart were a frenzied drum, pounding uncontrollably within her chest, each beat rendering her breathless. Her trembling hands fumbled through her bag in a chaotic haste. Overwhelmed by anxiety, in the moment she retrieved her ID, she inadvertently pulled out the intimate lingerie as well. Time seemed to freeze. Zhou Jinyu's world collapsed in an instant. Her face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, the heat radiating swiftly from her cheeks to her ears, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of shame and panic. How could this happen? This is nothing short of a nightmare. What will they think of me? What am I to do? How can I explain? The officer's gaze sharpened, brimming with suspicion, and he promptly summoned a female officer. Zhou Jinyu felt as if she were stripped bare before the public, drowning in humiliation, wishing fervently to vanish from existence. The female officer approached, her expression devoid of emotion as she began to inspect her bag, the blue box once again exposed to the scrutiny of onlookers. The two officers exchanged knowing glances, their doubts about her identity intensifying, and they bombarded her with rapid-fire questions about her occupation. Their accusatory stares pierced her pride like sharp needles, inflicting profound humiliation and anger. Zhou Jinyu bit her lip until it turned pale, her voice trembling as she confessed, "Today, I intended to have something happen with Chun Hao. I wish to be friends with him, aiming towards marriage. I aspire to enter a wealthy family and become his esteemed wife." Upon uttering these words, her head drooped in despair, as if burdened by an insurmountable weight, feeling her dignity shattered in that moment, scattered irretrievably around her. The two officers continued their relentless interrogation of Yuna and Lu Li, meticulously verifying every detail, and upon discovering their accounts aligned perfectly, they reluctantly granted Zhou Jinyu a measure of belief. Yet, they did not hesitate to admonish her, stating, "It is girls like you, unrealistic and solely focused on clinging to the powerful, with your ethereal fantasies, who unwittingly provide opportunities for deceit, leading you to be so easily deceived." Zhou Jinyu felt disoriented, her steps unsteady, as though her very soul had been extracted. She could not recall how she made her way home, only sensing that all her strength had been drained, each step resembling a laborious trek through mire, utterly exhausted, as if she were on the brink of collapse. Along the way, her hands mechanically dialed Qingfeng's number, her heart filled with trepidation and helplessness. "Qingfeng, please pick up, hurry, and come for me." Zhou Jinyu felt as fragile as delicate glass, yearning for Qingfeng's comfort and companionship. However, Qingfeng's phone remained unanswered, plunging her heart into a bottomless abyss of despair, coldness seeping from her core to envelop her entire being. Finally, upon reaching home, the sight of the empty room, the familiar figure absent, struck her with disbelief. Qingfeng had taken everything and left. Zhou Jinyu stood frozen at the doorway, her gaze vacant, her mind a blank slate, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. After what felt like an eternity, she emerged from her stupor, her heart consumed by despair and confusion. Why? Why would Qingfeng treat me this way? Did our shared memories mean nothing to him? Yuna and Lu Li had intended to invite her to Yuna's place for a brief respite, but in that moment, Zhou Jinyu was ablaze with fury. Her eyes reddened with rage. She was convinced that Yuna had been behind the slander, saying things to Qingfeng that should never have been uttered, resulting in this dire situation. Moreover, that deceitful trickster Chun Hao was also introduced to her by Yuna. Zhou Jinyu clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, yet she felt no pain, silently vowing, "Yuna, I will not let you escape unscathed. I will uncover the truth and make you pay for your actions." As Zhou Jinyu gazed at the transaction records on her phone, It felt as though an invisible hand had gripped her heart tightly, causing her to gasp in anguish. The group of thugs had prevented them from leaving, their faces contorted with menace, using threats and intimidation to coerce her into transferring every last penny from her phone to them. Now, her account was utterly barren. Zhou Jinyu truly felt cornered, her only hope resting on her Huabei credit, which fortunately still had a 2,000 yuan limit, offering her a faint glimmer of hope amid her despair. Dragging her weary body, Zhou Jinyu moved to the sofa and slumped down, both exhausted and hungry. In the past, every morning, Qingfeng would rise early, bustling about in the kitchen. He never bought the unhealthy breakfast from outside, often lamenting that fried foods like youqiao were harmful to the body, particularly detrimental to a girl's delicate skin. He was always particular about hygiene, opting instead to prepare her nutritious breakfast with great care. Each day, as Zhou Jinyu awoke from her slumber, she was greeted by a steaming, delightful meal awaiting her. But today, Qingfeng had left, and with him, the lovingly prepared breakfast had vanished. Summoning her strength, Zhou Jinyu rose and opened the cupboard, hoping to find a packet of instant noodles to stave off her hunger. Yet, after rummaging through the cupboard, she found not even a trace of a noodle packet. A wry smile escaped her lips as she muttered to herself, "Of course, Qingfeng would never allow me to consume such nutritionally deficient fare." Clutching her growling stomach, she resignedly sank back onto the sofa, her head pounding even more intensely, as if countless tiny creatures were gnawing at her nerves. In times past, it was Qingfeng's gentle, warm fingers that would massage her temples with just the right pressure, enveloping her in a comforting sensation that left her enchanted. But now, she could only furrow her brow in agony, enduring the pain as tears brimmed in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. Unable to contain her inner turmoil any longer, Zhou Jinyu cried out hoarsely, "Qingfeng." Her voice was laden with sorrow, longing, and helplessness, echoing in the empty room, yet receiving no reply. Chapter 9. The Touching Bell. Qingfeng gradually awakened from a blissful dream, having enjoyed a profound and delightful slumber, as if all his fatigue and worries had been gently brushed away during this extended repose. He languidly stretched his limbs, each joint producing a crisp sound, and every cell in his body seemed to exult, brimming with newfound vitality. The invigorating sensation left him momentarily disoriented, and he could not help but entertain doubts, questioning whether he was merely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity after a terminal illness, or perhaps he had never been afflicted by any such ailment at all. Nevertheless, the weighty words of the seasoned doctor, with his graying hair and benevolent yet imposing countenance, lingered like an inescapable shadow in the recesses of his mind. As was his custom, Qingfeng unconsciously entered the kitchen, deftly tying on an apron and beginning to prepare breakfast with care. It was only when he laid out a delectable spread of breakfast dishes that he suddenly realized he had prepared 2 servings. Gazing at the surplus plate, a bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he inwardly mocked himself. How deeply entrenched he was in the role of a humble admirer. Despite having parted ways with Zhou Jinyu, his body still stubbornly adhered to old habits. Seated alone at the dining table, Qingfeng quietly finished his breakfast. He raised his gaze to the ticking clock on the wall, noting that the hour was still early. In a moment of disorientation, he found himself at a loss, and out of sheer boredom, he reclined on the living room's sofa, perusing the tasks posted online. Quickly scrolling through the screen, he sought tasks that were both simple and rewarding. The majority of these postings came from small enterprises with limited development capabilities, which compelled them to outsource projects in search of assistance. Qingfeng had a knack for uncovering lucrative opportunities amidst the myriad of tasks. Thanks to his formidable skills in technology and his well-established reputation within the industry, many former collaborators, trusting in his abilities, would reach out to him directly. His integrity and unwavering commitment to quality service had earned him an excellent reputation within this circle, leading some brokers to prioritize him for available work, thus ensuring a steady and substantial side income. However, in the past, he had often declined many seemingly attractive tasks to carve out sufficient time to accompany Zhou Jinyu for meals, shopping, and attending various gatherings, whether romantic or mundane. Now, seated before his computer and gazing at the plethora of task information, Qingfeng suddenly fell into contemplation, pondering the rationale behind his relentless pursuit of side jobs and additional income. With only 3 short months remaining, and with Zhou Jinyu having exited his life, he had freed himself from the burden of constant companionship and attentive care. Why was he still striving to earn so much money? With this thought, he sighed resignedly, realizing that it was once again that damned habit at play in the shadows of his mind. As the hour drew near, Qingfeng rose and entered his bedroom, meticulously arranging his clothes and taking along the laptop that had been his companion for many years before heading out to work. Upon stepping into the office, he was astonished to find that all 3 of his team members had already settled at their respective workstations. Instinctively glancing at his exquisite watch, he couldn't help but marvel at the unusual occurrence. It was indeed a rare sight to see them arrive early, as they typically arrived right on the dot, believing that even a second's early arrival would constitute a significant loss. What could possibly account for this change? Observing the haggard faces of Zhongling and Wu Jiao, both adorned with pronounced dark circles, an inexplicable wave of guilt washed over Qingfeng. Furrowing his brow, he privately reflected on whether he had been excessively harsh with them at work the previous day, perhaps too stern and unapproachable. It seemed they had toiled through the night to complete their tasks. "Boss, you're here. I've been waiting for you forever. Why did you take so long?" Zhongling's melodious voice shattered the office's tranquility as she dashed towards Qingfeng like a lively little bird. In her eagerness, she stumbled slightly, nearly throwing herself into his warm embrace. This unexpected moment elicited hearty laughter from all present, transforming the previously solemn office into a realm of joyous mirth. Qingfeng's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and he felt a burning sensation wash over him. In contrast, Zhongling appeared carefree and unperturbed, her innocent and fervent heart convinced that her feelings for Qingfeng required no pretense or shyness. Yet, the thought of Qingfeng having a girlfriend pierced her heart like a sharp thorn, leaving her in a state of silent sorrow with no recourse. "Boss, Wu Jiao and I have completed our tasks. You must take a look." Zhongling's voice brimmed with anticipation and barely contained excitement, her bright eyes shimmering with a yearning for acknowledgement. Qingfeng was taken aback, filled with puzzlement at how these 2 had managed to be so diligent and responsible, completing their work ahead of schedule and with such excellence. Especially Zhongling, who now bore the exuberance of a child, clearly eager for his praise and approval. Leaning slightly forward, Qingfeng meticulously reviewed their work, a smile of satisfaction gradually spreading across his face. That smile radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, finally putting Zhongling and Wu Jiao's anxious hearts at ease. Observing this, Zhongling beamed with pride, her eyes sparkling as she exchanged playful glances with Wu Jiao and Lin Wei, making a variety of charming and endearing expressions. Witnessing this scene, Qingfeng quickly understood the unspoken truth. Lin Wei had lent him a helping hand behind scenes. Yet, he found himself pondering why, with such support, they had to endure the arduous night, leading to such pronounced dark circles under their eyes. "What did you go singing last night?" Qingfeng inquired casually, his tone seemingly indifferent. It was indeed the very establishment they frequented. Zhongling uttered this almost reflexively, and only upon saying it did she realize her eagerness had perhaps led her to speak too candidly. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and smile sheepishly. It turned out that, with Lin Wei's patient assistance, Zhongling and Wu Jiao had efficiently completed their work well before 9 o'clock. Subsequently, they made their way to their favorite barbecue joint, indulging in skewers and savoring chilled beer, relishing the delightful moments of food and laughter. The trio continued to feast and drink until the late hours of the night, their spirits soaring higher, leading them to the familiar karaoke establishment. There, amidst flickering lights and rousing music, they reveled until the clock struck 3 in the morning. Eventually, exhaustion overcame them, and they succumbed to slumber on the cozy couch of the private room, clad in their clothes for a few hours. At dawn, they hastily enjoyed a simple breakfast of steaming dishes at a nearby eatery before rushing to the office. Yi Qingfeng's gaze was piercing as he glanced at Lin Wei and Wu Jiao, who immediately lowered their heads in guilt, unwilling to meet his sharp eyes. They were acutely aware that their night of revelry with Zhongling had indeed crossed the line of indulgence. Well done. This time, commendation is in order, Yi Qingfeng remarked, his smile radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun in winter, providing a sense of encouragement and comfort. Upon hearing this, Zhongling burst into excitement, her movements exuberant, reminiscent of a child who had just received their most cherished toy. The boss has praised us. Lin Wei and Wu Jiao exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in resignation, filled with reflective thoughts. Both were graduates of prestigious universities, while Yi Qingfeng had only completed his undergraduate studies. They had once harbored the notion that Yi Qingfeng was merely a few years ahead in the workforce, believing their academic credentials gave them a distinct advantage. However, through the relentless passage of days, they had come to humbly acknowledge that Yi Qingfeng's technical prowess far surpassed theirs, his expertise in the field rendering them in awe, making it difficult for them to hold their heads high in his presence. You have some time. Rest your heads on the table for a moment. Yi Qingfeng's voice was imbued with concern and consideration. Boss, you are so thoughtful. Zhongling beamed with a smile of pure happiness, feeling particularly moved by her superior's attentiveness that day. The sensation of being cared for by the boss was delightful, as if all her fatigue had dissipated in that instant, although the weariness stemmed from their night of revelry. Chapter 10. The Overconfident Han Qian as the work hour approached. Yi Qingfeng called for the three of them to commence their tasks. He had meticulously contemplated the day's work arrangements in his mind, methodically assigning each task to them. At that moment, he resolved that from this day forward, a daily work plan was imperative, ensuring they faced appropriate pressure to expedite their skill enhancement to the greatest extent possible. Once the task allocation was complete, Yi Qingfeng felt a slight relief. Appearing more at ease, he began to guide each of the three individually, his gaze particularly when directed at Zhongling, bore an intensity as if he could see through her very being. Yi Qingfeng unhesitatingly sat beside Zhongling, causing her heart to flutter like a startled fawn. Her heartbeat quickened, and a wave of joy threatened to overflow within her. She secretly mused, "What has my boss done today? Has he finally realized that I'm not only diligent at work, but also quite beautiful?" Her sparkling eyes would occasionally steal glances at Yi Qingfeng, her face adorned with a blush reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, while the work in her hands was long forgotten. Ye Qingfeng, Kim de Sensed Zong, Lin's distraction, feeling a mix of helplessness and urgency within. How could this girl be so easily distracted? He furrowed his brow and gently tapped her head, his tone laced with mild reproach. Focus on your work. Look at the mistakes in your data. Boss, you hit me, Zhongling exclaimed, rubbing her head in an exaggerated pout. Her voice carried a hint of playful petulance, yet she felt as though that light tap bore a special intimacy, stirring her heart even more. Yi Qingfeng felt a headache brewing, his brow furrowing tighter, pondering how to teach Zhongling effectively. It seemed he would need to invest more time and energy. Nearby, Lin Wei and Wu Jiao exchanged glances, both astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Lin Wei felt a pang of disappointment. Yi Qingfeng personally brought 4 steaming cups of coffee, the rich aroma enveloping the air in an instant. He placed the coffee gently on each person's desk, hoping to invigorate the 3 weary souls. Sipping his own cup, the robust flavor awakened his senses. While Yi Qingfeng savored the coffee, his gaze remained fixed on the trio's tasks, offering guidance on their work, with particular attention to Zhongling. He silently vowed to meticulously carve this raw gem into a polished masterpiece. Just then, Han Qian from a neighboring group strode over in her high heels, exuding an air of arrogance. Standing before Yi Qingfeng, she spoke in her usual haughty tone. "Hey, come help us with this part. We can't seem to figure it out. I don't know who constructed this framework, nor was it explained clearly. Our supervisor sent me to ask for your assistance." Beneath her meticulously crafted makeup lay an expression of disdain. Han Qian was known for her lofty demeanor, often treating Yi Qingfeng with a lack of respect. Her tone always commanding. A wave of strong aversion surged within Yi Qingfeng as he inwardly grumbled. What is old Lu thinking? Always sending this insufferable girl to me when there's an issue? In the past, Qingfeng would invariably oblige, believing that every detail mattered for the company's overall progress. However, he no longer wished to assist without principles. Without raising his head, Qingfeng decisively replied, "I have no time. You'll need to find a solution on your own." His voice was cold and resolute. Han Qian was momentarily taken aback, her large, incredulous eyes fixed on Qingfeng, as if he were a complete stranger before her. She was consumed by indignation, contemplating, what has come over Qingfeng, who has never refused me before? Is he out his mind today? You're perfectly fine now, aren't you? Han Qian asked, her voice escalating in volume, the sharpness of her tone resonating painfully within the office. Qingfeng found the situation amusing, silently mocking. Is this how one seeks assistance? Can't she see I'm aiding Zhongling? He had no desire to engage with this insufferable girl. Han Qian perpetually carried an air of arrogance, and Qingfeng had long harbored an aversion towards her. Zhongling, on the other hand, was elated, reveling in the moment. Being of similar age to Han Qian, she felt the perennial urge for subtle competition among girls. Yet, each time, Han Qian's assertiveness and pride left Zhongling at a disadvantage. This time, however, the boss's refusal to Han Qian felt like a significant victory in their unspoken rivalry. With a touch of pride, Zhongling cast a glance at Han Qian, delighting in the thought, our boss would now begin to favor me from this day forth. How infuriating for you. Han Qian's face had turned a deep crimson from Qingfeng's demeanor. Tears of indignation brimmed in her eyes, her heart a tumult of anger and confusion. How dare Qingfeng treat me this way? I shall not let this slide. Chapter 11. The young master of Chi Yu technology indeed. Qingfeng was typically a quintessential, good-natured individual. Whenever someone sought his assistance, he would respond with unparalleled warmth, his smile radiant as the spring sun, instilling a sense of comfort in others. Regardless of the task's magnitude or complexity, he always greeted requests with a cheerful disposition, wholeheartedly assisting, as if aiding others were the most joyous aspect of his existence. But what was the matter now? Han Qian had personally approached him, bestowing upon him considerable esteem, and yet he had the audacity to refuse? To concoct some feeble excuse of being busy. Did he think her a mere child easily deceived? The more she pondered, the more her fury ignited, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Her finely crafted features twisted with rage, her eyes wide and glaring, as if they could emit flames. Can you conjure up a worse excuse than this, Qingfeng? Aren't you merely fawning over Zhongling? Isn't it rumored that you have a girlfriend? You scoundrel, a womanizer devoid of shame. You take this as a favor, neglecting your work hours to flirt. And look at Zhongling, that brazen hussy, with her seductive demeanor. The more Han Qian considered the situation, the more her eyes brimmed with anger and disdain. At that moment, she felt her dignity had been severely insulted. She longed to rush forth and obliterate Qingfeng's face, which she had once found somewhat appealing. She cursed him vehemently in her mind, her teeth grinding, delicate fingers clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale with tension. Fuming, Han Qian turned to leave, her steps brisk and heavy, each footfall seeming to threaten to crack the floor beneath her. Her once graceful figure now appeared somewhat rigid with rage, her long hair flailing chaotically with her movements. Her supervisor, old Lu, observed her in astonishment, taken aback by her demeanor. Lao Lu was acutely aware of Han Qian's substantial connections within the company. Although her professional competence left much to be desired, he never dared to utter a word of criticism. Instead, he intentionally assigned her simpler, more relaxed tasks. For instance, he would have her run errands, both because her beauty garnered respect from others when she was out and about, and because it spared her the monotony of coding incessantly, a task she was quite content to avoid. However, today was different. Lao Lu noticed Han Qian's unusually distressed demeanor as she returned, her face streaked with tears. Her eyes were swollen like ripe peaches, and her makeup had succumbed to the torrents of her sorrow. Pondering her plight, Lao Lu wondered who dared to provoke this formidable woman, as it seemed a foolhardy endeavor. "What troubles you, Han Qian?" he inquired cautiously, his voice laced with concern and trepidation, wary of inciting her wrath. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, and his gaze was rife with apprehension. "It's that Qingfeng," Han Qian sobbed, her voice cracking with indignation. "During office hours, he dallies with Zhongling and refuses to assist me when I need it." Her expression was one of profound grievance and fury, as each word she uttered seemed to evoke a shiver of deep-seated resentment. Lao Lu was taken aback by her words. In his memory, Qingfeng had always been a diligent and helpful employee, never exhibiting such behavior before. What had transpired today to provoke this change? He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Han Qian was already busy sending messages. Lao Lu felt a jolt of alarm. Was she summoning reinforcements? He fixed his gaze intently on her, his heart racing, an ominous premonition settling within him. Indeed, it wasn't long before two men and a woman approached with an imposing air. Upon seeing them, Lao Lu's heart sank. Leading the charge was a young man, his face twisted with fury, strutting arrogantly. It was none other than the boss's son, the young Master Qingfeng. Dressed in an expensive tailored suit, his shoes gleamed, and his meticulously styled hair only added to his haughty demeanor, as if the world lay firmly within his grasp. Rumor had it that the boss had sent his son abroad for studies long ago, highlighting the high regard in which he held him. The two young men trailing behind were unfamiliar to Lao Lu, but their attire and demeanor suggested they were no ordinary individuals. As they arrived, Han Qian promptly rose to greet them. "Fei Yonggu," she called out, her voice tinged with sorrow, her fragile appearance evoking sympathy. Her eyes shimmered with dependence and hope, as she believed Qingfeng would surely avenge her grievances. "Who dares to bully you?" "Such audacity," Qingfeng retorted, his expression ferocious, as if he wished to devour the offender whole. His gaze scanned the vicinity with a predatory intensity, searching for the culprit. "Let us there. I must see who is so blind as to dare affront my cousin." Qingfeng's tone brooked no dissent, brimming with arrogance and authority. Lao Lu was taken aback upon hearing the news. Han Qian was actually the cousin of the young master, a relative of the boss. He was grateful that he had not offended her, for if he had, his prospects at Chi Yutong Technology would be bleak. His countenance turned pale in an instant, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Han Qian, with an air of determination, led her companions to confront Qingfeng. The sharp clicks of her high heels echoed on the floor, reminiscent of a battle drum. She was filled with a sense of vengeful delight, envisioning Qingfeng groveling before Qingfeng, utterly humiliated. Chapter 12. Qingfeng is dismissed in the spacious and bustling research department. The employees had already keenly sensed the impending turmoil. However, each chose to remain silent and observant. Some furtively glanced over, while others stole quick looks during their work breaks, all weighing the situation in their minds. After all, no one wished to take the colossal risk of jeopardizing their hard-earned positions by meddling. Deep down, they understood that such actions would most certainly invite trouble upon themselves. A folly of the highest order. Qingfeng, aware of everything unfolding around him, remained as calm as a tranquil lake, his mind undisturbed by ripples. His focus remained steadfast on his work, as if the surrounding clamor was merely a farcical performance, unworthy of his attention. In stark contrast, Zhongling, Lin Wei, and Wu Jiao were like ants on a hot pan, restless and agitated. Their faces bore a pallid hue, and their eyes reflected evident panic. Zhongling bit her lip anxiously, her hands instinctively twisting together as she fretted. "What should we do? The boss is bound to be in trouble." With an air of arrogance, Qingfeng, flanked by his companions, approached Qingfeng menacingly. Han Qian's once attractive visage now twisted with fury and arrogance. She pointed a slender finger at Qingfeng, exclaiming loudly, "Brother, he is the one who bullied me." Qingfeng slowly raised his head, a composed and serene smile gracing his features, a smile that seemed to penetrate the very hearts of those before him. He replied leisurely, "May I inquire, Miss Han, in what manner have I bullied you?" Upon hearing this, Han Qian felt as though she had been rendered speechless, her heart racing with confusion. Her gaze began to falter, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Indeed, I sought his assistance, and he merely declined to help. But Yi Qingfeng, haven't you always been accommodating to everyone's requests? Why is it that today you refuse me? Isn't that bullying? Yet, these words were stuck in her throat, unable to be articulated with conviction. Qingfeng, witnessing Han Qian's usual eloquence diminish to silence, felt a surge of anger ignite within him. He silently cursed her for faltering at such a crucial moment. Feyong, your company needs to establish some rules. How can one be so arrogant in front of the boss, failing even to stand? Remarked a young man beside Qingfeng, tilting his head and speaking in a tone laced with disdain. His lips curled into a disdainful smile, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were gazing down upon the world with his nostrils pointed skyward. Pray tell, who might you be? This is our workplace. Individuals of no relevance should not be present here. Yi Qingfeng remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glimmer of unwavering authority and dignity. I'm a friend of your young Master Qin. My name is Chi Yutong. I oversee the operations department at Lingdong Technology. Have you heard of it? Chi Yutong, arms crossed over his chest, chin raised high, his face etched with pride and arrogance. Yi Qingfeng silently recalled having heard of Lingdong Technology, a prominent firm within the industry known for its innovative and forward-thinking products, which had once enjoyed a glorious reputation in the market. Despite its vast potential for growth, it had inexplicably lacked momentum in recent years, overshadowed by a plethora of emerging companies. Noticing Yi Qingfeng's silence, Qi Jun's sense of triumph swelled. He mused inwardly, this fellow must be intimidated by my status. After all, a mere employee dares not stand tall before those of us with illustrious family backgrounds. Apologize to Han Qian now, and bow at a 90-degree angle. Qi Jun's voice rose several decibels, his smile growing increasingly arrogant, nearly bursting with excitement. He relished in tormenting those without power, delighting in belittling individuals who considered themselves above others. Go ahead, keep preening yourself. Keep acting superior, he thought, his gaze at Yi Qingfeng filled with a palpable contempt. Get lost, Yi Qingfeng replied succinctly, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. Qi Jun could hardly believe his ears. This audacious man had dared to tell him to leave. His expression darkened, fury erupting within him like a volcano. You dare tell me to get lost? Who do you think you are? At that moment, Qingfeng could no longer contain himself and interjected, I am Qingfeng, the son of your chairman. I have just returned from abroad and have recently assumed the role of general manager at Chi Yutong Technology. His voice was resonant and authoritative, attempting to leverage his status to intimidate Yi Qingfeng. Though Yi Qingfeng had only heard rumors about him, he had never encountered this young master. Acknowledging Qingfeng's position, Yi Qingfeng felt it prudent to extend some respect. Now speak, what is the matter? Why are you bullying a female colleague? Qingfeng asked calmly. Yi Qingfeng sikofut inyardly. Without fully grasping the situation, they had already passed judgment. Was this not blatant favoritism? He met Qingfeng's gaze directly, devoid of any fear. Qingfeng turned to Han Qian, who promptly began a question. I sought your assistance with the challenges our team is facing. Why did you not comply? Why should I assist you? That is a matter for your own team, Yi Qingfeng replied, finding the situation somewhat amusing. The young woman accompanying Qingfeng and Qi Jun smiled subtly, her expression rife with derision and disdain. Her lips curled into a graceful yet frigid arc. Yi Qingfeng could not help but steal a glance at her. She was an extraordinarily striking woman, her delicate features seemingly sculpted to perfection, her fair skin as smooth as mutton fat jade. Yet, what captivated Yi Qingfeng's attention was her sharp gaze, akin to a finely honed sword, capable of piercing through one's soul in an instant, leaving an indelible impression. That is a problem for your group. I reserve the right to abstain from solving it. Yi Qingfeng replied, maintaining a smile that radiated steadfastness and confidence. Indeed, our leader is under no obligation to resolve your dilemmas. Zhongling interjected boldly, her voice trembling slightly from nerves, yet her eyes brimmed with a protective fervor for Yi Qingfeng. But you've always been the one we turn to for solutions, haven't you? Han Qian insisted, still clinging to the belief that Yi Qingfeng ought to act as he had in the past, addressing every challenge presented to him. In her perception, This reliance had become a given. The woman trailing behind Qingfeng fixed her gaze intently upon Qingfeng, her expression growing increasingly serious. "What is your name?" Qingfeng inquired again, his tone imbued with a condescending pressure. Qingfeng, he replied succinctly, his voice steady and assertive. "Your position?" "Supervisor." "Yes, he's indeed our leader," Zhongling added. Qingfeng felt a pang of helplessness. This oblivious girl might inadvertently bring trouble upon herself. "Not anymore. You should resign," Qingfeng stated flatly, as though it were a trivial matter, yet a hint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. All the researchers present were taken aback, especially the supervisors, whose faces drained of color. They had grown accustomed to Qingfeng resolving their issues, fearing that if they continued to exert their mental energy, they would soon find themselves in dire straits. Thus, when confronted with a challenging problem, they preferred to seek Qingfeng's assistance, leading to a dependency that had developed over time. Now that Qingfeng demanded Qingfeng's resignation, how could they not panic? Internally, they lamented, "What shall we do? How will work proceed henceforth? I shall not resign voluntarily. It is the company that should terminate my contract," Qingfeng replied coolly, his eyes devoid of fear, instead radiating determination and resolve. "Am I to be a fool? If I resign voluntarily, I forfeit my compensation. Should the company terminate my contract, they must provide compensation as well." At this moment, Han Qian grew flustered. She had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such an unmanageable extent. She had originally thought that Qingfeng would simply compel Qingfeng to apologize, thus allowing her to vent her frustrations. She never imagined that her cousin would bluntly demand Qingfeng's resignation. "Cousin, an apology will suffice," Han Qian murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of panic and regret. At that moment, the woman who had been standing behind Qingfeng elegantly approached, extending her delicate, fair hand towards Qingfeng. Instinctively, Qingfeng reached out. The woman grasped his hand firmly, smiling as she said, "I am Chi Yutong. It is a pleasure to meet you, Qingfeng. Today, we have become acquainted. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Let us exchange WeChat contacts." Qingfeng, possessing striking good looks and an extraordinary demeanor, was no stranger to girls wanting to add him on WeChat. So he felt little surprise at the current situation. Observing Chi Yutong's demeanor towards Qingfeng, Qingfeng's expression suddenly darkened, his heart tumultuous with jealousy. Chi Yutong picked up a coffee cup from Qingfeng's workstation and examined it closely, inquiring, "Is this your coffee cup?" The cup still contained the remnants of coffee Qingfeng had just sipped. He nodded in affirmation. "I'm thirsty. May I drink it?" Without waiting for Qingfeng's response, Chi Yutong drank the remaining half of the coffee in one gulp. Qingfeng could no longer contain his emotions and erupted in a fit of rage, shouting, "Qingfeng, you're fired. Go to the HR department immediately." His voice resonated throughout the development department, silencing everyone in fear of his wrath. Chapter 13. Termination in the spacious yet tense office of Chi Yu Technology's development department. The lighting appeared somewhat cold, and the air felt as if it had solidified. Qingfeng understood that Qingfeng had agreed to the company's decision to terminate his contract. After diligently serving the company for 4 years, he was entitled to a severance package amounting to 5 months' salary. Internally, Qingfeng was swept up in a whirlwind of exhilaration, yet he maintained a composed facade, suppressing any outward signs of joy. He calculated that if he continued to work diligently for another 3 months, he would only earn 3 months' salary. However, by not working, he could effortlessly obtain 5 months' pay, an unexpected windfall akin to a gift from heavens. Nearly 200,000 yuan was more than enough to fulfill his long-cherished travel plans, allowing him to bask in the warmth of sun-kissed beaches and marvel at the grandeur of nature in majestic mountains and rivers. Nevertheless, Qingfeng outwardly maintained a demeanor of helplessness, his eyes betraying a hint of calculated confusion. At that moment, Zhongling, Wu Jiao, and Lin Wei were completely flustered. Zhongling's eyes were filled with terror and helplessness as she unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt, her mind racing with thoughts of 1,000 ants crawling. If their leader were to be dismissed, what would become of the 3 of them? If their leader left, their project would surely be reassigned to another team. And while someone else might take on the project, they could be left behind. What if no one wanted them? Would they too face termination like their leader? How would she explain this to her family? What about rent and living expenses? At this moment, Qingfeng contemplated provoking Qingfeng further to ensure the resolution of the situation. Casually, he took out his phone, the case showing signs of wear, and retrieved the QR code, smiling as he presented it to Chi Yutong, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Beauty." Qingfeng indicated that it was now appropriate to add him as a WeChat friend. Chi Yutong was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for Qingfeng's leisurely demeanor in such a tense moment. She furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze lingering on Qingfeng's face, curiosity evident in her eyes, before she cooperatively added him on WeChat. On the side, Qingfeng, witnessing this scene, felt as though his lungs were about to burst with rage. His eyes blazed with fury, his face flushed crimson, and the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously as he inwardly roared at the audacity of Qingfeng, who dared to add Chi Yutong's contact information in front of him. Who did he think he was? Qingfeng was pursuing Chi Yutong, and Chi Jun, being his closest friend, understood his intentions, which is why he had brought Chi Yutong to Chi Yu Technology today under the guise of collaboration. Qingfeng had intended to seize the opportunity to showcase his domineering CEO prowess before Chi Yutong and establish his authority over Qingfeng. He wished to display his masculine charm to her. However, he was utterly blindsided when he realized that Chi Yutong seemed to express interest in Qingfeng. Now, he regarded Qingfeng as a loathsome toad yearning for swan flesh, utterly repulsive in his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at him for another second. "Hey, Supervisor Liu. Right now, immediately, process Qingfeng's termination." Qingfeng seethed as he furiously pulled out his phone to call the HR department supervisor, gripping the device so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Subsequently, he glared at Qingfeng with an air of authority and bellowed, "You can go process your resignation now. Leave your ID badge and get out at once." His voice reverberated throughout the office, making everyone's ears ring. Qingfeng felt a surge of delight within, yet outwardly feigned a sense of helplessness and grievance as he began to pack his belongings. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, seemingly provoking Qingfeng intentionally. Just then, Qingfeng felt that this was not enough to alleviate his anger. Upon seeing the tearful Zhongling, he found yet another outlet for his frustrations. "Take your 3 companions with you," he growled menacingly, his voice sounding as though it had been forced through gritted teeth. Ye Wingfeng's Paking halted abruptly, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Just as he feared, Zhongling and the others were caught in the crossfire. However, he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, "There's no need to worry too much. At worst, I can lead the 3 of them to take freelance jobs online. We should still earn a decent sum. I have 3 months left, and I can guide them. It's just that the travel plans I've eagerly anticipated must be adjusted." Alas, plans never keep pace with change. Zhongling's tears finally overflowed, glistening as they rolled down her fair cheeks. Without hesitation, she roughly wiped her tears, her hand trembling slightly from anxiety. She began gathering her belongings. Each little trinket and folder on her desk held memories of her time there. Wu Jiao maintained an expression of indifference. Coming from a privileged background, this job was not essential for him. His gaze reflected a sense of apathy, as if none of this affected him. In stark contrast, Lin Wei's countenance darkened significantly, his lips quivering with fear and anxiety. He was burdened with heavy loans for his house and car. Without this job, he had no idea how he would cope. Lin Wei looked towards Qingfeng, his eyes filled with desperation, hoping to find a glimmer of mercy in his expression. Yet he soon realized that there was no room for redemption in this matter. Resigned, he could only lower his head in despair as he packed his belongings, each movement feeling unbearably heavy. Wu Jiao appeared exceptionally composed. He did not even bother to tidy up his belongings, but instead took out his phone to record a video, posting it to his social media with a muttered remark. "This wretched job, it's better to be rid of it." Qingfeng, witnessing Wu Jiao's audacity, nearly succumbed to rage, his body trembling slightly from indignation. How could he be so brazen at such a moment? Chi Jun, observing the scene, fanned the flames further, suggesting that Fei Yong should instruct the HR department to issue a warning and completely blacklist them. Yi Qingfeng cast a furious glance at Chi Jun, inwardly cursing him for his despicable and shameless behavior, devoid of any moral boundaries. To curry favor with Qin Fei Yong, he was willing to resort to any underhanded tactic. The so-called warning meant that numerous HR departments across various companies maintained diverse groups where they would disseminate information about employees who had been dismissed, cautioning others to be wary of these individuals when they sought employment. Once such information was shared within these circles, it signified that finding work in the industry would become exceedingly difficult. This was undoubtedly a brutal decree of exile. Lin Wei's complexion turned ashen, as if he were plummeting into an abyss on the verge of collapse. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his hands instinctively clenched and relaxed. If he could not secure employment soon, his life would spiral into despair. His vehicle could be towed, and the bank might seize his home. Zhongling's expression was equally grim. She lamented internally that without a job, she would have to reach out to her family for financial assistance. However, the costs of rent, sustenance, and daily expenses were substantial, and even her parents' salaries would fall short. Was she truly destined to return home in disgrace, facing her parents' reproaches and the disdain of relatives? Nevertheless, Zhongling swiftly resolved that she could initially take up delivery work or find employment at a fast food establishment like McDonald's to tide herself over during this challenging period. Thus, the four of them proceeded to the HR department to complete their resignation formalities. They carried cardboard boxes filled with personal belongings, emblazoned with the company's logo, which now seemed painfully conspicuous. Slowly, they departed from Chi Yu Technology. Throughout the journey, their emotions varied greatly, drawing the attention of many, as such a scale of layoffs had not been witnessed in quite some time. Upon reaching the first floor of the office building, they encountered a CAF wafting with a rich aroma of coffee. Yi Qingfeng felt it was time for a heartfelt discussion. "Let us enjoy a cup of coffee," he suggested with a smile, albeit one tinged with reluctance and feigned ease. The others acquiesced, and the quartet entered the CAF, settling into a cozy booth by the window. The sofa was plush, sinking slightly upon their weight. "What else with the long faces?" Yi Qingfeng inquired, attempting to lift the oppressive atmosphere with a smile. "Boss, how can you still smile?" Zhongling retorted despondently, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, her eyes devoid of light. The sky isn't falling. Yi Qingfeng endeavored to console them, though he held a firm confidence within. At that moment, Chi Yutong entered behind them, clad in an elegant professional outfit, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. She settled into a nearby booth, ordering a latte, and savored it with an elegant slowness. Yet, Yi Qingfeng chose to disregard her. Deep down, he understood that Chi Yutong's earlier actions were clearly a deliberate provocation aimed at inciting Qin Fei Yong to dismiss him. Without her interference, perhaps Zhongling and the others would not have followed him in leaving. At the very least, Lin Wei might have had a chance to remain. Chapter 14. Zhou Jinyu visits Yi Qingfeng at the company boss. "Worry not about us. If all else fails, we can deliver takeout," Zhongling said, her gaze resolutely fixed on Yi Qingfeng, her clear eyes brimming with genuine concern for him. A slight furrow formed on her brow as she silently pondered. She must not allow the boss to bear a heavy psychological burden for everyone's future. He had always been so kind, thinking of others. Why must he be such a good person? "Count me out. I refuse to go. It's too embarrassing. After all, we graduated from a prestigious 985 university. How humiliating it would be to deliver takeout." Wu Jiao exclaimed, suddenly rising from his seat, his hands animatedly gesturing, the veins on his forehead faintly protruding. Frowning deeply, his face was a mask of reluctance as he thought about how, after years of arduous study, he could not possibly stoop to delivering food. What happened if word got out? You were just being precious." Zhongling shot Wu Jiao a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a disdainful smirk. With her arms crossed, she felt a surge of aversion towards Wu Jiao's pampered attitude. At this critical moment, clinging to pride was futile. Having any job to earn a living should be considered fortunate. "I'm in a dire situation. Mortgage, car loan. How could I possibly deliver takeout? Lin Wei slumped in his chair, his hands hanging limply by his sides, resembling a deflated balloon. His eyes were vacant, ensnared by anxiety and helplessness. Thoughts of monthly bank payment reminders haunted him, making him feel as if he were trapped in a dark abyss with no escape. Whose fault is it for overspending? Zhong Ling exclaimed, her eyes widening with reproach. She struggled to comprehend Lin Wei's behavior, thinking to herself that he lacked long-term planning, allowing his life to become so chaotic for the sake of momentary vanity and pride. Today's girls are so pragmatic, without a car or a house. Finding a partner is nearly impossible. Lin Wei shook his head in resignation, bitter tears welling in his eyes. His face bore the marks of weariness and helplessness. In his heart, it seemed that to possess any competitiveness in the marriage market, these material possessions were essential, even if it meant bearing heavy debts. Qingfeng shared this sentiment. After all, wasn't Zhou Jinyu's focus on materialism the root of this situation? As this thought struck him, a sharp pang of sorrow gripped his heart, flooding his mind with bittersweet memories of his time with Zhou Jinyu. Yet the moment passed swiftly. Don't lose heart. We're not at the point of delivering takeout just yet. Qingfeng reassured Lin Wei, patting him on the shoulder with a light-hearted smile. Meanwhile, Chi Yutong had already noticed the ease with which Qingfeng wore his expression, even catching a glimpse of joy upon his face. She found it perplexing. He shouldn't have appeared this way after being dismissed. Curiosity stirred within her. What could Qingfeng be thinking? Does he possess some secret weapon that he has concealed from us? Boss, do you have a plan? Will you take us along? The moment ignited a spark in Zhong Ling's eyes, her gaze brimming with anticipation like twinkling stars in the night sky. She clutched the hem of Qingfeng's garment tightly, fervently wishing that their leader could devise a favorable escape and would be willing to include them all. Lin Wei also raised his head, a flicker of hope rekindled in his eyes. I have not found a successor, Qingfeng stated calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Observing the immediate dimming of their expressions, a wave of profound guilt surged within him. However, Qingfeng deliberately elongated his words, a subtle smile gracing his lips, wishing to tease their curiosity. Oh, boss, please don't keep us in suspense. If there is good news, just share it. Zhong Ling exclaimed, her impatience causing her to stamp her feet, her cheeks flushed with frustration. She thought to herself, when did the boss become so fond of playing coy? It's truly maddening. I have been taking jobs online, and the income is decent. Previously, I managed it alone, but if the four of us collaborate, the earnings would be even better. Qingfeng spoke slowly. Zhong Ling and the others immediately perked up, their eyes widening as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Boss, why didn't you mention this before? I knew you had a solution. Zhong Ling pouted, grumbling in dissatisfaction. She harbored a grievance against their leader for having kept this information from them. Had she known sooner, their worries would have been alleviated. How could I have said anything? Would I tell you that your supervisor is taking private jobs? It's rather embarrassing to admit. Qingfeng chuckled helplessly, scratching his head. At that time, he had his own reservations. After all, this was not a legitimate endeavor, and if the company discovered it, the repercussions would be dire. We were puzzled. Your income is higher than ours, yet it hasn't reached the point of financial freedom. You spend a considerable amount on your girlfriend each month, yet you never seem strapped for cash. Turns out you have other sources of income. Wu Jiao realized suddenly, admiration evident on his face. He secretly admired their leader's astuteness in discovering such lucrative avenues. Lin Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had always held unwavering faith in Qingfeng's capabilities. He thought to himself, as long as they follow their leader, there would surely be a way forward, dispelling the previous gloom. Now, we simply need to find a location, one sufficiently spacious, and I can lead you all to earn money. Each of you could potentially make several thousand, and Lin Wei would be close to 100,000. I assure you that your future earnings will only increase, and you can gradually seek new employment. Even when you find new jobs, this income will remain. So what do you say? Would you like to join me? Qingfeng gazed steadily at everyone, his impassioned words resonating like the fervent beats of a war drum, striking at the hearts of each individual. Of course, anyone who refuses would be foolish. Zhongling declared without hesitation, her face alight with excitement. The prospect of earning money and being alongside her charming boss was simply irresistible. She began to envision a bright future, as if all difficulties had been effortlessly resolved. Beside him, Chi Yutong finally comprehended the reason behind Yi Qingfeng's demeanor. It turned out he had other sources of income. No wonder he seemed unfazed by his job loss. Her perception of Yi Qingfeng's capabilities underwent a transformation. My home is quite spacious. My parents just purchased a duplex for me, with the first floor leading to the second, complete with a small garden. We conduct our business in the expansive hall on the ground floor, making it convenient for both work and living. However, I find myself troubled by the vastness of the place. Living alone in such a large house feels desolate and devoid of warmth. Wu Jiao exclaimed excitedly, gesturing animatedly as he described his grand abode. His heart brimmed with anticipation, envisioning a lively atmosphere in the house while also generating income. A truly fortuitous arrangement. Yi Qingfeng deemed this proposal feasible. Not only would it be convenient, but it would also allow for significant savings. And he felt a surge of delight at Wu Jiao's suggestion. Silently, he began to chart out future work arrangements, as if the dawn of success was just within reach. At that moment, Yi Qingfeng spotted someone conversing with the security guard at the entrance. He instantly recognized her as Zhou Jinyu. Yi Qingfeng thought he had made himself clear to her, and he was uncertain about her motives for seeking him out again, which ignited a wave of irritation within him, causing his brow to furrow tightly. Chapter 15. Zhou Jinyu kneels go to Wu Jiao and make preparations. We shall act without hesitation. There's no turning back now. I will begin taking on tasks immediately, Yi Qingfeng declared with a serious countenance, his gaze exuding an undeniable resolve. He understood that Zhou Jinyu's arrival would herald a tempest, and he was reluctant for Zhongling and the others to be ensnared in this chaotic situation. He fervently wished for their swift departure. "Boss, aren't you coming with us?" Zhongling inquired, her large, expressive eyes wide with surprise and confusion, tinged with a hint of hopefulness. "I have matters to attend to. Once you arrive, send me your location. I will join you shortly." Yi Qingfeng endeavored to project calmness in his voice, yet his inner turmoil was akin to a raging storm. He was acutely aware of Zhou Jinyu's fiery temperament, and he feared the confrontation would not end amicably. Wu Jiao had spotted Zhou Jinyu and recognized her as Yi Qingfeng's girlfriend. Observing Yi Qingfeng's somber expression, which seemed as if it could drip with tension, Wu Jiao surmised that a significant conflict had likely arisen between the two. The boss seemed intent on shielding them from this awkward confrontation, urging them to depart swiftly with Lin Wei and Zhongling. "Boss, let us take your suitcase back for you." Zhongling's gaze fell upon the suitcase beside Yi Qingfeng, her voice brimming with concern. Her brow furrowed slightly, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that Yi Qingfeng might act impulsively due to his emotional turmoil. "No need. I will carry it myself." Yi Qingfeng managed a strained smile, attempting to reassure Zhongling. However, his eyes involuntarily flicked toward Zhou Jinyu's approaching figure, his palms now slick with cold sweat. The security guard who had just spoken with Zhou Jinyu recognized Yi Qingfeng, likely having informed her of his presence there. Wu Jiao and the others hastily departed. Yi Qingfeng appeared to leisurely sip his coffee, yet the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his inner tension. Zhou Jinyu approached with an assertive stride, standing directly before him. "Husband, where were you last night? Why didn't you come home?" Zhou Jinyu's voice was sharp and grating, imbued with an unmistakable tone of interrogation. Chi Yutong had initially intended to approach Yi Qingfeng for a conversation, but was taken aback when a weary yet strikingly beautiful woman stormed into his presence. Consequently, she retreated to her seat, internally lamenting the unfolding drama. Today, a spectacle was indeed excessive. "Darling, please refrain from addressing me as such, lest it lead to misunderstandings," Yi Qingfeng remarked, his words dripping with sarcasm as a smirk of disdain played on his lips. He thought to himself, at this juncture, who still feigns deep affection, is utterly revolting. "Qingfeng, what troubles you? Has someone spoken ill of you?" Zhou Jinyu lamented, her voice heavy with tears. "I was deceived yesterday. That Shenhao is nothing but a swindler. He frequently tricks people into visiting that establishment which then presents exorbitant bills. I was extorted for over 20,000. You offer me no words of comfort, and instead choose to sulk. Zhou Jinyu sat opposite Yi Qingfeng, her face streaked with tears that blurred her makeup. As she concocted an even more convincing tale, she discreetly monitored Yi Qingfeng's reaction. Zhou Jinyu's narrative was delivered with such conviction that, had Yi Qingfeng not overheard her words from the previous day, he might have been swayed. He inwardly cursed himself for having been so ensnared by this woman's honeyed words. He felt utterly blind. Zhou Jinyu, we have parted ways. I have no desire to engage in these trivial matters, Yi Qingfeng said, his impatience evident as he waved his hand dismissively, his brow furrowing deeply. Who agreed to this separation? I do not consent. I love you. I truly love you. Zhou Jinyu insisted, clutching Yi Qingfeng's arm so tightly that her nails nearly pierced his skin. Her eyes were frantic, her mind racing in search of a strategy. In truth, calling it a breakup was inaccurate. They had never truly been together. Yi Qingfeng forcefully shook off Zhou Jinyu's grasp, leaving angry red marks on his arm. His gaze filled with revulsion and resolve. How can you claim we were never together? We currently reside under the same roof. Zhou Jinyu raised her voice, her tone becoming shrill. Her hair was disheveled, and a madness flickered in her eyes. We're merely housemates, and I alone bear the rent, Yi Qingfeng shot back, glaring at Zhou Jinyu, his temples throbbing with suppressed rage, as if the fury within him might consume him whole. Housemates? How dare you say such a thing? Zhou Jinyu exclaimed, her eyes wide and bloodshot, her voice reaching a hysterical pitch. Those were her words from the previous day, and she had not forgotten them. But how could Yi Qingfeng possibly know? The realization drove her to the brink of madness. Isn't this what you claimed? Now, show me. Do you have a photograph of me on your phone? If you do, I shall acknowledge you as my girlfriend, Yi Qingfeng stated coldly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Zhou Jinyu. Zhou Jinyu was momentarily stunned. She was nearly certain that Yuna was betraying her. These were all words she had shared with Yuna and Luli yesterday. If Yuna hadn't divulged this information to Yi Qingfeng, how could he possibly know? She cursed Yuna inwardly, branding her a gossip who dared to betray her. Beside them, Chi Yutong furrowed her brow, perceiving that this woman was not only insipid but also exceedingly despicable, filling her heart with sympathy for Yi Qingfeng. Furthermore, have you ever publicly declared that I am your boyfriend? Have you ever announced your newfound single status? You have consistently hinted at your singlehood in your social circles. Haven't you? What am I to you? But a mere tool for your financial gain. Yi Qingfeng's voice quivered, the veins on his neck prominently visible, and the long-suppressed rage within him erupted like a volcano at that moment. How dare you say such things? Zhou Jinyu attempted to defend herself, yet her voice lacked conviction. True feelings, is that so? Yi Qingfeng questioned mockingly, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing Zhou Jinyu's very soul. Zhou Jinyu nodded earnestly, her sincerity apparent. Yet her eyes betrayed her with their wandering nature, as she contemplated how to extricate herself from the situation. Zhou Jinyu, do you not find your words profoundly ironic? You profess your love for me, yet mere hours ago, you were contemplating donning alluring lingerie to climb into Chen Dishao's bed. Yi Qingfeng spat through gritted teeth, each word as if forced through clenched jaws. He is a fraud, not the affluent heir he claims to be. I have been deceived. We are merely acquaintances. You must believe me. Zhou Jinyu wept, her makeup running, filled with regret for her misguided judgment. What if he truly were a wealthy scion? Are you not now lying beside Chun Hao in that very lingerie, dreaming of a splendid future? Yi Qingfeng pressed on, his gaze sharp as a blade. How can you speak of me in such a manner? Do you perceive me as utterly contemptible? Zhou Jinyu's face was a portrait of grievance, tears and snot mingling in her disarray. If not, then what? Were you not to reserve your most cherished first experience for someone deserving? To put it plainly, are you not simply waiting for the highest bidder? Yi Qingfeng, seething with rage, clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Did that wretched Yuna put these words in your mouth? It must be her. You are not without fault either. What is the nature of your relationship with her? Have you two been entangled for some time? And your teammate, Zhongling, surely your connection with her is not innocent either? Zhou Jinyu began to ramble, attempting to divert the topic, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. Huh, a counterattack. If I were such a person, would I not have touched you? Just leave at once. I can no longer bear to see you. Yi Qingfeng's face turned ashen, anger radiating from him. Upon witnessing his furious countenance, Zhou Jinyu felt a twinge of fear. She had never seen him like this before. Yi Qingfeng had pursued her for years with unwavering devotion, a quintessential loyal admirer, never once displaying irritation, let alone rage. Remembering her purpose for seeking him today, to bring him back in her life, Zhou Jinyu suddenly knelt before Yi Qingfeng, startling him with her unexpected action. Yi Qingfeng felt a surge of revulsion. This woman would stop at nothing to achieve her desires. In Chapter 16, The Point of No Return, Zhou Jinyu finds herself resolute, declaring, "I will not rise unless you promise to return with me." Her voice, strained and hoarse, betrays her tumultuous emotions, and her hair, disheveled and wild, frames her face in disarray. Her eyes reflect an unyielding stubbornness and an obstinate determination. Having been deceived by a counterfeit wealthy heir, she is acutely aware that losing Yi Qingfeng, her longtime benefactor, would plunge her future into a chasm of darkness and despair. As she witnesses Yi Qingfeng resolutely turning away, it feels as though the very fabric of her world is unraveling. A palpable dread grips her heart, as if ensnared by an invisible force, causing her breaths to quicken. The moment she trembles while checking her bank balance, only to find a pitiful sum remaining. She awakens from her stupor, fully grasping the significance of Yi Qingfeng in her life. For years, she has lived in comfort, never burdened by monetary concerns. Each month, Yi Qingfeng would dutifully deposit 20,000 yuan into her account, and she had grown accustomed to transferring 8,000 to her parents, strutting confidently alongside Yuna and Lu Li for shopping and dining. As she carelessly selected inexpensive garments for her friends, she would regale them with tales of Yi Qingfeng's kindness, his humble efforts to please her, and his attentive care. The envy reflected in Yuna and Lu Li's eyes would swell her with an unparalleled sense of pride and satisfaction. Yet now, the splendid facade appears poised to shatter like fragile bubbles, leaving her to ponder how she might endure such a devastating blow. She finds herself resorting to using credit, a gnawing sense of financial insecurity shadowing her every moment. This morning, her mother's sharp and caustic voice pierced through the phone, urgently inquiring why the monthly transfer of 8,000 had yet to materialize. Zhou Jinyu feigned calmness, stammering a lie about Yi Qingfeng's delayed salary, barely managing to deflect her mother's scrutiny. However, she knows all too well that, given her mother's impatient and avaricious nature, it will not be long before she comes demanding answers. Zhou Jinyu has a younger brother, and her parents have always favored him, yearning to provide him with a lifestyle that exceeds their own means. The burden of this excess falls heavily upon her frail shoulders. Kneeling firmly on the cold, hard ground, she feels a dull ache in her knees, yet remains oblivious to the pain. She understands Yi Qingfeng's pride and his tender heart. Thus, she is convinced that by assuming this pitiful posture in a public space, he will yield to her, fearing the loss of face. Zhou Jinyu believes she has mastered the art of manipulating Yi Qingfeng. Each time they quarrel, she does not hesitate to publicly display her displeasure, throwing tantrums without restraint. In the midst of a crowd, Yi Qingfeng consistently acquiesced to all of Zhou Jinyu's unreasonable demands. This was indeed the workplace of Yi Qingfeng, and having resorted to such a desperate measure, how could he dare to defy her? A subtle smile crept onto Zhou Jinyu's lips, her heart brimming with anticipation that Yi Qingfeng would, as he had done before, approach her with a resigned yet forgiving expression, ready to lift her up and pardon her capriciousness. Yi Qingfeng, why are you dawdling? Can you not manage this trivial matter more efficiently? Chi Yutong, adorned in exquisite high heels, approached with a crisp and hurried cadence, gracefully taking a seat beside Yi Qingfeng. She casually and affectionately linked her arm with his, leaning languidly against him. Beneath her meticulously crafted makeup, the disdain in Chi Yutong's eyes pierced Zhou Jinyu like a razor-sharp sword, inflicting a profound blow to her pride. In that moment, She found herself not only kneeling before Yi Qingfeng, but also before Chi Yutong, ensnared by a dual humiliation that overwhelmed her like a surging tide. Suddenly, Zhou Jinyu sprang to her feet, her carefully groomed brows furrowing tightly, her eyes ablaze with an intense fury as she glared at Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng, who is she? Are you truly indifferent to her? Surely you're not blind? I am Yi Qingfeng's new girlfriend. Chi Yutong, with an air of nonchalance, answered on Yi Qingfeng's behalf, her tone casually declaring her undeniable claim. At that moment, Yi Qingfeng longed to extricate himself from Zhou Jinyu's entanglement, opting for silence in response to Chi Yutong's words. A tacit acknowledgement that felt like a dagger plunging deeper into Zhou Jinyu's heart. Yi Qingfeng, how could you? When did you two become involved? Have you been cheating on me all along? You despicable man, it's truly revolting. Zhou Jinyu's voice rose to a hysterical pitch, her anger and despair rendering it hoarse. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she fought valiantly to suppress them. Don't misunderstand. We met today and are now together, Yi Qingfeng interjected. To call it infidelity would be an exaggeration. It is merely a seamless transition. Thank you, ex-girlfriend, for providing me the opportunity to be with such an exceptional man. However, I have a penchant for protecting what is mine. I will not allow anyone to encroach upon my possessions. I have trained in free fighting, so keep your distance from my boyfriend, lest I be compelled to act. Chi Yutong's words cascaded like rapid-fire artillery towards Zhou Jinyu, her gaze imbued with an elevated confidence and pride, enhanced by her luxurious designer attire that underscored her superiority. Zhou Jinyu regarded Chi Yutong, compelled to acknowledge the beauty of this girl who surpassed her, radiating an aura of formidable strength. Each accessory she wore bespoke of wealth that far exceeded her own, igniting a profound sense of helplessness within Zhou Jinyu, as she realized she stood no chance in this contest. Zhou Jinyu, have you come to seek me out once more due to financial woes? Yi Qingfeng suddenly inquired, his voice as calm as a placid lake, his expression cold and distant. Zhou Jinyu's heart surged with unrestrained joy. She instinctively believed that Yi Qingfeng still cared for her. After all, why would he concern himself with her financial woes otherwise? Just as she was about to speak in an attempt to reconcile with him, Yi Qingfeng placed a box upon the table. Take a look. I have just lost my job. I have no money to give you now. The job market is bleak, as you are well aware. Would you be willing to endure hardship with me? His tone carried an air of mockery. Gazing at the cardboard box filled with disarray, Zhou Jinyu recognized the truth in his words. A tumultuous struggle engulfed her heart. With Yi Qingfeng unemployed and devoid of stable income, what path lay before her? Hesitation clouded her mind, leaving her uncertain of her choices. I have money. I will support Yi Qingfeng from now on, but he will no longer give you a single penny. You're free to leave now. Chi Yutong's voice rang out again, resolute and unyielding. Her alluring lips curled into a slight smirk, her eyes glinting with provocation. Upon hearing this, the last flicker of hope within Zhou Jinyu extinguished. She stared blankly at Yi Qingfeng and Chi Yutong, her lips quivering, ultimately opting to turn away. Her retreating figure embodied desolation and sorrow, as if she had been forsaken by the entire world. Let's discuss this now. Chi Yutong nonchalantly picked up the coffee cup from Yi Qingfeng's box, idly toying with it. Yi Qingfeng loathed this sensation. Chi Yutong's demeanor, one of complete control, filled him with profound discomfort, as if he were merely a puppet in her hands. This cup was given to me by Zhou Jinyu. It is a cremation cup, he suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Chi Yutong's expression froze, her eyes widening in shock as the memory of sipping coffee from that very cup flooded her mind, sending her stomach into a tumultuous upheaval. Suddenly, Chi Yutong clasped her mouth and dashed toward the restroom, the sound of her high heels echoing through the corridor with an almost jarring intensity. Yi Qingfeng observed her retreating figure, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. He relished the chance to toy with the self-important Chi Yutong, venting the pent-up frustration in his heart. Chapter 17. An invitation from Chi Yutong. Yi Qingfeng sat quietly at the coffee table, sunlight filtering through the window's crevice, casting dappled shadows upon his shoulders. He gently stirred the steaming cup of coffee in his hands, yet his gaze frequently darted toward the restroom, anticipating Chi Yutong's return. He was acutely aware that the series of peculiar and inscrutable behaviors exhibited by Chi Yutong that day undoubtedly concealed her ulterior motives, driven by basic social etiquette, and more so by an insatiable curiosity. He steeled himself to patiently listen to what Chi Yutong wished to convey. At last, Chi Yutong returned. Her once fair complexion now appeared as pale as parchment. Her furrowed brow seemed capable of crushing a fly, and her eyes revealed an endless discomfort. With but a fleeting glance, Qingfeng immediately discerned that Chi Yutong was likely in such distress that she felt as though her insides were churning violently. Upon her return, Chi Yutong didn't even take the time to smooth her slightly disheveled hair. She rushed toward Qingfeng's box like a tempest, her hands fervently rummaging through its contents, her eyes ablaze with fury. Qingfeng understood perfectly well that Chi Yutong's frantic demeanor was undoubtedly directed toward locating that troublesome coffee cup. However, he had swiftly hidden it behind him, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Chi Yutong's flustered state. "Where is the cup?" Chi Yutong halted her search, abruptly lifting her head, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Qingfeng, her voice sharp with anger. Her gaze pierced him like a blade, her conviction that he had deliberately concealed the cup unwavering. A smirk curved Qingfeng's lips, revealing a trace of mischievous satisfaction. Observing Chi Yutong's current disarray filled him with an inexplicable sense of exhilaration, especially after being thoroughly disgusted by Qingfeng and that detestable Chi Jun, leading him to instinctively categorize Chi Yutong as equally loathsome. Without warning, Chi Yutong seized Qingfeng's thumb with a grip as firm as a vice. Then, summoning every ounce of strength, she wrenched it backward. Taken completely off guard by this sudden onslaught, Qingfeng was struck by an excruciating pain that surged through his body like an electric shock, compelling him to cry out in agony. "Bring it out. Let me smash it." Chi Yutong's voice emerged from clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling threat. Her gaze was as resolute as iron, her expression so grave that there was no doubt about her determination. She was undeniably serious. Qingfeng's thumb was firmly ensnared in Chi Yutong's grasp, her strength seemingly capable of contorting steel. The force she unleashed exceeded Qingfeng's wildest imaginings. At that moment, he felt like prey firmly ensnared by a hunter, devoid of any means to resist. Pain surged like a tidal wave, beads of sweat instantaneously dotting Qingfeng's forehead, rolling down his cheeks as his face contorted in agony. Let go, it hurts terribly." "I was merely jesting. It's not an urn. It's a cup I bought on Pinduoduo for 25 each. Look at the bottom. It has the brand and the origin, Jingda. Qingfeng, abandoning all pretense, hastily retrieved the coffee cup from behind him and obediently handed it to Chi Yutong, his voice trembling with pain. Chi Yutong snatched the cup from him, swiftly turning it over to inspect its base. Indeed, the words Jingda were clearly stamped upon it, along with the relevant brand insignia. "Bring me your phone." Qingfeng understood that Chi Yutong intended to verify the order. He quickly fumbled with one hand to unlock his phone, then clumsily navigated to the order on Pinduoduo, trembling like a contrite child as he presented it to Chi Yutong. Chi Yutong took the phone, her gaze fixated on the details of the order, meticulously confirming it several times, before finally accepting that the coffee cup in her hand was indeed an ordinary item purchased from a discount platform, rather than a handcrafted piece or, heaven forbid, a chilling urn. She finally released her grip, which had felt like a vice, and Qingfeng, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily began to massage his nearly numb thumb with his other hand, muttering curses under his breath. Internally, he lamented the predicament. Despite her strikingly beautiful face, her tempestuous temperament was far more fearsome than a volcanic eruption. It was best to apply the adage of slipping away from this contentious place. With that thought, Qingfeng grabbed his cardboard box and attempted to flee as if for his life. However, just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly realized that his phone was still in Chi Yutong's possession. "My phone." He halted, turned around, and reached out, hoping to reclaim his device from her grasp. His eyes filled with urgency and helplessness. Yet, Chi Yutong seemed intent on teasing him, clutching the phone tightly, showing no inclination to return it. At that moment, Yi Qingfeng understood all too well that in today's society, being without a phone rendered one nearly immobile. From Chi Yutong's slightly provocative expression, he discerned the unavoidable reality that unless he engaged her in earnest conversation, he would not be retrieving his phone. With a resigned sigh, he reluctantly sat back down, his heart brimming with frustration and indignation. If you ever pull such a mindless prank again, I shall not let you off lightly. Chi Yutong's brows furrowed, her warning delivered with an intensity that could freeze steel. In the future? Yi Qingfeng pondered with skepticism. What future could possibly exist between them? Once he exited, they should, by all logic, diverge like two parallel lines, traversing their own separate paths, never to cross again. Chi Jun is my brother. We share the same father, but have different mothers. Yi Qingfeng listened quietly, his expression as placid as a still lake, as though Chi Yutong were recounting a tale wholly unrelated to him. He mused internally about the relevance of her words to his own life. Our father is the chairman of Ling Dong Technology. Chi Yutong stared intently into Yi Qingfeng's eyes, hoping to detect even the slightest flicker of emotion. However, she was met with disappointment, as his gaze remained as tranquil as a stagnant pond, devoid of any ripples. You were just humiliated by Qingfeng, akin to a wretched, drenched dog, unceremoniously cast aside. This statement detonated within Yi Qingfeng's heart like a bomb, instantly shrouding his face in shadows as flames of fury ignited in his eyes. He recalled the nauseatingly contemptuous attitudes of Qingfeng and Chi Jun, their scornful glares that seemed capable of piercing through flesh, and the cutting, derogatory words that had trampled his dignity beneath their feet. It felt as though a colossal weight had settled upon his chest, heavy and suffocating. This is all thanks to your divine assistance. Yi Qingfeng's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his words laced with profound irony. It was evident that he believed Chi Yutong was far from innocent. The fact that he and his 3 teammates were ruthlessly dismissed was undoubtedly a consequence for which Chi Yutong bore significant responsibility. I wish to invite you to Ling Dong Technology, Chi Yutong said, taking a deep breath, her expression earnest and sincere. Yi Qingfeng's face was a mask of disdain, internally mocking. Chi Jun is your brother. Am I to willingly walk into the lion's den and allow you to continue your rampant bullying? Why would I foolishly leap into your treacherous abyss, fraught with despair and darkness? Chapter 18. Yi Qingfeng seeks a dowry. I share no feelings for Chi Jun. In truth, we are rivals. Our father's health has deteriorated. He has been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Chi Yutong's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes betraying deep worry and helplessness. Her cherry-red lips trembled gently, as if each word she uttered carried the weight of endless sorrow. Yi Qingfeng instantly comprehended the cruel drama of the aristocracy vying for heirs. Though the elite world appeared dreamlike and beautiful, the internal strife and enmity often surpassed imagination, with life and death being the norm. He mused internally, observing how, in those court dramas, princes battled for the throne, devoid of any fraternal affection. Each was ruthless and unscrupulous, intent solely on eliminating the other. With only 3 months left, Yi Qingfeng had no desire to be ensnared in such a convoluted and perilous vortex. He pondered the futility of wading through this murky water in his brief and regret-laden existence. What could he possibly gain? I can help you reclaim your dignity and erase the shame they have cast upon you today. Do you not wish to see Chi Jun stripped of everything, lying on the ground, allowing you to trample over him? And what of Qingfeng? Do you not yearn to defeat him, to make him truly savor the taste of failure? Chi Yutong's words were urgent and enticing, her exquisite face flushed with excitement, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with fervent light. Truthfully, Yi Qingfeng felt a slight stir within him, as if gently prodded, creating ripples in his heart. After all, who would not wish to avenge past humiliations and make those who once belittled them taste bitter defeat? Yet he quickly regained his composure, forcefully suppressing that moment of temptation. I want you to marry me, Chi Yutong declared. Although her tone was calm, her slender fingers intertwined nervously, betraying her inner tension. How could this be possible? Yi Qingfeng's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. His ears buzzed, as if the entire world had paused at that moment. He questioned whether he was hallucinating. An inconspicuous individual could not fathom why such a stunning beauty, a paragon of grace and allure, would make such a proposal. After all, they had only known each other for a few hours, having merely met for the second time. "What did you just say?" Qingfeng instinctively inquired, his heart racing uncontrollably, akin to a drum beating in haste. "I wish to marry you," Chi Yutong reiterated resolutely, her gaze fixed intently on Qingfeng, her eyes reflecting a hint of determination. "Why?" Qingfeng confirmed he had not misheard. He was utterly perplexed by the intentions of this esteemed young lady. His mind raced to uncover a plausible explanation. "This is a condition set forth by my father. Within 3 days, I must find a suitable son-in-law, so that I may remain in the Chi family forever." A flicker of reluctance crossed Chi Yutong's eyes, yet was overshadowed by her steadfastness. Her pristine white teeth gently bit her lower lip, as if suppressing an inner turmoil. "Must our children bear the surname Chi?" Qingfeng found himself asking, bewildered by his own audacity, immediately regretting his words. He pondered how he could possibly assume the role of son-in-law. He had 3 months to marry Chi Yutong. How could he burden her with such a fate? Wouldn't he that render her a widow right after their marriage? He inwardly chastised himself for his impulsive inquiry. What a preposterous question to pose. "What are you thinking?" Chi Yutong's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, filled with indignation, as she wondered how this man could be so far removed from reality. "Didn't you mention marriage and a son-in-law?" Qingfeng was thoroughly confounded, his brows knitted tightly. "I do wish to marry you, but that is merely to placate my father. What we are to be is a contractual couple, not a true marriage. We have only just met. How can we be a genuine husband and wife?" "What are you thinking?" Chi Yutong retorted, her delicate nostrils flaring slightly, clearly exasperated by Qingfeng's naivety. Qingfeng finally grasped Chi Yutong's intent. A contractual couple. He had encountered such a concept in dramas, but never imagined it existed in reality. The notion struck him as exceedingly novel. Suddenly, Qingfeng recalled that throughout his brief existence, he had never had a wife, which felt like a significant loss. He had witnessed, in his childhood, the plight of unmarried individuals in the countryside who, upon passing, could not exit through the door but had to be unceremoniously lifted out through a window. Though he never understood the reasoning behind this, it had etched a deep impression in his heart, instilling a profound fear of dying unmarried, a truly tragic fate. Perhaps marrying Chi Yutong, even as a contractual couple, could lessen the regrets in my life. He mused silently, his internal scales gradually tipping towards agreement. His gaze solidified with determination, as if he had arrived at a monumental decision. "I shall not treat you poorly. Should you consent to be my contractual husband, I will appoint you as the technical director of Lingdong Technology. Once I assume control of the entire company, you shall become the general manager," Chi Yutong proclaimed, her tone imbued with confidence and certainty. "Will there be a betrothal gift?" "What?" Chi Yutong was momentarily baffled. "I mean, since you are marrying me, will you provide a betrothal gift?" Qingfeng stated earnestly, a hint of stubbornness and anticipation gracing his features. This time, Chi Yutong listened intently, her laughter bubbling forth in response to Qingfeng's words. Qingfeng was not jesting. He genuinely anticipated receiving a dowry, believing it might afford him the opportunity for treatment. Previously, he had been unable to seek help due to financial constraints, but circumstances had changed. If he could secure a dowry, there might still be a glimmer of hope for his survival. Chapter 19. The bed agreement. Chi Yutong's smile dissipated like mist in the face of a sudden chill, for she saw with utmost clarity that Qingfeng was indeed serious. His earnest expression seemed etched upon his face. In that moment, Chi Yutong felt she had gained a deeper understanding of Qingfeng. Yet this revelation stirred a tangle of emotions within her, for she was taken aback by his avarice. A soft sigh escaped her lips, as if a wisp of smoke emanated from the depths of her heart. Still, she was not surprised by his demeanor. Glancing around the opulent CF, adorned with exquisite chandeliers casting a gentle glow, She pondered, who among those around her was not similarly driven by greed? The sycophants who usually surrounded her, were they not all motivated by their own interests? How much dowry do you desire? Chi Yutong asked earnestly, her voice resonating softly in the tranquil CAF. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze imbued with a complex array of emotions. As she uttered these words, her heart raced, uncertain of what figure Yi Qingfeng would propose. Now, it was Yi Qingfeng who hesitated. His eyes fell to the coffee cup before him, the dark liquid reflecting his inner turmoil. Rapid thoughts raced through his mind. He was unsure of the value he could bring to Chi Yutong, especially given his limited time of 3 months. Nevertheless, he held a measure of confidence in his own skills and had a fair understanding of Lingdong technology. He extended 3 fingers, feeling a flutter of apprehension, uncertain whether Chi Yutong would acquiesce. His fingers trembled slightly, as if they bore the weight of his heavy fate. Chi Yutong narrowed her eyes, a wave of discontent rising within her. She thought, how audacious could he be? Was it 3 million? Her tone had turned icy, laced with a hint of accusation. 3 million? She queried, her voice as chilling as the winter wind, sending shivers down one's spine. Her gaze bore down on Yi Qingfeng, as if seeking the truth etched upon his face. Yi Qingfeng shook his head, sensing Chi Yutong's reaction, which only heightened his own anxiety. He understood that his request might provoke her displeasure, yet he too had his own hardships. His throat constricted as if he wished to articulate something, but the words eluded him. A surge of anger welled up within Chi Yutong. This man had the audacity to demand 30 million? Did he comprehend the magnitude of that sum? With that amount, he could be buried in luxury while lying there. Her expression darkened, her eyes revealing her fury and disappointment. She found Yi Qingfeng's greed utterly intolerable, questioning how she could have encountered such a covetous individual. Her fingers gripped the coffee cup tightly, as if she might shatter it with her resolve. 300,000 ISNT excessive, is it? Yi Qingfeng noticed that Chi Yutong's expression had turned quite grim, yet he hesitated before speaking. He detested discussions about money, well aware that such topics could strain relationships. His mother and Zhou Jinyu were prime examples of this. As he uttered his words, his heart brimmed with helplessness and anxiety, uncertain of how Chi Yutong would respond. A flicker of hope lingered in his gaze. Chi Yutong felt her anger flare up swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. She thought to herself that 300,000 was still acceptable, considering her monthly allowance surpassed that amount. To her, 300,000 was merely the cost of a few designer handbags or a handful of clothing items. With a refreshing candor, she replied, 300,000 is fine. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, instantly alleviating the tension in the air. Yi Qingfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. To him, that sum was akin to a lifeline. He gazed at Chi Yutong with gratitude, his heart swelling with hope. He resolved to work diligently, striving to create greater value for her, ensuring that she felt the 300,000 was a worthy investment in him. Yi Qingfeng felt the need to comprehend the dynamics between Chi Yutong and Chi Jun. He understood the wisdom of maintaining a respectful distance and did not wish to foolishly assist Chi Yutong against her brother, only to find himself caught in the crossfire of familial bonds. Could you share the details of your relationship with Chi Jun? He inquired cautiously, his eyes reflecting curiosity and concern. His voice was gentle, akin to a soft breeze, careful not to disturb the sensitive depths of Chi Yutong's heart. Suddenly, Chi Yutong's countenance darkened profoundly, as though something had pierced her heart. She felt as if an old scar had been ripped open, raw and painful. Her eyes betrayed her anguish and helplessness. Chi Jun's mother is the mistress, she said through gritted teeth, her gaze filled with disdain and fury. A tremor laced her voice, as if she were suppressing a storm within. Yi Qingfeng erupted into laughter, a mouthful of coffee spewing forth, the dark liquid tracing an arc through the air, splattering onto Chi Yutong's coffee cup and her delicate hand. He found the situation utterly absurd, never expecting Chi Yutong to utter such words. In a flurry, he retrieved several napkins, grasping her smooth, tender hand to wipe it clean. Chi Yutong stared at Yi Qingfeng in shock. Since childhood, she had harbored a strong aversion to being touched by others. Those who dared to hold her hand often faced her swift retribution. for she was a 6th-degree black belt in karate. Yet, in this moment, she felt neither anger nor disgust, but rather an unfamiliar sensation blossoming within her. Conflicted and bewildered, she could not fathom why she reacted this way to Qingfeng. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Beneath his touch, her delicate skin seemed to tingle with electricity. "I'm so sorry. I apologize," he said, calling the waiter over for another cup of coffee, his eyes brimming with regret and unease. "What is so amusing? Did you really find it that funny?" Chi Yutong asked, her expression a mixture of confusion and discontent. A hint of accusation laced her voice, as if demanding a reasonable explanation from Qingfeng. Qingfeng chuckled once more, albeit this time with his hand covering his mouth. Chi Yutong, feeling a flicker of indignation, endeavored to suppress her rising anger, fully aware of the terrifying consequences her fury could unleash. Her eyes betrayed a tempest of frustration and helplessness, perplexed by Qingfeng's laughter, as she felt her dignity had been grievously wounded. Her fingers clenched into tight fists, as if she were striving valiantly to contain her emotions. Eventually, Qingfeng quelled his laughter, taking note of Chi Yutong's dismal countenance, which stirred a sense of guilt within him. He recognized that his actions were somewhat inappropriate and that he ought to honor Chi Yutong's feelings. A glimmer of contrition shone in his gaze, as if silently beseeching her forgiveness. "I sincerely apologize for my inability to restrain myself. Chi Jun is your brother, and it stands to reason that your mother must have known your father first, correct?" Qingfeng insinuated that Chi Yutong's mother was, in fact, the mistress. His eyes brimmed with curiosity and uncertainty, yearning to uncover the truth, while his tone was laced with caution, mindful not to further provoke her ire. "My mother was the first to know my father, and she is his legitimate wife, the primary spouse. Chi Jun's mother is the mistress," Chi Yutong replied, her expression as frigid as ice, her eyes radiating a chilling resolve. Her tone was unwavering and detached as she articulated her statement without room for dispute. Qingfeng ceased his mirth, acutely aware that Chi Yutong was genuinely incensed. Observing her demeanor, he sensed that she might readily hurl that freshly served cup of coffee at him, and he recalled that it was steaming hot. A wave of unease and apprehension washed over him. Chi Yutong's expression softened slightly, for Qingfeng's inquiry echoed questions posed by others before. Her heart was heavy with resignation and reflection, feeling as though her familial troubles had devolved into mere fodder for idle gossip. A faint sigh escaped her lips, laden with exhaustion and helplessness. "My parents entered into a marriage of convenience, orchestrated by my grandfather. My father harbored no affection for my mother. At that time, my maternal grandfather's company faced dire straits, compelling my mother to acquiesce to this union. You've seen Chi Jun. My father is exactly as you perceive him, a debauchee with little capability, let alone any acumen for business. It was my mother who, following my grandfather's passing, managed the Chi family enterprise. She is a commercial prodigy, having transformed our labor-intensive traditional business into a high-tech, value-added enterprise within a few years. Lingdong Technology is her brainchild. While my mother devoted herself to the family's business, my father was preoccupied with his extramarital escapades, frolicking with his mistress. Chi Jun was born under such circumstances. My father audaciously claimed he was fulfilling his duty to carry on the lineage of the Chi family. Later, my grandfather took Chi Jun back, for he was a boy, while his mother, who eked out a living selling liquor in bars, was ruthlessly expelled by my grandfather. He would never allow such a woman to cross the threshold, as it would tarnish the family name. My grandfather imposed restrictions on my father, forbidding him from engaging in any reckless behavior. Consequently, my father had no choice but to remain at home, and thus I was conceived." Chi Yutong's voice was steeped in resignation and reflection, her gaze revealing profound anguish and disappointment. She felt a deep sense of misfortune regarding her family and an overwhelming pity for her mother. Her fingers gently traced the rim of the coffee cup, the delicate sensation seemingly offering solace to her wounded soul. Qingfeng finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. His heart brimmed with sympathy and reflection. He perceived the complexities of Chi Yutong's family issues, recognizing the difficulties she must endure within such a household. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if lost in contemplation. My mother fell ill 3 years ago and, after a year of struggle, departed this world. Lingdong Technology is managed by my father, and presently, it is merely subsisting on the remnants of my mother's earnings. My father is utterly incapable of running the company. Now, as the business teeters on the brink of collapse, he feigns illness, leaving me and Chi Jun to manage affairs while he shirks responsibility. That's just how he is, lacking any sense of duty. Chi Yutong's tone was laden with helplessness and disappointment, her gaze revealing profound pain and confusion. She stared out the window at the bustling street below, teeming with life, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. And his health? Qingfeng inuited cautiously, concern and worry evident in his eyes. His voice was as gentle as a feather, fearful of reopening Chi Yutong's emotional wounds. There are some issues, but nothing fatal. He squandered his health and his youth through reckless living. As she spoke, Chi Yutong cast a disdainful glance in Qingfeng's direction. He felt an inexplicable tension surge within him, pondering the meaning behind her gaze. What was she insinuating? He was not like her father. He was innocent of such misconduct. Contemplating this, Qingfeng's mood soured again. At 26, he had never experienced a genuine romantic relationship. He sighed, reflecting on a years wasted, failing to see through Zhou Jinyu's facade of superiority. For years, he believed he had discovered a treasure, only to realize it was merely a pile of refuse. Gazing into his coffee, he suddenly lost his appetite for it. Its hue reminded him too much of Zhou Jinyu. How lamentable it was to squander such precious youth. His heart was heavy with regret and resignation, perceiving his life as a failure. His fingers lightly tapped on the coffee cup, the crisp sound echoing his inner discontent. But who does your father intend to entrust the company to? This was the question that weighed most heavily on Qingfeng's mind. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity, eager to discern Chi Yutong's perspective. His voice bore a hint of urgency, as if he were in pursuit of truth. Of course, it's meant for his worthless son, yet he is painfully aware that his son is even less capable than he is. He expects me to follow in my mother's footsteps, to toil for him and his son, while they simply wait to reap the rewards. Chi Yutong's voice brimmed with anger and helplessness, her gaze reflecting her anguish and uncertainty. She felt adrift, uncertain of her future. Her fingers tightened around the coffee cup, as if she might shatter it with her grip. And you? Qingfeng asked delicately, his concern and worry palpable in his eyes. Of course, I refuse. I'm not foolish. Thus, my father has imposed stringent conditions. If I wish to take the helm of Lingdong Technology, I must secure a son-in-law within 3 days and rectify the company situation within a month. Only then will I be granted 51% equity, achieving absolute control. Chi Yutong's tone was resolute and cold, her gaze radiating confidence and determination. She felt an unwavering resolve to seize control of the company, refusing to allow her mother's hard-earned legacy to fall into the hands of others. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce light, as if declaring war on fate. However, Qingfeng hesitated, his expression laden with concern and doubt. A hint of uncertainty tinged his voice as he pondered the feasibility of this plan. Are you worried that my father's words are not to be trusted? Chi Yutong discerned Qingfeng. He nodded, his heart heavy with apprehension. He was unsure whether to believe Chi Yutong, perceiving the situation as complex and fraught with uncertainties. His fingers gently caressed the rim of his coffee cup, the delicate sensation offering no solace to his inner turmoil. We have signed a betting agreement, which holds legal validity. Qingfeng was previously unaware that such arrangements could be made. The world of the affluent was truly beyond his comprehension, leaving him filled with introspection. Chapter 20. Reaching an accord. Qingfeng, we shall also sign an agreement. Chi Yutong fixed her gaze intently upon him, her eyes ablaze, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. With a slight lift of her chin, she spoke with unwavering conviction. If you assist me in winning the betting agreement and securing control of Lingdong Technology, I will offer you shares and a post-tax monthly salary of 50,000. Within Chi Yutong's heart, A fervent flame burned brightly. She understood the significance of Lingdong technology. It was the fruit of her mother's relentless labor, now deteriorating under her father's management. She must reclaim control, and Qingfeng was the key to achieving this goal. She scrutinized his expression, hoping to catch a glimpse of surprise and desire. However, Qingfeng's reaction left her profoundly disappointed. His face remained impassive, devoid of any flicker of emotion. Chi Yutong felt a wave of unexpected bewilderment. She could not fathom why he remained indifferent to such alluring terms. Did he harbor ulterior motives? Or did he doubt her ability to fulfill her promises? Biting her lip tightly, Chi Yutong was engulfed by a sense of frustration. She refused to relinquish her pursuit. She must persuade Qingfeng to acquiesce to her request. Qingfeng silently regarded Chi Yutong, yet his heart remained untouched. He was acutely aware that his life was drawing to a close, rendering material possessions utterly meaningless. His singular thought was to accomplish something meaningful within his limited time. "Why did you seek me out?" Qingfeng's voice shattered the silence. This was the question that truly concerned him. A hint of suspicion and vigilance danced in his eyes, as he struggled to comprehend why Chi Yutong had chosen him. To him, he was merely an ordinary technician, lacking any distinctive qualities. Chi Yutong was momentarily taken aback, but she swiftly composed herself and replied earnestly, "What I value most is your expertise. In the 2 years under my father's management, many of the truly skilled employees at Lingdong Technology have departed. Presently, the primary products of Lingdong Technology were developed during my mother's tenure. As you are aware, electronic products evolve at a breakneck pace. My father relies on past successes while simultaneously reducing investment in research and development. If this continues, Lingdong Technology will soon face ruin." Reflecting on her childhood days at Lingdong Technology, when her mother was still present and the company brimming with vitality and innovation, she felt a profound sense of loss. She gazed at Qingfeng, her eyes filled with anticipation, hoping he could comprehend her predicament. Qingfeng nodded silently, fully agreeing with Chi Yutong's assessment. The current plight of Lingdong Technology was indeed dire. If the situation persisted, closure would merely be a matter of time. "I came to Chi Yu Technology today because Chi Jun mentioned the potential for collaboration between our two companies, a possibility of mutual benefit. My father was persuaded by him, yet remained apprehensive. Thus, he sent me to observe. Little did I expect to uncover such a treasure." Chi Yutong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had truly discovered an invaluable gem. Her voice rose slightly, imbued with a hint of eagerness and joy. Qingfeng regarded Chi Yutong, whose gaze resembled that of a hunter spotting its prey. Yet, the term treasure she used made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as her demeanor carried an undertone of seduction. He furrowed his brow slightly, feeling discomfited, and his gaze lingered on her momentarily before quickly averting, as if evading something. Concerned that Qingfeng remained unmoved, Chi Yutong sensed it was time to employ her greatest asset, her allure as an attractive woman. She raised her chin slightly, revealing a captivating smile that blossomed like a flower in spring, radiant and enchanting. She was acutely aware of the impact her appearance could wield. Indeed, for a fleeting moment, Qingfeng was entranced. Chi Yutong before him was more beautiful than Zhou Jinyu, and her demeanor exuded far greater charm. As a normal man, how could he remain indifferent? His heart raced involuntarily, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his gaze. "I observed that when Qingfeng proposed your dismissal, all the research personnel at Chi Yu Technology appeared deeply distressed. I understand it is not merely a matter of your popularity. They are reluctant to lose you because your skills are exceptional. If you were to leave, they would be left without anyone to resolve their challenges, particularly those few supervisors, whose expressions mirrored profound grief." Chi Yutong's words were laden with recognition of Qingfeng's talents. Everyone possesses their own sources of pride, and Chi Yutong's remarks greatly resonated with Qingfeng. He found himself smiling internally, appreciating the accuracy of her description. The current sentiments of those supervisors indeed paralleled that of someone mourning a loss. "Having said so much, have you reached a decision?" Chi Yutong gazed at Yi Qingfeng with hopeful anticipation. I shall bring along my 3 companions to join Lingdong Technology. Yi Qingfeng proposed the final condition. Very well. Lingdong Technology is indeed in need of personnel. If you believe they will be proficient, I can recruit them all. Chi Yutong readily agreed, her gaze imbued with unwavering determination, as if nothing could impede her pursuit of her aspirations. And there are no issues. By the way, when shall I receive the betrothal gifts? Yi Qingfeng's words rendered Chi Yutong speechless. She could not fathom why this man before her was so fixated on the betrothal gifts. We shall provide them, naturally, once we register our marriage. Then let us draft an agreement now. There is no problem. We shall proceed to register our marriage. Chi Yutong declared decisively. Now, Yi Qingfeng was taken aback by her urgency. My father has granted me 3 days. Yi Qingfeng pondered why there was such haste if it was a matter of 3 days. Today is the last day. Chi Yutong's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. Chapter 21. Marriage. The two immediately commenced drafting the agreement in a quaint CF, where the ambience was serene, the lighting soft, and soothing melodies floated through the air. Chi Yutong retrieved an exquisite fountain pen from her bag, placing it gently upon the table. She furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze focused and resolute as she began to inscribe the document with great care. Each character seemed to be penned after considerable contemplation, her strokes vigorous and fluid. Yi Qingfeng sat across from her, arms crossed, observing her earnest demeanor, curiosity and intrigue bubbling within him. Chi Yutong appeared to have prepared in advance, or perhaps even premeditated this. Her demeanor suggested it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. The terms of the marriage contract were predominantly established by Chi Yutong. Her mind operated like a high-speed machine, meticulously weighing each clause she had previously envisioned, her pen gliding swiftly across the paper, each line of clear text coming to life. Yi Qingfeng remained silently observant, occasionally posing a question, only to be promptly countered by Chi Yutong's logical reasoning. She patiently elucidated the rationale behind each stipulation. Eventually, Chi Yutong pushed the agreement towards Yi Qingfeng, inviting his review. Yi Qingfeng scrutinized the document, finding it to be sound and reasonable. Nearby, there was a printing service. Chi Yutong and Yi Qingfeng entered with the written agreement. Before long, 2 printed copies of the agreement lay before them. Chi Yutong meticulously re-examined the contract, her focus unwavering, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Once satisfied, she handed the pen to Yi Qingfeng, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Yi Qingfeng hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately signed his name and affixed his seal. Chi Yutong followed suit without hesitation, her actions brisk and decisive, reflecting her resolve and determination. She handed 1 copy of the agreement to Yi Qingfeng, who accepted it, suddenly feeling as if he had signed a bond of servitude. Gazing at the document in his hands, a wave of regret washed over him. He could have contentedly received the 100,000 compensation and spent his final 3 months in ease. Yet here he was, deceived into signing an agreement by this woman. Yi Qingfeng pondered for a moment and concluded that marrying this beautiful woman would not be a loss. It would not render his existence in this world futile. Now that he was to be a husband, there was no need for him to live in despair. Let us go. There is still time this morning. Shall we proceed with the registration? Do you have your household registration book? The voice of Chi Yutong interrupted Yi Qingfeng's thoughts. The household registration book was conveniently located in the box before him, and he quickly retrieved it. His heart raced with a hint of anxiety, his fingers trembling slightly. After all, this was a significant event in his life. How could he not be apprehensive? Chi Yutong also took out her household registration book from her bag, and Yi Qingfeng immediately discerned that she had been well prepared. He felt a twinge of curiosity. Had she intended to marry someone else had she not encountered him? It seemed that Chi Yutong perceived his inner musings. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she confessed, I had a dream last night about getting married, and I have a premonition that today will be extraordinary. Yi Qingfeng inwardly scoffed. I believe that like I believe in ghosts. Dreams are mere fabrications, aren't they? Chi Yutong drove them to the marriage registration office, her focus unwavering, while Yi Qingfeng's heart brimmed with trepidation. As he gazed out at the fleeting scenery, A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. The pedestrians on the street hurried past, and the vehicles flowed incessantly, yet he felt ignorant of the momentous occasion that awaited him. With a steadfast and composed demeanor, Chi Yutong navigated the road, as if everything lay within her control. At last, they completed the paperwork just before the morning's end. "We are fortunate to have finished the marriage registration in the morning," Chi Yutong remarked, exuding a sense of relief. A faint smile of satisfaction graced her face, as though she had accomplished a monumental task. Qingfeng held the marriage certificate in his hands, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. Was this truly how one of life's significant milestones concluded? So hastily? Confusion and bewilderment enveloped him. The photograph on the certificate appeared foreign, as if he were gazing upon someone else's narrative. Chi Yutong sent him her address, saying, "This is my home. Join me tonight to meet my parents. There's no need for you to prepare anything. I will take care of it all. Just come." Qingfeng felt a headache brewing. He would have to meet her parents? Yet, he barely knew Chi Yutong, let alone her family. An unease settled within him, and his fingers instinctively massaged his temples. He was uncertain how to face Chi Yutong's family. Also, have those individuals come to the company tomorrow to complete their onboarding procedures. Chi Yutong's decisive manner of working illuminated for Qingfeng why her father held her in such high regard. "My husband, where are you off to now?" Chi Yutong's voice was gentle and sweet. "I will return to my rental to drop off my things," Qingfeng replied, his tone somewhat subdued. "You do not own your own house." Chi Yutong looked at him with a hint of curiosity. She was aware that, as a supervisor at Chi Yu Technology, his salary should suffice for a down payment and monthly mortgage payments. Qingfeng felt a flush of embarrassment. He was nothing more than a sycophant, naturally devoid of assets. Fortunately, Chi Yutong did not press further. "Now that we are married, we must live together," Chi Yutong stated with unwavering determination. Qingfeng was taken aback. Their union was a contractual marriage, not a genuine partnership. Was cohabitation truly advisable? Moreover, was it necessary? His heart was laden with hesitation and unease. His fingers gently drummed against his knee as he contemplated the ramifications of this decision. Chi Yutong discerned Qingfeng's uncertainty and immediately grasped the thoughts swirling in his mind. "Soon, I shall take the reins of Lingdong Technology, and both of us will inevitably find ourselves under public scrutiny, with every action attracting attention. We have already registered our marriage. If we do not cohabit, it would incite speculation from the outside world." Little did Qingfeng comprehend such intricacies. He was but an ordinary individual, devoid of the experiences of a public figure. "I will send you my location and the access code to my home. Move in this afternoon," Chi Yutong stated, already transmitting the coordinates and the door code. Qingfeng had no intention of vacating his current residence. As he understood, he was residing in Chi Yutong's property. Should she become displeased, she might very well evict him in the dead of night. He recalled a video he had seen on Douyin, where a boy was coerced by his girlfriend to strip completely in the street, even removing his socks, simply because the clothes he wore had been purchased by her. Resolute in his decision, he thought it would only be 3 months. Perhaps it was wise to maintain a sanctuary for himself. His heart brimmed with vigilance and trepidation. Qingfeng responded perfunctorily and sent Chi Yutong the location of his rental. Chi Yutong drove him swiftly to his abode. With other matters to attend to, she departed shortly after he alighted. Once back in his rental, Qingfeng set his belongings down, enveloped by a sense of confusion and disorientation. The room appeared somewhat chaotic, and as he surveyed his luggage, he was at a loss for where to commence tidying up, uncertain of what the future held for him and how to navigate this abrupt marriage. He was interrupted by a call from Zhongling's boss. "Why haven't you arrived yet? We're going out for dinner. Hurry up," she urged. "There has been a change of plans," Qingfeng replied. "What now?" Lin Wei's anxious voice came through the line. "I've secured a job for you. We start the onboarding process at Lingdong Technology tomorrow." Chapter 22. Zhou Jinyu seeks confirmation with a sense of urgency. Qingfeng soon arrived at their usual dining establishment. As he pushed open the heavy glass door, he was immediately enveloped by a medley of aromas from the hot pot and a lively atmosphere. The restaurant, modestly decorated yet exuding warmth, headlights that cast a perfect glow over each table, creating a cozy and cheerful ambience. Zhongling, Lin Wei, and Wu Jiang were already seated by the window, their table laden with a delightful array of dishes. Succulent slices of beef were neatly arranged on a platter, their rich color enticing. Vibrant green vegetables looked as though they had just been plucked from the field, and various meatballs, round and glistening, radiated an alluring sheen. Clearly, they had meticulously chosen the dishes, each selected according to their collective tastes. Qingfeng slowly took a seat at the empty place, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. Despite having shared many years with Zhou Jinyu under the same roof, she remained utterly unaware of his culinary preferences. Yet, he was well aware of all the delicacies that Zhou Jinyu adored. This, perhaps, epitomizes the lament of a devoted admirer. He silently sighed within, reminiscing about the myriad moments they had shared. Each time they dined out, he would invariably prioritize Zhou Jinyu's preferences, ordering the dishes she cherished. Conversely, it seemed she had never shown concern for his own tastes. He couldn't help but question whether all his years of dedication were truly worthwhile. Qingfeng pondered that Zhou Jinyu's agreement to cohabit with him might merely stem from her desire to save on rent while relishing the kindness he extended towards her. In her heart, what did he truly represent? Perhaps nothing at all. A flicker of confusion and despondency flashed in Qingfeng's eyes. "Boss, you have no idea how opulent Wu Jiao's family is. He is a concealed, affluent individual," Zhongling remarked with a face full of envy, her eyes shimmering with admiration. She fixated on Wu Jiao, as if trying to discern the traces of wealth that adorned him. Her heart brimmed with awe and envy regarding Wu Jiao's affluent background, while simultaneously feeling a tinge of disappointment in her own ordinariness. She recalled her daily struggles for survival, contrasting it with Wu Jiao's effortless possession of everything. Zhongling bit her lips slightly, internally lamenting the inequities of fate. Low-key, just somewhat ordinary, Wu Jiao feigned modesty. But the subtle upward curve of his lips and the unmistakable gleam of pride in his eyes betrayed him. Qingfeng understood that Zhongling was likely taken aback by Wu Jiao's duplex. To be precise, she was astounded. Given the current property prices, he surmised that Wu Jiao's duplex must be worth nearly 10 million. A common individual, after a lifetime of hard work, would scarcely accumulate enough to purchase such a dwelling. Reflecting on this, Qingfeng couldn't help but feel the unjustness of fate, recognizing that some were born with riches that others could only aspire to attain through a lifetime of toil. A hint of resignation flickered in his gaze, though it soon returned to tranquility. "Boss, did you say that Lingdong Technology has found us a job?" Lin Wei inquired eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. Employment was of paramount importance to him, as it directly influenced his life and future. His heart was a tumultuous blend of eagerness and trepidation, uncertain if this job was indeed as promising as his superior had suggested. He fixed his gaze intently on Qingfeng, his eyes brimming with hope and anxiety. Memories of his past, filled with relentless job hunting, flooded back, leaving him weary. Now, with his boss announcing a new opportunity, he felt a glimmer of hope illuminating the horizon. Indeed, boss, how could things have changed so swiftly? Zhongling had initially planned to spend each day in Wu Jiao's kitchen, preparing delightful meals for Qingfeng. She had heard that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She envisioned that being together with Qingfeng daily would be a most splendid affair. Earlier, at Wu Jiao's home, she gazed at the exquisite kitchenware, her heart brimming with anticipation and dreams, imagining herself cooking for Qingfeng, meticulously selecting ingredients and pouring her heart into every dish. Zhongling envisioned Qingfeng's delighted expression as he savored her culinary creations, filling her heart with bliss. The corners of her mouth curled upward, as if she could already glimpse the beautiful future that awaited them. "Oh, I chanced upon a senior executive from Lingdong Technology, who expressed her desire for me to join her in overseeing the research and development department of the company. I acquiesced, proposing to bring my companions along." Qingfeng spoke calmly, fully aware that his decision was not solely for his own benefit, but also for the few loyal individuals who had stood by him. His heart brimmed with a profound sense of responsibility. He could not allow his devoted friends to find themselves in distress. They had lost their jobs today, entirely due to his circumstances. "Boss, you are too kind to us." Zhongling seized the moment to express her emotions, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. Her heart swelled with admiration and affection for Qingfeng, her reliance on him growing ever stronger. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered a leader like him, who consistently considered their well-being during pivotal moments. Lin Wei, who had been anxious, finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He exhaled deeply. The weight on his heart lifted at last. Suddenly, he perceived life as truly beautiful, with new employment prospects and a future brimming with hope. His eyes sparkled with joy, and a radiant smile illuminated his face as he began to envision the new working environment and future developments, fueled by motivation. Wu Jiao maintained an indifferent demeanor, as though all of this had no bearing on him. This was expected by Qingfeng. Wu Jiao came from a well-off family and did not feel an urgent need for work. Leaning back in his chair, he observed the others with a calm and composed expression, perhaps pondering that these events were merely minor interludes in his life, with a multitude of choices and opportunities ahead. "Are we still taking on projects?" Zhongling inquired, her heart torn between the anticipation of new work and the reluctance to forfeit existing income opportunities. Her eyes reflected both eagerness and hesitation, caught in a dilemma. "Of course, but that would require you to work on them after hours in your spare time." Qingfeng insisted on ensuring they had a backup plan, concerned that, after his departure in 3 months, they might still face the risk of unemployment. "Boss, what shall we drink?" Zhongling asked with great delight, her eyes shining with anticipation. She mused that if Qingfeng were to indulge, perhaps there might be an opportunity for something more between them. Upon learning of her dismissal earlier that day, she genuinely feared the prospect of parting ways with Qingfeng, worrying she might never have another chance to be together. Later, when Qingfeng proposed they take on projects online, Zhongling was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as though she had regained something precious. With everyone now headed to Lingdong Technology together, how could she not be elated? Her heart overflowed with joy and exhilaration, as if a bright future beckoned to her. A radiant smile adorned her face, and her eyes sparkled with the light of hope. While Qingfeng and Chi Yutong discussed a contractual marriage in a CF, Zhou Jinyu had not left. She was concealed across the street, intently watching them. Her heart was rife with doubt and jealousy, unable to fathom how a woman, more beautiful and seemingly of higher status than herself, could possibly be interested in Qingfeng. She scrutinized them closely, her gaze filled with confusion and resentment. She incessantly questioned in her mind, how could this be? Qingfeng is merely an ordinary man. How could he possess such remarkable fortune? Was I impulsive just now? Has Qingfeng truly lost his job? Am I being deceived by him? Is it possible that Qingfeng does not wish to spend money on me, resorting to elaborate theatrics to dishearten me? Her heart was rife with contradictions and unease, and her doubts regarding Qingfeng deepened. She bit her lip, torn by her tumultuous thoughts. How did Qingfeng come to know so much? Was it really the watch that Yuna smashed that disclosed this to him? Apart from this possibility, Zhou Jinyu could not conceive of another explanation. She held no suspicions about Luli, for Luli was not nearly as lecherous as Yuna. Zhou Jinyu had to concede that Qingfeng was indeed handsome, fitting the type she found appealing. However, her affection for wealth and the security it provided overshadowed her attraction to him. Qingfeng's sudden departure instilled a profound sense of crisis within Zhou Jinyu. The meager thousands she earned each month were utterly insufficient to sustain her current lifestyle, let alone support her mother. The thought of her mother alone caused her a headache. She was overwhelmed by helplessness and pressure, uncertain of how to confront the future. Watching Qingfeng leave with Chi Yutong, her heart was heavy with loss and anxiety. After Qingfeng's departure, she re-entered Chi Yu Technology and encountered the same security guard. "Hello, has Qingfeng truly lost his job?" Zhou Jinyu initially considered using the term fired, but opted for a softer phrasing. Her heart was a tumult of apprehension and anticipation, yearning for a denial. Her eyes sparkled with tension as she fixed her gaze on the guard. The guard nodded. Our access control system has already deleted Yi Qingfeng and his 3 team members' information. Zhou Jinyu was taken aback. Both Yi Qingfeng and his team had indeed been dismissed. It seemed that Yi Qingfeng was genuinely unemployed. Even if she wished to reconcile with him, it was now futile, as he no longer had any financial means. Disappointment and helplessness flooded her heart, as if she had lost her last glimmer of hope. She stood there, dazed, her eyes clouded with confusion and despair. Chapter 23. Meeting the parents after enjoying a sumptuous meal, the group slowly made their way to Wu Jiao's home. Upon stepping into the abode, though Yi Qingfeng had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the opulent decor, momentarily rendered speechless. In the spacious and bright hall, a massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling like a constellation of stars, casting a soft yet dazzling glow. The floor was adorned with thick imported carpets, yielding a sensation akin to walking on clouds. Priceless art pieces embellished the walls, infusing the space with an air of elegance. Wu Jiao's father was a developer, and this community had been constructed by him. Zhong Ling's voice brimmed with envy. Her eyes sparkled as she introduced Yi Qingfeng while lamenting. I truly envy Wu Jiao for having such a family. Yi Qingfeng internally reflected on the reality that many developers often build villas for themselves or reserve a few desirable units in their own projects. He looked at Wu Jiao, thinking how fortunate he was to possess such a family background. Wu Jiao seemed to perceive Yi Qingfeng's intentions, a hint of pride gracing his features as he offered a flattery-laden praise. Our old Wu is merely mediocre. The future of the Wu family rests upon me, for I am its true hope. However, if I aspire to greatness, I must follow the footsteps of the leader who is genuinely capable. Wu Jiao was acutely aware of Yi Qingfeng's competence and knew that by aligning himself with him, he would undoubtedly acquire a wealth of knowledge. Moreover, a little strategic flattery towards the leader could only yield advantages for him. At that moment, he calculated in his mind, envisioning a future where, under Yi Qingfeng's guidance, he could carve out a realm of his own. Yi Qingfeng's ears perked up at these words, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. He recognized Wu Jiao's cleverness and his eloquence. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, standing to the side, was in a state of agitation. Watching as both Wu Jiao and Zhong Ling lavished praise upon their superior, feeling utterly at a loss for words. His face flushed crimson, hands clenched tightly, internally berating himself for his lack of verbal finesse. He yearned to win Yi Qingfeng's favor, but was uncertain where to begin. His inability to articulate his thoughts also hampered his attempts to impress women. Hence, he resorted to material possessions like houses and cars to attract them, though with little success. He could not fathom why he consistently faltered in these matters, wondering if his ineptitude in conversation was the root cause. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with frustration and helplessness. Indeed, the leader is the most capable, chimed in Zhong Ling, her voice bright and melodious. Her face adorned with a smile aimed at ingratiating herself. She was eager not to miss the opportunity to curry favor with Yi Qingfeng, believing that by closely aligning with him, her future would surely be prosperous. Lin Wei felt even more despondent, lamenting his own lack of eloquence. He bowed his head in resignation, consumed by a sense of defeat. Words alone are futile. You must learn from Lin Wei's diligence, Yi Qingfeng stated, his gaze serious and earnest as he surveyed the group. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei was nearly moved to tears. The leader understood him. A warmth surged within him, feeling that his efforts had finally been acknowledged. At that moment, he resolved to work even harder, determined to live up to Yi Qingfeng's expectations. Yi Qingfeng had already taken on assignments online, which required contracts with legal validity. He meticulously explained to the 3 of them the essential considerations when engaging in online work, emphasizing the importance of contracts, especially when dealing through intermediaries, where carelessness could lead to pitfalls. The trio listened intently, akin to students absorbing their teacher's wisdom. Yi Qingfeng's voice was steady and powerful, each word resonating clearly in their ears. They nodded in agreement or furrowed their brows, fully engrossed in his teachings. Particularly for Lin Wei, it was as if he had stumbled upon a new world, his heart racing with excitement. His eyes were fixed on Yi Qingfeng, fearful of missing any critical detail. He realized that there were myriad intricacies to online work that he had previously overlooked. With newfound determination, he resolved to study diligently, aspiring to become as formidable as his esteemed leader. You must not undertake any tasks alone at this moment. I will guide you for 2 months before you can venture out independently, Qingfeng solemnly admonished. The three individuals absorbed his words, possessing unwavering trust and respect for him, fully aware that his intentions were rooted in their best interests and that he would not lead them astray. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with gratitude and reverence as they silently resolved to heed Qingfeng's directives. The four of them commenced their work in the lobby on the first floor. Utilizing their own laptops, Wu Jiao's home internet speed was nothing short of exceptional, tailored specifically for his gaming endeavors. This time, they were earning for themselves, and Zhongling and the others were intensely focused. Even Wu Jiao, who typically enjoyed idling, was remarkably diligent. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, a look of concentration etched upon his face. He resolved to give his utmost this time, vowing not to slack off. Whether the earnings were substantial mattered little. He sought to prove his capabilities to his father. Whenever they encountered difficulties, Qingfeng was readily available to instruct them, and Lin Wei felt that the afternoon was immensely rewarding. He gazed at Qingfeng with admiration, convinced that he had chosen wisely. As the clock struck 6, Chi Yutong reached out to Qingfeng, prompting him to recall that he was indeed a married man and had a family meeting to attend that day. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he chided himself for forgetting such a significant matter. He hastily gathered his belongings, preparing to meet Chi Yutong and her family. On the way, Qingfeng felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain whether the meeting would proceed smoothly. Chapter 24. Embracing the role of husband, Chi Yutong requested Qingfeng to share his location, intending to pick him up. He promptly sent her the coordinates. Sitting in the car, Chi Yutong furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixated on the map displayed on her phone. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she endeavored to recall Qingfeng's features, fearing that she might not recognize her new husband upon their meeting, a rather embarrassing predicament. Nonetheless, she reassured herself that her husband was indeed handsome, making recognition likely. Chi Yutong, somewhat prone to face blindness, found it challenging to remember someone she had only encountered once. After a brief moment, Chi Yutong took a deep breath to steady her emotions, then gracefully settled into her car and started the engine. The engine emitted a low, throaty roar, mirroring the fluttering excitement within her. Throughout the journey, her feelings were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and exhilaration. She had managed to secure a husband within a single day, and he was quite commendable. As the scenery blurred past her, Chi Yutong's thoughts wandered far afield. She reminisced about the moments she had shared with Qingfeng that day, a smile gradually gracing her lips as joy enveloped her. Before long, Chi Yutong arrived at her destination. She gently brought the car to a halt, her eyes eagerly scanning for Qingfeng's silhouette. Upon spotting him standing there, her eyes initially sparkled with delight, only to dim slightly thereafter. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon his attire, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. She had envisioned Qingfeng dressing up thoughtfully for this occasion, as it was their first meeting with her father. Qingfeng immediately sensed the subtle change in Chi Yutong, and a wave of guilt washed over him. He lowered his head in annoyance, his gaze falling upon his somewhat casual attire. After a busy afternoon, he had completely forgotten to return home to change clothes. He hurriedly explained, "I apologize, it was unintentional. I was so caught up in my task that I neglected to change." Chi Yutong let out a gentle sigh, smiling as she replied, "It's all right. This is sufficient. However, it seems you do not regard your wife as a beauty. Your lack of attention stings a bit." Qingfeng felt a pang in his heart and quickly responded, "I truly did not mean it that way." Memories of his previous encounters with Zhou Jinyu flooded his mind, where he always dressed impeccably, ensuring she would not feel embarrassed by him, lest she display her displeasure. He understood that his current casual attire conveyed a lack of regard for his beautiful wife. Observing Qingfeng's anxious demeanor, Chi Yutong felt a twinge of compassion. She chuckled, "Is there really nothing to it? You do not see me as your wife. You haven't fully embraced the role? That simply won't do." You must embody the role of my husband. My father, that old fox, is not easily fooled. Yi Qingfeng was taken aback when Chi Yutong referred to her father as an old fox. Throughout his upbringing, he had been taught to respect his parents, to heed their words, and to express gratitude. The thought of disrespecting them had never crossed his mind. Yet, he could sense the complex emotions in Chi Yutong's words, a blend of affection and playful teasing towards her father. Come on, this is fine. I'm just concerned that you might feel pressured later. Sometimes the clothes we wear, the phones we use, and the jewelry we adorn ourselves with can indeed bolster our confidence, Chi Yutong remarked as she opened the car door. Yi Qingfeng stood there, feeling somewhat lost. He truly did not grasp these nuances. Even after Chi Yutong's explanation, he found it difficult to relate. Silently, he entered the car, taking his seat in the passenger side. His eyes inadvertently wandered to the back seat, where a considerable pile of gifts lay, and a wave of guilt surged within him. Meeting his father-in-law for the first time, and yet his wife had prepared the gifts without him contributing a single penny. How embarrassing. Chi Yutong remained outside the car, bending slightly, her smile directed at Yi Qingfeng. He thought there might be something on his face, anxiously glancing at the rearview mirror, but found nothing amiss. My husband, do you not possess a driver's license? Chi Yutong inquired playfully. It dawned on Yi Qingfeng that, as a couple, he should indeed be the one driving. He quickly exited the car and took his place behind the wheel, while Chi Yutong settled into the passenger seat. He understood that he needed to step into his role as a husband. He was now a married man. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had yet to present the betrothal gifts. Honey, Yi Qingfeng hesitated to speak. Chi Yutong, still not fully acclimated to her new role, seemed momentarily caught off guard. Honey, he called out again, and this time, Chi Yutong responded, her face instantly flushing. Her bashful demeanor resembled a blooming flower, vibrant and captivating, stirring the heart profoundly. Yi Qingfeng was momentarily captivated, an indescribable emotion surging within him. He had never encountered a woman so breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, she seemed to radiate an enchanting glow. Observing Yi Qingfeng, who was staring blankly at her, Chi Yutong smiled with a touch of pride, her smile as radiant as the sun, illuminating the entire carriage. She waved her hand in front of him, teasingly saying, "Hey, darling, what are you looking at? Do you need to gaze at your own wife like that? There will be plenty of time in the future for you to feast your eyes." Yi Qingfeng's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying. He had never gazed at an unfamiliar girl in such a manner before. What was happening to him today that caused such a lapse in composure? He struggled to regain his calm, silently chastising himself for his lack of decorum. In his flustered state, he momentarily forgot about the matter of the betrothal gifts. As he looked at the luxury car, he felt a bit bewildered, unable to even locate the ignition. Chi Yutong leaned slightly closer to him, her subtle fragrance wafting through the air, causing his heart to race once more. She pressed a button, and the manual gear immediately lifted. Performing a fingerprint authentication on the screen, she declared ignition. "Okay, master, I am about to start the ignition." The car's intelligence system responded. "All right," Chi Yutong smiled. Yi Qingfeng was left in awe, marveling at the operation of the vehicle. Chi Yutong glanced at him with a smile. "I will input your information shortly, and then you'll be the owner of this car." Yi Qingfeng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He grasped the steering wheel tightly, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. The car surged forward abruptly, startling him with its fierce acceleration. Chi Yutong giggled. "You need to be gentler with it. Now, let's head back to the villa," she instructed, and the car's navigation system immediately activated. Following the navigation prompts, Yi Qingfeng drove towards their destination. Chapter 25. Meeting the father-in-law, Yi Qingfeng's gentle gaze fell upon Chi Yutong beside him, his heart brimming with an ineffable joy. In that moment, the visage of his late grandmother emerged in his mind, and he could vividly imagine himself standing before her, proudly declaring, "Grandma, I have married a wife." His childhood was tinged with a subtle sadness of neglect. From a very young age, he had been left in his grandmother's care as his parents devoted more attention and care to his elder brother, Yi Xingchen, who had been frail since birth. Thus, Yi Qingfeng lived with his grandmother in their rural hometown. In that tranquil countryside, his grandmother was like a warm sun, bestowing upon him boundless love. The days spent with her, though simple, were filled with profound familial affection. He vividly recalled his grandmother's kind smile, akin to the warmest breeze of spring, capable of sweeping away the shadows in his heart. He remembered her diligent figure working in the fields, her bent back burdened with the weight of life. And he cherished the tender sound of her storytelling during quiet nights, each captivating tale sparkling like stars, illuminating his childhood. Until his high school years, his grandmother departed from this world, compelling him to return to his parents' side. Yet, the profound longing for her remained deeply rooted in his heart, akin to a mighty tree that had never waned in its presence. Upon arriving at the villa of Chi Yutong's father, Qingfeng was momentarily rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight before him. Prior to this, the allure of Wu Jiao's duplex had already expanded his horizons. But the villa before him resembled a castle that had emerged from the pages of a fairy tale, utterly transforming his understanding of opulence. This villa, along with its expansive front and back gardens, occupied an astonishingly vast area. In the courtyard, a delicately crafted pond captured attention with its charm. At the center of the pond, a majestic artificial mountain towered, its unique shape seemingly sculpted by nature's wondrous artistry over the ages. Within the pond, a school of vividly colored goldfish swam joyfully, their scales shimmering under the sunlight like precious gemstones. As someone approached, the goldfish eagerly swished their tails, their animated demeanor suggesting a fervent anticipation for delicious morsels to be offered. Observing these delightful creatures, Qingfeng could not help but reflect on their idyllic existence. So carefree and devoid of worries. The courtyard also featured an elegantly antiquated pavilion. Inside, a rustic table exuded the essence of time, accompanied by several exquisite chairs. Beside the pavilion lay a flower bed adorned with rare orchids, which released a subtle fragrance, akin to delicate ribbons gently wafting through the air, entrancing all who inhaled their aroma. As Qingfeng curiously scanned his surroundings, he closely followed Chi Yutong into the villa. The interior of the villa was adorned in a distinctly European style, each piece of furniture resplendent and intricate, resembling precious works of art. The sofas were plush and inviting, enveloping one as if cradled by clouds. Above, a grand crystal chandelier sparkled magnificently, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky, casting a captivating glow. Qingfeng felt as though he had stepped into a fantastical palace, where the surroundings appeared so surreal, as if they could vanish at any moment. Chi Yutong's father, Chi Tianhe, sat on the sofa in the hall, engrossed in a newspaper. In this age of information overload, encountering someone reading a newspaper was indeed a rarity. Qingfeng mused that perhaps newspapers had become obsolete in this world. He silently admired his father-in-law's unique taste, reminiscent of a gentleman from a bygone era. Chi Yutong held Qingfeng's hand tightly as they entered. It was truly peculiar. Chi Yutong had long struggled with a psychological barrier that prevented her from touching men. Yet Qingfeng seemed to be a remarkable exception. Her heart brimmed with sweetness and warmth, inexplicably drawn to him. Qingfeng possessed a special charm that allowed her to lower her guard without hesitation, drawing close to him without reservation. She felt that Qingfeng was the miracle of her life, the angel capable of healing her emotional wounds. Chi Yutong's father, Chi Tianhe, was taken aback as he witnessed his daughter entering hand in hand with a young man, his eyes widening in disbelief. He momentarily questioned his own vision, pondering whether the individual before him was indeed a boy or merely a girl with a masculine appearance. He was acutely aware of his daughter's profound aversion to men. Even he, as her father, along with her brother, dared not touch her. Throughout her upbringing, she had engaged in countless skirmishes stemming from this very reason. A whirlwind of confusion and astonishment engulfed Chi Tianhe as he pondered the identity of this young man and the unusual closeness he shared with his daughter. His thoughts drifted back to Yutong's formative years. She had not always been this way. It was the consequence of her father's neglect towards her mother. Ironically, Yutong had developed a deep bond with her mother, witnessing the absurdities committed by him and the misfortunes that plague her mother-esque life, which had instilled in her a profound aversion to men. However, there had been exceptions. he recalled that during her high school years, she had a particularly close friendship with a boy, allowing for similar intimacy. Yet, who was this current companion? How was it that he knew nothing of him prior? A complex array of emotions surged within Chi Tianhe: guilt, worry, and an intense curiosity. A smile graced Chi Tianhe's face as he slowly rose to his feet. Yutong, may I ask who this is? Oh, this is your son-in-law. Here is our marriage certificate, Chi Yutong replied without hesitation. Placing her marriage certificate on the coffee table before her father and casting a gentle glance at Qingfeng. In turn, Qingfeng hurriedly placed his own marriage certificate on the table. By the way, this is Qingfeng, my husband. Qingfeng, this is my father, your father-in-law, Chi Tianhe. Uncle, please call me Dad. Dad, Qingfeng uttered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. It was their first meeting, devoid of customary betrothal gifts or the fee for addressing him as father. Wasn't it a bit presumptuous to call him Dad under such circumstances? He silently pondered, though he dared not show his unease outwardly. As he glanced at Chi Tianhe, a sense of nervousness stirred within him, uncertain of how his future father-in-law would perceive him. Chi Tianhe did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the two marriage certificates from the coffee table and scrutinized them carefully. Upon confirming their validity, he gestured for Qingfeng to sit down and began to appraise him from head to toe. Young man, quite impressive. You possess a refined appearance, and you exude an air of intellect. Your education and capabilities must be commendable as well. I find it quite appealing. Chi Tianhe had his own motives behind his words. He aimed to observe Chi Yutong's reaction. Since childhood, she had often opposed her father, and anything he praised or favored, she would invariably reject. However, to his astonishment, Chi Yutong displayed no reaction whatsoever. Instead, she gently looped her arm through Qingfeng's, drawing herself close to him. This unexpected display left Chi Tianhe utterly dumbfounded. My husband is indeed exceptional. In Chi Yutong's eyes, there resided a profound affection as she gazed at Qingfeng, her gaze seemingly capable of melting all that exists in the world. At that moment, Chi Jun descended the stairs with a measured pace. Upon spotting Qingfeng, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he recognized someone unexpected. Chapter 26. The baby is hungry. Zhou Jinyu trudged back to her familiar, yet estranged rented abode, each step laden with weariness. Throughout the day, she felt as though she were a soulless vessel, having forsaken her job to sit aimlessly on a bench in the small park. The gentle morning sunlight cascaded upon her, yet could not dispel the shadows clouding her heart. She remained there in silence, her gaze vacant, her thoughts a tangled mass, incessantly revisiting memories of the past. In the park, people came and went, elderly individuals frolicked with children, and young couples strolled hand in hand, their laughter echoing like music from another realm, starkly contrasting with Zhou Jinyu's solitude and anguish. Observing those blissful figures, her heart brimmed with envy and regret. Time slipped away unnoticed, transitioning from dawn to dusk, as the sun gradually sank, painting the sky with resplendent hues of twilight. Yet, Zhou Jinyu remained oblivious to the beauty surrounding her. Her heart was consumed by an endless sorrow and remorse. It was not until her stomach protested vehemently, the gnawing hunger compelling her to return to reality, that she rose, dragging her weary body step by step towards home. In the past, upon returning from work, a mere glance upwards would reveal the warm glow of the lamp in her home, as if it awaited her return. That warmth had become a familiar comfort, yet now it felt like an unattainable luxury. The light that once illuminated her path now remained extinguished, filling Zhou Jinyu's heart with an indescribable sense of loss and sadness. Standing below, she gazed at the darkened window, tears welling in her eyes, a profound urge to weep enveloping her. Ascending the stairs slowly, each step felt burdensome, as though laden with 1,000 weights. Her trembling hand extracted the key, and upon opening the door to her rented room, a chill greeted her. The once vibrant warmth, now a distant memory. In days gone by, every time she returned home, Qingfeng would have prepared a delectable meal for her, the aroma permeating the air, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled coziness. Yet back then, she often indulged in petty whims, refusing to eat until Yi Qingfeng coaxed her with gentle words, appeasing her unreasonable demands. Now, the room lay desolate, devoid of familiar presence and the comforting scent of food. Zhou Jinyu entered the room and collapsed onto the bed, unable to suppress her sorrow any longer. Her cries reverberated through the silence, filled with despair and remorse. In times past, her tears would summon Yi Qingfeng, who would swiftly enfold her in his embrace, soothing her with tenderness and striving to evoke her laughter. But now, where's that gentle soul? Would he truly never return? Zhou Jinyu lamented her foolishness and impulsiveness from the previous day, when she had rashly sought to ascend the bed of a false wealthy heir, believing only those of substantial means could captivate her, that only a scion of a prominent family could inspire her devotion. She was blinded by vanity and desire, overlooking the one who truly loved her. Now, Zhou Jinyu finally began to take a serious look at Yi Qingfeng, who had always been by her side. Yi Qingfeng's love was like a gentle spring breeze, unassuming yet delicate, bringing a sense of comfort. He quietly devoted himself to her, enduring her caprices and whims. Why had she not cherished him before? Though Yi Qingfeng was not a wealthy heir or a scion of a prominent family, he was diligent and had earned a respectable income. Why had she been so greedy? Images of their time together flooded Zhou Jinyu's mind. Those warm moments and sweet memories now cut through her heart like a sharp blade. She wept inconsolably, her remorse and anguish intensifying. Exhausted and famished, Zhou Jinyu felt an overwhelming weakness from both physical fatigue and emotional wounds. Qingfeng, is the baby hungry? Qingfeng, your sweetheart is starving, she murmured softly, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Taking out her phone, she gazed at her haggard reflection on the screen, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. She snapped a selfie and sent it to Yi Qingfeng with a message. Darling, your Jinyu is hungry. When will you return? Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Yi Qingfeng was facing his father-in-law and a bewildered brother-in-law. Yi Qingfeng observed Qi Jun with a calm demeanor, though his heart was a tumult of complex emotions. Today he had been dismissed from Feiyang Company largely due to Qi Jun's influence. Little did he expect to find himself at Qi Jun's home, now as his brother-in-law. Aren't you the one who just got fired from Feiyang? What brings you to my home? Qi Jun inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion and discontent. Brother, this is Yi Qingfeng, Chi Yutong softly interjected, her voice as melodious as a silver bell. Yes, Yi Qingfeng, what are you doing here? Was it Qin Feiyang who dismissed you? If you're seeking him, you're wasting your time. You've likely infuriated him today, so returning seems impossible. I sympathize with your plight, but I am powerless to assist. Quite bold of you to come to my house, knowing my relationship with Feiyang. Are you hoping for my intercession? Qi Jun's words dripped with sarcasm and helplessness. Brother, Yi Qingfeng is now my husband, your brother-in-law, Chi Yutong declared with a smile, her eyes brimming with determination. She clung tightly to Yi Qingfeng's arm, as if proclaiming their bond to the world. Qi Jun leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief, resembling a cat caught by surprise. Look, here is our marriage certificate. Chi Yutong presented the document before Qi Jun did not even glance at the certificate. His gaze fixated on Chi Yutong holding Yi Qingfeng's arm, convinced he must have misread the situation. How could you be married after knowing each other for just a day? His voice trembled, unable to fathom his sister making such a hasty decision. We fell in love at first sight. What's wrong with a whirlwind marriage? Chi Yutong's face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Father, Chi Yutong has cheated. They only met today. Yi Qingfeng was expelled by Qin Feiyang this morning. At that time, Chi Yutong and he were strangers. How can this marriage be valid? This is clearly a deception. Chi Yutong has carelessly married a random person. Father, you must intervene. This is far too reckless. How can Chi Yutong marry this impoverished worker? I had intended to introduce her to Qin Feiyang, who is already considering collaborating with us and entrusting orders to us. Qi Jun anxiously sought his father's assistance, his face etched with worry and unease. Qi Tianhe looked at his emotionally and intellectually challenged son, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He understood that once his daughter made a decision, it would be exceedingly difficult to alter. Chapter 27. The father-daughter game. Your sister has already registered her marriage. Such discussions should cease henceforth. Chi Tianhe frowned slightly, gesturing emphatically as he spoke with a serious demeanor. To Chi Jun's face displayed reluctance and confusion. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say more, but upon seeing his father's resolute stance, he ultimately swallowed his words, internally muttering, "What is the meaning of this? What merits does Qingfeng possess that has led my sister to make such a hasty decision regarding marriage? Father, since I have fulfilled the requirement of marrying within the stipulated time, we should adhere to our prior agreement." Chi Yutong fixed her gaze upon Chi Tianhe, her voice soft yet firm. Leaning slightly forward, her hands clenched unconsciously, she awaited her father's response. That Qingfeng, Chi Tianhe found the situation utterly absurd. He realized he was unfamiliar even with his prospective son-in-law's name. What on earth is happening? A wave of helplessness and regret washed over him. Reflecting on his own marriage to Chi Yutong's mother, he recognized the parallel. His own narrative had involved his father unexpectedly introducing him to a stranger. In that moment, he had felt much like Qingfeng now, propelled by fate with no means of resistance. He sighed softly, his gaze gradually settling on Qingfeng. "Qingfeng, are you aware that you are to be a son-in-law?" Chi Tianhe's piercing gaze fixed intently on Qingfeng, seeking any hint of hesitation or discontent on his face. His eyes bore an evaluative quality, as if attempting to see through Qingfeng's demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingfeng nodded, his expression as tranquil as a still lake. As if he had long since accepted this destiny. He contemplated inwardly. What does it matter if I am a son-in-law? I have only 3 months left. Marrying a wife is what truly matters. He straightened his back slightly, his countenance unwavering, exuding a sense of determination. You are still young. Perhaps you are unaware of what it means to be a son-in-law. In the future, should you and Yutong have children, they will bear the Chi surname. You must heed Yutong in all matters, and I shall publicly declare that it is Yutong who has married you. Chi Tianhe's words carried an undeniable authority. With arms crossed and a serious expression, he awaited Qingfeng's response. Qingfeng nodded once more, his face betraying no emotion, as if all of this were entirely self-evident. Yet within, he was calculating. As long as he could acquire the funds for treatment, he could accept these conditions. As for what lay ahead, he would address that in due course. His gaze lowered slightly, concealing the tumult of emotions within. Chi Jun held a deep disdain for Qingfeng. How could he have agreed to such a thing? "Dad, I've already promised to give my husband 300,000 as a betrothal gift." Unable to contain himself, Chi Jun burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain, inwardly mocking. This fellow sells himself for 300,000. He must be in dire need of money. A loser, a pauper dreaming of entering high society. A subtle smirk of derision graced his lips. 300,000, not much, but acceptable. Chi Tianhe's tone was flat, as if that sum were merely an insignificant figure to him. He raised his chin slightly, his gaze exuding an air of superiority. Chi Yutong promptly transferred 300,000 to Qingfeng. Upon receiving the funds, Qingfeng felt a weight lift from his heart. He could seek treatment at the hospital tomorrow. Perhaps there was still hope for him. At such a young age, how could he treat life and death so lightly? A surge of hope welled within him, as if he could envision the moment he triumphed over his ailment. He clutched his phone tightly, his fingers trembling slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Both Chi Tianhe and Chi Jun noticed the joy that appeared on Qingfeng's face after receiving the money. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the contempt reflected in the other's eyes. Chi Tianhe sighed inwardly, contemplating how Qingfeng's greed indicated that he could be easily bought off. A little more money, and he would vanish from their lives, leaving his daughter behind. His gaze hardened, and his mind began to scheme. "Yutong, go check if Sister Lee has finished dinner. I need to have a few drinks with Qingfeng tonight." A forced smile appeared on Chi Tianhe's face, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Hoping that Chi Yutong would leave quickly, allowing him to speak with Qingfeng alone. Chi Yutong cast a meaningful glance at Qingfeng before rising to head to the kitchen. Doubt and concern filled her heart. She questioned whether Qingfeng could stand up to her father, a cunning old fox. Chi Tianhe glanced at Chi Jun, who understood immediately and followed suit. A sense of secret satisfaction blossomed within him. He knew his father would find a way to resolve the matter, and all he had to do was await the outcome. He walked with a light step, a smug smile gracing his face. Qingfeng, I know you are a good kid, so please don't make trouble with Yutong. I can offer you 1,000,000. You need not return the 300,000. Just tell Yutong that you do not wish to cause any trouble, and let us finalize the divorce tomorrow. Chi Tianhe brandished his phone, feigning a transfer to Qingfeng. His eyes glinted with temptation, as if conveying an irresistible proposition. Uncle, no. It should be Dad. Yutong and I are truly in love. It was love at first sight. We are serious about each other and our marriage. If you wish to give me money, I will accept it as your goodwill, but I cannot agree to the divorce. A resolute expression crossed Qingfeng's face, though inwardly he chuckled at the old fox's assumption that he could simply buy him off. Such a notion was far too simplistic. He lifted his chin slightly, his gaze reflecting a stubborn defiance. Chi Tianhe's hand lingered in midair as he regarded Qingfeng, pondering the complexities hidden beneath the seemingly simple demeanor of the young man before him. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face as he silently chastised Qingfeng for his audacity to disregard his authority. His gaze darkened further, and he gripped his phone with renewed intensity. A hollow chuckle escaped him, an attempt to dissipate the palpable tension in the air. Yet his laughter was tinged with resignation and dissatisfaction. At that moment, Chi Yutong returned. Dad, what are you discussing? Dinner will be ready in 5 minutes, she stated calmly. All right, Yutong, please fetch a bottle of our finest wine. I wish to share a few drinks with Qingfeng, Chi Tianhe replied. His annoyance simmered beneath the surface, aggravated by Qingfeng's blatant disregard for his words. His daughter was already a handful. Now, this audacious young man added to his frustrations. His voice rose slightly, laced with irritation. Dad, should you not announce that I will assume the role of general manager at Lingdong Technology starting tomorrow? And do prepare your shares as well. Chi Yutong stated with unwavering composure, though Chi Tianhe felt a surge of anger brewing within him. Let us not forget the terms of our wager, he warned, his tone carrying a subtle threat, his eyes reflecting a seriousness that urged Chi Yutong to remember their agreement. I have not forgotten. It is merely a month until the company transitions smoothly and profits increase by 10%, is it not? Chi Yutong's eyes sparkled with confidence, firmly believing in her capability to achieve this goal. She raised her chin slightly, a determined smile gracing her face. Easy words to utter, Chi Tianhe thought, worry gnawing at his insides. He recognized that his daughter, much like her mother, possessed genuine talent and was likely to succeed. What would he do then? Chapter 28. Chi Yutong takes over the company. Chi Tianhe sat in the spacious, yet stifling living room, fatigue and helplessness etched across his features as he observed Chi Yutong. His appearance evoked memories of the miserly character, Grellet, from his elementary school textbooks. At that moment, a tumult of emotions swirled within him as he recalled his own father, who had meticulously orchestrated his marriage. In his youth, he had been rebellious and dismissive, viewing his father's actions as outdated and tyrannical. Yet now, after enduring the trials of time and harsh realities, he understood the depth of his father's intentions. Since the passing of his wife, the embers of ambition, long suppressed, had reignited within him. He dreamt of making a mark in the business world, achieving greatness, and fulfilling aspirations that had long been set aside. However, the harshness of reality struck him like a series of brutal slaps, leaving him disoriented and at a loss. The individuals within his company appeared outwardly respectful, yet each harbored their own ulterior motives. Their sole focus was on extracting benefits for themselves, showing little regard for the company's welfare. Chi Tianhe found himself lost in contemplation, pondering how his late wife had managed the company so effectively. How had she kept such astute and worldly individuals in line? In the past, when he visited the company, he had perceived the employees as commendable. Their faces were perpetually adorned with enthusiastic smiles, exuding a deep respect for themselves. The resounding calls of Chi echoed particularly loudly. Observing them was quite pleasing, as if the entire company radiated vitality and hope. However, everything has since transformed. Behind those smiles seemed to lurk unspeakable secrets, and the respect had turned insincere and perfunctory. Chi Tianhe had never perceived the management of a company to be particularly challenging. In his mind, his wife managed it with effortless grace. She handled various affairs with elegance and poise, and under her stewardship, the company was orderly and thriving. Yet now that the company rested in his hands, it felt like a hot potato, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. He recalled how Chi Yutong's mother had invested the company's profits into financial products, and at that time, he had deemed her overly conservative, believing that wealth should be invested. However, for the past 2 years, he had lived off those reserves, never contemplating that one day he would exhaust them. Now, those financial assets had long been squandered, and he had yet to settle this month's bank loan interest, forcing him to confront the gravity of the situation. Chi Tianhe was plagued by headaches, instinctively seeking to evade the issue. He gently massaged his temples, attempting to alleviate the throbbing pain. Aware of his inability to confront the predicament, he considered pushing Chi Jun and Chi Yutong to the forefront. Even if the company were to falter, it could not be on his watch. However, he knew Chi Jun all too well. That son, who squandered his days in leisure and indulgence, could hardly be entrusted with the weighty responsibility of managing a company. As for Chi Yutong, he was filled with reluctance. He recognized that she, much like her mother, was intelligent and capable, possessing a strong will. She even mirrored her grandfather, being assertive and resolute. These two individuals were the source of his greatest disdain. Both his wife and father held him in contempt, viewing him as a failure. For years, he had lived under the burden of their disdainful gazes, suffering deep emotional wounds. Only in the company of gentle and submissive women could he reclaim his confidence and find dignity as a man. Chi Tianhe harbored a profound dislike for Chi Yutong. Each time he laid eyes on her, an inexplicable fury surged within him. In her gaze, he perceived the same scorn. It was a subtle display of disdain, as if she were silently proclaiming, "You are utterly worthless." This enraged him, often leading to nightmares that jolted him awake at night. In his dreams, he saw himself abandoned by family and mocked by employees, the sense of helplessness and despair suffocating him. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives. His daughter indeed possessed her mother's capabilities and determination, making her an ideal candidate for managing the company. Initially, Chi Tianhe envisioned Chi Jun succeeding him as the chairman of Lingdong Technology, with Chi Yutong assisting. Essentially, it was a scheme to have Chi Yutong toil while his son reaped the rewards. However, his daughter was adamant in her desire for authority, demanding absolute control over the company. Thus, Chi Tianhe devised stringent conditions, requiring Chi Yutong to find a son-in-law within 3 days and to reverse the company's fortunes within a month. He had initially thought that the first condition would be insurmountable for her, as who in this day and age would aspire to be his son-in-law? However, he did not anticipate that Chi Yutong would truly accomplish it. What manner of person is this Qingfeng to consent to becoming a son-in-law? Chi Tianhe was filled with disdain internally, yet he masked it well. He understood that he had no other options at this point. With matters having reached this stage, and having already signed a betting agreement with his daughter, he could only proceed in this manner. Letting out a deep sigh, Chi Tianhe reluctantly picked up his phone and posted a message in the company group. "Due to my health issues starting tomorrow, Chi Yutong will temporarily assume the positions of chairman and general manager. Chi Jun will serve as the chairman's assistant, overseeing the company's daily operations." Upon seeing the notification in the group, Chi Yutong smirked slightly, contemplating, "The old fox wishes to use Chi Jun to hinder me. He is but a mere nuisance. Watch as I outmaneuver him. The elder is a coward, and the younger is no better." A hint of disdain graced her exquisite features, her gaze reflecting determination and confidence. "All right, my husband and I shall return home now," Chi Yutong declared, pulling Qingfeng to leave. Chi Jun hurried over, his face flushed with urgency. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Dad, what is going on?" he exclaimed, having also seen the notification, his voice laced with anxiety and discontent. Calmly, Chi Tianhe replied, This was an agreement made with your sister beforehand. But Dad, you promised to hand the company over to me. Chi Jun insisted eagerly, his eyes brimming with longing and resentment. Hand it over to you? Do you possess the capability for that? Chi Tian's tone carried a hint of disappointment. He gazed at his ineffectual son, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Of course I do. I can hire capable individuals. As long as there is money, there will be those willing to serve and manage the company well. Chi Jun asserted confidently, as if everything were under his control. The bank loan interest for this month is unresolved. You go take care of it. Chi Tian's words fell like a heavy stone upon Chi Jun's heart. His expression darkened further. It was only at that moment that he realized the extent of the company's predicament. He turned to leave, thinking to himself, why should I care? I will manage a wealthy company. A financially troubled one is not my concern. His steps were somewhat hurried, his silhouette appearing helpless and selfish. Chi Tianhe watched his son depart, shaking his head in resignation. He understood that his son was indeed of this character and sighed softly. Chapter 29. My dear, I miss you. Stay home tonight. Your room has been kept clean for you. Chi Tian's tone was resolute, his deep and powerful voice echoing in the spacious living room, akin to an irrefutable command. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze emanating a certain authority that dissuaded any easy rebuttal. In an instant, Chi Yutong grasped her father's intention. She knew he sought to verify the authenticity of her marriage. Should it be deemed false, she would remain the loser in the betting agreement. A surge of panic welled within Chi Yutong. She bit her lip, her mind racing with potential strategies. Her gaze instinctively flickered towards Qingfeng, her inner thoughts resolute. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. She gritted her teeth, steeling her resolve, and firmly grasped Qingfeng's hand as they ascended the stairs. Qingfeng, bewildered and apprehensive, was pulled along by Chi Yutong, his heart racing with uncertainty and tension. Her gentle yet warm grip sent his pulse quickening involuntarily. He had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point, leaving him to follow Chi Yutong up the stairs passively. Each step felt heavy, as if he were treading on clouds, light yet unsteady. Upon entering a room, Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings and instantly recognized it as a girl's sanctuary. The pink decorations and charming trinkets all hinted at the youthful spirit of its owner. The soft pink curtains danced lightly in the breeze, whispering tales of the owner's tenderness and romantic essence. A cute plush bear sat at the head of the bed, its round body and endearing expression inviting a warm embrace. On the desk, neatly arranged books and stationery included a pink fountain pen lying quietly, seemingly waiting for its owner's touch once more. This was my room before I went to college. Chi Yutong's voice disrupted Qingfeng's reverie. As soon as she entered, she began frantically tidying up, hastily concealing intimate items that were not meant for others' eyes. A faint blush graced her cheeks, and a hint of shyness flickered in her gaze. She quickly stuffed some underwear and sanitary products into a drawer, then placed a few cute accessories into a box. While organizing, Chi Yutong silently lamented that she should have prepared her room better, foreseeing today's predicament. Am I staying here tonight? Qingfeng asked, puzzled, his eyes involuntarily drifting to the small bed measuring just 1.5 meters. Anxiety filled his heart. How could two people possibly share such a small space? His mind conjured various awkward scenarios, and he began to regret his earlier decision to follow Chi Yutong upstairs. The bed was adorned with light pink sheets patterned with charming little flowers, exuding warmth. Yet to Qingfeng, it felt overwhelmingly small, almost suffocating. Otherwise, we are married now. Shall we sleep separately? Chi Yutong's tone was resolute, her eyes reflecting a hint of stubbornness. Although she too felt nervous about being alone in a room with a man she hardly knew, she could not afford to show weakness at this moment. Her hands were tightly clasped together, her nails digging into her palms, yet she remained oblivious to her own tension. Chi Yutong was torn, wishing to fulfill the terms of their bet while simultaneously avoiding an embarrassing situation. Yet, Qingfeng felt compelled to express that he was not someone to be trifled with. His inner turmoil surged. He believed such an arrangement was inappropriate, yet he struggled to find a way to decline Chi Yutong's proposition. Moral principles and personal ethics clashed in his mind, and he felt he could not easily concede. Hesitation flickered in his gaze, his lips moved slightly, but no words emerged. "I'll sleep on the bed, and you can take the floor." "That has settled." Chi Yutong swiftly established the arrangement, her tone leaving no room for dispute. In her heart, Chi Yutong contemplated that this was the utmost concession she could muster. She could not allow herself to descend into a more awkward predicament. A resolute glimmer shone in her eyes, as if she were conveying to Yi Qingfeng that this decision was immutable. Yi Qingfeng, rendered speechless, questioned the fairness of the situation. In the past, when he had been the one to grovel, that was one thing, but now he was no longer that person. A surge of discontent welled up within him. He felt he could no longer be trifled with. His heart brimmed with a spirit of defiance, and he yearned to assert his rights. "I too wish to sleep on the bed," he declared with unwavering conviction. A hint of stubbornness flickered in his gaze. He refused to be belittled by Chi Yutong any longer. His voice resonated in the room, imbued with an undeniable strength. "Are you certain?" Chi Yutong's gaze sharpened in an instant, her heart ablaze with fury. She believed Yi Qingfeng was audaciously overreaching. She had already made concessions, yet he remained unsatisfied. Her eyes, like daggers, pierced through Yi Qingfeng as if to penetrate his very being. Chi Yutong tossed something to Yi Qingfeng, who glanced down to find it was her certificate of 6th Dan in karate. A chill coursed through him as he envisioned her poised prowess in the dojo. Fear filling his heart. The golden letters on the certificate gleamed under the light, seemingly heralding Chi Yutong's formidable strength. "Very well, I shall sleep on the floor." Yi Qingfeng conceded before her overwhelming authority. In truth, he was uncertain of the true significance of a 6th Dan in karate. Yet he deemed it prudent to prioritize his safety. He silently regretted his impulsiveness. Had he known better, he would not have dared to retort against Chi Yutong. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes as he lowered his head in resignation. Chi Yutong retrieved bedding and began to prepare a place for Yi Qingfeng. Observing Chi Yutong kneeling to arrange the bedding, he suddenly felt the warmth of being cared for. A sensation he had never experienced before enveloped him. He began to reassess Chi Yutong, realizing that while she possessed a strong demeanor, she also harbored a gentle side. The soft bedding exuded a faint fragrance, as if whispering of her attentiveness and consideration. As Yi Qingfeng surveyed the surroundings, he noted the room was rather spacious, yet it contained such a small bed. Could they not have opted for a larger one? Confusion filled his mind. He did not understand why Chi Yutong had chosen such a diminutive bed. Did she perhaps have an affinity for things petite and exquisite? Or were there other reasons? Curiosity danced in his eyes as they roamed the room. "Why don't you go wash up first? Feel free to wear my pajamas. I'll find you the largest pair." Chi Yutong's voice interrupted his reverie. The room was equipped with a bathroom, and after a long day and the earlier tension, Yi Qingfeng felt sticky and uncomfortable for perspiration. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to take a shower. He thought to himself that having reached this juncture, he could only proceed one step at a time. As he entered the bathroom, he marveled at the pristine white tiles and the brand-new fixtures, silently admiring the opulence of Chi's household. Yi Qingfeng had gone to take a shower, and soon. Chi Yutong brought him a sleepwear. After finishing his bath and drying off, Yi Qingfeng emerged clad in the sleepwear, which astonishingly was a delicate shade of pink and made of silk. It clung slightly to his form, accentuating his physique in a rather revealing manner. As he gazed at his reflection, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and embarrassment washed over him. He felt utterly ridiculous, resembling a clown in women's attire. The pink silk fabric adhered to his body, outlining his robust figure and leaving him feeling exceedingly awkward. Upon witnessing Yi Qingfeng's appearance, Chi Yutong could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Her heart brimmed with joy, finding Yi Qingfeng's current state utterly adorable. She had never encountered a boy like him before, and her initial anxiety began to dissipate. Her laughter rang through the room like a melodious chime. Yi Qingfeng had never donned such slippery sleepwear before, and observing himself, he too found it hard to suppress a chuckle. In that moment, the awkward atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. His laughter, tinged with self-deprecation, brought him an inexplicable sense of relief. A moment later, Chi Yutong handed him his phone, informing him that he had received a message. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was from Zhou Jinyu. Qingfeng, the baby, is hungry. Qingfeng, your darling is hungry. After years of emotional investment, Qingfeng felt a flicker of something stir within him. Memories of the moments spent with Zhou Jinyu flooded his mind, the beautiful recollections surging forth like a tide. Yet, recalling her treachery swiftly steeled his heart, and he resolved to ignore her. The thought of Zhou Jinyu's betrayal filled him with revulsion. He reminded himself not to be shackled by past affections, urging himself to gaze boldly toward the future. A tinge of anguish flickered in his eyes as his fingers tightened around the phone, as if suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Zhou Jinyu, waiting in vain for a response from Qingfeng, felt a piercing ache in her heart. Qingfeng, I don't want a rich second generation anymore. Nor do I desire a life of luxury. I simply want you. Please come back quickly. I am truly scared, terrified of being alone at home, frightened of this loneliness. Please, Qingfeng, return, one to you. She murmured softly. Her heart was heavy with regret and sorrow, realizing the irreparable mistake she had made. At that moment, she understood that Qingfeng held an irreplaceable place in her heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto her phone screen and blurring her vision. Ultimately, Zhou Jinyu decided to call Qingfeng. Upon seeing her name flash across the screen, he furrowed his brow. His heart was a battleground of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he wished to sever all ties with her. Yet on the other, he felt a pang of compassion. In the end, he answered the call. Husband, when will you return? Zhou Jinyu's voice was filled with anticipation. Zhou Jinyu, I believe my words have been made clear. We have parted ways. If you continue to harass me, I will have no choice but to block you. Qingfeng replied with unwavering firmness, wishing to extinguish any flicker of hope she might harbor. His tone was particularly cold over the phone, as if he were conversing with a stranger. On the other end, Zhou Jinyu sobbed, her heart shattered. A gentle breeze. I acknowledge my mistakes, and I truly regret them. I have come to realize just how significant you are in my heart. I cannot envision my life without you. Would you consider returning to me? I am ready to offer myself to you entirely, without reservations. Shall we build a life together? And perhaps even welcome children into our world? You should pursue your wealthy suitor. I cannot afford to be with you. Qingfeng's heart brimmed with disdain as he perceived Zhou Jinyu's current demeanor to be utterly repugnant. A glimmer of scorn flickered in his eyes, and a slight smirk played upon his lips, revealing his contempt. No, I desire no affluent companion. Truly, I do not. I want only you. Please come back, or I shall seek you out. Qingfeng, my dear, I miss you. Zhou Jinyu's voice was laden with pleading. Qingfeng, let us rest, Chi Yutong interjected. Qingfeng, who is speaking? Whom are you with? Qingfeng, the woman outside is unclean and may bring disease. Qingfeng, I am pure. Return to me. Zhou Jinyu's voice was rife with jealousy and fury. Your body may be untainted, yet your spirit is sullied. Thus it must end. I am now married. The voice you heard was my wife. Qingfeng terminated the call, his heart filled with resolve. He understood that his connection with Zhou Jinyu had reached its irrevocable conclusion. His gaze expressed a determination, as if urging himself to face the future with courage. On the other side, Zhou Jinyu stood frozen, clutching her phone. Despair and anguish engulfed her as she grappled with her next steps. She lamented her choices, regretting her betrayal, yet it was too late for redemption. Her eyes were vacant, tears cascading down her face like a deluge. Chapter 30. Chi Yutong assumes office. Zhou Jinyu simply could not fathom that Qingfeng could marry another woman in a mere day. She stood there as if paralyzed, her expression a blend of shock and confusion. No, this is impossible. Qingfeng loved me so deeply. How could he commit such an act? Surely, he must be angry, seeking another woman to provoke me. Zhou Jinyu repeated this mantra in her mind, desperately trying to convince herself, even as unease surged within her like an unstoppable tide. But with whom is Qingfeng truly spending his time? A multitude of dreadful scenarios flooded her thoughts. Is he at a bar, surrounded by lonely women seeking thrill? Yi Qingfeng is so naive. He has never ventured into such places. Once there, he would be unable to resist temptation. The more she pondered, the more alarmed she became. Envisioning him enveloped by a throng of heavily made-up women, confusion and helplessness clouding his innocent gaze. Zhou Jinyu had indeed been to a bar before. She recalled the cacophony of music, the flickering lights, and the pervasive scent of smoke and alcohol. She was acutely aware of the chaos and temptation that lurked there. No, I must find him. I cannot allow those women to deceive him. Zhou Jinyu resolved to take action, but just as she prepared to step forward, an overwhelming wave of hunger washed over her, causing her to feel faint and sway involuntarily. Exhausted and at a loss, Zhou Jinyu reluctantly took out her phone to order takeout. She sat anxiously on a nearby chair, her heart racing as she awaited the arrival of her meal. I must satisfy my hunger to gather the strength to seek out Yi Qingfeng. Once I find him, I will earnestly explain everything. We can surely return to the way things once were. Zhou Jinyu thought to herself, her eyes reflecting a steadfast determination. Meanwhile, Yi Qingfeng lay on the soft bedding prepared by Chi Yutong, which felt as gentle as a fluffy cloud. He shifted slightly, savoring the comforting softness beneath him. Gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts swirled in complexity. He found himself perplexed as to why he was here, sharing a room with a stranger. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no unease. Instead, a profound tranquility enveloped him. The quilt exuded a subtle fragrance, adding to his comfort. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, attempting to calm his turbulent emotions. Chi Yutong lay on the bed, her heart racing, the tension palpable in the room. This was her first time sharing a space with a man, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. She gently turned over, propping herself up on the edge of the bed, gazing at Yi Qingfeng with anticipation. What shall we do? Chi Yutong inquired softly, her voice trembling with nervousness. Yi Qingfeng, clutching the collar of his pink pajamas, feigned fear as he replied, I am not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Yi Qingfeng in his pink attire, Chi Yutong couldn't help but burst into laughter. She found him endearing and amusing. Her laughter chimed like silver bells, resonating in the stillness of the room. Do you not wish to know about your wife? Chi Yutong's eyes sparkled with expectation. Yi Qingfeng, somewhat perplexed, regarded her with curiosity and asked, how would one come to know? Suddenly, Chi Yutong sprang up, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, I have photographs. Barefoot, she dashed to a cabinet, opened the doors, and revealed a neatly arranged collection of items. Her fingers brushed over several albums, hesitation creeping into her heart. Ultimately, she concealed one album, containing memories she wished to keep hidden from Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng had already sat up, watching Chi Yutong's silhouette, curiosity bubbling within him. She returned, cradling several albums, and sat beside him. Together, they began to peruse Chi Yutong's photographs, spanning her childhood. Yi Qingfeng's keen eye noticed a conspicuous absence. The high school years were missing. As he gazed at Chi Yutong's childhood images, he found her strikingly beautiful, her round face and bright eyes reminiscent of an adorable little angel. Her laughter radiated joy, as if the world were aglow with sunshine. Chi Yutong's mother was equally enchanting. In the photographs, her elegance shone through, her eyes revealing a shrewd and capable nature. Most pictures featured Chi Yutong and her mother, with none depicting her father, nor any family portraits of the three of them together. Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but ponder the nature of the household in which Chi Yutong was raised, his curiosity deepening. Yi Qingfeng beheld a photograph of Chi Yutong, aged 16 or 17, donned in a swimsuit by the seaside, exuding beauty. The azure swimsuit accentuated her youthful vitality, her long hair gently swaying in the sea breeze, her gaze brimming with confidence and joy. Yi Qingfeng found himself captivated, stealing glances at the image. Upon noticing his appreciative stare, Chi Yutong's cheeks flushed crimson as she swiftly snatched the photo away. You mustn't look at this, she declared, her face aflame. In jest, Yi Qingfeng teased her, why not? What's so remarkable about it? It's merely a swimsuit photo. You haven't fully developed yet, looking rather boyish. What's there to admire? Chi Yutong, incensed by his words, retorted, who says so? I have developed, thank you very much. Are your eyes faulty? I look nothing like a boy. She held the photos up before Qingfeng, who took them from her and scrutinized them with great delight. The portrayal of Chi Yutong was enchanting. Her delicate skin and elongated figure evoking a wave of admiration within Qingfeng. Noticing the mischievous smile dancing on Qingfeng's lips, Chi Yutong suddenly comprehended his intentions. He had deliberately said those things to gaze upon her swimsuit photo. Truly beautiful, Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Chi Yutong, blushing yet again, refrained from reclaiming the photos this time. A sense of secret delight surged within her. What girl doesn't relish being admired and praised? For reasons she couldn't quite grasp, Chi Yutong found herself unperturbed by Qingfeng's scrutiny of her swimsuit photos. In fact, it filled her with a certain bliss. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the room in a warm and comforting glow. Qingfeng and Chi Yutong rose early, tidying themselves briefly before heading to Lingdong Technology together. Everyone in the company was already aware that Chi Yutong had been appointed as the new chairperson and general manager. Employees greeted her as they passed, addressing her as chairperson, their faces radiating respect and anticipation. Chi Yutong responded with a smile, her eyes reflecting confidence and a sense of responsibility. Clad in a well-tailored business suit, her hair neatly tied back, she appeared exceptionally competent. The employees were equally intrigued by Qingfeng, who followed closely behind Chi Yutong. They speculated about the nature of their relationship. Some surmised that Qingfeng might be Chi Yutong's boyfriend, while others conjectured he could be a newly hired executive. Various theories circulated amongst the staff. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they stole glances at him. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the R&D department shortly, Chi Yutong informed Qingfeng, her eyes alight with anticipation, hoping he would swiftly adapt to the work environment. However, Qingfeng nonchalantly replied, "No need. I'm already quite familiar with Lingdong Technology's R&D department." Chi Yutong regarded him with surprise, puzzled by his statement. Qingfeng elaborated. "I've undertaken numerous freelance projects, many of which were sourced from the R&D department at Lingdong Technology. I've occasionally chatted with them online, and they shared a wealth of information about the company." Chi Yutong was taken aback by Qingfeng's revelation. She had never imagined her father's management of Lingdong Technology would be perceived in such a manner, particularly that even the department's secrets could be so casually disseminated online. Chi Yutong was utterly astonished. The personnel in the R&D department had evidently become so complacent. Her father had been naively bestowing generous salaries upon these individuals, essentially funding their idleness. Chi Yutong finally grasped the gravity of Lingdong Technology's predicament, which was far more severe than she had initially perceived. A wave of anxiety surged within her. Chapter 31. R&D Department of Lingdong Technology without hesitation. Chi Yutong instructed the HR department to announce the appointment of Qingfeng as the head of the R&D department. Shortly after this decision was made, Lin Wei and his colleagues arrived at the company. Qingfeng promptly sprang into action to facilitate their onboarding process. His movements were adept and swift, as though everything had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Each step proceeded with an impeccable orderliness, prompting admiration for his professional acumen. Chi Yutong turned and retreated to her office, acutely aware that there were numerous pressing matters awaiting her attention. Her gaze radiated a resolute focus, as if silently affirming her confidence in navigating the company towards a more illustrious future, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. Qingfeng led Lin Wei and his companions toward the R&D department. Along the way, the trio experienced a blend of excitement and trepidation, their eyes darting around, filled with curiosity and unease about their new surroundings. In stark contrast, Qingfeng exuded a steady confidence, as if he possessed an intimate familiarity with every facet of the environment. His demeanor conveyed a sense of calm authority that naturally inspired trust. The R&D department housed over 50 employees, each diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Upon learning that the former supervisor had been demoted to a deputy position and that a new supervisor was imminent, speculation began to swirl regarding the identity and capabilities of this newcomer. Their hearts brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. However, when Yi Qingfeng appeared alongside Lin Wei and his colleagues. A palpable silence enveloped the room. No one had anticipated that the new supervisor would be a young man in his 20s. He appeared quite unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features, which sparked a wave of skepticism among the staff. Some furrowed their brows, pondering whether such a youthful individual could adequately fulfill the responsibilities of the RD department head. Did he possess the requisite experience and competence? Others merely shook their heads, their expressions betraying disdain, as if to convey that this was nothing short of a farce. What could a mere child possibly understand? Observing the trio trailing behind Yi Qingfeng, the members of the RD department struggled to stifle their laughter. What was this? A group of recent graduates, capable of instigating any significant change? Their eyes reflected scorn and derision, as if to say, "How could you possibly establish yourselves here?" At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and exhibiting a somewhat disheveled appearance, approached. His expression revealed a hint of displeasure as he thought to himself, "Is this young man truly the new head of the RD department? What qualifies him for this position? My role has been usurped by him." He felt a deep-seated resentment. "You must be Yi Qingfeng, the newly appointed head of the RD department," Fang Yong greeted. Yet he made no effort to extend his hand in welcome. It is evident to all that he harbors little enthusiasm for the newly appointed head of the RD department. Yi Qingfeng gave a slight nod, his gaze exuding confidence and determination. His calm eyes met Fang Yong's, as if conveying an unspoken assurance of his capability to excel in this role. "Arrange workstations for the 3 new employees, escort me to my office, and summon the team leaders for a meeting. Oh, and inform them to bring their ongoing projects." Yi Qingfeng commanded Fang Yong with unreserved authority. Fang Yong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such assertiveness from a newcomer, particularly one who had just arrived to call for a meeting. He mused internally. "You, a newcomer, albeit a minister, are unfamiliar with everything here. What is the purpose of convening a meeting? What can we possibly discuss? Perhaps this is merely a show." At that moment, a bespectacled, rotund figure hurried over. Yi Qingfeng recognized him. They had exchanged WeChat contacts, and this individual was MOU, whose profile prominently featured his photograph. The RD department of Lingdong Technology had disseminated various tasks through his announcements, and MOU had kept Yi Qingfeng informed about the department's affairs. Yi Qingfeng was thoroughly acquainted with him. MOU approached with a broad smile, his face radiant as if adorned with blooming chrysanthemums. His eyes reflected a shrewdness. As he silently calculated his position, it was crucial not to choose the wrong side and to avoid offending either party. He needed to honor the new minister while also alleviating Fang Yong's predicament to secure his standing within the company. "Greetings, Minister. I am Montague. There's no need for Deputy Minister Fang to oversee these matters. I can handle them," MOU articulated, skillfully navigating his words to avoid offending either side. Showcasing his seasoned tact, Yi Qingfeng remained silent, observing MOU's arrangements with quiet contemplation. "Shaoli, come quickly and guide our minister to the office. As for the new employees, you will be colleagues from now on. Follow me, and I will assign you your workstations. Lao Li, you and the other supervisors should promptly organize your projects, as we will be convening in the small meeting room shortly. Xiao Lu, Shaoli, you two must go and tidy the meeting room at once." At this juncture, the employee named Shaoli approached, her demeanor haughty as she addressed Yi Qingfeng. "I will take you to the office." Yi Qingfeng recognized Zhao Shaoli. Her father was the company's vice president and a board member, wielding considerable power. And Zhao Shaoli herself was undeniably arrogant. Chapter 32. Walk your own path. Let others find theirs. Yi Qingfeng, with a composed expression, followed Zhao Shaoli as they slowly made their way to the office of the RD department head. The door stood ajar, as if narrating the transition between past and future. This space had once belonged to Fang Yong. It was on the cusp of welcoming a new occupant. However, due to the hurried nature of the transition, Fang Yong's personal belongings had yet to be entirely removed, leaving the office imbued with a disordered atmosphere. Yi Qingfeng gently stepped into the office, his gaze methodically sweeping across the room, leaving no corner unexamined. Upon seeing Yi Qingfeng enter, Zhao Shaoli appeared eager to depart. What was it again?" "Ah, yes, Zhao Shaoli. The voice of Qingfeng suddenly echoed, causing Zhao Xiaoli to halt in confusion, slowly turning to face him. A torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. What did he mean? Just stepping into his role as a minister? And he already seeks to impose unwarranted authority over a female subordinate? Who does Qingfeng think he is? He likely has no idea who he is dealing with. Humph. If he dares to be arrogant, I shall impart the first lesson today. Yet, her face was deliberately adorned with a charming smile, one that seemed capable of melting anything, concealing her true feelings. The corners of her lips curved upward, while her eyes glimmered with a hint of subtle cunning. Is there anything else, Minister Yi? Her voice was gentle and sweet, exuding an enchanting allure that made one instinctively want to draw closer. Oh, the dust here is quite thick. Please wipe it away. And inform Deputy Minister Fong to remove his belongings promptly. Qingfeng's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. He furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the dusty desktop before him. Zhao Xiaoli was taken aback. This Qingfeng actually expected her to perform cleaning duties? How dare he? After all, she was Zhao Xiaoli. Her heart surged with anger and indignation. She was a prestigious university graduate, well qualified in her field, with commendable achievements. Why should she be relegated to such menial tasks? A flicker of rage ignited in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She bit her lip, her dissatisfaction swelling like a tide. Qingfeng smiled at Zhao Xiaoli, a smile that seemed to veil profound implications. If you refuse to comply, you may go to Human Resources and tender your resignation. A new official's first show of power should fall upon you, Miss Zhao. It would be more effective, and they would be more intimidated. His gaze was unwavering and sharp, as if capable of penetrating the depths of her being. Zhao Xiaoli was once again stunned. This Qingfeng was aware of her vulnerabilities, and instead of shying away, he seemed intent on using them against her. Where did he derive such audacity? Confusion and unease swirled within her, leaving her apprehensive about his true identity. She began to reassess this newly appointed minister. What kind of person was he? Why was he so audacious? Her fingers trembled slightly, the unease in her heart intensifying. Moreover, you, Zhao Xiaoli, are not only a graduate of a prestigious university with a relevant degree, but it is also said that your academic performance has been commendable. Do you find it amusing to waste time every day? Qingfeng's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing Zhao Xiaoli's heart. His voice was not loud, yet every word was clear, rendering it impossible to ignore. Did MOU inform you? Zhao Xiaoli instinctively queried, as she was part of MOU's team. She speculated inwardly. Had MOU spoken ill of her behind her back? A flicker of doubt crossed her gaze as she glanced in MOU's direction. Qingfeng ceased to speak, merely regarding Zhao Xiaoli with a cold stare. That frigid gaze seemed to penetrate her very being, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Zhao Xiaoli felt bewildered. Her mind raced as she sought a strategy. She understood that she could not easily acquiesce, but neither could she confront Qingfeng directly, lest the flames of his first display of power engulf her. Her breathing quickened, and the tension within her grew ever stronger. Zhao Xiaoli is not foolish. She comprehends the wisdom of adaptability. At this pivotal moment, she must make a judicious choice. Very well, I shall commence cleaning now, she uttered, her voice tinged with a hint of resignation and reluctance. Yet she turned to fetch the cleaning tools. Her footsteps were heavy, her dissatisfaction unable to find an outlet. Qingfeng observed Zhao Xiaoli's retreating figure, a sense of private triumph swelling within him. He understood that his initial blaze had ignited. He intended to make it known to all that he, Qingfeng, was not to be trifled with. With a slight elevation of his chin, his gaze exuded confidence and decisiveness. After Zhao Xiaoli departed, Qingfeng noted her exchange with Fang Yong. Fang Yong's countenance darkened as he cast a glance toward the minister's office, his eyes brimming with discontent and fury. His brows furrowed tightly, his lips quivered slightly. Upon exiting the office, Qingfeng noticed Fang Yong divert his gaze, yet Fang Yong's expression was exceedingly grim, as if he could weep. Qingfeng chose to disregard this, his heart unfazed. In the past, he had been concerned about causing trouble for others, often yielding to avoid conflict, striving to please everyone. However, over time, He realized that while others might be satisfied, it was he who bore the burden of frustration. Now, Qingfeng relished the sensation of others' discontent, finding satisfaction in his own contentment. He suddenly pondered how naive he had been, why he had acted like a sycophant to appease everyone merely to earn the title of a good person. He shook his head slightly, filled with reflections on his former self. At that moment, he regarded his past as a mere jest. However, the Qingfeng of yesteryear was no more. The present Qingfeng had but 3 months left, and he intended to live as he pleased. A flicker of resolve gleamed in his eyes, as if bidding a final farewell to his former self. With determined strides, Qingfeng approached the conference room, where 6 supervisors from the R&D department awaited him. Upon his entrance, Mou rose to greet him, eager to introduce the supervisors. Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze radiating confidence and decisiveness. Zhao Lei, was it your team responsible for the image capture and analysis chip a year ago? His voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. Zhao Lei, the team leader, was taken aback, a swell of surprise and unease washing over him. This was a closely guarded secret of Lingdong technology. The project had been initiated 4 years prior under Chairman Chi Yuan's tenure, but had been shelved following her health issues. Later, Chairman Chi Yutong sought to revive the project, yet no one was willing to exert themselves, resulting in its stagnation. Did Qingfeng also wish to pursue this project? Whoever desired it could have it. He had no inclination to undertake such a daunting and thankless endeavor. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, his fingers trembling slightly. Chi Yuan was the mother of Chi Yutong, and during her leadership, the R&D department had flourished, boasting nearly 200 members. She had successfully spearheaded several commendable projects, pouring her heart and soul into them. However, since her health had deteriorated, these projects had languished due to a lack of willing hands. Later, the capable individuals from the research and development department were poached by other companies, leaving the projects untouched. Director Zhao Lei felt an urge to shirk responsibility, his heart filled with hesitation and anxiety. His voice trembled as he grappled with how to decline the newly appointed minister. Present the project, organize the details, and I will allocate personnel. Complete it within a month, and there will be rewards. Qingfeng's words were succinct and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. His gaze was unwavering, as if a decision had been made. Zhao Lei felt a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain about how to proceed. The project posed significant challenges. Could it truly be completed in a month? Yet, to refuse would risk offending the new minister. His mind was in turmoil. Chapter 33. Bowing down, Zhao Xiaoli clutched the cleaning tools tightly, her steps faltering as she entered the minister's office. Feng Yong and several others hurriedly moved their belongings, their faces etched with fatigue and resignation. As they packed, Feng Yong silently lamented the new minister's hasty decisions, struggling to comprehend why there was such urgency. It left him feeling stifled, and he vowed that if given the chance, he would ensure the new minister recognized his capabilities. The members of the R&D department exchanged glances, their expressions rife with uncertainty and unease. They observed Zhao Xiaoli and Feng Yong's actions, speculating about the new minister. Questions swirled in their minds. What prowess did this newcomer possess that commanded such obedience from these two? They began to sense that this new minister was formidable, and they understood they were ill-equipped to challenge him. This was precisely the effect Qingfeng desired. He turned his gaze toward Zhao Lei and spoke with unwavering conviction. Zhao Lei, I am not suggesting you tackle this alone. You indeed lack the technical expertise. The prospects for this product are exceedingly promising. Humanoid robots are poised to become a sensation, and when that happens, our products will fly off the shelves. Whether our company can navigate the tumult under the new chairman's leadership hinges on this project. Zhao Lei felt a tightening in his chest, a flicker of tension and unease crossing his features. He grasped the project's significance, but was left wondering what burdens this new minister expected him to bear. Qingfeng continued, From this moment, your positions as supervisors will remain unchanged, yet your roles and team configurations may need to be adjusted. I will allocate sufficient personnel to this project. Of course, Zhao Lei will still oversee it. While his technical skills may be lacking, his management acumen surpasses yours. Do not expect to coast through this month as before. You must approach this as if you were entering a battlefield. Furthermore, I, as the minister, will also participate in this project as part of Zhao's team. The supervisors, upon hearing Yi Qingfeng's words, were taken aback. Their eyes were wide with surprise and confusion, struggling to believe what they had just heard. They had not anticipated such a decisive move from Yi Qingfeng, and for a moment, they were left speechless. They internally debated the veracity of the new minister's claims. Was this project truly of such paramount importance? Would they be regarded as mere pawns by Yi Qingfeng, only to be discarded once their utility has been exhausted? A myriad of doubts intertwined within their minds. Observing the hesitance of the crowd, Yi Qingfeng had anticipated this moment. Without a hint of indecision, he promptly commenced his arrangements. Although he had not prepared in advance, he was nonetheless confident in his approach. Drawing upon his years of experience and keen insight, he swiftly organized the personnel. Each of his decisions was resolute and precise, as though they had been meticulously contemplated. The several supervisors, witnessing Yi Qingfeng's meticulous arrangements, were left in astonishment. They could not fathom how this newly appointed minister was so familiar with their research department. Their gazes were filled with admiration and disbelief, as if they could scarcely trust their own eyes. They were compelled to admire Yi Qingfeng's capabilities. His arrangements were not only scientific, but also remarkably accurate, representing the optimal allocation of resources. Yi Qingfeng elucidated each step of the work process with clarity, rendering it instantly comprehensible to them. At that moment, the 6 supervisors finally comprehended that Yi Qingfeng was not jesting. He was entirely serious. This minister was not easily deceived. He genuinely understood the intricacies of their work, surpassing their collective expertise. They all recognized a singular truth. They must earnestly regard the tasks assigned by Yi Qingfeng, for the repercussions of neglecting them would be dire. Fang Yong, drenched in perspiration, entered the room after a strenuous relocation of his belongings. His clothes clung to him, soaked through with sweat. Weariness and helplessness were etched across his face, accompanied by a flicker of indignation in his eyes. He was bewildered by the sheer volume of his possessions, unaware of how they had accumulated over the years. It felt as though his life had become inundated with these trivialities. Internally, he resented the new minister, perceiving him as heartless for causing him to lose face today, feeling as if he had been unceremoniously expelled like a dog. Breathless, Fang Yong entered the office only to discover that the meeting had already concluded without waiting for him. The 6 supervisors had departed, leaving him in a state of frustration and despondency. His heart brimmed with grievance and reluctance. He sensed that Yi Qingfeng had no intention of allowing him to retain the vice presidency. Otherwise, why would he treat him in such a manner? He lamented Yi Qingfeng's perceived ruthlessness, his eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness, as if he were adrift without direction. Yi Qingfeng approached Fang Yong and, like an old friend, patted him on the shoulder. Fang Yong looked up, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. Anger mingled with helplessness. Yi Qingfeng spoke earnestly, "Brother Fang, you are a decade my senior, so I shall address you as such. My treatment of you is intentional. I need these individuals to work. You know, they have grown accustomed to slacking off, and it is challenging to rectify their ingrained habits. Regrettably, I must adopt this approach. It is essential for establishing authority. Otherwise, they may perceive a rift between us and even incite discord, allowing them to continue their idleness." Fang Yong remained silent, contemplating Yi Qingfeng's words. He understood that Yi Qingfeng was indeed correct. These individuals required a strong leader to compel them to fulfill their duties. Yi Qingfeng continued, "Brother Fang, I am fully aware of your expertise and capabilities, as well as the impressive projects you have undertaken in the past, particularly your adeptness at coordinating with various departments and clients, skills I cannot match. For now, please lend me your authority to intimidate them. In the future, the majority of the work in the R&D department will rely upon your guidance. Rest assured, I shall advocate on your behalf with the chairman to ensure you do not suffer any detriment. I understand you have a beautiful wife and a daughter studying in the United States, which incurs significant expenses. Brother Fang, life is fleeting. What purpose does harboring grievances serve? Securing tangible benefits is what truly matters. Upon hearing Yi Qingfeng's words, Fang Yong felt his resentment gradually dissipate. He thought of his family, his wife, and daughter. Realizing that he could not afford to lose this job, he sighed inwardly, recognizing the burdens of middle age, caring for aging parents, raising children, and supporting a beloved wife, rendering this position indispensable. Moreover, Yi Qingfeng had already humbled himself sufficiently. After all, what was there to fear in appearing somewhat affected in front of others? He lifted his head, gazing at Yi Qingfeng, and nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of the latter's approach. Chapter 34. Old Mo Yi Qingfeng stood at the entrance of the conference room, his chin slightly raised, his eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph. He was acutely aware that he had achieved his objective. The R&D department was now entirely under his control. Reflecting on the tactics previously employed against him by past leaders, he found himself executing them with remarkable ease. A profound sense of accomplishment surged within him, and he couldn't help but muse to himself how exhilarating it was to embrace the role of the villain. As Yi Qingfeng and Fang Yong exited the conference room, Fang Yong's steps appeared hurried, while Yi Qingfeng moved at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of complete mastery over the situation. At that moment, he had no pressing matters to attend to, and a sudden thought crossed his mind: to take a stroll and familiarize himself with the environment at Lingdong Technology. He set off with deliberate strides, each step imbued with an unhurried confidence, as if this company had already become his domain. As he walked, Yi Qingfeng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the entrance of the company, where he spotted Mo Yu sneaking out. A knowing smile crept onto his lips. He knew Mo Yu all too well, and it was evident that he was off to buy a lottery ticket. Mo Yu's greatest aspiration was to win a jackpot, yearning for the wealth that could be acquired overnight. In Yi Qingfeng's memory, Mo Yu often spoke of his fanciful dreams of winning, a sight that was both amusing and endearing. Though Mo Yu was no longer young and still unmarried, he was still pursuing a girlfriend. The object of his affection was a 33-year-old woman with high standards for her partner. In his attempts to meet her criteria, Mo Yu was often at his wit's end, always falling just short. Whenever he shared these matters with Yi Qingfeng, his animated expressions left Yi Qingfeng speechless. He often felt that Mo Yu's plight was even more tragic than his own. At least he had a life partner in Zhou Jinyu, while Mo Yu faced significant challenges in his romantic endeavors. Old Mo, Yi Qingfeng called out deliberately, his voice echoing in the air. Mo Yu, startled by the shout, felt a jolt of surprise. Only one netizen would refer to himself in such a manner. He turned back in confusion, and upon seeing Yi Qingfeng, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief. Could this Yi Qingfeng truly be his online acquaintance? He could scarcely fathom it. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Mo Yu's mind, and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Old Mo, what is this? You don't even know who I am when I call you like this? Yi Qingfeng chuckled as he draped his arm around Mo Yu's shoulder, a glint of playful teasing in his gaze. His gesture was both natural and affectionate, as if they had known each other for many years. Is that you, Sui Feng? Mo Yu still found it hard to believe, his voice laced with uncertainty. His eyes swept across Yi Qingfeng's face, searching for any familiar signs. You rascal. How can you still not believe it? Yi Qingfeng feigned annoyance, slightly furrowing his brow. His expression was so animated that it was clear he was not genuinely upset. Mo Yu finally recognized that Yi Qingfeng was indeed his online friend, and a flood of thoughts surged through his mind. He now understood why Yi Qingfeng was so familiar with the R&D department of Lingdong Technology. It was all due to their conversations online. His own loose tongue had truly caused a stir. Moreover, all the tasks he had previously completed had been for Yi Qingfeng, and he had certainly been compensated handsomely. What brings you to Lingdong Technology? Mo Yu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation, eager to receive a satisfactory answer from Yi Qingfeng. Why wouldn't I come? Yi Qingfeng began, but hesitated, his gaze flickering with a hint of mystery. He deliberately teased Mo Yu, eager to gauge his reaction. I understand. No need to say more. Mo Yu quickly gestured for silence, not wanting anyone to uncover their relationship, lest it complicate his standing in the company. His exaggerated gesture was as if he were guarding a significant secret. Old Mo is quite perceptive, Qingfeng said, patting Mou's shoulder with satisfaction. His eyes sparkled with approval, pleased with Mou's reaction. At that moment, Mou felt a surge of excitement. His buddy was now a department head. Did that mean he had a solid backing? He envisioned a bright future for himself within the company. A smile of exhilaration gracing his face, his eyes shimmering with hope. Qingfeng, Montague exclaimed eagerly. Now call me minister, Qingfeng replied, feigning sternness. His expression serious enough to dissuade any defiance. Minister, my foot. You're still going to play this game with me? Mo yu retorted, playfully punching Qingfeng. Although his action was somewhat forceful, it was filled with affection. They had known each other online for over 2 years, having become close friends. However, Qingfeng had been concerned that Mou's tendency to speak freely about company matters could lead to complications, which was why he had concealed his true identity. In the company, you must pretend not to know me, Qingfeng said earnestly, his demeanor serious. He understood the necessity of maintaining a certain distance to avoid unnecessary complications. I'm not foolish, Mou thought to himself, well aware that if others discovered that he had been the one to divulge the RD department's affairs, he would certainly find himself isolated in the future. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Mou's eyes. He was determined not to jeopardize his future due to a momentary lapse in judgment. Are you really going to buy a lottery ticket? Qingfeng inquired, eyeing the cash in Mou's hand. His gaze was laden with curiosity, eager to discern the depth of Mou's resolve this time. I'll just purchase a ticket worth 10 yuan, Mou replied, raising the bill with anticipation. His expression was intensely focused, as if that modest sum could usher in immense wealth. Why not use WeChat or Alipay? Why cash? Qingfeng questioned, perplexed by Mou's insistence on using cash for the lottery. That simply won't do. One must approach the lottery with sincerity. It requires a sense of ritual. Mou asserted with utmost seriousness, his demeanor reminiscent of someone partaking in a sacred rite. Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle at Mou's earnestness. He found him endearingly naive yet profoundly sincere. Laughter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of lightheartedness. I won't be accompanying you. Go chase your dreams of fortune, Qingfeng said with a smile. By the way, are you serious about what you mentioned today? Are you truly going to develop that image capture processing chip? Mou suddenly recalled Qingfeng's words during the meeting, a surge of anticipation swelling within him. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if a hopeful future lay before him. What do you think? Do you doubt my capabilities? Qingfeng replied with a confident smile, exuding an air of assurance that compelled belief in his abilities. However, the current technical prowess of the RD department is rather lacking, Mou thought, suddenly realizing he had spoken too much and quickly sealed his lips. A hint of concern crossed his gaze, worried that his words might burden Qingfeng. No worries, I have everything under control, Qingfeng assured him, his eyes radiating determination and confidence. His calm demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Mou felt no further need to speak. He had faith in Qingfeng's capabilities. If he claimed to have matters in hand, there would undoubtedly be a solution. Mou's heart brimmed with anticipation, eager for Qingfeng to lead the RD department to glorious accomplishments, undoubtedly sharing in all the rewards. Qingfeng turned back to the company. While Mou set forth towards the lottery station, his heart filled with hope for a life-changing win. His steps were light, imbued with a sense of aspiration for the future. In the RD department, a flurry of activity had commenced. A majority of the team began working on the image capture processing chip, while others continued with their previous projects. Each individual was engrossed in their tasks. The atmosphere charged yet orderly. The rhythmic tapping of keyboards intertwined with discussions, creating a vibrant symphony of productivity. At noon, Chi Yutong sought out Qingfeng to share lunch in the company cafeteria. A wave of warmth enveloped Qingfeng, aware of Chi Yutong's concern for him. They entered the cafeteria together and settled in a quiet corner. Chi Yutong's gentle gaze and soft smile exuded a serene beauty that was comforting. The sight of Chi Yutong and Qingfeng dining together astonished their colleagues, leaving many in a state of surprise. They speculated about the nature of the relationship between the two, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Some whispered softly, while others cast envious glances. Zhongling and her companions entered the cafeteria and, upon spotting Yi Qingfeng, they settled at a nearby table. Zhongling observed Chi Yutong, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Was this not the woman who had been with Qingfeng just the day before? Her mind was filled with questions. Zhongling, what are you staring at? This is the chairman of Lingdong Technology, my wife, Yi Qingfeng declared loudly, his voice resonating through the cafeteria and causing a stir. Chi Yutong nearly choked on her food. She had intended to keep their marriage a secret, but Yi Qingfeng's announcement shattered her plans. Panic and anger surged within her. She shot Yi Qingfeng an exasperated glare, but felt utterly powerless. At that moment, she could only accept the truth as it had already been revealed to everyone. A blush crept onto Chi Yutong's cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Chapter 35. The demand for payment. Zhongling felt as though her mind had been struck by thunder, plunging her into a state of utter confusion. Her gaze became somewhat vacant as her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the memory of her boss, Yi Qingfeng's girlfriend, Zhou Jinyu. The girl was strikingly beautiful and possessed an extraordinary grace. Zhongling could still vividly recall Zhou Jinyu's every smile and frown. She was acutely aware of her boss's deep affection for Zhou Jinyu, his everyday tenderness and care etched into her memory. But now, how could her boss suddenly have a new partner? Was it possible that he truly was a scoundrel, having cheated? The thought seemed incredulous to Zhongling, who furrowed her brow, her expression rife with confusion and disbelief. Yi Qingfeng keenly sensed the unusual expression on Zhongling's face. He sighed softly and began to speak. I have broken up with Zhou Jinyu. Love is an unstoppable force. I fell head over heels for Yutong. When I was unemployed and at my lowest, Yutong did not shun me, and we decided to marry. However, I did break up before starting a new relationship. So, I'm not a scoundrel. I did not cheat. Zhongling pondered inwardly. Why can't I believe this? And why should I be the one to step aside for someone else? What is going on? She lowered her head slightly, a hint of disappointment and reluctance in her eyes. Yet she kept these thoughts to herself, unwilling to voice her feelings. Wu Jiao could no longer contain his curiosity. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly asked, Boss, I sensed something was off between you and Zhou Jinyu yesterday. What transpired? Yi Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he replied. She sought to climb the social ladder, looking for a wealthy heir and entering high society. Someone like me? I was destined to be discarded. Yi Qingfeng was concerned that Zhou Jinyu might reach out to the three of them, so he opted to clarify the situation in one fell swoop. Is that so? Zhongling found it hard to believe in her eyes. Her boss was so outstanding and handsome that she could not fathom why that woman would seek someone wealthier. She truly did not understand. Chi Yutong, however, was privy to the truth, having heard it firsthand. Zhongling bit her lips softly, her eyes filled with uncertainty and confusion. The group continued their meal, but the atmosphere felt rather heavy. Chi Yutong suddenly inquired, How is the R&D department progressing? Yi Qingfeng slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile as he responded, Everything has been streamlined. I have begun working on the image capture processing chip. Chi Yutong immediately nodded, her expression devoid of much joy, which surprised Yi Qingfeng greatly. He could not help but ask, Is the company facing difficulties? Chi Yutong gently furrowed her brow, a hint of concern evident in her gaze as she replied, Yes, there are issues with funding. The interest on the bank loan is about to mature, and we have yet to secure a solution. Is there no incoming payment from the company? Yi Qingfeng pressed further. Is there a payment that could resolve the predicament? Yet Chi Yutong hesitated, her eyes filled with anxiety. But what is it? Yi Qingfeng inquired with interest. Our product has encountered a slight issue. The client not only intends to withhold payment, but also seeks to hold us accountable. Which company? Dayu Electronics. Yi Qingfeng chuckled, prompting a puzzled look from Chi Yutong. What are you laughing about? I am aware of this matter. Lingdong Technology's product does have minor issues, but with some adjustments, It will be usable. How do you know this? Dayu Technology reached out to me for adjustments. Upon hearing this, Chi Yutong's eyes lit up, and she immediately took Yi Qingfeng by the hand, exclaiming, "I haven't finished my meal yet." Yi Qingfeng protested, still chewing his food. "If this works out, I'll treat you to a lavish meal." This time, Chi Yutong drove, with Yi Qingfeng sitting in the passenger seat. Throughout the journey, Chi Yutong remained silent, her gaze intensely fixed ahead, her expression serious. Yi Qingfeng gripped the handle tightly, his heart racing with anxiety. He thought to himself that Chi Yutong was driving rather aggressively. It felt akin to racing. The scenery outside the window rushed by, and his heartbeat quickened with the speed of the vehicle. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, silently praying they would arrive at their destination swiftly. Soon, the pair arrived at Dayu Electronics. Chi Yutong led Yi Qingfeng directly to the office of the general manager. The secretary attempted to obstruct their entry, but Chi Yutong forcefully pushed past and kicked the door open. Yi Qingfeng followed uneasily, his heart racing, wondering if they would be expelled by security. That would be utterly humiliating. His steps faltered, and his eyes were filled with apprehension. The general manager of Dayu Technology, Lu Tong, was also a young man, slender and bespectacled, exuding an air of refinement. Upon seeing Chi Yutong, he broke into a wide grin. "Yutong," just as he intended to greet her warmly, Chi Yutong approached and seized his arm, pressing him against the desk. "Yutong, that hurts. Be gentle. I haven't done anything to provoke you." Lu Tong exclaimed, his face contorting in pain, his glasses askew. Yi Qingfeng initially thought to intervene, but upon realizing their familiarity, he stepped back, opting to observe. He mused to himself about the nature of their relationship. It seemed quite complex. His gaze darted curiously between Chi Yutong and Lu Tong. "Lu Tong, you have indeed grown quite bold, daring to undermine Lingdong Technology?" Chi Yutong glared fiercely, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Where do you get off saying such things? That hurts. Be gentle." "Yutong, if you agree to be with me, this grand electronic enterprise will belong to you. Tell me, considering our relationship, would I deceive you?" Lu Tong cried out in pain while attempting to explain. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and longing. "When will you repay the money you owe us?" Chi Yutong paid no heed to his words. "Yutong, please let go of me. We can discuss this calmly," Lu Tong pleaded. Chi Yutong released Lu Tong, who rubbed his injured arm and said, "Look, your name contains the character Tong, and mine contains Tong as well. We have been in the same kindergarten, elementary school, and middle school since childhood. We could be described as childhood sweethearts." "Silence. Let us address the matter at hand," Chi Yutong interrupted, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. "Your products have encountered issues, causing us significant trouble and losses," Lu Tong attempted to clarify. "It seems I have been too lenient with you. Do you dare not speak the truth?" Chi Yutong raised her hand, poised to strike. "I am telling the truth. You can ask." Lu Tong hastily stepped back, his eyes filled with trepidation. "Present our products to me immediately. Not a single one can be missing," Chi Yutong commanded imperiously. "Yutong, this is against the rules." Lu Tong hesitated. "You have used them, haven't you?" Chi Yutong fixed a piercing gaze upon him. Lu Tong fell silent, realizing that Chi Yutong appeared to be aware of something. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Chi Yutong abruptly pulled over Yi Qingfeng. "Do you know who he is?" Lu Tong shook his head obediently. "The individual you found online regarding the product adjustments is him." Lu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You have no professional ethics." He shot a disdainful glare at Yi Qingfeng. "Ethics? What nonsense! He is my husband. We are one family," Chi Yutong declared loudly. Lu Tong was utterly incredulous, questioning the reliability of his own ears. His gaze darted between Chi Yutong and Yi Qingfeng, his expression a portrait of astonishment. "Now, immediately, notify the finance department to settle the payment," Chi Yutong stated unambiguously. Lu Tong, genuinely afraid that Chi Yutong would strike again, reluctantly complied. "Yutong, you have truly saddened me. How could you marry him and not choose me? We are childhood friends, innocent and untainted." Lu Tong looked at Chi Yutong with resignation, his heart heavy with disappointment. His eyes were laden with sorrow and resentment. Chapter 36. Adjustment. If I were to lose to Jiangchun, I could accept that. But losing to this Lu Tong, his words faltered, abruptly cut off as if severed by an unseen force. His gaze met Chi Yutong's, which seemed capable of piercing through him. Her eyes ablaze with fury that could ignite him in an instant. Lu Tong felt a chill run down his spine, his heart constricting sharply. In a panic, he quickly covered his mouth, his actions swift as if scalded by fire. At that moment, his mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, anxiety coursing through him like a swarm of ants, rendering him nearly breathless. He lamented his carelessness, regretting his ill-timed words that had angered Chi Yutong. If he continued to be reckless, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Qingfeng silently etched the name Jiang Chun into his memory. The moment he heard this name, a subtle sensation swept over his heart like a gentle breeze. His gaze flickered slightly, and he pondered the connection between Jiang Chun and Chi Yutong. He sensed that Jiang Chun undoubtedly shared an extraordinary past with Chi Yutong. However, the present circumstances were not suitable for inquiries. Thus, he buried his curiosity deep within, awaiting an opportune moment to explore further. Chi Yutong had received a message from the company's finance department, informing her that the payment had been successfully credited. Instantly, her face blossomed with a warm smile reminiscent of the spring sun, a smile capable of melting even the harshest frost. The furrowed brow that had once marred her features smoothed out gradually, as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Her eyes sparkled with joy, radiating an atmosphere of ease and delight. Lu Tong, beware of playing tricks on me again, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson, Chi Yutong proclaimed. Lifting her chin slightly, her brows arched, exuding an air of authority. Though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable weight. Lu Tong could only muster an awkward smile, his expression betraying his discomfort. Inside, he felt as though he were a bucket of water tossed about in a turbulent well. He was acutely aware that he had overstepped this time, yet he was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to collaborate with Chi Yutong. We must continue to work together. Truly, Yutong, please consider me. Lu Tong spoke cautiously, his eyes brimming with hope. His voice trembled slightly, as if he were beseeching Chi Yutong for forgiveness. Leave? Chi Yutong uttered coldly, her words slicing through the air like a chilling wind, causing Lu Tong to shiver involuntarily. Without hesitation, she grasped Qingfeng's hand and turned to depart, her movements decisive and unencumbered. Lu Tong gazed helplessly at their retreating figures, his heart heavy with disappointment. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes as he silently berated himself for his cunning. On the way back, Chi Yutong appeared considerably more relaxed. The corners of her mouth curled upward, forming a beautiful arc. Her face radiated with a joyful smile, akin to a blooming flower, vibrant and enchanting. Her eyes shone brightly and clearly, resembling two resplendent stars. Qingfeng observed her, feeling a comforting warmth envelop his heart. He could sense Chi Yutong's current mood, as if the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. "Hubby," Chi Yutong called softly, her voice gentle and sweet, akin to a celestial melody. However, Qingfeng remained lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the fact that Chi Yutong was addressing him. Chi Yutong furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of confusion creeping in. Did he not hear me call him? Or did he simply choose not to respond? A trace of disappointment flickered in her gaze. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" "I'm calling you." Chi Yutong raised her voice, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Her eyes fixated on Qingfeng, as if questioning why he had not acknowledged her. It was only then that Qingfeng realized Chi Yutong had been calling him. "Oh, I apologize. I was lost in thought and didn't respond immediately. What is it, my dear wife?" A hint of regret appeared on Qingfeng's face, though he felt a wave of nervousness within. He was uncertain whether his response was appropriate or if it might displease Chi Yutong. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting her reply. Chi Yutong abruptly braked, halting the vehicle at the intersection, coinciding perfectly with the red light. She gazed at Qingfeng in astonishment. "What did you call me?" Chi Yutong seemed to have misheard, her eyes filled with inquiry. In that moment, her heart raced as though a fawn were bounding within her chest. "Wife, what's wrong? Is there an issue?" Qingfeng inquired, his expression one of confusion. Yet internally he pondered, "You call me husband, and I call you wife? What could be amiss?" A hint of perplexity flickered in his gaze. Chi Yutong erupted into a melodious laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. "I haven't quite embraced the role yet. It feels unfamiliar," she chuckled. Her smile radiated like the sun, illuminating the entire cabin. Her eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of a child who has just received a cherished toy. The vehicles behind them honked impatiently, prompting Chi Yutong to press the accelerator and head towards Lingdong Technology. A sense of fluster enveloped her. The earlier exchange had left her both surprised and elated. She had not anticipated Qingfeng's swift adaptation to this new appellation, which filled her heart with sweetness. Happiness glimmered in her eyes as she gripped the steering wheel tightly. "We should stay at my place tonight," Chi Yutong suddenly declared. Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling in confusion. He was unsure which home she referred to, his rented apartment, her residence, or her father's villa. Doubts clouded his thoughts, leaving him uncertain of how to respond, and a hint of bewilderment crossed his face. "I mean, you should move into my house tonight from now on. It will be our home. I will send you the address and the door code shortly." Chi Yutong's tone was resolute yet gentle, her eyes filled with hope. Her heart brimmed with dreams of a future, yearning to create a warm home with Qingfeng. "I just paid the rent for my apartment," Qingfeng reasoned, still feeling that residing in his place was more convenient. A sense of reluctance lingered within him. It was a space he had inhabited for a considerable time. He was hesitant to leave so soon, and he worried that moving into Chi Yutong's home might prove uncomfortable. A flicker of hesitation shone in his eyes. Chi Yutong glanced at Qingfeng, her eyes now betraying a hint of irritation. Disappointment washed over her. She had not anticipated that he would decline her proposal. "You have already made our relationship public today. It will attract external attention. Do you think it is normal for us not to live together?" Chi Yutong's tone carried a note of inquiry, her gaze fixed intently on Qingfeng, as if awaiting his response. Qingfeng had not foreseen the situation unfolding in this manner. It seemed he was to blame. A sense of helplessness gripped him. He had not realized that revealing their relationship would lead to such complications. He found himself at a crossroads, torn between the familiarity of his rented apartment and Chi Yutong's hopeful expectations. His eyes reflected the inner turmoil of his conflicting thoughts. The following morning, an incident occurred at Chi Yu Technology. A significant client demanded modifications to the next batch of products according to their specifications. The business department forwarded the client's request to the R&D department, leaving Han Qian's supervisor, Old Liu, in a state of bewilderment. His heart was engulfed by a wave of anxiety and helplessness, akin to being shrouded by a dark cloud. This responsibility had previously been entrusted to Qingfeng, who could be said to have shouldered more than half of their team's workload, while they merely attended to less significant auxiliary tasks. As the supervisor, he found himself unfamiliar with the product. Not only was he incapable of making adjustments, but he also struggled to comprehend the client's requirements. Confusion filled his gaze as he tightly clutched the client's demands, as if it were a burdensome stone. The urgency of the client compounded the pressure, as they had promised to increase the budget with a singular request: swift action from Chi Yu Technology. Qingfeng, the general manager and head of the business department, felt uneasy and personally visited the R&D department to oversee this matter. This client was a major account, and notably a prestigious one, with payments consistently flowing in without difficulty. Qingfeng had confidently made commitments, and the weight of pressure bore down on him, for he understood the significance of this client to the company. Failure to meet their expectations could lead to dire consequences. Upon arriving at the R&D department, he immediately noticed a grimace on Supervisor Liu's face. A sense of dissatisfaction stirred within him. What was wrong with Liu? How could he fail to manage even a minor issue? "What's the matter, Supervisor Liu? Why do you wear such a glum expression?" Qingfeng's tone carried a hint of reproach as he fixed his gaze intently on Liu, as if warning him against any potential mischief. Supervisor Liu struggled to articulate his concerns, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. An awkward expression crossed his face, and his heart was torn with conflicting emotions. He recognized his inadequacy in handling this task, but was reluctant to admit his incompetence before Qingfeng. A flicker of shame was evident in his eyes. Beside them, Han Qian kept her head lowered, her own heart racing with tension. She understood the gravity of the situation. Mismanagement could tarnish the company's reputation and profits. Worry permeated her gaze as she gripped a pen tightly, as if it were her lifeline. Qingfeng sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, the typically assertive Han Qian would not be in such a state. "Speak up, what is the issue?" His tone grew more severe. Impatience evident in his demeanor as he urged Lu and Han Qian to clarify the matter swiftly. Previously, Lu had been somewhat reticent about this project, a source of humiliation for him. His heart was a whirlpool of conflict as he pondered how to explain it to Qingfeng. A sigh escaped him. This project was handled by Qingfeng. Han Qian hoped to obfuscate the truth, not wanting Qingfeng to discover their team's inadequacies. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. Qingfeng? Qingfeng recalled that Qingfeng was the supervisor he had dismissed just the day prior. Yet, upon reviewing the project, he was puzzled, for it was clearly Lu's team that was responsible. Doubt clouded his thoughts. "Let me contact Qingfeng. I will speak with him." Reluctantly, Han Qian dialed Qingfeng's number, who, at that moment, was still in a car with Chi Yutong. When Qingfeng noticed that the call was from Han Qian, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. He pondered her intentions, wondering if something had transpired at the company or if Han Qian had ulterior motives. A hint of vigilance glimmered in his gaze. Chi Yutong, observing Qingfeng's expression, inquired, "Who is calling? Why do you look so troubled?" She had assumed it was an ex-girlfriend attempting to rekindle old flames, causing her a twinge of anxiety, as she was unaware of Qingfeng's past and any lingering emotional entanglements. Concern was evident in her eyes. "It's Han Qian from Chi Yutong Technology," Qingfeng replied, his tone somewhat indifferent, yet his mind was still racing with speculation regarding her purpose. A look of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. "Put on speaker," Chi Yutong suggested, curiosity bubbling within her as she yearned to uncover the nature of Han Qian's call. Qingfeng activated the call, switched on the speakerphone, and simultaneously pressed the recording button, his heart brimming with apprehension about what Han Qian might say. "Qingfeng, I'm speaking with you on behalf of President Qin." Han Qian's voice resonated through the phone. Initially, Qingfeng assumed it was the old President Qin reaching out, but instead, he was met with the irksome tone of Qingfeng. "Qingfeng?" Qingfeng's voice dripped with his customary arrogance. "What do you want?" Qingfeng's tone was as frigid as the polar winds, laced with barely concealed impatience. At that moment, his brows furrowed slightly, and a deep-seated disdain shone in his eyes. To him, Qingfeng epitomized selfishness and obstinacy, and he had no desire to entangle himself further with this individual or to hear his voice again. "There's an issue with the project you're responsible for. You need to return immediately to address it," Qingfeng commanded, speaking in a tone that suggested he still viewed Qingfeng as an employee to be summoned at will. His voice emanated through the phone with an undeniable authority. Qingfeng was certain that Qingfeng would comply, believing he was doing him a favor by making this call, and that Qingfeng should feel honored and obliged to come running. Qingfeng, maintaining his composure, asked, "Which project? What seems to be the problem?" Internally, he was perplexed. He had already been dismissed, so how could there still be a project requiring his oversight? Furthermore, he was confident that the projects he had managed were not in jeopardy. "It's the 211 project for Changhong Electronics." Qingfeng ahalet, relieved that if it were indeed an issue on his part, he would have to return to rectify it. However, this was not his responsibility. "That 211 project is under old Lu's team. It's not mine," Qingfeng asserted with conviction. He felt a sense of gratitude that the burden was not his, as he wished to avoid being ensnared in unnecessary troubles. Qingfeng, having switched to speaker mode, allowed everyone in the R&D department to hear. He cast a puzzled glance at old Lu, who was already sweating profusely, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, his face as pale as a sheet. Lao Lu stood amidst the crowd, his body trembling slightly, his heart heavy with trepidation and unease. He was acutely aware that this project was rightfully his. Yet his gaze flickered uncertainly, unable to meet Qin Feiyang's eyes. How can it not be your project? Have you not been involved all along? Han Qian interjected, her characteristic style of feigned obstinacy on full display as she raised her voice towards her phone. Her tone was sharp and grating, imbued with an aggressive fervor. Standing beside Lao Lu, her hands planted firmly on her hips, her face contorted in anger. Han Qian was resolute in her determination to shift the blame away from herself and Lao Lu. She perceived Qingfeng as perpetually accommodating, an easy target, convinced that he would bear the brunt of this fiasco. Her eyes glimmered with cunning, reminiscent of a sly fox. Meanwhile, Qingfeng found himself incredulous with anger. Please, spare me the theatrics. Before you speak, perhaps you should clarify your thoughts, he retorted. That product belongs to your team. I merely assisted, understand? Just because you sought my help does not mean you can pin the blame on me. The company's rewards and subsidies were all yours. You have never even treated me to a meal. Now, to cast the blame upon me is utterly ludicrous. If you examine the 211 project files, planning, development, delivery, if any mention of me, Qingfeng, arises, I will accept full responsibility. His voice brimmed with a mix of indignation and resignation, as a fiery resentment simmered within him. He felt his kindness had been mistaken for weakness, having given so much without receiving even a modicum of acknowledgement, only to face unjust accusations. His grip on his phone tightened, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. At this, Han Qian was rendered speechless, while Lao Lu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He realized he had indeed exploited Qingfeng's goodwill without ever reciprocating, not even with a simple meal. A look of mortification crept across Lao Lu's face as he bowed his head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. He recalled how he had previously regarded Qingfeng as a pushover, someone too agreeable to refuse. Now, the gravity of his misjudgment weighed heavily upon him, but it was too late for redemption. Guilt and regret filled his heart, and he was at a loss as to how to confront Qingfeng. Qin Feiyang, having grasped the situation, interjected with a hint of urgency and helplessness. Qingfeng, regardless of whether you're responsible or not, please come over and address the issue immediately. His voice bore a trace of anxiety, for he understood the critical importance of this project to the company. Failure to resolve it swiftly would result in significant losses. He believed that Qingfeng should prioritize the company's interests over personal grievances. Why should I? Surely, Qin, you must be mistaken. If memory serves, you dismissed me yesterday. Qingfeng retorted coldly, his voice laced with scorn and fury. He felt that Qin Feiyang's demands were utterly unreasonable, having already terminated his employment. To now summon him back to rectify matters was beyond comprehension. He had resolved not to be bullied any longer, unwilling to be at their mercy. His gaze shone with determination, like a sword capable of piercing through any obstruction. Is it so outrageous that the company seeks your assistance despite your dismissal? Qin Feiyang asserted with unwavering conviction. Qin Feiyang's face betrayed an expression of anger. He felt that Qingfeng was being inconsiderate and failing to act in the best interests of the company. As the leader of the organization, he believed he had the authority to demand Qingfeng's return to address the issues at hand. His voice rose several decibels, infused with an air of command. No, I have neither the time nor the obligation to cater to this. Qingfeng decisively rejected. There was no hint of hesitation in his voice. He had long since lost any attachment to the company. He felt he had already been more than accommodating and saw no reason to sacrifice any further for that organization. I'll offer you a salary of 2,000 a day, more than your current pay of just over 1,000, if you come back. Qin Feiyang attempted to entice Qingfeng with monetary allure. There was a hint of urgency in his tone, as he believed that sufficient financial incentive would surely bring Qingfeng back. Anxiety filled Qin Feiyang's heart. He was acutely aware of the project's significance and could not afford to let it fail. His eyes sparkled with hope, as if he were waiting for Qingfeng to reconsider. Driving the car, Chi Yutong nearly laughed out loud. She had not anticipated Qin Feiyang's foolishness, nor his audacity to utter such words. A smirk of derision graced her lips. her gaze filled with disdain for Qingfeng. She considered him excessively self-serving, focused solely on his own interests without regard for others' feelings. She felt a sense of injustice for Qingfeng while simultaneously admiring his bravery and resolve. With a gentle shake of her head, she returned her attention to the road. Qingfeng was left incredulously amused. The money offered by the president is substantial, yet I truly have no time. If Mr. Qin is willing to pay such a high price, he should seek someone else to resolve his issues. I'm certain many would eagerly rush to serve you, Mr. Qin, he replied, his voice brimming with sarcasm and disdain. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Qingfeng's face shifted through shades of green and white, his head spinning from Qingfeng's words. It took him a moment to regain his composure. Anger and helplessness surged within him. He had not anticipated such a resolute rejection from Qingfeng. He felt his authority had been challenged, leaving him uncertain of what to do next. As he surveyed the room, the members of the R&D department quickly averted their gazes, avoiding any eye contact with him. They all sat down, feigning engrossment in their tasks, secretly relieved that they were not the ones under Qingfeng's scrutiny. None wished to become embroiled in this predicament, especially given the complexity of the project's issues, which they felt utterly unequipped to resolve. Who among you can address this problem? Qingfeng demanded loudly, his voice tinged with frustration and despair. His gaze was filled with expectation, yearning for someone to step forward with a solution. Silence ensued. Qingfeng's eyes once again fell upon old Lu. Recognizing the fury reflected in Qingfeng's fierce gaze, old Lu understood that he was in dire straits, likely facing grave consequences. With a resolute determination, he decided to speak up. Mr. Qin, the teams have all relied on Qingfeng's input. In essence, for any issues with our products, we must turn to him for resolution. Furthermore, the unresolved projects we currently have are all contingent upon Qingfeng's problem-solving expertise. Now that he has left, we are at a complete loss as to how to proceed. Old Lu's voice bore a hint of despair and helplessness. He understood that he could not escape this calamity. Silence enveloped the room, and Qingfeng recognized the gravity of old Lu's words, realizing that his layoffs had inadvertently severed a crucial artery. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Regret surged within Qingfeng as he acknowledged the severity of his misjudgment. He felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and entrapment, his gaze flickering with confusion and helplessness, utterly taken aback. Chapter 38. Qingfeng encounters setbacks, however, as Qingfeng pondered. His anxiety began to dissipate. He slightly raised his chin, an air of disdain illuminating his eyes. Internally, he mused, it's merely Qingfeng. How formidable can he truly be? A person with little academic distinction and no international experience, merely a graduate with a bachelor's degree. He could hardly believe that someone of such limited credentials could stir any significant turmoil. Qingfeng considered that if his own subordinates were inadequate, he could always seek out a true expert. After all, his company was reputedly anchored by the nation's premier institution in the realm of electronics. Engaging someone from there would simply entail a monetary transaction. To him, any problem solvable by money was not a problem at all. Qingfeng had no time to spare on Supervisor Lu. His mind was consumed with devising a solution to the pressing dilemma at hand. Resolutely, he turned on his heel and departed, his footsteps brisk and purposeful, stirring a gentle breeze. The corners of his garment fluttered in the wind, as if whispering his urgency. Supervisor Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, the droplets shimmering in the sunlight. He silently thanked his fortune for having dragged the entire research department into the fray, thereby narrowly avoiding calamity. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he met the fierce stare of Head Hu from the research department. A wave of panic washed over him, his heart constricting as if gripped by an invisible hand. Regret coursed through him. Oh, how could I forget this formidable figure? Today, I have undoubtedly offended him gravely. Qingfeng moved with decisive speed, contacting familiar associates as he hurried along. His fingers danced across the screen of his phone with urgency. The pressing issue demanded swift resolution. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Each moment felt like an eternity of torment. Before long, he arrived at the prestigious University of Electronic Science and Technology. the pinnacle of domestic electronics education. The grand entrance resembled a gateway to a sanctum of knowledge, exuding an aura of solemnity. Ranked first in the field of electronics, this institution was undoubtedly home to individuals capable of providing solutions. His friend advised him to go directly to the Microelectronics Institute, mentioning that both he and the institute's dean awaited his arrival. A flicker of hope ignited within Qingfeng, akin to a beacon in the darkness illuminating his path forward. Without hesitation, he drove towards the Microelectronics Institute, where his hopes resided. Upon his arrival, he found the dean and his friend indeed waiting for him in the office. The room was infused with a subtle fragrance of ink, sunlight streaming through the windows and casting dappled patterns on the floor. A warmth spread in Qingfeng's heart. His friend had truly come through for him. Without delay, he presented the -211 chip along with its related documentation to the dean, articulating his requirements with clarity. Qingfeng's hands trembled slightly, his heart filled with trepidation. He was uncertain whether the dean and the professors here could assist him in solving this formidable conundrum. The dean promptly summoned a suitable instructor, a man adorned with black-framed glasses, whose gaze was both focused and profound. He scrutinized the chip and the accompanying materials with the diligence of an art connoisseur appraising a rare masterpiece. After a thoughtful pause, he raised his eyes to Qingfeng and declared, "We can manage this, but we require more time. Your deadline is far too short." The client demanded to see a product within a month and insisted on signing the contract by tomorrow. Due to the urgency, the client was willing to increase the price by 50%. However, should there be a breach of contract, the penalties would be significant. The crux of the matter was the paramount importance of this client. Losing them could spell disaster for Chi Yutong technology. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's anxiety surged, and he urgently replied, "Money is not an issue." His voice was filled with earnestness and determination, as if he were pledging his resolve. He believed that with sufficient reward, courage would surely follow, and a solution would be found. The instructor, however, shook his head in resignation, adjusting his glasses as he spoke slowly. "Even with all my students, it would take a month to fully comprehend this chip. Any modifications would require even more time." Qingfeng was taken aback, his eyes brimming with disappointment and helplessness. He cast a pleading glance towards the dean, his expression suffused with expectation. The dean, understanding Qingfeng's unspoken plea, responded gently, "Professor Zhao speaks the truth. If he deems it unfeasible, others will find it even more so." Dejected, Qingfeng departed, his steps heavy and slow, as if burdened by an immense weight. His heart was laden with despair and resignation. It appeared that he would have to lower his pride and seek assistance from Qingfeng. Unbeknownst to Qingfeng, he sensed an opportunity. He squinted slightly, aware of who might purchase the 211 from Chi Yutong Technology, having previously interacted with the individual and retained their procurement department's contact information. Qingfeng accessed the colleague group of Chi Yutong Technology, his fingers gliding gently across the screen. Unlike others who would depart the group and block numbers upon resignation, he believed in leaving room for future connections, for one never knew when they might be useful again. Indeed, he soon encountered discussions within the group, all revolving around problem-solving, which illuminated the situation for him. As he read, a smile spread across his face, radiant as the sun in spring, warm and bright. He envisioned the dawn of success, a glimmering light of hope before him. Chi Yutong parked her car with practiced elegance. Noticing Qingfeng's smile, she inquired curiously, "What brings you joy?" Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he confidently replied, "An opportunity has arisen, unstoppable in its momentum. We are on the cusp of acquiring a major client, one that could undoubtedly turn our fortunes around." Chi Yutong regarded him with intrigue, her gaze imbued with anticipation, as if waiting for Qingfeng to unveil the mystery. Chapter 39. The heist do not rush. I will prepare first. Once the time is right, I will inform you. Qingfeng hurriedly spoke as he briskly made his way back to the research and development department. His steps were swift, and a slight frown graced his brow as he mentally strategized his forthcoming plans. Opportunities are fleeting, and he was determined to seize this moment to alter the company's fortunes. Watching Yi Qingfeng's fervent departure, Chi Yutong couldn't help but smile with a hint of resignation. She gently shook her head, her heart awash with complex emotions. Slowly, she turned back to her office, the sharp click of her high heels resonating on the floor. With the bank loan interest settled, Chi Yutong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, the company's troubles surged like relentless waves, leaving her utterly drained. Thoughts of her disappointing father surged within her, stirring a tide of resentment. That man truly was a failure, managing to bring the company to such disarray. What a remarkable talent he had for destruction. She sighed again, leaning back in her chair, closing her eyes in an attempt to calm her tumultuous thoughts. Her slender fingers gently massaged her temples as she pondered the company's future. Yi Qingfeng recalled that Lingdong Technology had a product quite similar to Chi Yu Technology S-211, both being power chips. He contemplated making some simple adjustments to see if the clients might find it usable. This thought spiraled in his mind like a seed of hope, gradually taking root and blossoming. He envisioned the dawn of success, eager to return to the research and development department to embark on this challenging endeavor. Upon returning, he was greeted by a scene of bustling activity. Colleagues were engrossed in their computer screens, their fingers flying across the keyboards. Others huddled together, fervently discussing technical issues with serious expressions. Yi Qingfeng surveyed this scene with deep satisfaction. "MOU, come here for a moment." Yi Qingfeng's voice rang out clearly amidst the clamor of the department. Here, only MOU could articulate the matters at hand, as they had shared the longest rapport. And Yi Qingfeng knew that MOU was a veritable wellspring of information about the company. MOU, fueled by his desire to impress his 33-year-old goddess, required substantial funds. He had already tapped into the company's potential. The tasks of the research department were all disseminated through MOU, allowing him to reap some benefits. Moreover, he was involved in the procurement for the operations department and the recruitment of cleaning staff. Everyone in the company had come to a consensus. For any issues, consulting MOU was the way to go. Upon hearing Yi Qingfeng's call, MOU set aside his work and sauntered into Yi Qingfeng's office. He tossed a piece of gum through the air, which arced gracefully before landing precisely on Yi Qingfeng's desk. "Do you remember the power chip you entrusted to me a year ago?" Yi Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he fixed his gaze on MOU. "Of course," MOU replied without hesitation. Yi Qingfeng truly admired this fellow's remarkable memory. MOU took a certain pride in his own memory, aware that in this company, his knack for staying informed and retaining information was his advantage, a capital for acquiring benefits. He slightly lifted his chin, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. "Find it for me, and do it quickly." Yi Qingfeng's tone was imbued with urgency, and his eyes radiated an unwavering determination. 5 minutes. With that, MOU exited. MOU swiftly searched the database for information on 01, and indeed, after 5 minutes, he sent the data to Yi Qingfeng. Eagerly, Yi Qingfeng opened the document, scrutinizing every detail with intense focus, as if he sought to engrave the information in his mind. His fingers glided over the mouse, each movement charged with anticipation. After a while, joy swelled within him. He envisioned the prospect of success looming before him. He stepped out of the office and proclaimed, "Everyone halt." The entire research and development team paused their tasks, turning to Yi Qingfeng, bewildered by the sudden interruption. Filled with curiosity and uncertainty, he commanded, "Fang Yong, go to the business department immediately and have them prepare the manual for 01. Bring it over now. I will make revisions and arrange for printing." Yi Qingfeng's tone was resolute and decisive. Fang Yong, though puzzled, did not inquire further and promptly headed to the business department. Meanwhile, Yi Qingfeng addressed the rest. "Everyone, yes, everyone, is to participate in the improvement of 01. We shall work overtime today. If this comes to fruition, there will be rewards for all, and a lavish feast at Hong Fu restaurant awaits." His voice resonated through the research and development department, imbued with fervor and resolve. Excitement surged among the team. Who wouldn't be thrilled by the prospect of monetary rewards, delectable food, and fine wine? At that moment, motivation and anticipation filled their hearts. "I will make the arrangements now," MOU said, invigorated by the prospect. His thoughts drifted to his 33-year-old goddess, a sly smile gracing his lips as he envisioned her joy. Not yet. I mean to get the job done, Yi Qingfeng stated gravely, aware that this endeavor was of utmost importance. He had to ensure every aspect proceeded smoothly. His gaze was resolute and serious, instilling a sense of urgency in those around him. Yi Qingfeng promptly began delegating tasks, bypassing the supervisors to directly assign responsibilities, instructing everyone to consult him first should any issues arise. He remained seated, observing diligently. Consequently, the weight of expectation settled upon each individual. They recognized the significance Yi Qingfeng placed on this project and were determined to give their utmost effort. Fang Yong soon returned, accompanied by a supervisor from the business department bearing the manual. Yi Qingfeng immediately made revisions and instructed the supervisor to arrange for printing. The supervisor hesitated, expressing concern over protocol. Without a client or product, it was unconventional to print a manual directly. While the cost was minimal, such a practice was unprecedented. Let the research department cover the expenses. Just expedite the process, please. If this succeeds, the achievements will be credited to you. When the time comes, treat us to a meal with your commission. I implore you, my friend. Yi Qingfeng's voice conveyed sincerity and hope. He understood that everyone needed to see tangible benefits to be motivated, and Fang Yong's ability to connect with this individual indicated a favorable rapport. Bestowing benefits upon this individual also serves to honor Fang Yong. Once this person receives the advantages, they are unlikely to forget Fang Yong, fostering mutual gratitude. After all, bestowing favors is a universal gesture. For now, let us paint a grand vision to ensure this matter is addressed, and subsequently, they will reap the rewards. In future endeavors, they will eagerly assist, thus establishing one's presence within the business department. Observing Yi Qingfeng's unwavering gaze, the supervisor felt a surge of inspiration from his fervor. He nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall expedite this matter." Initially, he thought this task rather foolish and feared ridicule from his colleagues. Yet he now perceived Yi Qingfeng as a reliable ally. Chapter 40. Qingfeng offers a lucrative salary with a furrowed brow. Qingfeng returned to the office, his expression shadowed by the weight of unspoken burdens. Upon entering, he paced restlessly, the sound of his shoes striking the floor resonating in the otherwise tranquil space. After a prolonged moment, he abruptly halted, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to an impending volcanic eruption. He pressed the intercom button with fervor, bellowing, "Bring Manager Liu and Han Qian to me immediately." Now, before long, Manager Liu and Han Qian, hearts fluttering with trepidation, arrived at the general manager's office. Qingfeng's piercing gaze struck them like a razor, and he commanded with unyielding authority, "You two must employ any means necessary to bring Yi Qingfeng here. Attend to this matter at once." Upon hearing this, Han Qian's brows furrowed in indignation, her discontent swelling like a tide. "Cousin, can we not manage without Yi Qingfeng? His demeanor infuriates me." She pouted, her exquisite features marred by disdain, her trembling fingers betraying her inner turmoil. Qingfeng shot her a fierce glare, asserting sternly, "It is indeed imperative that Yi Qingfeng returns." Still defiant, Han Qian muttered, "But he won't listen to us." Taking a deep breath to quell his rising ire, Qingfeng replied slowly, "Inform him that his salary will increase by 50%, along with additional rewards if he returns." "Go now." Han Qian opened her mouth to protest, but the ferocity in Qingfeng's eyes silenced her. Internally, she grumbled, "What makes Yi Qingfeng so exceptional that my cousin values him so highly? When he returns, I shall certainly show him my displeasure." Manager Liu felt a similar unease, aware that Yi Qingfeng was not easily persuaded to return. Yet, he dared not defy Qingfeng's orders and exchanged a glance with Han Qian, both recognizing the shared burden of their predicament. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the air thick with tension. Upon exiting Qingfeng's office, both Manager Liu and Han Qian bore heavy hearts. Liu turned to Han Qian and said earnestly, "We must, by all means, convince Yi Qingfeng to return today. The general manager has spoken. We cannot afford to fail. Han Qian scoffed, her heart brimming with disdain. I simply do not understand what merits Yi Qingfeng such attention from my cousin. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, revealing a glimmer of doubt in her eyes. Director Lu sighed and remarked, "Now is not the time for complaints. We must devise a way to bring him back. When you meet Yi Qingfeng, be sure to wear a smile and exude the charm of your beauty. Today, we must do whatever it takes to persuade him to return." Although Han Qian was reluctant, she understood the gravity of the situation and could only acquiesce with a half-hearted agreement. "All right, I will do my best," she thought to herself. Making me greet Yi Qingfeng with a smile is quite a concession on my part. Director Lu promptly called Yi Qingfeng, who answered the phone quickly. "Qingfeng, it's your brother Lu. Let us meet." "Sure, Lu Ji, send me the location." After hanging up, a subtle smile of confidence played on Yi Qingfeng's lips. He had already surmised the reason for Lu's call, but was surprised that Qingfeng was still able to maintain his composure. Could it be? Yi Qingfeng pondered. That Qingfeng had found someone capable of resolving the issue? Yet, if he had indeed found such a person, why would he ask Lu to contact him? Yi Qingfeng felt compelled to meet. He wished to discern Qingfeng's intentions. "Brother Feng," Yi Qingfeng called out to Feng Yong, who immediately approached, respecting the capabilities and performance of this younger colleague. "Brother Feng, I need to step out for a bit. Keep an eye on things here and call me if anything arises." "Understood." Feng Yong nodded in agreement. Yi Qingfeng proceeded directly to the CAF where he was to meet Director Lu. Lu and Han Qian had already arrived. Lu repeatedly urged Han Qian to greet Yi Qingfeng warmly, insisting that she showcase her charm as a beauty to ensure they could persuade him to return. Han Qian sat there, feeling quite unwilling. She glanced at Lu and murmured, "Director Lu, must we really be so courteous to Yi Qingfeng? I have no desire to greet him with a smile." Her delicate fingers twisted nervously at the hem of her clothing, her face revealing her discomfort. Lu responded sternly, "Han Qian, this is President Qin's directive. We must fulfill this task. Please endure for a moment." With a resigned sigh, Han Qian managed to force a semblance of a smile, which, though beautiful, bore an air of reluctance akin to flowers blooming in early spring. When Yi Qingfeng arrived, Lu immediately pulled the unwilling Han Qian to her feet. "Qingfeng, my brother, please take a seat." The CAF they chose was elegant, with soft lighting and the rich aroma of coffee permeating the air. "Waiter, one latte, please." Lu knew Yi Qingfeng favored lattes and thought to himself that he must first win Yi Qingfeng's favor to have any chance of persuading him to return. "Liu Ye, you are too kind," Yi Qingfeng replied, noticing Han Qian's presence. "It's been a couple of days since I've seen the gorgeous Han. It feels like something has been missing." He greeted her with a smile, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. His tall figure appeared particularly striking under the soft lighting, and the warmth of his smile radiated like sunshine. Observing Yi Qingfeng's demeanor, Lu felt a glimmer of hope that today might yield success. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that if Yi Qingfeng agreed to return, he would be able to satisfy President Qin. Han Qian believed that Yi Qingfeng must still wish to return to the company, which explained his courteous demeanor towards her and old Lu. This only fueled her disdain. She considered Yi Qingfeng to be the same sycophant as ever. Her bright eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a hint of contempt. "How have you been these past couple of days? Qingfeng, have you had enough rest?" Supervisor Lu inquired casually, a broad smile adorning his face. "Rest? I've been fired. The company terminated my labor contract," Yi Qingfeng replied earnestly, though a flicker of barely concealed pride danced in his eyes. He was eager to observe Lu and Han's reactions. "The company wants you back." Han Qian felt no need for subtleties. She believed it was best to be direct. Yi Qingfeng would surely be overjoyed to return, she mused, convinced he would eagerly accept the offer. Her melodious voice rang out in the CAF, tinged with arrogance. "The company wants me back? What on earth is this about?" Yi Qingfeng feigned confusion, casting a perplexed look at Supervisor Lu. "Qingfeng, that day everyone was emotional and acted impulsively. After your departure, your colleagues in the RD department spoke up for you. Who could deny your popularity there?" Supervisor Lu explained hastily, a flattering smile on his face. His urgent tone seemed to plead for Yi Qingfeng's forgiveness. Are there no conditions? Yi Qingfeng probed cautiously, eager to ascertain the extent of Qin Feiyong's sincerity. His profound gaze revealed a glimmer of anticipation. In her heart, Han Qian felt a surge of contempt for Yi Qingfeng, scolding him internally. This Yi Qingfeng is indeed greedy, only concerned with negotiating terms. Her clenched fist trembled slightly, betraying her inner fury. President Qin said that as long as you return, your salary will be increased by 50%, which underscores his regard for you. Brother, you must take care of me in the future. Your prospects are boundless. Old Lu remarked, feeling a sense of relief as he sensed the matter was resolved. His excited eyes sparkled with hope. But I have already found a job. Yi Qingfeng, feeling confident, intentionally donned a troubled expression, keen to observe Lu and Han's next reaction. The slight upward curve of his lips hinted at his inner satisfaction. Chapter 41. A treasure discovered. What? You found a job? Han Qian's sharp voice sliced through the air like an arrow, and she sprang up in shock, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her face was a canvas of disbelief and astonishment, and a wave of intense dissatisfaction surged within her. To her, Yi Qingfeng was nothing but shameless, clearly boasting to inflate his own worth. She thought to herself, even with a 50% raise, he remains unsatisfied? Truly brazen. Seeing this, old Lu hurriedly reached out to pull Han Qian back. His movements were slightly hasty, tinged with exasperation. Although Han Qian was reluctant, she complied with old Lu's advice and slowly sat down. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Qingfeng's eyes like a sword, as if she sought to uncover a hint of weakness within his expression. Then tell me, where are you working now? Han Qian's tone was laden with skepticism, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. Lingdong Technology. Yi Qingfeng responded with an air of calmness, his voice neither too high nor too low, yet imbued with a resolute conviction. Lingdong Technology? Old Lu found the name familiar. Furrowing his brow, he endeavored to sift through his memories of the company. His gaze grew somewhat bewildered, as if he were desperately searching the river of recollection. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was that company barely hanging on, once thriving, but now, alas. A complex wave of emotions surged within old Lu. He felt a twinge of regret for Yi Qingfeng, coupled with a sense of his unwise choice. Qingfeng, with Lingdong Technology in its current state, bankruptcy looms near. You should come back. It's hardly fulfilling there. Old Lu urged patiently. His eyes brimmed with concern, and his tone was particularly gentle, reminiscent of a senior advising a headstrong junior. To old Lu, Yi Qingfeng was a talented individual who should not squander his time in a company devoid of prospects. I have to pay a penalty for resigning now. Yi Qingfeng replied helplessly, a slight furrow creasing his brow, revealing a hint of distress. It seemed he was truly conflicted, as the penalty was no trivial amount. Old Lu, gritting his teeth, took it upon himself to make a decision for Qin Feiyong. The penalty will be covered by Chi Yu, old Lu declared, thumping his chest. His gesture was decisive and forceful, as though he were making a significant commitment. He thought to himself, for the sake of retaining Yi Qingfeng, this penalty was inconsequential. He was confident that the company would address any ensuing issues once Yi Qingfeng returned to Chi Yu Technology. I am currently the head of the R&D department at Lingdong Technology, Yi Qingfeng said with a smile. Old Lu gasped. He could not make that call. He glanced helplessly at Han Qian, who immediately understood. A smile graced her face as she adjusted her clothing, leaning slightly toward Yi Qingfeng. Her actions appeared somewhat contrived, her eyes glimmering with a hint of flattery. Yi Qingfeng quickly rose to evade her, joking, I'm a married man. One must maintain boundaries with other women. I just stepped out for a moment, Lu Ge. I've just arrived at a new place, and as a minor leader, I must be cautious of my influence. I must return now, Yi Qingfeng stated before hastily departing. His strides were firm and rapid, as though he had pressing matters to attend to. He thought to himself that his objectives had been achieved. There were indeed issues to address, and he had no desire to engage with the two individuals. Old Lu returned with Han Qian, feeling a sense of resignation. Qingfeng soon learned of Yi Qingfeng's visit to Lingdong Technology and immediately chuckled. There was a trace of smugness in his smile, as if everything was under his control. He secretly reveled in the thought, Chi Jun from Lingdong Technology is my buddy. This will be easy. Qingfeng promptly reached out to Chi Jun. Upon returning to the RD department, several colleagues sought out Yi Qingfeng, having encountered a conundrum. Yi Qingfeng patiently addressed each issue. This time, everyone in the department finally grasped just how remarkable Yi Qingfeng was. Their hearts brimmed with admiration, and they formed a newfound respect for his capabilities. Chi Yutong came to the RD department looking for Yi Qingfeng. She had already heard about the happenings within the department. She was unaware of Yi Qingfeng's intentions, so she approached to take a look. Upon seeing Chi Yutong, Yi Qingfeng swiftly pulled her into his office, his demeanor imbued with urgency, as if he had significant matters to discuss with her. He felt a surge of excitement, eager to share his plans with Chi Yutong. President Chi, our esteemed client at Chi Yu Technology is Rainbow Electronics in Sichuan Province, Yi Qingfeng announced, his voice tinged with enthusiasm and his eyes sparkling with fervor. I am familiar with Rainbow Electronics. They previously produced color televisions and now manufacture laptops, mobile phones, and educational devices, Chi Yutong replied. Indeed, that's the one. They have consistently procured chips and integrated circuits from Chi Yu Technology. Currently, they require an improved version of our chip 211, but we are unable to deliver due to their urgent timeline, Yi Qingfeng said, his tone brimming with joy. What does this have to do with us? Chi Yutong inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her gaze. I am currently leading the R&D department to enhance our chip 01, which can fully meet their requirements, Yi Qingfeng asserted confidently, his eyes glimmering as if envisioning a promising future for Lingdong Technology. Chi Yutong's eyes instantly brightened, her heart swelling with excitement as she recognized the opportunity for Lingdong Technology to secure this significant client. If successful, it will be a turning point for the company. Rainbow Electronics is in a rush and is willing to increase their offer by 50%. This additional margin could yield substantial profits for us, Yi Qingfeng continued, his voice laced with eagerness and anticipation. Chi Yutong's eyes sparkled even more, her heart filled with exhilaration as she envisioned the ascent of Lingdong Technology. I have a contact number for a staff member in the procurement department at Rainbow Electronics. You should reach out to him now. I also possess an electronic version of the 01 specification. Are you certain about this? Breaching the contract incurs penalties, she expressed cautiously, her demeanor reflecting the weight of the decision at hand. 211 is my responsibility, Yi Qingfeng stated resolutely, his confidence instilling a sense of assurance in Chi Yutong. In her mind, Chi Yutong thought she had stumbled upon a treasure. Without hesitation, she dialed the contact. Meanwhile, Rainbow Electronics was in a state of urgency. Having received no definitive response from Chi Yu Technology, yet their need was pressing. The general manager demanded results within the hour, and the procurement manager was overwhelmed with frustration, lamenting Chi Yu Technology's inefficacy and contemplating whether future collaborations were viable. Chapter 42. Qingfeng approaches Lingdong Technology at that moment. A young salesperson hurriedly appeared outside the office of Manager Lu Hong in the procurement department. He clutched his phone tightly, knocking on the door of Lu Hong's office. Come in, Lu Hong's voice resonated from within, steady and authoritative. The salesperson cautiously pushed the door open, his movements tentative. His gaze was tinged with a hint of tension and anticipation, his heart racing uncontrollably, and a fine sheen of perspiration beaded on his forehead. Manager Lu, the chairperson of a company called Lingdong Technology, has taken the initiative to call. She mentioned that they have a chip they wish to market to us. The sales representative's voice trembled slightly, and Lu Hong furrowed her brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. She thought to herself, each day, countless telemarketers bombard us with an array of nonsensical products. Must I really be troubled by such trivial matters? Her gaze fell upon the salesman, tinged with reproach, as if her eyes were questioning, is such a minor issue worthy of my disturbance? Her tone betrayed a hint of impatience, resonating through the air, as though articulating her discontent. Manager Lu, I reviewed the brochure she sent over, and it aligns perfectly with our requirements. It could serve as a substitute for the 211 chip from Chi Yutong Technology. The salesman hurriedly added, excitement lacing his voice. He was brimming with hope, his hands trembling slightly, as if overwhelmed by the significance of this discovery. What? Lu Hong sprang from her seat, her face a canvas of astonishment. It felt as though her heart had been struck by a bolt of lightning. The news was utterly unexpected. She had been anxious about the batch of products destined for Europe, and to her surprise, a fortuitous opportunity had arisen at this very moment. Her heartbeat quickened, her mind racing to assess the reliability of this information. Her eyes widened, filled with both surprise and uncertainty. "Quick, let me see it," Liu exclaimed, eagerly snatching the salesman's phone, her movements swift as if fearing the loss of a crucial opportunity. Her fingers danced across the screen, fixated on every word and parameter displayed. A blend of anticipation and trepidation filled her heart. Could this product truly meet our needs? There must be no room for error. As she delved deeper into the details, a wave of joy began to swell within her. Indeed, this product seemed almost tailor-made for them. Her gaze brightened, as if she had discovered a beacon of hope in the darkness. Rainbow Electronics had a shipment set for Europe, and the salesman, eager to secure results, had signed a contract without hesitation. He was filled with an insatiable desire for achievement, knowing that success equated to commission. He believed that securing this contract would validate his capabilities and earn him recognition and rewards from his superiors. Without contemplating the potential repercussions, he hastily inked the agreement. However, upon its return to the R&D department, they were taken aback. The European client had specific requirements that the existing product simply could not fulfill. Yet, with the contract signed, there was no recourse. The R&D team had no choice but to work overnight to modify the product according to the client's specifications. These adjustments necessitated alterations to the 211 chip from Chi Yutong Technology. Initially, everyone had assumed that Chi Yutong Technology would not falter, given their history of solid collaboration. However, to their dismay, Chi Yutong Technology failed to provide a definitive response, inducing considerable anxiety within Rainbow Electronics. Lu Hong herself was troubled, acutely aware that should any issues arise, the responsibility would be substantial. Lu Hong finally finished reading the instruction manual, letting out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. With a backup chip now on hand, should Chi Yutong Technology prove unfeasible, alternatives were readily available, ensuring that no time would be wasted. She gazed at the sales representative, her eyes brimming with admiration. In her heart, she thought, this young man is commendable, a true benefactor, and he has achieved a significant accomplishment this time. I must reward him generously. You have truly excelled this time, and I will ensure you receive a reward. Her voice carried a tone of appreciation and affirmation. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. The sales representative beamed with a radiant smile, filled with pride and joy. He had not anticipated that merely answering a phone call would lead to such fortuitous outcomes. How should I respond? He asked cautiously. Provide me with the number. I will contact them personally, Lu Hong declared decisively, her gaze imbued with determination and resolve. The sales representative promptly handed over the number to Lu Hong, who immediately dialed Chi Yutong. The call connected at once, as Chi Yutong had been anxiously awaiting this very call. Upon seeing the incoming call from Sichuan province, she knew there was hope. Excitement and tension coursed through her. She understood that this opportunity was crucial for Lingdong Technology. Her hands trembled slightly, her heart racing. Hello, I am Lu Hong, the procurement manager at Qingfeng Electronics. Lu Hong's voice was steady and powerful. Hello, Manager Lu. I am Chi Yutong, the chairperson of Lingdong Technology. Chi Yutong replied, her tone laced with excitement and anticipation. I must be direct. Time is of the essence. Can you deliver as required within a month? Liu est un convoi d'urgence. Chi Yutong switched to speaker mode, glancing at Qingfeng, who smiled and wrote down 3 words. Half a month. Without hesitation, Chi Yutong responded into the phone. Half a month. Now, it was Lu Hong who found herself uncertain. She questioned internally, is the other party reliable? A sense of worry and doubt filled her mind as she wondered if this decision was wise. Her brow furrowed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. "We will sign a contract," Lu Hong said hesitantly. "If there is a breach, we will provide compensation," Chi Yutong stated assertively. This assurance eased Lu Hong's concerns. "Very well. I will inform our general manager right away, and we will finalize it today." Lu Hong's voice resonated with decisiveness and determination. "I look forward to collaborating with Kaihong Electronics," Chi Yutong concluded before hanging up. "Will there still be uncertainties?" Chi Yutong turned to Yi Qingfeng. "Almost none," Yi Qingfeng replied confidently, his demeanor exuding self-assurance as if everything lay within his control. Qingfeng had arrived at Lingdong Technology and found Qi Jun. Qingfeng succinctly explained the situation. Qi Jun had long wished to rid himself of the bothersome Yi Qingfeng. The two promptly made their way to the business department, only to find that Yi Qingfeng was absent. Chapter 43. Dismissal of Qi Jun. Where is Yi Qingfeng? Where is he? Qi Jun's eyes widened in fury, his voice booming as if it might shatter the ceiling, reverberating throughout the room. His countenance darkened like the sky before an impending storm, his brows knitted tightly together, forming a profound furrow. At this moment, he was brimming with doubt and discontent, perceiving Yi Qingfeng as nothing more than a pretty face, a dandy who had bewitched Chi Yutong through some unknown means. He could not fathom that Yi Qingfeng possessed any genuine talent. His urgent desire was to confront Yi Qingfeng and unveil his true nature. Mou, witnessing this scene, felt a sudden pang of alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. A flicker of tension crossed his gaze, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He promptly rose, donning a forced smile that appeared somewhat rigid, as if it were painfully extracted. He hastily approached, his steps betraying a hint of anxiety. "Assistant Qi, our minister Yi has gone to the chairman's office." Mou replied cautiously, his voice trembling slightly, revealing his unease. "What are they doing in the office?" Qi Jun inquired without hesitation, his tone laced with suspicion and inquiry. Various unsettling conjectures swirled in his mind, firmly believing that Yi Qingfeng was engaged in some clandestine affair with Chi Yutong. The more he pondered, the more furious he became, convinced that Yi Qingfeng's allure was solely based on his looks, devoid of any substantial ability. His hands clenched into tight fists, trembling slightly as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. "Go, summon him to me," Qi Jun commanded imperiously, his tone brooking no dissent. His eyes glinted with rage, as if he wished to reduce Yi Qingfeng to ashes. Qingfeng, perplexed, was unaware that Lingdong Technology had a new chairman. His expression was filled with confusion, his brows slightly furrowed, reflecting his inner turmoil. Observing Qi Jun's aggressive demeanor, he was engulfed by uncertainty. He wondered what Yi Qingfeng could possibly be discussing with Qi Jun's father in the office. The thought made him hesitate. He never imagined Qi Jun's father could have such peculiar interests. Upon this notion surfacing, he found it absurd, yet could not help but dwell on it. An awkward expression crossed his face as he shook his head, attempting to dispel the ludicrous thought from his mind. Mou hurried to Chi Yutong's office, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He gently knocked on the door, the sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz, laced with a tremor. "Come in." Chi Yutong's voice resonated from within, succinct and commanding. Mou opened the door, stepping inside to find Chi Yutong and Yi Qingfeng seated, the atmosphere seemingly tense. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he silently speculated on the important matters they might be discussing. He swallowed hard and cautiously addressed them. "General Manager Qi." "Minister Yi." "Assistant Qi has brought a young man to see Minister Yi." After speaking, he anxiously regarded the two, awaiting their instructions. Chi Yutong and Yi Qingfeng exchanged a glance, instantly aware that it was Qingfeng who had arrived. A shared understanding flickered in their eyes, both contemplating their strategy. Chi Yutong rose, accompanied by Yi Qingfeng, heading towards the RD department. Her stature was regal, exuding an aura of formidable presence akin to that of a queen. Her gaze exuded confidence and composure, as if everything lay within her grasp. Qi Jun pretended to observe his surroundings, glancing here and there, yet he remained utterly clueless. His eyes were filled with confusion and ignorance as he carelessly fiddled with various objects, oblivious to their purpose. His sole intention was to assert his authority, to make his presence known. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, as if to declare himself the master of this domain. Zhao Xiaoli regarded Qi Jun with disdain. Her eyes were filled with loathing, and her slightly furrowed brow betrayed her dissatisfaction with him. She perceived Qi Jun as a mere fool, someone who relied solely on his status to flaunt his power. Suddenly, thoughts of Yi Qingfeng crossed her mind, and an inexplicable fondness surged within her. She found Yi Qingfeng genuinely handsome. His self-assured demeanor, while seated in the R&D department, was undeniably captivating, as if he commanded everything around him. Zhao Xiaoli now viewed Qi Jun as a contemptible buffoon, one that was particularly irksome. The individual accompanying Qi Jun, who was trying to impress, likely wasn't any better. She silently scorned them, while simultaneously feeling her admiration for Yi Qingfeng deepen. A glimmer sparkled in her eyes, as if she eagerly anticipated Yi Qingfeng's performance. Qingfeng caught sight of Zhongling and her companions, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as he wondered why they were present. "Are you all here too? Did Yi Qingfeng bring you in?" His tone conveyed both astonishment and curiosity. Qi Yun, now aware of Zhongling and her group, felt his anger intensify. Yi Qingfeng is quite something, bringing in 3 at once. Is he attempting to engage in nepotism? This is blatant favoritism, creating a little clique. Qi Jun sneered, malice evident in his gaze. Yi Qingfeng and Chi Yutong had already arrived, and Mo Yu quietly returned to his workstation. Why involve himself in this clash when he was but a minor player? He preferred to remain unobtrusive and focus on his own tasks. With feline grace, he stealthily returned to his position, bowing his head in feigned busyness, while secretly harboring concerns about the brewing conflict. "Assistant Qi, what are you rambling about? This is the R&D department, not a place for your misguided assertions. If you have no business here, kindly leave," Yi Qingfeng stated bluntly, his eyes ablaze with anger. He had tolerated Qi Jun's antics for far too long. This arrogant individual had consistently abused his status, pushing Yi Qingfeng to the brink of endurance. Qingfeng and Qi Jun, incredulous, turned to face Yi Qingfeng in unison. Their expressions were a mixture of astonishment and rage, unable to believe that Yi Qingfeng dared to speak so boldly to Qi Jun. Qingfeng's eyes reflected a hint of confusion as he struggled to comprehend Yi Qingfeng's audacity. In contrast, Qi Jun's gaze burned with fury, feeling that his dignity had been severely challenged. "You want me to leave?" Qi Jun was nearly driven to madness, questioning his own identity. He is, after all, the heir apparent, destined to be the leader of Lingdong technology. His heart brims with indignation and humiliation, perceiving a grave affront to his dignity. His voice trembles, as if stifling the fury within. "What do you say? If you continue to prattle on, I shall expel you forthwith." Yi Qingfeng spoke fearlessly, his gaze rife with provocation. He had resolved to no longer endure this situation, and the entire R&D department internally rejoiced. They had long been exasperated by this spoiled prince. This fellow, with his lecherous entanglements with beautiful women, truly believed himself to be charming, which was utterly revolting. They silently applauded Yi Qingfeng, hoping he would drive Qi Jun away. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if awaiting a splendid performance. Qingfeng tugged at Qi Jun. He had matters to discuss with Yi Qingfeng today, and it was unwise to make it too tense. He felt a sense of helplessness, knowing Qi Jun's temperament, but this was not the time for outbursts. He must devise a solution, lest matters deteriorate further. A hint of worry flickered in his eyes, and the slight furrow of his brow betrayed his inner anxiety. "Qingfeng, I'm here to take you back. Once you return, you shall be the head of the R&D department at Chi Yu Technology. And you 3, hurry and gather your things. We shall depart together. Yutong, I apologize, but I must take my people back. We can discuss any subsequent matters later. Our 2 companies are meant to collaborate. We shall have a thorough conversation afterward." Qingfeng endeavored to maintain a calm tone, convinced that if he assented, Chi Yutong would obediently come to his side like a docile rabbit. This Lingdong technology would soon be under his control, and he believed Chi Yutong would have no objections. Collaboration? Who said anything about partnering with Chi Yu technology? Chi Yutong retorted disdainfully, her eyes brimming with contempt. She had resolved to no longer rely on Chi Yu technology, choosing instead to cultivate Ling Dong technology with her own strength. Her voice rang clear and powerful, resonating in the air. "Mr. Qin, when did I ever say I would leave with you?" Qingfeng replied coolly, his gaze revealing a sense of indifference and determination. He had grown utterly disillusioned with Chi Yu technology and would not return. His voice was calm and resolute, as if to convey to Qingfeng that his decision was immutable. Zhongling had been somewhat anxious earlier. She truly did not wish to return to Chi Yu technology. Now, witnessing her superior's complete lack of intent to return, her heart found solace. "Mr. Qin, we three are no longer your employees. Kindly refrain from barking orders at us." Zhongling's tone bore a hint of anger. Her eyes sparkled with courage and resolve, as if to assert to Qingfeng that they would no longer be bullied. Qingfeng gazed incredulously at the individuals before him. He felt that, given his efforts, they ought to be overflowing with gratitude. His heart swelled with confusion and dissatisfaction, unable to comprehend their rejection of his goodwill. "Qingfeng, take your companions to the personnel office immediately to complete the formalities, and then return with me swiftly." Qi Jun was still posturing, his heart filled with fury and resentment. He felt that his authority was being challenged, and that he must compel Qingfeng and the others to submit to him. His voice, sharp and piercing like a sword, struck towards Qingfeng. "On what grounds do you issue commands, Qi Jun?" Chi Yutong said coldly, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Her voice was as chilling as ice, sending shivers down one's spine. "I am the assistant to the chairman, fully responsible for the daily affairs of Lingdong technology." Qi Jun replied, locking eyes with Chi Yutong, his heart brimming with confidence and pride. He perceived his status as noble, endowed with the authority to command others. A glimmer of triumph flickered in his gaze, as if to demonstrate his superiority over Chi Yutong. "Not anymore," Chi Yutong retorted in an extremely contemptuous tone. "What do you mean?" Qi Jun, genuinely perplexed, was filled with doubt and unease. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes. "Literally, you have lost all your positions. Now, leave." Chi Yutong's tone was resolute and indifferent. A trace of authority emanated from her gaze, compelling obedience. "My position is my father." Qi Jun's voice trembled, fear and anxiety enveloping him. "And what of your father?" Chi Yutong's eyes brimmed with mockery. "The chairman. The former chairman. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case. I am a chairman now. I hereby revoke all your appointments. Is that not permissible?" A hint of dominance shone through Chi Yutong's eyes, evoking admiration. Qi Jun was taken aback. This was indeed happening. A wave of despair and anger coursed through him, feeling as if he had been toyed with by Chi Yutong. His eyes sparkled with fury, yet he felt utterly helpless. "I now inform you that you are dismissed, and you are forbidden from stepping into the company ever again." Chi Yutong's tone was devoid of emotion. A sense of finality radiated from her gaze, as if to convey that her decision was immutable. "I will go find Qi Jun." His voice tinged with desperation. "Looking for your father?" Chi Yutong's eyes gleamed with derision. "Isn't your father also mine?" Qi Jun's voice carried a note of grievance and anger. A glimmer of tears shone in his eyes, as if mourning his own plight. "Here, father holds no value. I now hold the reins of Lingdong technology. What I say is final. Qingfeng is now the general manager of Lingdong technology, overseeing the RD department." Qingfeng was utterly bewildered. When did Lingdong technology undergo such a transformation? However, he knew one thing for certain. Qingfeng was not returning. A sense of helplessness and loss enveloped him, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 44. Zhou Jinyu's thoughts stirred. Once more Qi Jun's eyes instantly reddened, as if two flames of fury were ignited within them. Reason completely cast aside in that moment. His body lunged forward, akin to an enraged beast, wildly charging at Chi Yutong. His fists clenched, muscles taut, each step imbued with a fierce determination, as if he yearned to overpower Chi Yutong instantly. Meanwhile, Qingfeng, Witnessing Chi Jun's frenzied actions felt a tightness in his chest, as though an invisible hand had gripped him fiercely. In his heart, Chi Yutong resembled a delicate flower that needed protection, and he could not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. He displayed no hesitation. His legs propelled him forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing to position himself protectively in front of Chi Yutong. Yet, who could have anticipated that Chi Jun would abruptly halt, akin to a racing car that loses control? His feet ground against the surface, emitting a shrill sound. At that moment, Qingfeng, consumed by urgency, could not adjust his speed in time. With a resounding thud, he collided directly into Chi Jun. Chi Jun's previously frenzied body was sent sprawling like a rag doll, landing heavily at Chi Yutong's feet. His hair was instantly disheveled, strands obscuring his face, which had contorted in shock and embarrassment. His clothes were crumpled from the impact, the edges trembling slightly, rendering him an image of utter absurdity. Chi Yutong slightly lifted her delicate chin, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with disdain. Observing her half-brother, she sighed deeply within. To her, he was nothing but a hollow shell, brimming with impotent fury, yet lacking the strength and courage to match it. Chi Jun, infuriated, scrambled to his feet, his face flushed as red as a ripe liver. He glared fiercely at Qingfeng, his teeth grinding audibly, resentment surging within him like a tidal wave. This detestable individual must have acted with intent. With eyes that seemed ready to spit fire, he seethed, "You did this on purpose. Just wait, I will have my revenge on you." His words dripped with venom, as if he yearned to devour Qingfeng whole. Qingfeng, however, merely smiled faintly, a smile that hinted at a profound understanding of the world. Suddenly, a crucial thought crossed his mind. He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing distantly into the horizon, silently contemplating the fact that he now possessed some funds and should consider visiting a hospital to explore the possibility of targeted therapy. The arduous processes of radiation and chemotherapy were experiences he wished to avoid, as they would not only ravage his body, but also erode his spirit. He simply hoped that if his condition were indeed beyond salvation, he could depart this world quietly, without enduring further torment, preserving the last vestige of dignity in his life. Chi Jun misinterpreted Qingfeng's dazed expression as one of fear in response to his harsh words. A sense of pride surged within him, as if he could already envision Qingfeng trembling before him. Yet, Chi Jun also harbored a profound wariness. Long ago, he had sought an opportunity to teach Chi Yutong a lesson. One fateful day, when the house was empty, he believed he had been granted a perfect chance to confront his loathed sister. As he stealthily approached Chi Yutong, his mind brimmed with malicious intent. However, he could never have predicted that Chi Yutong was not a lamb awaiting slaughter. In the moment he lunged towards her, Chi Yutong, akin to a trained fighter, nimbly evaded his assault and retaliated with lightning speed. With a sharp crack, his arms were dislocated by Chi Yutong. Intense pain surged through him, causing him to writhe on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He endured that helpless torment for an entire hour, each minute feeling like an eternity in hell, until his father returned to rescue him. From that moment on, Chi Jun dared not provoke his sister again. He once attempted to practice martial arts, but after just one day, the grueling regimen left him utterly defeated, unable to persevere. In a moment of anger, he nearly forgot the formidable capabilities of his sister, though he managed to halt himself just in time before acting impulsively. He silently rejoiced, realizing that had he charged at her, he would have faced dire consequences, for this sister showed no mercy. Chi Jun and Qingfeng departed in a dejected manner. Their footsteps echoed in the corridor, each step betraying a sense of urgency and disarray. The company gradually returned to its usual tranquility, employees whispering about the recent commotion before resuming their tasks. At Century Electronics Toy Company, Zhou Jinyu stood quietly at the reception desk, leaning slightly forward. Her hands rested on the tabletop as her gaze drifted vacantly over the bustling traffic outside. The vehicles flowed like her uncontrollable life, rushing in and out with no regard for her. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her face, yet failing to dispel the gloom within her heart. She felt utterly exhausted, a fatigue that seemed to emanate from her very bones. Her shoulders sagged under the weight of an immense burden. Today, she had intended to take a day off to find a quiet place and rest deeply, alleviating her physical and emotional fatigue. However, she ultimately lacked the courage to request leave, knowing that payday was approaching. Without the 2,000 yuan from Qingfeng, losing her job and the 5,000 yuan monthly salary would leave her utterly lost, perhaps even destitute. The thought of home made Zhou Jinyu's brows furrow. She envisioned her mother's disapproving expression and incessant nagging. Her mother was a pragmatist. If Zhou Jinyu delayed receiving her money, she would call, berating her with sharp, stinging words that pierced her heart like daggers, causing her immense suffering. Zhou Jinyu felt an overwhelming ache throughout her body, as if she had been brutally beaten. Her legs felt weak, threatening to collapse beneath her. The lack of sleep left her head spinning, as if the world were in a constant whirl. A thought suddenly surged within her. If only a wealthy heir or a reasonably affluent young person were to descend from the heavens, her troubles might find resolution. Initially, when Qingfeng proposed their breakup, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, chilling her to the core. She sensed a corner of her world crumbling, the sense of loss and anguish robbing her of sleep for several nights. However, she gradually calmed down, realizing that in this cruel world, survival was the more pressing and significant concern. Zhou Jinyu discreetly removed her shoes, relishing a moment of liberation for her feet, which had endured the torment of high heels for an entire morning. The soles were slightly reddened, with several visible blisters formed from the shoe's relentless friction. After standing for an extended period in those heels, her feet felt as though they were being pricked by countless needles. Memories of her former days flooded back. Every evening, Qingfeng would tenderly massage her feet. His nimble fingers would press against her soles with just the right amount of pressure, seemingly dispelling all her fatigue. The thought of Qingfeng brought a pang of sorrow to Zhou Jinyu's heart. She silently lamented, how could that wretched Qingfeng be unemployed? Zhou Jinyu took out her phone, opened her contacts, and located the number of a high school classmate who worked at Chi Yutong Technology. She swiftly sent a message inquiring about Qingfeng's resignation. Although her classmate was not in the same department as Qingfeng, she hoped to glean some insider information. Anxiously, Zhou Jinyu awaited a reply, frequently glancing at her phone screen, fearful of missing her classmate's response. Before long, a reply arrived. Eagerly, she opened the message, which read, "Your husband didn't resign. He was let go by the company, but he received a compensation of over 100,000. Zhou Jinyu's eyes sparkled at the news. She thought to herself, that compensation should rightfully belong to me. Her spirits lifted instantly, as if all her weariness had vanished. Shortly thereafter, she noticed her classmate's next message. I heard your husband has already joined Lingdong Technology as the head of the R&D department. Zhou Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth slightly agape, as if she wished to speak, but was left speechless by her astonishment. Chapter 45. The Art of Whining Fails After Enduring the Day. Zhou Jinyu dragged her leaden legs out of the company building. Her eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. Standing by the roadside, she tucked a few stray strands of hair blown by the wind behind her ear, watching the vehicles rush past, feeling an undercurrent of agitation. Finally, a taxi arrived, and she quickly opened the door, urgently instructing the driver, to Lingdong Technology, please. Once seated, she leaned back against the seat, closing her eyes slightly. Yet her mind replayed vivid images of Qingfeng. His familiar features and once gentle words pricked at her heart like fine needles. The car soon arrived at Lingdong Technology, and after paying, Zhou Jinyu stepped out. Taking a deep breath, she sensed a palpable tension in the air. Standing before the tall, modern building, she tilted her head slightly upward, gazing at the imposing structure, the sunlight reflecting off the glass facade in a blinding glare. She adjusted her attire, a meticulously coordinated professional outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. The well-tailored jacket highlighted her elegant silhouette, while the skirt fell to a perfect length, revealing her slender, porcelain-like calves. With an air of sophistication, she glided towards the reception desk, each step akin to dancing upon piano keys, resonating with a silent melody. A captivating smile graced her face, imbued with an enchanting charm reminiscent of the warmest sunlight on a spring day. The corners of her lips curled upward, forming a flawless arc, complemented by delightful dimples on her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to countless hidden stars. She was acutely aware of the magnetic allure of her smile. Not just men, but even women would be drawn in by her affable demeanor. She mused internally, surely, no one can resist such a smile. The receptionist will undoubtedly be eager to assist me. As she approached, the receptionist noticed Zhou Jinyu and politely inclined her body, smiling as she inquired, "Hello? How may I assist you?" Dressed in a neat uniform with her hair neatly pinned back, the receptionist wore a professional smile. Zhou Jinyu's eyes gleamed, and her voice was gentle and melodious. "Hello, I'm looking for Qingfeng." Her voice flowed like a crystal-clear mountain spring, crisp and pleasing, with each word imbued with a hint of sweetness. The receptionist maintained her courteous smile. "May I ask if you have an appointment?" She leaned slightly forward, her gaze focused intently on Zhou Jinyu, awaiting her response. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinyu felt a surge of excitement. Qingfeng truly worked here. Her eyes instinctively scanned the reception area, taking in the exquisite crystal chandelier and the meticulously arranged greenery, and she silently calculated, as the head of the R&D department, his salary must be substantial. Surely, it must exceed what he earned at Chi Yutong. With a subtle lift of her chin, she declared proudly, "I am his girlfriend." Her tone carried an undeniable assertiveness, as if proclaiming her claim. The receptionist, taken aback by Zhou Jinyu's words, felt a jolt of surprise. She had heard that the newly appointed head of the R&D department, Qingfeng, was married to the newly inaugurated chairman. How could another girlfriend suddenly appear? Her eyes widened slightly, and her brows involuntarily raised. Yet, maintaining her professionalism, the receptionist swiftly composed her expression, retaining a courteous smile. Apologetically, she replied, "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, I cannot allow you to enter. Perhaps you could call Director Yi." The receptionist lowered her gaze to the computer screen, her fingers gently tapping the keyboard as if engrossed in other tasks. Zhou Jinyu, upon hearing this, felt a sense of confirmation wash over her. Qingfeng indeed held the position of head of the R&D department. A twinge of discomfort stirred within her as she thought, calling now would likely be futile. If he doesn't wish to see me, he certainly won't answer my call. I shall wait here. I refuse to believe that I cannot reach him. Thus, Zhou Jinyu settled to the side to wait. She observed the vibrant energy of Ling Dong technology, aglow with lights, as many worked late into the night. The bright illumination spilled through the windows, casting patches of light upon the floor. She settled onto the sofa in the lobby, its leather cool to the touch, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Observing the staff bustling about, their faces bore the marks of fatigue, yet remained focused. She contemplated inwardly. With Qingfeng now at the helm of the R&D department, it was impossible to avoid overtime. Under his leadership, team members frequently approached Qingfeng with their queries, significantly enhancing their productivity. By 7 in the evening, the improvements to Project 01 were complete. Qingfeng personally reviewed the work, sitting at his computer, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard, his gaze intently fixed on the screen. Upon completing the tests, he exhaled in relief, confident that all was in order. Lu Hong from Rainbow Technology had been persistently reaching out to Qingfeng, her expression laced with urgency. After numerous inquiries, Qingfeng finally revealed the truth. Lu Hong promptly contacted Chi Yutong, and upon receiving a positive response from her, they finalized the contract online. With the contract in hand, Chi Yutong felt the weight of her anxiety lift after a long day. She sank in her chair, her taut nerves finally unwinding. Gently closing her eyes and leaning back, the comfortable chair enveloped her in a warm embrace. Qingfeng immediately dismissed everyone for the evening. "Ye Qingfeng, let's return to our home tonight." Chi Yutong beckoned, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qingfeng furrowed his brow, pondering in his heart, is it truly necessary to do so? His gaze hesitated as it met Chi Yutong's. With a sharp glare, Chi Yutong's eyes conveyed an air of authority. Qingfeng quickly acquiesced, silently acknowledging, It would be unwise to provoke her. After all, she was a 6th-degree black belt in karate. As they exited the company, they spotted Zhou Jinyu squatting on the ground. Zhou Jinyu had deliberately devised this scene, knowing that feigning distress was the only tactic that would resonate with Qingfeng. Wearing high heels, her feet were slightly red and swollen, and she conspicuously removed her shoes and set them aside. Her hair was tousled, cascading over her shoulders as she schemed. I refuse to believe that he can remain unmoved by my pitiful appearance. Upon seeing Qingfeng emerge from Ling Dong Technology, she immediately welled up with tears, plaintively exclaiming, "Qingfeng, my dear, my stomach aches from hunger. I worked all day, standing on my feet, and my legs feel as if they might break." Her tears streamed down like pearls from a broken necklace, smudging her meticulously applied makeup, the dark eyeliner running and rendering her even more pitiable. Unfortunately for Zhou Jinyu, Qingfeng had seen too much of this. Coldly, he mused to himself, "When you were in love, you were a treasure. When you are not, you are but weeds. Do not think to sway my heart with such theatrics." He regarded Zhou Jinyu with a detached gaze, as though she were a stranger. Chapter 46. Zhou Jinyu's plea for reconciliation. Chi Yutong quietly followed behind Qingfeng, her steps measured and resolute, her eyes sharp as a blade, fixed intently on his retreating figure. A subtle furrow of her brow concealed profound perplexity, while her exquisite features were imbued with an expression of inquiry. Within her heart, it felt as if countless ants were gnawing away, a fervent desire to unravel the connection between Qingfeng and this woman clawing at her insides like a rampant vine. Qingfeng's countenance darkened, reminiscent of the sky before a tempest. He yearned to escape this disconcerting quagmire. His steps unconsciously quickened, each stride fraught with urgency. However, Zhou Jinyu was akin to an enraged lioness, unwilling to let Qingfeng depart easily. Her eyes, bloodshot and wild, bore a gaze that seemed capable of devouring souls. With a sudden lunge, her slender yet powerful arms coiled around Qingfeng's waist like unyielding chains. Her body pressed tightly against his. Her trembling lips desperately sought his. A wave of revulsion surged from the depths of his heart as he struggled to push her away, shaking his head frantically in a bid to extricate himself from her clutches. Chi Yutong sighed in resignation, swiftly advancing to seize Zhou Jinyu's arm, summoning all her strength to detach her from Qingfeng. Zhou Jinyu glared at Chi Yutong with fury, her eyes aflame as if they could reduce Chi Yutong to ashes. "Who are you? Why are you seducing my husband?" Zhou Jinyu shrieked, her voice sharp as lightning cleaving the night sky. Her chest heaved violently, a tempest of unquenchable rage burning within her. In her mind, Qingfeng could only belong to her. This sudden interloper was a vile invader, a demon seeking to usurp her most cherished possession. "Your husband?" Chi Yutong chuckled incredulously, lifting her elegantly sculpted chin with a hint of disdain. Unhurriedly, she opened her exquisite handbag and produced a bright red marriage certificate, waving it before Zhou Jinyu's eyes. "Qingfeng and I are legally wed. We possess the documentation. He is my husband," she declared, a thrill of victory igniting within her. The marriage certificate served as a formidable shield, her most potent weapon. Zhou Jinyu's gaze remained fixed upon the certificate, her hands instinctively reaching forward, yearning to snatch it away. Yet, Chi Yutong swiftly returned the certificate to her bag, instinctively pressing down on it. "Qingfeng, speak up. This woman is lying, isn't she?" Zhou Jinyu turned her pleading eyes toward him, filled with hope, akin to a drowning person spotting a lifeline. Deep down, she clung to a flicker of fantasy, unwilling to accept the reality before her. She wished Qingfeng would deny it all, assuring her it was merely a nightmarish illusion. Qingfeng regarded Zhou Jinyu with an expression of helplessness. He gently closed his eyes, internally lamenting the blindness of his past affections, pondering how he could have fallen for such an incomprehensible woman. "Zhou Jinyu, calm yourself and consider your actions." Qingfeng slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Jinyu. "This body must be preserved. Only those second-generation heirs capable of ushering you into high society are worthy of it. Qingfeng, I was wrong. I have come to my senses. I now realize that my heart belongs solely to you, that I love only you." Tears shimmered in Zhou Jinyu's eyes, cascading down like pearls released from a broken string. Her lips quivered slightly, and all she desired was to grasp Yi Qingfeng once more, employing any means necessary. "It is too late." Yi Qingfeng coldly uttered those two words. His voice as frigid as ice in the depths of winter, devoid of warmth. Within him, there was not a trace of tumult, merely a stagnant pool of stillness. "How can it be too late? Qingfeng, tonight I will surrender myself to you. I will bear your children, a whole brood of little ones, however many you desire, as long as it brings you joy." Zhou Jinyu's voice trembled, her expression bordering on madness. Her hands unconsciously clutched at the hem of Yi Qingfeng's garment, as though grasping it would tether his heart to hers. "Zhou Jinyu, you must see, I am already married. Chi Yutong is my wife now." Yi Qingfeng raised his voice slightly, impatience creeping into his heart. With a forceful motion, he shook off Zhou Jinyu's grasp, his actions resolute. "What am I to do then? Qingfeng, we have been together for so many years, sharing a home. You must take responsibility for me." Zhou Jinyu crouched on ground, her arms tightly wrapped around her knees as if seeking solace. Her heart brimmed with helplessness, tears streaming down like a torrent, each drop a testament to her anguish. "Zhou Jinyu, stop clinging. I am truly exhausted. I have reflected and find no wrongdoing on my part. Now, please release me. I have a wife. I can no longer treat you as I once did." Having said this, Yi Qingfeng took Chi Yutong's hand and left without a backward glance. Zhou Jinyu remained on the ground, her hands covering her face as she wept, each sob a heart-wrenching cry that seemed to expel all the suffering within her. Her body shook violently, a manifestation of despair after being cast aside. Regret and resentment filled her heart. She could not accept the reality of having lost Yi Qingfeng. Concerned for Yi Qingfeng's emotional turmoil, Chi Yutong proactively took the car keys, her delicate fingers deftly turning the key. "Let me drive," she said gently. The vehicle glided smoothly through the bustling streets, transporting Yi Qingfeng back to his residence. It was an exquisite multi-level home, complete with a basement and a garage, featuring a split-level design with a garden in front, encompassing a total of 6 rooms across 2 floors. Yi Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, inwardly marveling at the grandeur, estimating it to be around 300 or 400 square meters. He pondered the extravagance of the wealthy. Did Chi Yutong not find it wasteful to inhabit such a vast space alone? Chi Yutong took Yi Qingfeng's hand, her warm palm enveloping his as she guided him to sit on the sofa. Her eyes locked onto his, her gentle gaze seeming to possess the power to melt the coldest of hearts. She softly said, "Now, tell me about your past with that ex-girlfriend." Yi Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this as a perilous trap. He discerned the lurking malice behind Chi Yutong's smile. Chapter 47. Living together, was there truly nothing between us? Yi Qingfeng's gaze wandered, fleetingly glancing at Chi Yutong's face before quickly averting. He furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to mask his unease with an expression of nonchalance. Yet inside, his heart raced like an unsettled rabbit, bouncing anxiously, hoping to navigate through this precarious situation unscathed. Chi Yutong stood there like a meticulously crafted statue, silent and still. Her silken hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, catching the light and radiating a soft glow. The enigmatic smile gracing her lips resembled a mysterious flower blooming quietly in the darkness, imbued with an elusive aura. Her eyes mirrored the clarity of a serene lake, yet concealed within them were endless whirlpools, ensnaring Yi Qingfeng as if they could penetrate his very soul. Under her unwavering gaze, Yi Qingfeng internally muttered, "What peculiar obsession drives you, Chi Yutong? Must you pry until the end? Isn't that just inviting trouble? Have you not considered that learning of your husband's past romantic entanglements might weigh heavily on your heart?" He sighed helplessly, as if resolving to himself, "Well, since you are so eager to know, I shall indulge you. After all, I have but a few months left. What harm could it do to share?" Chi Yutong seemed to sense Yi Qingfeng's inner turmoil. She gracefully turned and walked to the refrigerator with elegant strides. Her slender fingers grasped the handle, and with a gentle pull, the door opened slowly. She retrieved several bottles of beer, their surfaces still cool to the touch, droplets of condensation trickling down. Then, she casually fetched a few bags of snacks. Witnessing this, Qingfeng chuckled inwardly, recognizing her intent to bolster his courage with alcohol. It appeared he had no choice but to disclose the truth today. They settled comfortably on the floor. Qingfeng grasped a beer bottle and popped it open with a crisp sound that resonated in the quiet room, then opened another for Chi Yutong and handed it to her. Tilting his head back, he took a long swig of the chilled beer. The bitter yet refreshing taste flowed down his throat, akin to a clear spring traversing parched earth, easing his tense mood slightly. As he munched on snacks, he began to recount his past few years with Zhou Jinyu. As his narrative unfolded, Qingfeng's voice gradually lowered, as if he were ensnared in a vortex of time. Suddenly, he felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He realized that throughout these years in love, he had been the one giving endlessly, while Zhou Jinyu had contributed little in return. He stared blankly at his hands, envisioning the image of a devoted fool who had silently sacrificed for years, questioning himself. Why? Why did I allow this? How could I have been so foolish? For the first time, he began to reflect earnestly on his actions. Qingfeng's thoughts gradually drifted away. He felt an overwhelming need for companionship, a yearning for familial affection. Since the passing of his grandmother, he had become like a lonely boat adrift on the vast ocean, with no one willing to engage in conversation. His innermost feelings were stifled, akin to a flood trapped behind a dam, searching for an outlet. Just as he was lost in his reminiscences, the voice of Chi Yutong interrupted his reverie. "Darling, hey, darling," she called, her delicate hand, as pale as mutton fat jade, gently swaying before his eyes. Adorning her wrist was an exquisite bracelet, the tiny beads shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. It was only then that Qingfeng emerged from his contemplation. "Oh, what is it?" he replied, somewhat bewildered, his gaze shifting from Chi Yutong's autumn water-like eyes to her slightly pouted lips. "My feet hurt," Chi Yutong said, gradually bending down to remove her socks, revealing a pair of exquisite little feet. They resembled delicate works of art, with plump, adorable toes and skin so fair and fine it seemed one could squeeze water from it. As Qingfeng beheld those feet, a sudden heaviness settled in his heart. He had previously mentioned that Zhou Jinyu worked at the front desk, and after standing all day in high heels, her feet would ache. Every day, he would massage her sore feet, a task that had become a habitual part of his routine. He silently regretted his words. Why had he brought this up? How foolish of him, inviting trouble upon himself. He wished he could slap his own face in frustration. "Hey, Qingfeng, I am your wife now, and also your boss. I gave you a dowry. You can massage your ex-girlfriend's feet, but not your wife's? Is that too much to ask?" Chi Yutong pouted slightly, her lips resembling vibrant petals, her eyes carrying a hint of grievance that resembled a wounded fawn. Upon hearing her words, Qingfeng internally lamented, "I genuinely wish to dash my head against a wall. Just as I managed to extricate myself from Zhou Jinyu, now I must face this with Chi Yutong again." Yet, she had a valid point. She was indeed his wife and boss. Her request was not unreasonable, considering his earlier indiscretion. "You should wash your feet first," Qingfeng said helplessly. "My feet don't smell. You can smell them if you want," Chi Yutong teased, extending her foot towards him, playfully swaying it in the air like a mischievous butterfly. Qingfeng recalled his earlier comment about Zhou Jinyu's feet possibly having an odor after standing all day, increasing his exasperation. "That should be washed first as well," he responded. Chapter 48. The escaping Chi Yutong. "I'm too tired today. I want you to wash them for me." Chi Yutong feigned extreme fatigue, her long eyelashes fluttering as if narrating her weariness. Having had some beer, her cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of a splendid sunset on the horizon. Qingfeng was uncertain whether the blush was from the alcohol or embarrassment. With no other choice, Qingfeng went to the bathroom to fetch a foot basin. He gazed at the basin, its edges adorned with intricate patterns, as though crafted with great care by a skilled artisan. He secretly speculated that this foot bath appeared quite luxurious, likely costing several hundred. Unbeknownst to him, the foot bath belonging to Chi Yutong was nearly 10,000. He tested the water temperature, unaware that the bath was equipped with an automatic temperature control, a detail Chi Yutong chose to keep to herself. Feeling the water was just right, Qingfeng gently grasped Chi Yutong's delicate, fair foot and submerged it into the warmth. At that moment, a jolt coursed through Chi Yutong, as if struck by electricity, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from her throat, the sound of her pounding heartbeat echoing in her ears. Her face felt ablaze, enveloped in an invisible flame. Internally, she urged herself to maintain composure, to resist withdrawing her foot, determined not to reveal her anxiety. She stifled her inner turmoil and reclined on the sofa, its soft texture offering her some solace. Qingfeng tenderly washed her feet, his fingers gliding gently over her instep, the delicate sensation causing her body to shudder slightly. He carefully dried her feet with a soft towel, the fabric brushing against her skin with a gentle caress. Afterward, he returned the foot bath to the bathroom. Upon returning to the living room, he sat down and placed Chi Yutong's feet upon his lap. Chi Yutong felt her heartbeat spiraling out of control. She could no longer bear it, abruptly retracting her feet, which traced an arc through the air before dashing back to her bedroom like a startled rabbit. "Hey, I haven't finished massaging your feet yet. Where am I supposed to sleep tonight?" Qingfeng called after her. Chi Yutong lay on her bed, trembling uncontrollably. She inwardly scolded. "Massage? Massage your own head. This is too stimulating. Who can withstand it?" She felt as if engulfed by an unquenchable fire. Qingfeng chuckled. He had long noticed Chi Yutong's palpable tension, her determination to endure, ultimately leading to her hasty retreat. Yet, he privately lamented the loss. Chi Yutong's feet were truly exquisite, far more beautiful than Zhou Jinyu's splayed toes. Qingfeng tidied up the living room, picking up the snack wrappers from the coffee table and discarding them in the trash. He then took a shower, wrapping himself in a plush towel that felt immensely comforting against his skin. Lacking sleepwear and uncertain about spending the night, he randomly selected a room to lie down in, listening to the wind outside, his thoughts in disarray. Time passed in a blur, and suddenly he felt the lights switch on, the brightness piercing his eyes. Squinting, he opened them to find Chi Yutong standing before him in a simple yet elegant nightgown adorned with faint floral patterns. She leaped onto Qingfeng, her hair slightly tousled, yet strikingly captivating in the glow of the light. Chapter 49. Father-in-law's check-in. Qingfeng was taken aback by Chi Yutong's unexpected action. In that instant, his heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, his mind blank as he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Countless absurd thoughts whirled rapidly in his mind like a revolving lantern. Could it be that before Qingfeng could continue down this terrifying train of thought, Chi Yutong, with arms as smooth and white as mutton fat jade, had already coiled around his neck like a sinuous serpent? At the same time, her delicate fingers gently tapped as she raised her phone high and decisively pressed the answer button. It was only at this moment that Qingfeng suddenly realized that Chi Yutong was engaging in a video call with her father. Internally, he lamented the situation, realizing that Chi Yutong had anticipated her father's sudden intervention. It was no wonder she insisted on him moving in. Her father must have been checking up on her, which caught him entirely off guard. He felt akin to an actor thrust onto a stage without having prepared his lines, a blend of awkwardness and helplessness swirling within him. On the other end of the video call, Chi Tianhe could hardly fathom the scene before him. His precious daughter and Qingfeng lying intimately together on a bed. The soft down comforter had creased under their bodies, their heads nestled closely, creating a notably affectionate tableau. His gaze instinctively roamed over Qingfeng, pondering his attire. Oh heavens! Was he bare-chested? A wave of heat rushed to his face. This scene was far too embarrassing. Qingfeng's bronze skin glimmered faintly under the light, resembling an unrefined masterpiece. Yet the current situation was difficult for Chi Tianhe to digest. Qingfeng awkwardly forced a smile, stammering, "Hi, uncle." His voice was somewhat dry, akin to sandpaper. Chi Yutong extended her hand, her nails neatly trimmed and adorned with a subtle pink polish that shimmered softly in the light. She gently patted Qingfeng's chest, playfully chiding. "What do you mean, uncle? Call him Dad." Her voice was as melodious as a lark song. feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Qingfeng scratched his head and shyly uttered, "Dad." His cheeks burned as if they could fry an egg. Chi Tianhe cleared his throat and said, Qingfeng, I merely wanted to inquire about Qi Jun." Qingfeng felt as if a great weight had been lifted, quickly responding, "Oh, Dad, you can talk to Yutong about that." He silently wished for this embarrassing conversation to conclude swiftly. Chi Yutong furrowed her brow, murmuring, "Dad, do you really have to discuss Qi Jun right now?" Her expression resembled a lake's surface ruffled by the wind. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Chi Tianhe chuckled softly and replied, "All right then, I won't delay you too. We'll discuss it later." With that, he ended the video call. At this moment, Qingfeng was drenched in sweat from Chi Yutong's actions. Beads of perspiration rolled down his forehead, tracing the contour of his face before dripping onto the pillow. He and Chi Yutong were still strangers, and her beauty was overwhelming. Her exquisite features akin to a finely crafted artwork, her captivating eyes resembling a clear lake. Each aspect exuding an enchanting aura that made Qingfeng increasingly anxious. His hands instinctively clenched in a fist before gradually relaxing, as if this motion could alleviate the tension within him. Chi Yutong also sat up, her earlier nervousness evident as perspiration beaded in her palms. She glanced at Qingfeng, frowning as she inquired, "Are you really wearing just that?" At that moment, Qingfeng was wrapped only in a light blue bath towel adorned with subtle stripes. Although the towel was sufficiently large, it still gave the impression of being precariously draped, as though it could slip away at any moment. Qingfeng scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I don't have any pajamas." His eyes shifted, avoiding direct contact with Chi Yutong's gaze. Chi Yutong scrutinized Qingfeng curiously, asking, "You don't have a habit of wandering around in the nude, do you?" Her gaze brushed over him like delicate little brushes. Qingfeng hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no." His body instinctively recoiled slightly, as if attempting to evade her intense scrutiny. Chi Yutong rose to her feet, stating, "Well then, I shall take my leave." For some inexplicable reason, her eyes lingered on Qingfeng's well-defined chest, and she found herself unable to look away. A thought unwittingly crossed her mind. This fellow possesses an impressive physique, appearing quite robust. She wondered if he had abs. If only he had an 8-pack. What a captivating sight that would be. Her gaze seemed to radiate warmth, burning into Qingfeng's chest. Noticing Chi Yutong's unwavering stare, Qingfeng felt a twinge of unease. He silently pondered. Her behavior and gaze were rather peculiar. Could she possess some unusual proclivity? He even began to worry for his own safety, having heard tales of the eccentricities that wealthy individuals often exhibit. Surely, Chi Yutong could not have a penchant for sadism. His body tensed, discomfort washing over him. At last, Chi Yutong departed from Qingfeng's room, her silhouette clad in silk pajamas flitting by the doorway like a gentle breeze. Qingfeng finally exhaled deeply, realizing just how tense he had been. It felt as though his already taut 8-pack abs had tightened further, as if they could bend a steel plate. Zhou Jinyu returned to her rented apartment, her weary form pushing open the cold security door with a creak. She surveyed the empty house, an unprecedented sorrow surging within her like a tidal wave. In the past, Qingfeng had never left her side. Whenever she returned home, she would always find his warm, smiling face awaiting her. She had never truly appreciated his companionship, taking it for granted, but now she genuinely understood the preciousness of his presence. Her gaze slowly swept across the room, the once familiar furniture now appearing strangely alien. With Qingfeng by her side, she had never known fear, loneliness, or dread, but now, even the faintest sound from outside sent chills through her. That fear gripped her like an invisible hand, tightly constricting her throat. Zhou Jinyu had yet to dine that evening. Her appetite utterly diminished. Each day upon returning home, Qingfeng would present her with warm, fragrant dishes. In the past, she had expressed some disdain for his culinary skills, but now those simple meals had transformed into an unattainable luxury. Her stomach felt as hollow as her current mood. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in darkness. Startled by the abrupt change, Zhou Jinyu let out a shrill cry. "Qingfeng, Qingfeng, I am afraid." Her body trembled incessantly, and in her panic, she buried her head beneath the covers, resembling a frightened little rabbit. The blanket still retained Qingfeng's scent, providing her with a flicker of familiar warmth. After a prolonged moment, she mustered the courage to cautiously emerge, relieved to find that the moonlight still streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Gazing outside, Zhou Jinyu observed that the building across the way remained brightly lit. There was no power outage there. She pondered inwardly, wondering why her own home faced such a predicament. In her flurry, she fumbled for her phone, its screen emitting a faint glow in the darkness, as if it were her sole beacon of hope. Without hesitation, she dialed Qingfeng. Qingfeng, tiptoeing out of bed, felt an unsettling unease. He believed it prudent to lock the bedroom door for safety. The wooden floor creaked softly beneath his feet, as if cautioning him to be wary. Just as his hand reached for the door, it swung open abruptly, colliding with Chi Yutong. A jolt of shock coursed through him, akin to a drum beating thunderously within his chest. Rubbing her head where they had collided, Chi Yutong frowned, her expression tinged with annoyance. "What are you doing?" she inquired, her gaze reflecting a hint of irritation, as though she were a princess disturbed from a reverie. Qingfeng blurted out, "I intended to lock the door." His voice hurried, as if pursued. Chi Yutong's eyes widened, suddenly realizing that Qingfeng's act of locking the door was a precaution against her. A mix of anger and amusement swirled within her. She felt akin to a tyrannical bandit, while Qingfeng resembled a reluctant captive. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. "I have a headache and cannot sleep. Please give me a massage," she requested. Qingfeng inwardly regretted his words, wishing he could chastise himself for speaking so thoughtlessly. Lamenting why he had offered to massage Zhou Jinyu's head, his heart brimmed with vexation. Chapter 50. Reluctance and inability. Qingfeng stood there, exhaling a resigned sigh before awkwardly making his way to the living room sofa. With every step, he felt the towel around him shift slightly, threatening to loosen at any moment, exposing him to the elements. His heart raced, and as he walked, he cautiously tugged at the edges of the towel, striving to secure it more tightly. When Qingfeng's hand brushed against Chi Yutong's head, he inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his fluttering heart. His fingers deftly pressed against Chi Yutong's temples and forehead, employing a technique that was both skilled and professional, each movement akin to the delicate notes of a beautiful piano sonata. The pressure he applied was perfectly calibrated, neither too light to render the massage ineffective, nor too forceful to cause her discomfort. Under his gentle ministrations, Chi Yutong's furrowed brows gradually unfurled, her expression transforming into one of relaxation and contentment. Slowly, her breathing became steady and serene, and she drifted into a sweet slumber on the sofa. As Qingfeng observed the peacefully sleeping Chi Yutong, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within him. He tiptoed to the bedroom and retrieved a soft blanket from the cupboard, adorned with intricate patterns that lent it an exquisite charm. With utmost care, he unfurled the blanket and delicately draped it over Chi Yutong, ensuring the corners were tucked in snugly to shield her from the chill. After attending to her comfort, he stealthily returned to his own bed. Lying there, Qingfeng stared at the ceiling, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Images of the hospital filled his mind as he envisioned himself undergoing the matching process for targeted medication the following day. He imagined the flurry of doctors and nurses in white coats bustling about, while he awaited the verdict of fate with a heart full of trepidation. His fists instinctively clenched as he silently resolved, "My body is my own. This is my last hope. If the matching is successful, perhaps I might live a few more years in this world." Excitement flickered in his eyes as he contemplated this unexpected turn of events, feeling as though divine mercy had bestowed upon him a chance for rebirth. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden beams across the room. Chi Yutong awoke leisurely in the warm glow, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Upon realizing the unfamiliar living room surrounding her, she was momentarily startled. Then she strained to recall the memories of the previous night. Instinctively, her hands brushed against her clothing, and she anxiously checked her body for any signs of distress, finally exhaling in relief when she found none. Nevertheless, a cloud of confusion lingered in her heart. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, how peculiar Qingfeng is. Here I am, a stunning beauty, lying before him, and he exhibits no reaction whatsoever. Is he uninterested in me? Or does he harbor some unspoken secret? Qingfeng, prepare breakfast for me, she suddenly called out, recalling the thoughtful gestures he had once extended to his ex-girlfriend, and now she desired to relish in those same attentions. In her heart, she mused, I have invested my dowry. I deserve this. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Qingfeng's voice echoed from the dining area as he busied himself in the kitchen. He meticulously arranged the breakfast on the wooden dining table, which was adorned with exquisite carvings that exuded an air of antiquity under the sunlight. Looking at the lovingly prepared meal before him, he thought, Chi Yutong is now my boss, my benefactor. I must attend to her every need. Chi Yutong stretched languidly, then approached the dining table with an elegant gait. Her eyes were instantly captivated by the breakfast before her. The congee with preserved egg and lean meat emanated a rich aroma, with the preserved egg and lean meat subtly visible within. The vegetable bun was delicately crafted, its translucent skin revealing hints of the filling inside. Eagerly, she lifted a bowl of congee, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. The delectable congee spread across her palate, causing her to contentedly squint her eyes and emit a sound of satisfaction. This is a vegetable bun, Qingfeng stated, deftly picking one up with chopsticks and placing it in Chi Yutong's bowl. Chi Yutong frowned slightly, expressing her discontent. Why is there no meat? I prefer meat buns. Qingfeng's face displayed a moment of difficulty as he shrugged his shoulders, replying, where would I find meat at home? Chi Yutong then recalled that she indeed was not well versed in cooking. The presence of vegetables in the house was solely due to her occasional preparation of vegetable salad, which necessitated a purchase. But where does the lean meat come from? She remained curious. It's canned ham, he replied. Oh, Chi Yutong realized, suddenly aware of her ignorance regarding the household's contents. Taking a bite of the vegetable bun, she found the skin soft and the filling delightful. Her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, wow, this is delicious. I could eat 3 more. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng swiftly added 3 more buns to her plate. I have some matters to attend to today, likely for the entire morning. Qingfeng hesitated before speaking. Chi Yutong's heart tightened. She feared he was going to see Zhou Jinyu, and quickly inquired, where are you going? Personal matters, he replied in a neutral tone. Not wishing to disclose his visit to the hospital, his illness remained a secret he guarded closely. In a modest rental unit, Zhou Jinyu slowly opened her eyes. Her hair was disheveled, and her complexion pale. Bloodshot eyes revealed her exhaustion. She could not recall how she had fallen asleep, only remembering the countless attempts to reach Qingfeng by phone, each met with silence until her phone finally died. Despair and helplessness filled her heart, leading her to believe that Qingfeng no longer cared for her. Tears welled in her eyes as she pondered, is this how our relationship ends? In truth, she had wronged Qingfeng. His phone had been on silent, and he had not heard any of her calls. His mind had been consumed with thoughts of his illness and the impending hospital visit, utterly oblivious to the phone's notifications. Chapter 51. No illness at that moment. Qingfeng truly wished to distance himself from Zhou Jinyu. To him, she had become a transparent figure, a mere green tea bitch he had thoroughly seen through. The years invested in their relationship, the unwavering devotion, now felt like nothing more than fodder for disdain. Each recollection stirred within him a bitterness and resentment that was hard to articulate. He felt like a fool, manipulated and toyed with, as the once sweet and tender memories transformed into painful barbs, piercing his heart with relentless agony. With a heavy heart and complex emotions, Qingfeng arrived at the Municipal Oncology Hospital. He chose this place because he felt it exuded professionalism and perhaps could offer him a glimmer of hope. As he stepped through the hospital's entrance, the pungent scent of disinfectant assaulted his senses, a stark reminder that this was a battleground against the ravages of illness. Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly, his steps heavy as he made his way to the registration desk. The queue was bustling, each individual's countenance reflecting varying degrees of anxiety and unease. Observing them silently, Qingfeng felt a surge of empathy for their shared plight. After completing his registration, he settled onto a bench, each passing second stretching endlessly before him, the wait proving to be excruciating. His gaze, somewhat vacant, drifted over the stream of patients and their families. Every face bore a gravity that seemed shrouded in a pall of despair. Some patients appeared ashen, supported by relatives whose eyes were red-rimmed, valiantly holding back tears as they tended to their loved ones. A wave of sorrow washed over him, for cancer was increasingly afflicting the young. He spotted a child, no more than a few years old, whose tender features were marred by a weariness that belied their age. The child's hair was sparse and discolored, their large eyes filled with confusion and fear, suffering the cruel burden of cancer at such a tender stage of life. Qingfeng felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped by an unseen force, leaving him profoundly unsettled. He fixated on the child, his eyes brimming with compassion. Yet he pondered who would extend such pity towards him. At last, his turn arrived. He took a deep breath, attempting to expel all his tension and unease, and slowly entered the consultation room. A middle-aged doctor, exuding an air of experience, sat there clad in a pristine white coat, his hair meticulously styled. His gaze, warm yet professional, settled upon Qingfeng. "Young man, please tell me about your condition." The doctor's voice was steady and calming. Qingfeng bit his lip, summoning his courage to respond, "Cancer malignant. It is progressing rapidly. I researched online and would like to explore targeted therapy. Is it confirmed?" The doctor furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Qingfeng nodded silently, his hands involuntarily clenching together, beads of sweat forming on his palms. He felt a dryness in his throat, as if a multitude of words were lodged there, yet he could not articulate a single one. "Have you brought your scans and diagnostic report?" The doctor continued. "No, I wasn't examined here," Qingfeng replied, his voice dropping. "That's all right. As long as it's a reputable hospital, we will acknowledge all tests. We only request a repeat examination if there's an issue," the doctor reassured him. "But I didn't bring them." Qingfeng's voice faltered. "What shall we do then? Should we conduct the tests here, or would you prefer to retrieve them?" The doctor gazed at Qingfeng, awaiting his decision. "Let us do it here." Qingfeng was determined not to waste time. He wished to ascertain the current state of the tumor. He mused that perhaps undergoing the tests again would provide him with a clearer understanding of his condition and enable the doctor to devise a treatment plan more suited to his needs. "Very well. I shall prepare the order for you. What seems to be the issue?" The doctor picked up his pen, ready to write the prescription. "The chest." Qingfeng pointed to his own chest. "All right. You may proceed to make the payment for the examination. Do not forget your health insurance card." The doctor handed the prescription to Qingfeng, who took the card and turned towards the payment counter. After settling the fee, he arrived at the examination area, only to find a lengthy queue. He couldn't help but sigh, surprised by the number of people afflicted with cancer, each anxiously awaiting their turn, his heart growing heavier with each passing moment. Qingfeng stood quietly in line, filled with a sense of helplessness. After having his blood drawn and undergoing imaging, he faced yet another prolonged wait. At last, the results were ready, and Qingfeng eagerly clutched the images and report as he sought out the doctor. His steps quickened, his heart raced violently within his chest, as if it might leap from his throat. "Qingfeng." The doctor glanced at him, a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. "Yes, that's me." Qingfeng's heart raced even faster, his anxiety palpable as he awaited the verdict of his fate. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his hands clenching the images and report tightly, as if they were the last straw of his existence. However, the doctor did not even glance at the report in Qingfeng's hands. The hospital's internal system had already transmitted the examination results to him, and he had reviewed them in detail earlier. The doctor studied Qingfeng for a moment, his gaze seeming to penetrate the young man's body, delving into the depths of his soul. Qingfeng's heart rose in his throat. He sensed something ominous in the doctor's expression, a foreboding feeling enveloping him. "Young man, are you experiencing any psychological issues?" The doctor inquired, furrowing his brow. "I am here regarding cancer," Qingfeng replied, eyes widened in confusion, utterly perplexed as to why the doctor would suddenly shift to a discussion of mental health. Doubt and bewilderment filled his mind. Was there an error with the test results? Or had the doctor misread them? His thoughts swirled chaotically. Have you been under significant stress lately? Experiencing any delusions? The doctor continued. Doctor, what do you mean? Qingfeng asked, bewildered. I do not see any cancer in you. Everything appears normal. Please bring the previous images and reports so I may compare them and identify the issue. The doctor's words detonated like a bomb within Qingfeng's heart. Confused, he gazed at the doctor, scarcely believing his ears, repeatedly questioning himself about what could possibly be amiss. Chapter 52. A second chance at life. Qingfeng's palms were slick with sweat, gripping the images and report tightly, as if holding on to his very fate. After exiting the taxi, he jogged briskly towards the district hospital. Its somewhat antiquated entrance loomed before him like a beacon of hope. This was the place where he had undergone his previous examination and was also the designated hospital for Chi Yutong Technology. Every year, Chi Yutong Technology arranges for its employees to undergo health examinations twice, which, in Qingfeng's view, is a benevolent provision from the company. At this moment, however, this benefit seems inextricably linked to his very existence. The lengthy corridor of the hospital is pervaded by the scent of disinfectant as Qingfeng traverses through it, his heart pounding like a drum, seemingly on the verge of leaping from his throat. Memories of the last examination flood his mind like a film reel, replaying the disconcerting scene, the doctor's solemn expression, the cold instruments, and the stifling atmosphere that seems to envelop him still, shadowing his every step. At last, he arrives at the office of the grizzled chief physician who had conducted his previous examination. The physician, seated at his desk, sifting through medical records, glances up as Qingfeng bursts in, and a fleeting glimmer of pity crosses his otherwise calm eyes. He instinctively assumes that Qingfeng has come in a state of distress, unable to bear the pain of a deteriorating condition, eagerly seeking a remedy. Much like the countless desperate patients he has encountered over the years, Qingfeng pays no heed to the physician's demeanor, his forehead beaded with perspiration, breath coming in rapid gasps as though he has just completed a marathon, his chest heaving violently. He can scarcely contain himself as he speaks, his voice quivering with anxiety. Doctor, I just visited the oncology hospital and underwent another examination. The chief physician furrows his brow slightly, a tinge of irritation surging within him. Throughout his medical career, he has frequently encountered patients who insist on seeking repeated evaluations at various hospitals. When confronted with conflicting diagnoses, they often return to create chaos, leaving a trail of disorder in their wake. He exhales softly, a hint of resignation in his tone as he sets aside the medical records and looks up at Qingfeng, unaware of the physician's shifting emotions. Qingfeng's gaze remains fixed on him, a blend of hope and trepidation swirling in his eyes. With a slight tremor in his voice, he continues. The doctor at the oncology hospital said that I do not have cancer. The chief physician's heart jolts unexpectedly. He understands that subtle discrepancies in diagnostic judgments are common among physicians, yet such a stark divergence is unfathomable. Memories of Qingfeng's previous imaging flash vividly in his mind, each detail etched in clarity. He swiftly reaches for the film in Qingfeng's hand, his own hands trembling slightly as if handling something of immense significance. With practiced ease, he places the film onto the viewing screen, the harsh light illuminating it almost painfully. Leaning closer, his eyes widen as he searches for the familiar shadows that haunted his recollections. The details of Qingfeng's film are indelibly imprinted in his memory. Yet as he scrutinizes the film intently, he cannot locate the previously apparent shadow. What could possibly be amiss? The chief physician's immediate thought is whether this young man has inadvertently brought the wrong film. In a flurry of urgency, he accesses Qingfeng's prior images on his computer, his fingers tapping the keyboard with a hint of panic. However, when he finally views the images on the screen, he is left utterly astonished. The shadows in the images on his computer had vanished. In disbelief, he turned to examine the film brought by Qingfeng once more, engulfed in confusion. He distinctly remembered the shadow that had been present in Qingfeng's images, a detail he had highlighted for her. the memory as vivid as if it had occurred just yesterday. His expression had been grave, his tone laden with weight, every nuance etched in his mind. Sweat beaded on the forehead of the chief physician as he spoke to Qingfeng in a flustered manner. "Wait a moment. Let me inquire." With that, he hurriedly exited the office, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Qingfeng stood rooted in place, feeling as though time had come to a standstill. His gaze fixated on the ground, tracing the erratic patterns of the tiles, as if seeking answers from their chaotic designs. His heart was a tumult of contradictions. On one hand, he yearned for this to be a benign misunderstanding, that he truly was not ill. Yet, on the other hand, he feared this was merely a fleeting glimmer of hope, and he would soon be plunged back into the abyss of despair. Each passing second felt like a knife slicing through his soul, the torment nearly unbearable. His hands unconsciously twisted together, the knuckles paling. After a protracted 20 minutes, the chief physician returned accompanied by a female doctor. The chief's face bore a complex expression as he addressed Qingfeng. "Young man, please follow her. She will provide you with an explanation." The female doctor smiled warmly at Qingfeng, her demeanor reminiscent of winter sunshine. Anxiously, he followed her, his eyes fixed on her retreating figure, each step heavy with trepidation. A torrent of questions crashing over his mind like relentless waves. "Young man, I am the head of the examination department." The doctor spoke with a gentle and calm voice, akin to a clear mountain stream. "Hello, Chief," Qingfeng replied, his voice dry, as if something lodged in his throat. The chief offered an awkward smile and quickly led Qingfeng into her office. The office was simply furnished, featuring a desk, a computer, and several filing cabinets. She opened a file on the computer and said, "Here's the situation. Let us first review the surveillance footage." Qingfeng's eyes were glued to the computer screen, where an elderly woman clad in a hospital gown appeared. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, and she stumbled into an office, the place where patients receive their images and reports. The office was empty, save for the woman. Her movements were sluggish, her withered hands rummaging through something on the table. Suddenly, she inadvertently knocked over a bottle, spilling liquid that gleamed under the lights. The woman appeared startled, quickly steadying the bottle with trembling hands and cautiously replacing the cap. Then, she grabbed a tissue from the box on the table, wiping her hands in the surface. However, her fingers seemed to retain some residue, and instinctively, she wiped her fingers on the film, leaving behind a faint mark. She then returned the film to the bag and departed. The director paused the video at the moment when the woman wiped her fingers on the film. With a hint of guilt, she remarked, "This film belongs to you." That substance must have been on her hands, and she merely wiped it on the film. Once that liquid dried, it created the shadow on the film, misleading the doctor's judgment. "I apologize, young man. This is our oversight. If our radiologist had been more meticulous, examining the images on the computer, this situation could have been avoided. Perhaps it was due to the collective health check at your unit, requiring a large number of films to be reviewed in a short time, leading to such negligence." Qingfeng's eyes widened, and it felt as if a firework exploded in his heart. He eagerly asked, "Director, does that mean I'm not ill?" The director nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, we misdiagnosed. We are truly sorry." Qingfeng felt as though he had been forcibly pulled back from the brink of death. He was almost ready to leap with joy. His eyes glistened with tears of happiness. He repeatedly exclaimed, "A misdiagnosis is good. A misdiagnosis is good. No need to apologize. Truly, a misdiagnosis is good." The torment and anguish of the past few days felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on him, nearly suffocating him. Yet now, he felt as if he had stepped back into the sunlight, that warm sensation relaxing every part of him as he finally awakened from that dreadful nightmare. Chapter 53. A family of vampires. Qingfeng staggered out of the hospital doors, the sunlight streaming down upon him, yet everything before his eyes appeared somewhat hazy. His mind was shrouded in a chaotic fog, dizzying him as if he had drifted for ages on tumultuous seas, only to suddenly find solid ground beneath his feet. The joy of rebirth bloomed within him like a flower quietly unfurling its petals. However, an ethereal sense of unreality accompanied him, prompting him to raise his hand and pinch his arm. the slight pain causing him to frown, yet he continued to murmur to himself, "Is this truly not an absurd dream?" Standing at the bustling entrance of the hospital, surrounded by the ebb and flow of the crowd, Qingfeng suddenly felt like a lost wild goose, unsure of where to fly. He squinted slightly, his thoughts swirling like leaves in the wind, drifting back to his peculiar contractual marriage with Chi Yutong. At that moment, he felt overwhelmed by a tide of regret, silently resolving that today he must candidly discuss with Chi Yutong the possibility of dissolving this unwarranted marriage. Yet, the thought of Chi Yutong's obstinate temperament loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, and he sighed in resignation, estimating that this matter would not unfold smoothly. She was not one to easily compromise. Qingfeng suddenly longed to return home. He eagerly extended his hand to hail a taxi, and as the vehicle surged forward, the scenery outside whisked by in a blur, mirroring the urgency of his heart as it raced towards his parents' home. Qingfeng's parents were both workers at the Hongxing Machinery Factory, their residence nestled within a slightly worn cluster of tenement buildings nearby. The taxi halted at the entrance of the complex, and he settled the fare before alighting. The tenement buildings appeared akin to weary elders, their walls weathered and peeling, reminiscent of scars born from the passage of time. Fortunately, the pathways of the complex were meticulously cleaned, free of any debris. At that moment, many retired elders from the factory were relishing their leisurely hours below. Some were gathered around a battered stone table, engrossed in a game of cards. Others sat quietly under a lush tree, engaged in a game of chess, while yet others fanned themselves with palm fronds, perched on small stools, engaging in pleasant conversation. The gentle swaying of the fan seemingly dispelling the summer heat. With a smile gracing his lips, Qingfeng politely greeted those familiar faces before he slowly entered the dimly lit door of his unit. His parents' home was located on the second floor, and due to the layout lacking ventilation, the stifling heat rendered the room akin to a steamer, making it difficult to breathe, thus the door remained ajar. As he approached the corner of the second floor, he heard the voices of his mother and brother engaged in conversation. His footsteps seemed to freeze in place, and he stood there quietly, even his breathing unconsciously softened. "Xingchen, you can rest assured," his mother's voice was laden with concern, imbued with an undeniable authority. "I will ensure your brother contributes a little more each month for you. It should be at least 10,000 a month. As long as your brother takes on more work, he can certainly manage it. I will save enough for your down payment and help you buy a house. Once you have a home, girls will come to seek your hand. Nowadays, they're quite pragmatic, looking to marry a man with a car and a house. After the house is secured, I will find a way for your brother to help you get a car as well. We are family. Your brother will certainly be willing to contribute." Qingfeng felt as though a cold hand had suddenly gripped his heart, his blood seeming to freeze in his veins. He slowly sank onto the steps, the rough surface digging into him, yet he felt numb to the discomfort. His gaze grew vacant, bitterness flooding his heart. "So, in their eyes, I am merely an inexhaustible bank. Like greedy vampires, they wish to drain me dry. Has my mother never considered whether I grow weary, whether my body can withstand such pressure? I still do not own a home, yet she is solely preoccupied with securing one for my brother. You all have a place to reside, but what about me? Where am I to live?" The image of his solitary existence in the city flickered in his mind, devoid of a stable home to call his own. "It is all my fault for having been an unprincipled sycophant. Perhaps this is the fate I have rightfully earned. In the future, your parents will no longer burden you. With your younger brother to manage us, you should simply marry and bring forth a healthy grandson for your mother. Live joyfully, and do not concern yourself with financial matters, for your brother will handle that," Mother continued. Qingfeng smiled wryly, harboring some dissatisfaction towards his brother. This brother, with his sweet tongue, always knows how to please their mother. His affectionate calls are like honey, which explains why she favors him so. "By the way, your brother hasn't transferred the money this month. I must remember to ask him about it. Today, I will mention to him the need to send an additional 5,000 each month. Rest assured, once Mother speaks, your brother will surely comply." Her words pierced Qingfeng's heart like thorns. "Mother, you are truly wonderful," his brother's voice grated on Qingfeng's ears, the obsequious tone causing him to furrow his brow. A chill enveloped Qingfeng, prompting him to rise and dust off his trousers. The motes danced in the sunlight, reminiscent of his shattered heart at that moment. He then turned and descended the stairs, each step resolute. He vowed silently to never again part with a single penny for them. Everyone is capable. If they wish to purchase a home, they must strive to earn their own way. They cannot forever depend on me. In the afternoon, Qingfeng arrived at the office. Chi Yutong sat at her desk, a hint of anxiety in her heart as she prepared to call him. "Have you eaten?" Chi Yutong asked gently, her gaze imbued with concern, radiating warmth like the spring sun upon Qingfeng. Just as he was about to respond, his phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the screen. It was Zhou Jinyu again. He frowned slightly and pressed the answer button. "Qingfeng, we lost power at home yesterday. I was almost scared to death." Zhou Jinyu's voice quivered with a weeping tone, sounding like a wounded bird in distress. Qingfeng sighed inwardly and replied, "Perhaps it's due to unpaid bills. I will send you the car numbers for the gas, water, and electricity fees shortly. You can settle them yourself. I don't know how. I'll come find you after work, and you can teach me." Zhou Jinyu pouted, attempting to bridge the gap between them with her soft, saccharine voice reminiscent of cotton candy. Qingfeng felt a sense of helplessness and replied sternly, "You have many colleagues who can assist you. Do not seek me out. I am now a married man, and it is inconvenient to maintain close contact with you." Chi Yutong listened quietly from the side, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. She had been worried that Qingfeng had gone to find Zhou Jinyu earlier that day, but now her greatest concern was the entanglement between them. "Qingfeng, you have a heart of stone." Zhou Jinyu's sobs were now inconsolable, tears cascading like broken pearls, smudging her makeup and rendering her once exquisite features somewhat disheveled. Chapter 54. Proposing divorce. Qingfeng sat quietly on the sofa, a slight, involuntary smile gracing his lips. Having just regained his life, an unprecedented sense of ease enveloped his heart. In his mind, a singular thought persistently flickered: to dissolve the contractual marriage with Chi Yutong. As for Zhou Jinyu, the person who once held significant importance in his life, he had completely erased her from his heart, not even entertaining the slightest notion of reminiscence. For such thoughts would only lead him to perceive his past self as exceedingly foolish. Qingfeng's gazevandirit, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming array of tasks awaiting his attention. This world was vast, and the expansive sky and land unfolded before him like a vibrant tapestry, igniting a burgeoning desire within him to explore. He silently contemplated how burdensome his past existence had been, living for the sake of others. Now he yearned solely to live for himself, and to do so with joy and fulfillment each day. Financially secure, he wished to indulge in leisure. Over the years, the pressure upon him had been akin to a colossal mountain, stifling his breath. The expectations from his parents and the burden imposed by Zhou Jinyu had tormented him both emotionally and materially. Now, everything had transformed. With wealth and ample time at his disposal, he felt as light as a feather, free from encumbrance. He vowed silently that henceforth, no one would manipulate him through moral coercion. Qingfeng retracted his thoughts. "Zhou Jinyu, we are finished. If you require assistance, seek it from others. I shall no longer concern myself with your matters. We have become mere passers-by, and it is time for you to mature." On the other end of the line, Zhou Jinyu's voice trembled with desperation. "I refuse. I want you back by my side." A sardonic smile crept across Qingfeng's lips as he mused. "This woman still clings to me. Does she truly need me, or merely my financial support?" He coldly inquired, "Do you seek me or my money?" Zhou Jinyu hastily replied, "Qingfeng, I now recognize my mistakes. I truly understand." Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "Then can I refrain from providing you with money from now on? My mother intends to buy a house for my brother and has requested that I contribute more financially each month for his down payment. And I will also be responsible for repaying the loan." Zhou Jinyu's voice faltered as she calculated in her mind what her life would be without Qingfeng's financial aid. She desired to purchase beautiful clothing, luxurious cosmetics, and fashionable handbags. Without money, these aspirations seemed unattainable. Hesitantly, she murmured, What shall we do then? A wave of desolation surged within Qingfeng as he resignedly replied, "We must endure a life of hardship. After all, they are my family." Zhou Jinyu, anxious, implored, "And what about me? If you provide for them, what will become of us?" Qingfeng furrowed his brow, reflecting for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps I should take on more work and earn additional income, though it may come at the cost of time spent with you." Zhou Jinyu quickly responded, "That is acceptable. I can find." Qingfeng's expression darkened, and he could not suppress an exclamation of frustration. "Ha! Zhou Jinyu, you are nothing but a leech. Fixated solely on my finances, utterly indifferent to my exhaustion or well-being. Love? Spare me that." On the other end of the line, Zhou Jinyu suddenly realized that Qingfeng was testing her. She felt a wave of frustration wash over her for being so foolish as to reveal her innermost thoughts. She hastily explained, "No, Qingfeng." Qingfeng's fury was beyond containment. He bellowed, "Get lost, as far away as you can. I never want to see you again." After hanging up, his hands trembled with rage. He was engulfed in profound disappointment, not only in Zhou Jinyu, but also in his closest relatives. He silently questioned why his family treated him this way and why he had been exploited by them all along. Chi Yutong stood quietly by, observing Qingfeng's expression, which was a tumultuous mix of anger and pain, and her heart suddenly ached for him. As she gazed at Qingfeng, memories of her mother surfaced in her mind. Her mother had tirelessly contributed to their family, enduring hardships until her health deteriorated. She pondered in silence whether her mother's sacrifices were truly worthwhile. Deep down, she understood that her father did not love her mother, yet her mother still fought valiantly. To this day, she could not comprehend the reason behind her mother's relentless struggle. After calming himself, Qingfeng turned his gaze to Chi Yutong, his eyes now resolute. "Let us discuss our situation. I wish to divorce you." Chi Yutong looked at him in astonishment, an inexplicable fury surging within her as she exclaimed, "Qingfeng, have you lost your mind? Is this how you treat everyone?" Chapter 55, Qingfeng under duress. "Pray, tell, why do you wish to divorce?" Chi Yutong inhaled deeply, striving to steady her emotions, eager to hear the rationale behind Qingfeng's decision. Qingfeng lowered his head, guilt washing over him as he confessed, "Previously, I was misdiagnosed with a terminal illness, given only a few months to live. In my despair." Chi Yutong's eyes widened, her face flushed with indignation as she shouted, "You, Qingfeng, are deceiving me. You are nothing but a fraud." Qingfeng hurriedly defended himself. "I am not." Chi Yutong interrupted, "Is that so? When I married you, you were supposedly terminally ill. If you had truly died, would I not have become a widow instantly?" Qingfeng fell silent, unable to find words. For Chi Yutong was correct. Guilt consumed him as he acknowledged his wrongdoing. He murmured, "I am sorry." Chi Yutong fixed her gaze upon Qingfeng, as though attempting to see through him. "Are you suggesting that your concealment was unintentional? Do you truly believe that? Your actions are deceitful." Qingfeng dared not meet her eyes, feeling as if they burned him. He quickly averted his gaze. He was genuinely remorseful, acutely aware of his moral failings. He recognized that if he were to pass away, it would indeed leave Chi Yutong a widow, an irrevocable debt he would owe her. Chi Yutong continued, "You wish to divorce me now, fully aware that I will immediately find myself in dire straits. My father, adhering to our previous agreement, will promptly reclaim the company, which will consequently plunge back into turmoil. Do you believe your actions honor our clients? Furthermore, regarding the 3 individuals you have brought in, do you truly think Shi Jun would retain them? You seem at ease, departing without a care in the world, but what about me and them?" Qingfeng hesitated and said, "Then." Chi Yutong interrupted impatiently, "Then what? I have no intention of considering a divorce." Qingfeng clenched his teeth and declared, "Then I shall sue." Chi Yutong let out a cold laugh. "Oh, sue? We shall meet in court. I possess ample resources, the finest lawyers at my disposal. I need not concern myself with such matters. Yet you? Oh, dear." Qingfeng was acutely aware that Chi Yutong spoke the truth, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. In that moment, he felt akin to a rabbit pursued by a hunter with no escape in sight. Chi Yutong suddenly remarked, "And the bride price?" Upon hearing this, Qingfeng quickly replied, I will return the bride price to you. Chi Yutong scoffed, Are you jesting? Take a good look. The bride price must be returned in double. Qingfeng, perplexed, responded, The bride price is not a deposit. Why should it be refunded at double the amount? Chi Yutong stated, Then I suggest you carefully review our agreement, which you signed and stamped. It holds legal validity. Qingfeng hastily retrieved the crumpled marriage agreement from his pocket, his hands trembling. As he unfolded the document and beheld the cold, stark clauses, he was taken aback. The agreement clearly stipulated that should Qingfeng breach the contract, leading to a divorce, he would be obligated to return the bride price in double. Memories of the day he signed the agreement flooded his mind. He had felt as though his life was on a countdown, believing the document to be nothing more than a meaningless piece of paper. After a few months, what significance did an agreement hold? He had never anticipated that he would still be alive, let alone face such a predicament today. Chi Yutong continued, Qingfeng, I gifted you 300,000. Now you owe me 600,000. Qingfeng felt his heart skip a beat. Where would he procure such an amount? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he stammered, Chi Yutong mocked, Oh, no money? How can you speak of divorce without funds? Where does your courage stem from? Qingfeng hastily replied, I can introduce you to clients. Chi Yutong interrupted, Once we divorce, will any of that matter? With a resigned sigh, Qingfeng said, Then I shall not divorce. He felt like a mouse toyed with by a cat, utterly frustrated, knowing he was at Chi Yutong's mercy. Chi Yutong smiled, a hint of triumph in her expression. Now you're behaving, my husband. Chapter 56. Mo was terrified. Chi Yutong glided gracefully to Qingfeng's side, her slender fingers, cool to the touch, gently resting on his shoulder. She leaned slightly closer, a strand of silken hair cascading from her shoulder, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Chi Yutong gazed intently into Qingfeng's eyes. She slightly pouted her luscious lips, parting them gently as she asked, Am I beautiful? To be honest, Qingfeng inwardly marveled at Chi Yutong's breathtaking beauty. Her visage was exquisitely crafted, as if she were the most treasured masterpiece of the heavens. The delicate arch of her eyebrows resembled strokes made by the finest brush, while her eyes, akin to a serene autumn lake, sparkled beneath long lashes, concealing the vastness of the stars and the sea. Her finely shaped nose was both pert and playful, complemented by her cherry-red lips, each feature perfectly in harmony. Her skin was as white as snow, seemingly emanating a faint halo under the light. And to describe her as a beauty that could bring nations to ruin would not be an exaggeration. As Qingfeng beheld her face so near, a flurry of emotions surged within him, akin to a rabbit hopping wildly in his chest. An inexplicable embarrassment washed over him, causing his cheeks to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. He awkwardly averted his gaze from Chi Yutong's penetrating stare, his eyes wandering to the desk nearby, and he nodded earnestly, softly uttering, Beautiful. Upon hearing Qingfeng's response, Chi Yutong's face blossomed into a radiant smile, resembling the most vibrant flower of spring, with her dimples peeking out adorably at the corners of her mouth. She proclaimed with delight, Well, there you have it. With a beautiful wife like me, you must feel quite proud. Just imagine how many envious and jealous glances would be cast upon you when I stand by your side. As she spoke, she twirled gracefully, her skirt fanning out like a blooming flower. But I desire a real wife, one who can bear heirs, he said, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Chi Yutong. Upon hearing this, her previously cheerful demeanor transformed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, as if a secret had been uncovered. Flustered, she playfully smacked Qingfeng on the arm, the sound of the light impact ringing out. Then she quickly stood up, maintaining some distance from him, and with a hint of annoyance, she remarked, I thought you were a gentleman, a virtuous man. Who knew you were still steeped in feudal notions? Have you truly been misdiagnosed? Indeed, he replied, the doctor told me I had cancer and in its late stages. I thought the betrothal gift you provided would suffice for targeted therapy, so I intended to undergo matching tests, only to discover it was a misdiagnosis. You wouldn't want that betrothal gift back, would you? Chi Yutong furrowed her brow and said, That remains to be seen. After all, you've given most of your earnings to Zhou Jinyu. Now that I am your lawful wife, shouldn't all your money come to me? Qingfeng, upon hearing her words, felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself, lamenting inwardly, how could I have been so careless as to reveal this? He quickly retorted, that won't do. I still wish to use that money to travel the world with the one I cherish. If I give it all to you, how will I fulfill my plans? His eyes took on a dreamy quality, as if he could already envision himself strolling through the beautiful landscapes of the world with his beloved. Chi Yutong, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. Hey, Qingfeng, what are you thinking? I am now your wife, and you dare to speak of traveling the world with another woman in my presence? Moreover, using my money for such indulgences? She exclaimed vehemently, the dowry was given to me, hence it is mine. Why should I not decide how to use it? Qingfeng, filled with indignation, retorted, but we are married. You are still mine. Chi Yutong, infuriated, shouted back, will you fulfill your duties as a husband? Will you bear children for me? Get out, leave my office now. With that, Chi Yutong made as if to hurl the folder on her desk at Qingfeng. Seeing this, he hastily rose and fled, pondering to himself what had come over him today, how he could utter such words to Chi Yutong. Was it truly a genetic mutation? Upon exiting Chi Yutong's office, Qingfeng returned to the RD department, his heart brimming with reflections on his new lease on life. He was eager to celebrate his rebirth and thought of inviting Zhongling and the others, along with old Mo. He called for Mou to come to his office. Upon hearing Qingfeng's summons, Mou entered, closing the door behind him. What is it, Qingfeng? Qingfeng looked at Mou. Suddenly struck by the notion that perhaps he and Mou had been too casual, he thought to give Mou a little scare. Thus, with a serious countenance, he said, Mou, please have a seat. Seeing Qingfeng's unusually grave expression, Mou's heart tightened. Normally, Qingfeng addressed him as old Mo. What could be the matter today? Anxiously, he sat down, barely perching on the edge of the chair, afraid to settle in completely. You are aware of the company's current situation, Mou. It is fraught with difficulties. Qingfeng feigned a sigh for effect. Mou panicked at this opening. Fearing it meant his dismissal, he wondered internally, could there be an issue with the company? Or perhaps Qingfeng had learned of his past indiscretions, making him untrustworthy in Qingfeng's eyes? His eyes flickered nervously, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he stammered, Director, I am quite discreet, and I am well acquainted with the RD department. You know my professional competence. He could scarcely imagine the ramifications of being let go. The 33-year-old goddess he was pursuing would undoubtedly disregard him. His hands anxiously rubbed against his trousers, as if seeking solace from his unease. Qingfeng, observing Mou's anxious demeanor, suppressed a chuckle. After a deliberate pause, he finally inquired, where shall we go for drinks tonight? Mou, caught off guard, widened his eyes in confusion and asked what? Qingfeng, unable to contain his laughter at Mou's bewildered expression, clarified, I'm looking to have a few drinks with some people. Where'd be a good place? At last, Mou comprehended, realizing that Qingfeng had merely been toying with him. He breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously feeling a tinge of annoyance at Qingfeng for scaring him so thoroughly. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. After all, Qingfeng was now the head of the RD department, a position from which he could easily dismiss him at any moment. Chapter 57. Vice President Zhao's challenge let us indulge in a drink, Mou exclaimed, as he vigorously wiped the beads of sweat that continued to emerge on his forehead. While breathing heavily, the droplets cascaded down his cheeks, glistening in the sunlight, as if externalizing the excitement within him. His gaze reflected a blend of anticipation and exhilaration. For him, drinking represented a rare moment of relaxation amidst a busy life, akin to a wanderer in a desert yearning for a refreshing spring. Let us visit Lu's Tavern, conveniently located near our company. Mou's voice rose slightly, imbued with enthusiasm for his suggestion. Although the tavern was modest in size, the owner himself oversaw the culinary preparations. The flavors were, without a doubt, authentically Sichuanese. Each dish boasted the distinctive characteristics of Sichuan cuisine: spicy, numbing, fresh, and savory. The red chilies resembled flames, tantalizing the palate, while the peppercorns danced like spirited sprites, their numbing sensation waltzing upon the tongue. Merely contemplating it elicited a mouth-watering response. The best part is that I frequent this place often, having developed a camaraderie with the owner. It feels like home, and the prices are quite reasonable, emphasizing value. Mo continued, his eyes sparkling as if he were already immersed in the lively atmosphere of the tavern. Very well, arrange it. There will be 5 of us. Qingfeng nodded slightly. Can we invite one more? Mo suddenly raised a finger, a hint of trepidation evident in his tone. Are you referring to your 33-year-old goddess? Qingfeng remarked, recognizing the nervousness on Mo's face, and a playful smile crept onto his lips. Mo's face turned a deep crimson, akin to a ripening apple. He sheepishly scratched his head, his fingers weaving through his hair as if attempting to untangle his flustered thoughts. I had already arranged to dine with her after work, and she particularly enjoys Sichuan cuisine. Qingfeng regarded Mo with a look of disdain, though internally he reflected on how he had once been even more infatuated than Mo. Such matters were never spoken of, and naturally, Mo was unaware of this. Observing Mo's flustered demeanor, Qingfeng found it somewhat amusing, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his former self. That Sichuan restaurant is indeed authentic and delicious. Mo eagerly clarified, his hands gesticulating animatedly as if to lend weight to his words. He hoped Qingfeng would grasp his intentions and allow him to bring his beloved along. I trust you. Go arrange it, informed Zhongling and the others shortly. Qingfeng waved his hand, thinking it would be gracious to grant Mo this opportunity, allowing him to share a gathering with the object of his affections. Understood, Mo replied joyfully, his face radiant with delight, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn, warm and bright. He hurried off to find Zhongling. Upon encountering Zhongling, Mo eagerly shared the details of the evening gathering. Her eyes instantly sparkled, reminiscent of 2 brilliant stars. Leaning slightly forward, she exclaimed with excitement, "That's wonderful." Zhongling felt a surge of enthusiasm. Ever since their superior had taken on the role of department head, interactions with the 3 of them had become increasingly rare. In the usual course of events, the boss would merely inquire about the progress of their private projects in the WeChat group. Yet it feels as if there exists a certain estrangement. Tonight, it is imperative to indulge in an evening of revelry with the boss, to engage in a heartfelt conversation. Nevertheless, a sense of melancholy lingers within her. How could the boss have married, and to their own superior no less? She furrows her brow slightly, unable to suppress her speculations. Could it be that the boss has been ensnared by the allure of wealth? Lin Wei and Wu Jiao have also learned of the evening gathering, and they are filled with elation. Particularly Lin Wei, whose heart brims with joy, having secured a job and an additional source of income. The burden of financial pressure has significantly lessened, granting him a liberating sense of relief. Leaning back in his chair, he gently closes his eyes. A contented smile gracing his lips, he eagerly anticipates the opportunity to unwind at tonight's gathering. Meanwhile, on the other side of the company, Chi Yutong sits in her spacious office, her fingers gliding over the already signed contract with Rainbow Electronics. The texture of the paper instills within her an overwhelming sense of reassurance. A sigh of relief escapes her lips as a weighty stone within her heart finally finds its rest. With the advance payment now received, a sense of lightness envelopes her. The interest on the bank loan has been settled, and now with a fresh influx of working capital, her confidence in the company's future flourishes. However, the thought of the image capture processing chip devised by Qingfeng leaves her feeling somewhat exasperated. This chip undeniably possesses promising market potential. Yet the members of the business department are proving to be quite unhelpful. Each time she requests them to explore the market, they feign prior commitments. A slight frown creases her brow, her gaze tinged with irritation. She knows full well that the business department has always been under the aegis of Vice President Zhao, who commands their loyalty. Zhao has been on sick leave since yesterday, a clear challenge thrown her way. Chi Yutong bites her lip, pacing back and forth in her office. The sharp click of her high heels against the floor echoing like the rhythm of her anxious thoughts. With a resigned sigh, she contemplates how to resolve this pressing dilemma. After all, Vice President Zhao was handpicked by her mother, and she had no desire to escalate tensions. Yet, it is he who has initiated this confrontation. Chapter 58. A father's vigilance over his daughter, Chi Yutong, sits quietly at her desk, her slender fingers lightly tapping the surface, her gaze somewhat distant. Within the confines of this dynamic technology company, she feels as though she is enveloped in a shroud of fog, surrounded by individuals cloaked in their own intentions, rendering them elusive. In this intricate milieu, she struggles to find a few trustworthy souls. After much contemplation, she resolves to summon Qingfeng, swiftly reaching for her phone to send a message via WeChat. With a soft sigh, she muses to herself, at this moment, Qingfeng is the only one in this company with whom I can candidly share my thoughts. Before long, Qingfeng receives the message, his brow furrowing in perplexity. Why would Chi Yutong urgently summon him to her office? Is there some pressing matter at hand, or perhaps an urgent task that requires discussion? With a heart laden with trepidation, he quickens his pace. As he stepped once more into the familiar office, he beheld Chi Yutong gazing at him with an expression of grave seriousness. Chi Yutong remained silent, merely tilting her chin slightly, signaling him to lock the door. Qingfeng's hand trembled ever so slightly as he grasped the doorknob, gently turning it. The click resonated distinctly in the stillness of the office. His heart raced like a startled deer, whispering to himself, "What is she planning? Why must the door be locked?" He cast a nervous and reluctant glance around the office. "Come here, sit over here," Chi Yutong instructed, having risen gracefully from her seat. Her lithe figure glided to the sofa, where she settled down slowly. A complex emotion flickered in her gaze as she regarded Qingfeng. Increasingly uneasy, he made his way to the sofa with heavy steps, instinctively leaning slightly forward, as if seeking to decipher her thoughts through her expressions. Chi Yutong furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, a wave of displeasure rising within her. She shifted back slightly, musing, "This Qingfeng has no sense of propriety, encroaching upon my space like this." Unaware of Chi Yutong's irritation, Qingfeng leaned in closer. At that moment, Chi Yutong could no longer contain her annoyance. She abruptly turned her head away, her piercing gaze directed at him like a pair of arrows. What is he doing? This is utterly outrageous. Surely, he isn't attempting to draw near under the pretense of my beauty, is he? Humph, shameless scoundrel. Noticing the vexation etched on Chi Yutong's face, Qingfeng awkwardly scratched his head, his cheeks flushing slightly. In a hushed tone, he ventured, "I assumed you chose this place to speak because you were aware of hidden cameras in the office." His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an air of mystery. Chi Yutong, upon hearing this, felt that Qingfeng was merely engaging in theatrics. She rolled her enchanting eyes, thinking, "This fellow is undoubtedly fabricating excuses. What does he mean by hidden cameras?" Qingfeng deciphered the skepticism in Chi Yutong's expression, realizing that no matter how he explained, she would likely remain unconvinced. Thus, he abruptly extended his hand, grasping her delicate one, gently pulling her to her feet. He then enveloped her in an embrace, feigning intimacy, and whispered softly in her ear, "Follow me. Act natural. I wish to show you something." In truth, the concealed pinhole camera was something Qingfeng had stumbled upon by chance. While idly glancing upward in the office, a faint glimmer caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the camera. At that moment, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. He pondered, who could have installed such an unprofessionally placed camera? After some contemplation, he speculated that it was likely installed by Chi Yutong's father, Chi Tianhe. He surmised that such matters would be kept secret from others, compelling Chi Tianhe to take matters into his own hands, resulting in an installation so crude that it was easily detected by him. Certainly, Qingfeng had contemplated the possibility that Chi Yutong might have installed it herself. However, upon further reflection, he found this notion improbable, for if Chi Yutong were to have set it up, it would certainly not be in such a location, nor aimed directly at him. Meanwhile, in another room, Chi Tianhe sat comfortably in a chair, his gaze fixated on the surveillance footage. The moment he observed Qingfeng embracing his daughter, coupled with the prior action of locking the door, his expression soured dramatically. His mouth parted slightly, as if to voice something, yet no words escaped his lips. A wave of discomfort washed over him. As a father, how could he bear to witness such a scene? He hastily switched off the video and rubbed his temples, internally musing. It appears that the relationship between Qingfeng and my daughter is genuine, rather than a mere pretense. Furrowing his brow, he thought, I must reassess Qingfeng. Qingfeng and Chi Yutong arrived before a lush green plant in the office, its verdant leaves shimmering under the sunlight. Beside the plant was an outlet, and Qingfeng leaned closer to Chi Yutong, whispering, "Look at the screws on that power strip." Curiosity piqued, Chi Yutong bent slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Her eyes widened, and her mouth formed an astonished O. She scrutinized further, realizing that what she had thought to be screws had actually emerged, revealing a pinhole camera. A surge of shock and indignation filled her. She quietly inquired in Qingfeng's ear, "Who installed this?" Qingfeng replied softly, "It's probably that old man, your father." Chi Yutong, upon hearing this, pinched Qingfeng sharply, her slender fingers twisting painfully on his arm, cursing inwardly. How dare this scoundrel refer to my father as an old man? Yet, if it were indeed her father responsible for this, it was utterly despicable. She thought to herself, how could he dare to spy on me? At that moment, Chi Yutong finally recognized that she had previously underestimated the situation. The seemingly tranquil Ling Dong Technology Company was fraught with hidden dangers. As she surveyed the office's exquisite decor, she now perceived that every corner might conceal a secret. She began to understand why her mother appeared so fatigued and burdened at work. Turning to Qingfeng, a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, her heart filled with turmoil as she pondered. Can I truly place my complete trust in Qingfeng? After a moment, she suggested, let us speak on the rooftop. Chapter 59, Business Division 2. The two ascended slowly to the rooftop. The wind was brisk, lifting the edges of Qingfeng's clothing as he grasped the railing, his gaze directed toward the vast expanse of the horizon. Before him lay the outline of the city, skyscrapers glimmering with a metallic sheen under the sun, while the streets sprawled like a spider's web, with vehicles and pedestrians traversing through them like industrious ants. Qingfeng gently squinted his eyes, as if he beheld a more expansive world. From this height, the trivial annoyances that typically plagued him seemed utterly insignificant. He inhaled deeply, allowing the invigorating air to fill his lungs, a sensation of unprecedented exhilaration blossoming within him. Living was indeed a joy, he mused internally, as the entanglements involving Zhou Jinyu and the avaricious, selfish individuals in his family, who incessantly demanded more, were cast away into the ether in that moment. He silently vowed that henceforth he would master his own life, taking responsibility solely for himself, no longer shackled by the meaningless people and matters that had previously constrained him. Chi Yutong stood quietly beside Qingfeng, her lustrous black hair flowing gently in the wind like dancing silk. A slight furrow adorned her brow, her gaze imbued with curiosity and uncertainty. She observed the blissful expression on Qingfeng's face, pondering what kind of scenery he might have witnessed or what thoughts could evoke such rapture. Unable to resist, she softly cleared her throat, seeking to shatter the tranquility. By the way, what did you mean when you said those in the business department aren't putting in any effort? Qingfeng inquired, his brow slightly furrowed as he turned to Chi Yutong, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Chi Yutong let out a gentle sigh, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. She raised her hand slightly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and replied, "They are all under Vice President Zhao. They heed only his commands. I suspect Vice President Zhao wishes to show me some consequences or perhaps intends to impose certain conditions." Her voice was soft and melodious, yet tinged with bitterness, as memories of the business department's insincerity weighed heavily on her. Oh, does Vice President Zhao wield such influence? Do these salespeople not desire their commissions? Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, disbelief etched across his features. He scrutinized Chi Yutong, as though searching for answers within her gaze. To him, it seemed that everyone worked to earn a living. Who would willingly forsake financial gain? If they can manipulate me, then this company would be at their mercy, and their rewards would surely multiply. Perhaps my father, your father-in-law, is powerless against them, which is why he relinquished control and left this mess for me. It's true that he cannot contend with them. Chi Yutong's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment, her heart a mix of resentment and sympathy towards her father. Are they truly that formidable? Ye Qingfeng pondered, perplexed. He had heard much about Lingdong technology from MOU and believed himself somewhat informed. Yet it appeared the internal dynamics of the company were more intricate than he had anticipated. His eyes blinked rapidly as his mind whirled, attempting to untangle the relationships at play. I had not anticipated their unity. My interactions with a few key salespeople revealed their unwavering loyalty to Vice President Zhao. Even I, as chairman, could not sway them. Chi Yutong helplessly shook her head, a profound sense of powerlessness enveloping her heart, as if she were isolated and unsupported within the company. Her shoulders drooped slightly, exuding an air of melancholy. Qingfeng squinted, his gaze igniting with fury. This was nothing short of bullying, and it was directed at his own wife. Although merely a contractual spouse, in his heart, she was his wife, and he could not tolerate anyone mistreating her. Draft the documents immediately to establish the second business division, Qingfeng declared with unwavering resolve. Chi Yutong was initially taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief at his suggestion. But soon, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, akin to flowers blooming in the spring, bright and beautiful. She knew she had made the right choice in seeking Qingfeng. He always had a knack for devising solutions in critical moments. Her eyes sparkled like they contained stars. Who will be in charge of the second business division? Chi Yutong inquired, her gaze fixed on Qingfeng, eagerly awaiting his response. Fang Yong, Qingfeng replied without hesitation. Chi Yutong hesitated, her brow furrowing slightly as she pondered. Can someone with a technical background truly handle this? She was not well acquainted with Fang Yong, and entrusting him with the second division felt somewhat risky. Fang Yong is more than capable, Qingfeng asserted, sensing her uncertainty, his eyes radiating confidence. All right, it's your call, Chi Yutong conceded, her doubts gradually dissipating as she regarded Qingfeng's self-assured demeanor. Her eyes brimmed with trust. Do you trust me this much? Qingfeng asked with a smile. You are my husband. Our fates are intertwined, Chi Yutong replied, her gaze gentle yet resolute. She had already regarded Qingfeng as her closest confidant, ready to face any challenges together. Her hand softly rested on his arm, conveying warmth. I understand. United as a couple, our strength is unbreakable. By the way, you must promote me to vice president. Otherwise, how can I contend with Vice President Zhao? Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with mischief, aware that only with the necessary power could he gain the upper hand in the struggle. A confident smile graced his lips. Very well. My Vice President Yi, I will arrange that immediately, Chi Yutong replied with laughter, her voice melodious and resonant in the air. Also, you should inform them that Vice President Zhao, due to the overwhelming demands of the company, needs to take a proper rest, and his duties will temporarily be overseen by Vice President Yi, Qingfeng said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned the astonishment and helplessness on Zhao's face upon receiving the news. A triumphant glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Chi Yutong chuckled joyfully, adding, I will personally call Vice President Zhao to remind him to rest well and not rush back to the company. A sense of vindication surged within her. Vice President Zhao had caused her much trouble before, and now it was time for him to experience some discomfort. Her eyes shone with excitement. Yes, let it be as you say. Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, his arms crossed confidently over his chest, exuding an air of assuredness. However, the market prospects of that chip cast a shadow of concern upon Chi Yutong's face, her brows knitting together slightly. You need not worry. I shall arrange for Fang Yong to discuss this matter. There are several potential clients, and if they become aware of our product, I dare say they will come bearing funds to seize it. You can simply wait to count the profits. Chi Yutong found it hard to believe. casting a skeptical glance at Qingfeng, pondering whether he was speaking nonsense due to a fever. Her eyes brimmed with doubt. However, the clients I introduce must ensure I receive my commission and do not think to pilfer my earnings. Chi Yutong verbally acquiesced, yet inwardly mused, "Humph, men, wealth corrupts them. I cannot allow him to prosper. But how can I claim his money?" Chapter 60. Persuading Fang Yong before long. The company chat erupted like ripples from a pebble cast into still water, as an open letter surfaced, authored by Chi Yutong for all employees. The words flowed like a gentle stream, eloquently recounting Vice President Zhao's foundational contributions to the company over the years. It also lamented that due to his unwavering dedication and relentless toil, his health had suffered under the burden, compelling him to depart and focus on recuperation at home. As the newly appointed chairwoman, Chi Yutong's every word radiated gratitude towards Vice President Zhao. She earnestly hoped he could set aside the company's myriad affairs and diligently restore his well-being. Not long after, new developments stirred in the company chat. Chi Yutong announced an appointment, formally designating Qingfeng as the company's vice president, entrusting him with all the responsibilities previously managed by Vice President Zhao. This appointment was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, provoking ripples of surprise, envy, and speculation about the company's future among employees. Subsequently, Chi Yutong disclosed another significant decision: the immediate establishment of a second business department. Simultaneously, she adjusted the sales personnel's compensation, reducing their base salaries while substantially increasing the commission rates. These revelations detonated like bombs within the company, employees wide-eyed, engaging in hushed conversations. The cacophony reminiscent of a swarm of bees buzzing with excitement, confusion, and anticipation. In the research and development department, Qingfeng quietly approached Fang Yong, leaning slightly closer, a hint of enigmatic amusement in his gaze. He softly proposed, "Brother Fang, shall we step outside to converse?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yong's heart raced like a trapped rabbit, filled with trepidation. His thoughts were straightforward. He merely wished to continue his tenure at the company in peace. Yet, the organization had recently resembled a small vessel amidst a storm, with turmoil ever looming. Sighing inwardly, he recognized that Qingfeng had ascended to the position of vice president in less than a week, as if propelled by a rocket. His eyes could not help but steal a glance at Qingfeng, and upon witnessing the latter's confident demeanor, a wave of envy and helplessness surged within him. Indeed, it is advantageous to have connections within the inner circle. How could he possibly compare? With a heart full of trepidation, Fang Yong followed Qingfeng out of the company. They arrived at a nearby CAF, where the two found a secluded corner partially obscured by lush greenery, resembling a small sanctuary detached from the world. Looking at Fang Yong with sincerity, Qingfeng spoke slowly. "Brother Fang, I invited you out to discuss something important." Internally, Fang Yong scoffed at the obviousness of this statement. It was evident that he had been summoned for a reason. His fingers unconsciously traced the rim of his coffee cup, feeling the warmth of the porcelain. After a brief pause, Qingfeng earnestly continued, "Brother Fang, the company has established a new business department, and I have recommended you to the chairman for the position of department head." Fang Yong was initially taken aback. He had assumed that after Qingfeng's promotion to vice president, he would be reinstated to his former role as head of the R&D department. After all, he had previously held that title before Qingfeng had taken him down from it. He had thought that this meeting was merely to address any potential grievances he might harbor about his current role, but he never anticipated that Qingfeng intended to elevate him to the position of head of the new business department. This revelation startled him. Was he not being thrust into the eye of the storm? Was this not an overt challenge to Vice President Zhao? He could almost feel Zhao's stern gaze piercing through him like two sharp swords. If Zhao were to return one day, would he not be the first target? What was Qingfeng thinking? Did he believe Fang Yong's downfall was insufficiently swift? Fang Yong's mind was a tumult of conflicting emotions, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Fang Yong's inner turmoil, Qingfeng could not help but chuckle, as if he had deciphered Fang Yong's thoughts. "Brother Fang, this is a rare opportunity. You must seize it." Fang Yong internally found Yi Qingfeng somewhat amusing. This young fellow, despite his youth, was already weaving grand visions. He thought to himself, I shall see what grand vision you can truly conjure. A subtle smirk crept onto his lips, tinged with an imperceptible disdain. Ye, Qingfeng, with a tone of earnestness, remarked Brother Fang, what is the ultimate purpose of our toil in the workforce? Without hesitation, Fang Yong replied, of course, it is for the salary. While maintaining a facade of composure, he pondered, what exactly is this young man up to? His eyes were fixed on Yi Qingfeng, searching for any hint of ulterior motives in his expression. Yi Qingfeng continued, based on my understanding of you, you are not suited to remain in RD. You are far more adept at pursuing business ventures. Fang Yong furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of difficulty as he responded, but I have always been in RD. At my age, what resources do I possess to chase after business? His brows knitted together like two small peaks, his face betraying his unease. Yi Qingfeng smiled gently as he handed a few sheets of paper to Fang Yong, saying, take a look at these documents. Fang Yong, puzzled, accepted them, feeling the pages tremble slightly in his hands. He began to read attentively, his eyes darting swiftly across the text. He discovered that the information pertained to several companies engaged in the production of drones and robots, all of which were reliant on importing image capture processing chips from abroad. Furthermore, the documents revealed that these chips were monopolized by a few major foreign corporations, with prices steadily escalating each year. The price trend resembled a serpentine ascent, strikingly alarming. Suddenly, Fang Yong's eyes sparkled with insight as he keenly perceived the opportunity that lay within. He pondered silently, realizing that Yi Qingfeng's intensified focus on these chips was driven by this very situation. His fingers instinctively tapped lightly on the documents, as if contemplating a significant decision. Observing Fang Yong's expression, Yi Qingfeng sensed his burgeoning interest and continued, Brother Fang, I have connections with these companies involved in drones and robotics. I can introduce you to them. Our products boast exceptional performance and competitive pricing, and we can ensure a stable supply. They have no reason to refrain from procuring our chips. You must understand, the current restrictions imposed by the United States make it challenging for them to acquire chips. With such a promising opportunity at hand, they will undoubtedly embrace it. If this materializes, the commission from a single order could cover several years' worth of your salary. Brother Fang, your child is studying abroad and requires substantial funds. His voice was like a gentle hook, ensnaring Fang Yong's heart. As he absorbed these words, Fang Yong felt increasingly swayed. The burdensome tuition and living expenses of his child abroad loomed over him like a mountain. He envisioned his child's yearning gaze, silently calling out to him. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Yi Qingfeng entrusted him with such a promising venture. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, why don't you pursue this yourself? His eyes fixated on Yi Qingfeng, seeking a satisfactory explanation. Yi Qingfeng chuckled softly and replied, as the company's vice president, it would be beneath my stature to personally chase after business. However, Brother Fang, I will provide you with the clients and contacts. Should any issues arise concerning business or technology, I will support you. As for the commission, upon hearing the mention of commission, Fang Yong's eyes immediately brightened, and he eagerly exclaimed, I understand, 60-40, you 60, I 40. His mind was consumed with thoughts of profit. The title of vice president, Zhao, faded from his concerns. His hands moved restlessly, as if envisioning currency swirling through his grasp. Yi Qingfeng waved his hand, saying, Ah, Brother Fang. Fang Yong, assuming Yi Qingfeng found the offer insufficient, quickly interjected, 70-30, you 70. Yi Qingfeng looked earnestly at Fang Yong and said, Brother Fang, I regard you as a brother. Let us agree on 50-50. I will remain behind the scenes while you take the lead. Moreover, I truly have no one else to rely on. I trust you completely. Overwhelmed with emotion, Fang Yong felt tears welling in his eyes. He recalled how his wife had incessantly berated him for his perceived inadequacies and lack of ambition, often contrasting him with his more successful classmates who had ventured into entrepreneurship. In his heart, he silently vowed, this time it would be different. He would finally have the opportunity to hold his head high. A slight stinging sensation filled his nose as he endeavored to keep his emotions in check. Qingfeng then remarked, "Brother Fong, this is an opportunity bestowed upon you by President Qi." Fong Yong swiftly replied, "I understand, I comprehend. From now on, I shall be President Qi's weapon, striking wherever directed." Upon uttering these words, both Qingfeng and Fong Yong erupted into joyous laughter. Chapter 61. The Anger of Zhou Xiaoli. Brother Fong, you need not return to the company. Right now, hasten home to prepare thoroughly. Qingfeng's gaze burned intensely upon Fong Yong, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolution. Time waits for no one. Once you are ready, you will go to secure orders today. You will fly to Xi'an and visit that drone company. Rest assured, I will not delay a moment. I will contact them immediately to ensure all preliminary arrangements are made, facilitating your smooth arrival. Qingfeng paused, a glimmer of profound significance crossing his eyes. Brother Fong, should you successfully negotiate this order, the existence of the first business division will no longer be necessary. The company will revert to a unified business division. If you identify any capable talents within the first division, feel free to retain them. Fong Yong listened in silence, aware that Qingfeng was extending a substantial favor to him, while simultaneously establishing his own authority within the business division. With quality products in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. Coupled with Qingfeng's connections, securing the order would be a mere formality. A smile involuntarily crept upon Fong Yong's lips as he declared, "Very well, I shall give it serious consideration. I will return home to tidy up, inform my wife, and then I shall fly to Xi'an." With that, he swiftly turned and departed like a gust of wind. Qingfeng stood rooted in place, watching Fong Yong's receding figure, his heart buoyant, akin to savoring a refreshing glass of lemonade on a scorching summer day. He was confident that his arrangements were sound and that Fong Yong would not disappoint him. With a light-hearted stride, he made his way toward the company. However, to his surprise, before he could even step through the company's entrance, he encountered a familiar figure, Zhou Xiaoli, the daughter of the vice president from the Research and Development Department. Zhou Xiaoli stood there with an expression of seriousness, her brow furrowed tightly. Her eyes were fixed on Qingfeng, radiating a mix of anger and urgency. "We need to find a place to talk," she said, frowning. Without waiting for Qingfeng's consent, she stepped forward, grasping his arm with surprising strength despite her slender frame, and began to pull him away. It turned out that a notice had just been issued in the company group, detonating like a bomb within the organization. Everyone had seen it, and Zhou Xiaoli was no exception. The moment she laid eyes on the announcement, her heart tightened as if gripped by a cold hand. Her complexion turned pale instantly, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She immediately retrieved her phone, her fingers frantically gliding across the screen until she successfully dialed her father, Vice President Zhao. On the other end, Vice President Zhao was leisurely seated on his sofa at home, engrossed in a newspaper. Upon hearing the news, his hand trembled violently, causing the newspaper to slip from his grasp and fall to the floor. His countenance turned ashen, as if he had received a formidable blow. A surge of fervor coursing through him, nearly prompting him to spit out blood. Having toiled for many years within the company, his office was adorned with an array of honors and trophies, testaments to his relentless endeavors. He had always considered himself a stalwart of the company, wielding both shares and authority, a figure of significant influence, and no one had ever dared to openly challenge him. The actions of Chi Yutong felt like a resounding slap to his face, inciting an uncontrollable rage within him. His chest heaved violently, as if a blaze of fury raged within. Listening to her father's furious breaths through the phone, Zhou Xiaoli felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Biting her lip, she silently vowed to confront the individual in question, Qingfeng, to seek clarity on the matter at hand. Chapter 62. Bewilderment. Zhou Xiaoli grasped Qingfeng's arm with a grip akin to that of a vice, resolutely ignoring his soft pleas to relocate. Her steps were determined and swift, exuding an undeniable aura of authority as she marched towards the familiar staff. Qingfeng watched her obstinate figure with a sense of resignation, pondering to himself how this woman seemed almost possessed, insistent on returning here. He had just enjoyed a cup of coffee at this very establishment and was now yearning for a change of scenery. However, Zhao Xiaoli's demeanor compelled him to let out a sigh of acquiescence, trailing behind her as they re-entered the CF, enveloped in the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Inside the CF, the lighting was soft and warm, casting a gentle glow on each table and chair, creating a languid atmosphere. Zhao Xiaoli's eyes swiftly scanned the room until they fixed upon a quiet booth by the window. The booth's deep brown leather upholstery appeared both comfortable and luxurious. After seating herself and Qingfeng, she crossed her arms tightly over her chest, the delicate cuffs of her white shirt slightly rolled up, revealing a glimpse of her fair wrist. Her exquisite face was marred by anger, her elegantly arched eyebrows knitted tightly together, resembling ominous clouds on the verge of unleashing a storm. Her large eyes glared at Qingfeng like a volcano poised to erupt, seemingly capable of piercing through his very soul. Feeling increasingly uneasy under her penetrating gaze, Qingfeng reluctantly ordered 2 cups of coffee from the server. As he awaited their arrival, he mused inwardly about this frantic woman, wondering if she would concoct some unexpected scheme. The coffee was scalding hot. He hoped she wouldn't impulsively spill it on herself, which would certainly lead to complications, and he felt the need to remain vigilant. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhao Xiaoli furrowed her brows, her petite nose slightly wrinkling, and exclaimed loudly, "Now speak. What conspiracy do you have with Chi Yutong? Why are you attempting to usurp my father's position?" As Qingfeng heard the question, he nearly burst into laughter, secretly pondering. This young lady is indeed somewhat naive. If there were truly a conspiracy, would it be so easily divulged? Either one would need to employ formidable tactics, perhaps resorting to severe interrogation for any effect. Or one could present alluring conditions, tempting me with benefits. Alternatively, one might even resort to the wiles of seduction, as depicted in those television dramas. His gaze involuntarily roamed over Zhao Xiaoli, who was adorned in a simple light blue dress, its hem gracefully swaying just above her knees, her lithe figure appearing particularly enchanting under the illumination. Her face bore little adornment, with smooth, delicate skin akin to a freshly cracked egg, exuding a subtle luster under the light, brimming with youthful collagen. However, this beautiful visage was marred by a certain willfulness and capriciousness, resembling a rose with thorns. Qingfeng was well aware that Zhao Xiaoli's family was quite affluent, rivaling even that of Chi Yutong. It was remarkable that such a young lady would work in the R&D department, indicating her credentials were certainly impressive. Zhao Xiaoli noticed that Qingfeng was fixated on her, his gaze flitting about as if contemplating something, which began to unsettle her, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Unconsciously, her fair fingers fidgeted with the hem of her dress as she bit her lip, impatiently urging, "Hey, why don't you speak up?" Only then did Qingfeng regain his composure, feigning confusion as he replied, "Oh, yes. What was it you just asked me?" Zhao Xiaoli had encountered this response too many times. Many young men would become similarly flustered upon learning of her status and background. She was the vice president of Lingdong Technology and the daughter of the second-largest shareholder, a status that intimidated many. A smirk involuntarily crept onto her lips, her expression one of pride, the slight upturn resembling a crescent moon. She raised her voice again. "I asked you, why are you trying to usurp my father's position?" Qingfeng shook his head in resignation and replied slowly, "Usurp? Do you really think that is feasible? With my qualifications and at my age, attempting to take Vice President Zhao's position is rather absurd. Wouldn't you agree? You know, I am Chi Yutong's husband. She placed me in this role, which feels akin to being placed on a hot seat. Who in the company would heed my words? Who would regard me with any significance? Furthermore, Vice President Zhao, your father, is a highly esteemed elder, revered within the company. He may not command absolute obedience, but he certainly wields considerable influence. What do I have to compare with your father? Currently, with Chi Yutong and your father at odds, I find myself caught in the middle, truly suffering as a result. You ought to persuade your father to return quickly. I shall also counsel Chi Yutong to take a step back and reconcile with your father. I wish to endure this torment no longer." Qingfeng's flattery towards Vice President Zhao greatly pleased Zhao Xiaoli, gradually softening the anger that had been etched on her face. She had already formulated a plan. if Yi Qingfeng proved to be oblivious to the realities of life. She would take it upon herself to defend her father's honor by humiliating and reprimanding this ungrateful man. However, Yi Qingfeng's current demeanor brought her an unexpected sense of comfort. Zhao Xiaoli found it peculiar that, aside from his handsome appearance, Yi Qingfeng seemed to possess no remarkable qualities. She could not fathom why Chi Yutong would take an interest in him. Having always compared herself to Chi Yutong since childhood, she believed she surpassed her rival in many aspects. With this thought, a charming smile blossomed on Zhao Xiaoli's face as she gently tossed her lustrous black hair, which arched gracefully through the air, exuding a subtle fragrance of shampoo. She deliberately presented what she considered her most captivating angle to Yi Qingfeng, tilting her face slightly, her delicate chin raised, reminiscent of a proud swan. Observing this, Yi Qingfeng mused inwardly. Indeed, she is employing the art of seduction. This is a challenge I cannot ignore. He promptly adopted an expression of fascination, appearing utterly entranced by Zhao Xiaoli's beauty, his mouth slightly agape and his gaze fixed on her, nearly drooling. Upon witnessing Yi Qingfeng's reaction, Zhao Xiaoli couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Chapter 63. The confident vice president Zhao Xiaoli's gaze narrowed like that of a cunning fox as she scrutinized Yi Qingfeng before her. She sensed that her allure had reached its peak, akin to the precise timing required in the preparation of a complex dish, where the amount of seasoning and the intensity of the heat must be balanced perfectly. A moment of rashness could ignite a fuse, causing the fragile, dilapidated vessels of Yi Qingfeng's mind to rupture. This would completely disrupt her meticulously crafted strategy, for Yi Qingfeng was a pivotal element in her plans. She gracefully adjusted her posture, smoothing the hem of her well-tailored suit, then slowly placed her arms upon the table. Her movements were elegant and gentle, as if caressing a precious work of art. Leaning slightly forward, her cascading hair fell effortlessly, veiling half her face and adding an air of mystery. She gradually closed the distance between herself and Yi Qingfeng, sensing the slight irregularity in his breath with each inch she approached, as if he were stepping deeper into the enchanting web she had woven. Parting her lips, her vibrant red mouth resembled a blooming rose, her voice as soothing as a stream flowing through a mountain valley. Would you kindly resign from your position at Chi Yutong's request? Yi Qingfeng's brow furrowed slightly, akin to ripples forming on a tranquil lake. Though he appeared hesitant, his mind was clear. He understood that he must embody a skilled actor, playing his part in this intricate performance alongside Zhao Xiaoli. His gaze lingered momentarily on Zhao Xiaoli's exquisite visage, then feigned contemplation, letting out a soft sigh as he remarked, "Indeed, I have long harbored such thoughts." Yet, he paused slightly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. The vice president must return. The company cannot function without one. With one vice president absent and another resigning, Chi Yutong would find it difficult to maintain her position. After all, Chi Yutong is my wife. Upon hearing Yi Qingfeng mention his wife again, a spark of jealousy ignited within Zhao Xiaoli's heart. It was as if two small flames danced within her beautiful eyes, and she inwardly scolded, "You fool, your heart holds only your wife. What of me? I have exerted so much effort to entice you. Am I not far more beautiful than your wife?" Nevertheless, she maintained an alluring demeanor, her lips curling into a captivating smile as she spoke in a voice so delicate it seemed to drip with sweetness. "You only think of your wife. What about me?" Yi Qingfeng gazed at Zhao Xiaoli's luscious face, her delicate skin resembling a freshly peeled egg, radiating an enchanting luster under the light. He inwardly scoffed, yet feigned an expression of infatuation, his gaze growing fervent, resembling a fool intoxicated by love as he stammered, "You are so beautiful. Of course, I must heed your words." Zhao Xiaoli slightly lifted her delicate chin, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Doubt still lingered in her heart regarding Yi Qingfeng's sincerity. Furrowing her brow, she pressed, "Will you truly listen to me?" Yi Qingfeng nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. "I promise, if you don't believe," before he could finish. Zhao Xiaoli, growing impatient, waved her hand adorned with a dazzling diamond ring, slicing through the air with a gleaming arc. She interrupted. No need for oaths. I shall not heed your words. I will only observe your actions. Qingfeng chuckled inwardly, recognizing the woman's cunning, yet he wore an expression utterly bewitched by Zhao Xiaoli, his eyes appearing somewhat dazed, like one who had completely lost himself. As he said, if I heed your words, then you. Zhao Xiaoli observed Yi Qingfeng's entranced demeanor, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. She thought to herself, humph, this fool. Once my father returns, I shall deal with that Chi Yutong. As for you, a toad, still coveting a swan like me, just watch. I will trample you beneath my feet. Yet, she spoke softly, I will not treat you poorly. I shall certainly be good to you. With that, the two returned to the company, one after the other. Zhao Xiaoli eagerly retrieved her phone from her elegant handbag. She skillfully unlocked it, swiftly locating her father's contact information, her slender fingers dancing across the screen as she promptly sent him a message, detailing her belief that Chi Yutong posed no real threat, merely posturing. Meanwhile, Yi Qingfeng's objectives were achieved as he walked down the corridor back to the company, his gaze deep and piercing. He seeks to confound Vice President Zhao, striving to secure more time for himself. Once Fang Yong returns with the orders, Chi Yutong will decisively eliminate the business department. In such a scenario, Vice President Zhao will find himself devoid of a foundation within the company, rendered powerless. What tempest could a marginalized vice president possibly stir? However, his shares present a complication. Possessing shares prevents him from being entirely ousted. At the moment Vice President Zhao received his daughter's message, he was seated in the luxurious massage chair of his study, indulging in its soothing embrace. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he inquired in detail about Zhao Xiaoli's situation. He contemplated, convinced that his daughter's judgment was sound. He derisively mused, what prowess could a young girl like Chi Yutong possibly possess? Merely bluster, a display of empty bravado. Initially, upon hearing these tidings, he was filled with rage, perceiving a threat to his position, an anger that roared within him like a blazing inferno. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he contacted his trusted aides, and upon learning that the so-called business department too was merely an empty shell with no personnel, he deduced that Chi Yutong was merely bluffing. Yi Qingfeng instructed Fang Yong not to return to the company, but to pursue the orders directly, concerned that Fang Yong's casual remarks might inadvertently reveal their plans. What he now required was time, akin to a patient hunter lurking in the shadows, seeking to bewilder his adversaries. Upon hearing that Chi Yutong had appointed a youth in his 20s to the vice president position, he found it even more amusing. He increasingly believed that Chi Yutong was truly running out of options. With the corroboration of his daughter Zhao Xiaoli, his confidence grew. He mused that with the business department in disarray and devoid of orders, he was eager to witness how Chi Yutong would respond. He was curious to see how long she could endure. Chapter 64. MOU's goddess Chi Yutong was not idle either. She summoned professionals to her office, and the two specialists meticulously examined every corner. Armed with advanced detectors, they painstakingly traversed the walls, leaving no crevice uninspected where something might be concealed. They scrutinized beneath the desk and the fixtures on the ceiling, evoking the sensation of watching a spy thriller. After concluding their inspection without discovering any additional cameras, Chi Yutong nodded slightly, secretly relieved. Gazing at the dismantled camera, her previously delicate features softened with a sense of relief, as though she had cast aside a heavy burden. Her furrowed brow gradually unfurled. At last, she had resolved this hidden peril. Previously, she had to speak with trepidation in the office. She could not possibly retreat to the rooftop for every discussion henceforth. Upon returning to the company, Yi Qingfeng headed directly to Chi Yutong's office. As he entered, his gaze swept across the room, and upon seeing the removed camera, he immediately understood the threat had been neutralized. Yi Qingfeng looked at Chi Yutong and said, I have already sent Fang Yong to Xi'an to pursue the orders. Upon hearing those words, Chi Yutong finally felt her long-suspended heart relax. The tension that had gripped her nerves alleviated significantly. She gazed at Yi Qingfeng, and a sense of inexplicable calm surged within her, as if he were a steadfast barrier against the storms of life. Chi Yutong felt that as long as Yi Qingfeng was by her side, no trouble was insurmountable. He consistently made the most astute decisions at critical moments, and this composure and wisdom brought her immense reassurance. Her gaze lingered on Yi Qingfeng for a moment, imbued with a subtle tenderness and anticipation, as she softly inquired, "Now that you are the vice president, shouldn't you consider relocating your office here?" Yi Qingfeng gently shook his head. "Perhaps not. If we were to disrupt Vice President Zhao's office now, he would undoubtedly return in a frenzy, and that would lead to complications. For now, we must adopt a facade of strength while concealing our true intentions. You must portray an image of superficial robustness, for it is the only way to lull them into complacency." Chi Yutong nodded thoughtfully, her eyes reflecting a deeper understanding. She recognized that Yi Qingfeng's considerations were meticulous. In this intricate commercial battle, every step must be taken with utmost caution. "By the way, I have a dinner engagement tonight and may return home late. If it gets too late, I shall." Yi Qingfeng's words were abruptly cut off by Chi Yutong. Her brow furrowed, her eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of stubbornness and discontent. "No, we have just married. You cannot expect to stay out all night." Yi Qingfeng gazed at Chi Yutong with a touch of helplessness, inwardly amused at the seriousness with which she approached this pretense of marriage. Later that evening, after work, Yi Qingfeng and a few others accompanied Mou to Luji Tavern. Upon arrival, although the tavern was modest in size, its ambience was both elegant and pristine. The walls were adorned with several pieces of ancient calligraphy and paintings, imparting a serene and timeless atmosphere. The tables and chairs, crafted from solid wood, exuded a faint aroma of timber. Yi Qingfeng surveyed the surroundings, observing patrons engaged in soft conversations or quietly savoring their meals, reflecting that despite its secluded location, the tavern attracted a fair number of guests. It seemed that the chef's culinary skills must be quite exceptional. Otherwise, such a remote establishment would not draw in so many patrons. Mou skillfully greeted the proprietor, a kindly middle-aged man who exchanged pleasantries with him. After ordering a selection of dishes, Mou hurried off to fetch his goddess. Yi Qingfeng and the others settled into a chosen spot, patiently awaiting their return. Before long, Mou reappeared, and Yi Qingfeng finally laid eyes on the 33-year-old goddess, Zhang Xiaowei. She wore a stylish dress, the unique design accentuating her graceful figure. Her hair, slightly curled, cascaded over her shoulders, and her face bore an exquisite makeup, making her appearance quite appealing. Yet, upon closer inspection, fine wrinkles had begun to appear at the corners of her eyes. To Yi Qingfeng's surprise, accompanying Mou was not only Zhang Xiaowei, but also a man in his 30s. The man was clad in a sharply tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled. Yet his gaze bore an unsettling arrogance. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qingfeng immediately rose to his feet, his face radiating a warm smile as he warmly invited them to take a seat. Mou, feeling somewhat awkward, introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Zhang Xiaowei. This is Zhao Hui." As he spoke, a barely perceptible flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Zhang Xiaowei cast a dismissive glance at Yi Qingfeng and his companions, her eyes brimming with disdain. She thought to herself, "These are just a bunch of 20-something kids. It's no surprise Mou associates with such people. They seem to hold little promise." She curled her lip in disdain, losing interest in the gathering, which she deemed a futile social engagement. Slightly lifting her hand, she adjusted her hair, as if to express her dissatisfaction with the surroundings. "Are you all subordinates of Mou? Impressive. He actually has some capable individuals under him," Zhao Hui remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm, his eyes filled with contempt. He surveyed Yi Qingfeng and his companions, as if appraising a mere swarm of insignificant ants. Internally, he reveled in pride, thinking, what can these young upstarts achieve? Mou is simply a minor supervisor. Zhang Xiaowei frowned and commented, "You're the only one who holds him in high regard. I see him destined for mediocrity. Being a supervisor is the best he can hope for. And in a few years, he'll be on the decline. Just look at my classmates. None of them were still struggling at his age." As Mou listened to these words, his face flushed crimson, his head bowed as if pierced by countless needles, feeling an extreme discomfort. His hands clenched tightly together, the nails nearly digging into his flesh, yet he remained silent, enduring the humiliation in silence. MOU, don't go around claiming I'm your girlfriend. I never agreed to that. You need to get your facts straight, Zhang Xiaowei said mercilessly, her gaze coldly fixed on MOU, as if he were an inconsequential stranger. Indeed, just yesterday, young Master Zhou sent flowers to Xiaowei. Zhao Hui proclaimed with an air of triumph, as if the flowers were meant for him. A slight smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. That Zhou Weiguang is married, yet flirts with other women. He's just a scoundrel, MOU retorted, his anger igniting a fiery spark in his eyes. Which Zhou Weiguang? Qingfeng found the name somewhat familiar. The son of the vice president of Chi Yutong Technology. MOU responded. Only then did Qingfeng realize, recalling that the fellow had visited Chi Yutong Technology a few times, exuding an undeniably arrogant demeanor that was truly irksome. Zhang Xiaowei shot MOU a scornful glance, saying, a scoundrel? That merely indicates he has capabilities. MOU, while you're not a scoundrel, you certainly lack competence. MOU's face had turned a shade akin to liver, his heart swelling with feelings of grievance, anger, and helplessness. Chapter 65. Transforming another's girlfriend into one's own lifeblood. Qingfeng sat quietly, his eyes resembling a profound, cold lake, tightly locking onto the poignant scene unfolding before him. His tightly pressed lips were slightly pale, as an indescribable wave of deep sorrow surged within him. This sorrow resembles a silent tempest, rampaging through the depths of his soul. He gazed at the desolate figure of MOU, and in an instant, the floodgates of memory swung open, causing his past self to seemingly merge with MOU's silhouette. Silently, he sighed within. Oh, MOU, your present state mirrors the past I dread to revisit. And have I truly extricated myself from that sorrowful prison? An unnamed fire quietly surged within him, fueled by both indignation at MOU's plight and resentment towards his own fate. He furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze piercing like a sharp blade directed at Zhang Xiaowei. Zhang Xiaowei was adorned in exquisite attire, the fabric shimmering under the lights, whispering tales of its opulence. The bag she held was particularly eye-catching, its intricate patterns and unique design highlighting its extraordinary nature. Qingfeng spoke slowly. Zhang Xiaowei, this is our first encounter, and I have a rather bold inquiry. Your attire, along with that bag, seems quite valuable. It must be a limited edition, I presume? I estimate it costs no less than 50 to 60,000, perhaps. Upon hearing this, a suppressed pride blossomed on Zhang Xiaowei's face. Her meticulously groomed eyebrows arched slightly, and her eyes sparkled with a triumphant gleam, akin to a peacock flaunting its beautiful feathers. A smile curved her lips as she thought, this person possesses quite an eye for value. She lifted her chin, speaking with a hint of arrogance. You have a discerning eye. This bag cost 68,000, procured with great difficulty from a reseller. Qingfeng's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Xiaowei, like a hawk eyeing its prey, as he pressed further. And what is your occupation? What might your monthly earnings be? Zhang Xiaowei, sensing a subtle sarcasm in his tone, felt a twinge of sensitivity. MOU, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. He understood Qingfeng's intent and answered for Zhang Xiaowei. Oh, Xiaowei works in the finance department of an import-export company, earning around 8,000 each month. Recalling Zhang Xiaowei's earlier merciless taunts, a flush of embarrassment crept across MOU's face, igniting a sensation akin to being scorched by fire. He felt like a clown ridiculed in public, the waves of humiliation crashing over him. Qingfeng's gaze shifted to Zhao Hui, scrutinizing the tailored suit he wore. The suit's cut was impeccable, its lines smooth, and the quality of the fabric commendable. Qingfeng remarked, what does Zhao Hui do? This suit suggests he belongs to an elite family, doesn't it? MOU's tone dripped with disdain as he scoffed. Elite? He merely a salesperson at a small company, earning a base salary of 3,000. It's a miracle if he can afford to eat well each month. In times of poor performance, he might struggle to cover his rent. Instantly, the expressions of Zhang Xiaowei and Zhao Hui darkened upon hearing MOU's words. Zhang Xiaowei's once rosy cheeks suddenly drained of color, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Zhao Hui's forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat, his lips trembling slightly. as if the faade he had tirelessly maintained had been ruthlessly pierced. In that fleeting moment, they felt as though all their pretenses had been mercilessly stripped away by Mou. Yi Qingfeng's gaze shifted to Zhongling, who stood there quietly, her posture upright. Yi Qingfeng inquired, "Zhongling, your monthly salary must be at least 15,000, right?" Zhongling furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes clear and bright, and corrected him. 16,000. Yi Qingfeng nodded and continued, "With the housing fund included, it surely exceeds 20,000, does it not?" Although Zhongling was uncertain about the purpose of his questioning, she nodded in agreement, replying, "Yes." Yi Qingfeng turned to Zhang Xiaowei and Zhao Hui, raising his voice. "Look at this person who earns 20,000 a month. She doesn't flaunt or act arrogantly like you do. What gives you the audacity?" Zhang Xiaowei's face flushed with anger. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. She gritted her teeth, yet found herself speechless, her emotions a tumultuous blend of fury and shame. Yi Qingfeng's gaze fell upon Zhang Xiaowei once more, his expression as icy as the polar winds. He coldly stated, "Zhang Xiaowei, Mou earns over 20,000 monthly, with additional income even greater. Surely, much of his wealth is spent on you, is it not?" Zhang Xiaowei held her head high, a delicate necklace adorning her neck, shimmering under the light. She retorted, "Is it not right for him to spend on me?" The chill in Yi Qingfeng's voice intensified as he questioned, "Are you his girlfriend? By what right do you presume to spend Mou's money so brazenly?" Zhang Xiaowei opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Panic began to seep into her heart. She had never contemplated this issue before, believing it was her due right to spend Mou's money. Her gaze began to wander, unable to meet Yi Qingfeng's piercing stare. Yi Qingfeng continued, "Zhang Xiaowei, the clothes you wear, the bag in your hand, the cosmetics on your face, and these jewels, all purchased with Mou's funds, I presume? If you were to demand repayment now, you would likely find yourself utterly bereft." He then turned to Zhao Hui. "And you, Zhao Hui, that suit you wore was gifted by Zhang Xiaowei, was it not? Also funded by Mou, no doubt. Your costs are remarkably low. All it takes is your silver tongue to charm Zhang Xiaowei into spending on you. You must be thoroughly aware that the more foolish you make her feel, the more she will lavish you with her finances. Do you fancy yourself a person of high standing now? Zhang Xiaowei, Zhao Hui, take a moment to reflect. From this point onward, if Mou cuts off your financial support, within 10 days, you may struggle to afford even your meals. Zhao Hui, you hail from the countryside. Do you not? Have you not always dreamed of latching onto the leg of a wealthy woman, hoping to suckle off her fortune? Your current task is to push Zhang Xiaowei into the arms of affluent men, even if it means compromising her dignity. After all, a wealthy woman is not your wife. She is merely a means to an end. Zhang Xiaowei's heart began to churn tumultuously, as visions of the luxurious items purchased with Mou's money flooded her mind, alongside the lavish expenditures lavished upon her. Moreover, she recalled the words spoken by Zhao Hui, as if she were deep in contemplation, feeling an inexplicable chill envelop her entire being. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui was growing anxious, his heart brimming with fear at the thought of losing the life he had built, reliant upon Zhang Xiaowei. His complexion paled, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. With urgency, he implored, "Xiaowei, we must go. Young Master Zhou is waiting for us. Did you not come today to clarify matters with Mou? Is your intention not to convey to Mou that you wish to sever ties henceforth?" Standing to the side, Mou gaped in disbelief, his mind a blank slate, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He had never anticipated such a turn of circumstance. Chapter 66. The Proud and Pretentious Green Tea in Truth. Yi Qingfeng had foreseen this moment. Upon first laying eyes on Zhang Xiaowei, he discerned an uncanny resemblance between her and Zhou Jinyu. Both exuded an air of arrogant entitlement that was unsettling, intertwined with a hint of the disingenuous charm typical of a green tea bitch. Their gazes resembled insatiable gluttons, greedily wandering the world, ever poised to abandon their current situations, merely seeking a better opportunity. In their eyes, he and Mou were but temporary beasts of burden, easily replaceable at a moment's notice. "Yi Qingfeng, and you lot are here too? A voice that filled Qingfeng with disdain rang out. His shoulders quivered slightly. Without turning, he knew the voice belonged to Han Qian. It buzzed incessantly like an annoying fly, always intruding at the most inopportune times. Furrowing his brows, Qingfeng slowly turned. And indeed, Han Qian stood before him, clad in vibrant attire that seemed designed to draw all eyes toward her. Beside her were Qingfeng and Chi Yutong, and amidst them was a face that repulsed Qingfeng, Zhou Jinyu. That fellow, with his father's position as vice president of Chi Yutong Technology, strutted about the company as if it were his own dominion. He often sought to berate the employees of Chi Yutong Technology, and when encountering attractive female staff, his hands would stray inappropriately, his lecherous demeanor inciting a desire to deliver him a couple of punches. After being caught and soundly reprimanded by Qingfeng's father, he likely felt humiliated in front of others and subsequently vanished from the company. The mere sight of Zhou Jinyu made Qingfeng feel nauseous. Zhongling and Han Qian, both young women, typically got along well. Zhongling bit her lips slightly, her gaze lingering momentarily on Qingfeng's face, seemingly seeking some form of reassurance or hint, before she smiled and greeted Han Qian. "Hi, beautiful Han." Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed on Han Qian's face, as brilliant as a blooming peony. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Zhongling, I've missed you so much. I even told my cousin to bring you back." In the midst of her words, her gaze appeared to fleetingly dart toward Qingfeng, as if by design. Qingfeng was swept by her alluring gaze, and a shiver ran down his spine. He pondered to himself, what schemes could this woman be concocting? We have just begun our journey at Lingdong Technology, which is quite promising. We have no reason to return. Zhongling smiled in response, her smile as gentle as the softest sunlight of spring. In her heart, she harbored her own little calculations, silently thinking, wherever the boss is, I shall be. Even if we cannot be intimately together, merely catching a glimpse of him each day is a form of happiness. Her gaze subtly returned to the side profile of Qingfeng, imbued with a hint of barely perceptible affection. Zhang Xiaowei gracefully rose, her fragrance wafting through the air, somewhat overpowering. Her voice was sweetly melodious, each word seemingly cloaked in syrup, as she warmly greeted Zhou Jinyu. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui resembled a dog stripped of its backbone, gazing at Zhou Jinyu with a sycophantic expression, his posture bent like a bow under pressure, as if he sought to fold himself in half. He calculated in his mind that if Zhang Xiaowei could become Zhou Xiao's woman, any trivial gift bestowed upon her would suffice for him to indulge for some time, allowing him to revel in a life of extravagant excess. Mou's eyes fixated intensely on Zhang Xiaowei, as if he wished to burn two holes into her. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, as if he aimed to condense all his fury into those hands. Qingfeng gently patted Mou's hand, sensing his anger but wishing to prevent any impulsive folly. The sight of these wealthy young men, particularly with Chi Jun present, deflated Mou's spirit like a punctured balloon. He thought helplessly, compared to them, I am but a trivial ant, while they tower like majestic elephants. How could I ever compete? Zhou Jingyu's gaze fell upon Zhang Xiaowei, his eyes filled with confusion. He slightly furrowed his brows, resembling two twisted caterpillars. Qingfeng silently scoffed, seeing through Zhou Jinyu, convinced that he was merely playing a part. How could he genuinely be interested in a woman of 33? Although Zhang Xiaowei retained some beauty, the marks of time were unmistakable, evident from the thick layer of makeup that served as an unnatural mask, desperately concealing her aging. In Qingfeng's eyes, she could not compare to Han Qian and Zhongling, who were basking in the prime of youth, their faces radiant with collagen, embodying the essence of vitality, akin to flowers adorned with morning dew. Qingfeng had previously witnessed the women surrounding Zhou Jinyu, all of them mere students in their early 20s. Their hair was lustrously dark, and their eyes sparkled like pristine lakes. He mused inwardly. What could a man like Zhou Jinyu possibly see in a woman like Zhang Xiaowei? This is Zhang Xiaowei, who dined with you a few days ago, and you even gifted her roses. Zhao Hui appeared somewhat anxious, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He certainly did not wish for his benefactor to forget Zhang Xiaowei. His voice trembled, reminiscent of leaves rustling in the wind. Zhou Weiguang furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. Indeed, at a recent gathering, there was a woman who matched her description. Upon learning that this woman had a boyfriend, Zhou's mind began to churn with intrigue. He relished the thrill of such conquests, particularly drawn to the women of those less fortunate. Each time he engaged in this pursuit, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged within him. He derived great pleasure from witnessing the despairing wails of those whose girlfriends were taken from them. To him, their lamentations resonated like the most exquisite symphony. Zhou Xiao, I have just clarified my intentions with the suitor pursuing me. I wish to inform him that I intend to be with you, Zhou Xiao, and he should abandon any delusions of a relationship with me. A toad wishing to eat swan meat, humph. As Zhang Xiaowei spoke, she intimately linked her arm with Zhou Weiguang's, her gestures somewhat theatrical, akin to a performance. She even haughtily directed a huff towards Mou, the sound piercing his heart like a sharp needle. Upon hearing these words, Mou's complexion paled, his lips quivering as if he yearned to speak, yet found himself voiceless. It felt as though a dagger had plunged into his heart, inflicting a profound anguish of betrayal. He silently cried out, Why must it be this way? A veil of mist clouded his eyes, tears threatening to spill forth. Chapter 67. The bewildered Green Tea. Hearing Zhang Xiaowei's declaration, Zhou Weiguang's previously uplifted lips drooped, and the brilliance of his starry eyes dimmed, shrouded by dark clouds. He pondered inwardly. You have already parted ways, so what am I doing here fluttering about? It was akin to competing in a race devoid of rivals. Even if I were to win, there would be no sense of achievement. This thought flitted through his mind, and his fleeting interest in Zhang Xiaowei dissipated like smoke carried away by the wind. When shall we gather again? Today I have friends, and we have matters to discuss. It is not convenient to invite you today, as this gathering is organized by General Qin. As Zhou Weiguang spoke, his brow furrowed, as if Zhang Xiaowei were an inescapable nuisance. He lifted his hand, adorned with an exquisite watch, and with a dismissive wave, he impatiently pushed away her arm resting on his. Her hand recoiled as if it had touched a scalding hot potato, eager to be freed. In his heart, he was already strategizing, determined not to allow others to perceive that he harbored any lingering feelings for a woman spurned by another. Such a notion would be utterly humiliating. Zhang Xiaowei stood there, her meticulously shaped brows slightly furrowed, her vividly painted lips parting in bewilderment. Her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, brimmed with confusion, gradually shifting their gaze towards Zhao Hui. A swarm of thoughts scurried within her mind, akin to ants crawling, interweaving various notions. She had always heard Zhao Hui speak of how this Zhou Xiao was infatuated with her, captivated by her charm. On countless nights, she had envisioned attending various high-end events alongside Zhou Weiguang, gazing into the mirror, as if she were a princess surrounded by stars. Yet today, Zhou Weiguang's indifferent demeanor made her feel like a fallen bird from the clouds, utterly disheveled. In her heart, she silently blamed Zhao Hui, questioning how he could so confidently assert that Zhou had an interest in her. What was truly going on? Qingfeng and Chi Yutong stood nearby, observing Zhou Weiguang's embarrassment with amused smiles. The slight arch of Qingfeng's eyes carried a hint of mockery, as he inwardly scoffed at Zhou Weiguang's peculiar taste in women, finding it utterly unexpected that he would pursue someone like her. His well-groomed fingers brushed lightly against his chin, his gaze laced with derision. Chi Yutong, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, his already stern countenance growing even colder. He muttered to himself, feeling that Zhou Weiguang was bringing shame upon their circle by showing interest in such a woman. It was truly bewildering. Zhou Weiguang seemed to sense their scrutiny, feeling their gazes pricking at him like thorns, rendering him uncomfortable and flushing his face as if he had been struck a sharp slap. He felt his dignity trampled upon and turned to retreat into the interior. His steps hurried, wishing he could disappear into a crevice of the earth. Young Master Zhou, did you not say you would be with Zhao Hui? Zhao Hui called out anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Confusion and panic filled him, as he had hoped to gain advantages through the connection between Zhang Xiaowei and Zhou Weiguang. but now it seemed all was for naught. Can words spoken in jest be taken seriously? Zhou Weiguang waved his hand dismissively, making a sweeping motion as if to brush away all troubles. He yearned to escape the awkward situation swiftly, desiring no further entanglement with these individuals. Zhang Xiaowei and Zhao Hui stood in stunned silence, akin to two rigid logs, unsure of how to proceed. Regret filled Zhang Xiaowei's heart as she lamented her decision to come here, wishing she had not made a fool of herself before so many. Her meticulously styled hair appeared somewhat disheveled under the lights, prompting her to reach up and smooth it down, desperate to avoid looking so frazzled. Qingfeng turned to Qingfeng, smiling as he said, "Qingfeng, shall we share a drink?" His voice was gentle and magnetic, imbued with an irresistible charm. Qingfeng frowned slightly, replying coolly, "No need, we are not acquainted." Yet Qingfeng was undeterred. He leaned forward slightly, fixing his gaze intently on Qingfeng as he continued, "I will go ahead, we can talk shortly." Qingfeng inwardly admired these wealthy young men, recognizing that for the sake of their interests, they could be remarkably adaptable. "I will join you shortly," Han Qian remarked to Zhongling before following Qingfeng. Her graceful figure wove through the crowd like a beautiful butterfly. Qi Jun regarded Qingfeng with icy eyes, saying nothing as he turned to walk toward the private room. "Let us dine," Mo Yu inquired. "What shall you drink? White wine, perhaps?" Zhongling sipped her drink while the four of us indulged in a bottle of white liquor. "Bring us a bottle of Wuliangye," Qingfeng said, his face radiating warmth. Standing aside, Zhang Xiaowei and Zhao Hui found themselves momentarily at a loss. Mo Yu, however, did not glance at Zhang Xiaowei. Instead, his gaze remained steadfastly forward, still simmering with anger over Zhang Xiaowei's earlier words. His tightly clenched fist trembled slightly, as if suppressing the fury within. "By the way, Mo Yu, I have good news for you." Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Mo Yu's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened, filled with curiosity and anticipation. He wondered inwardly what good news could possibly emerge at this moment. "You are now the head of the R&D department." Mo Yu stared incredulously at Qingfeng, his eyes wide open in disbelief, as if struggling to accept the reality of what he had just heard. His mouth slightly agape. He hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Deep down, he had sensed something was amiss when Qingfeng took Fang Yong out to discuss matters during lunch, leaving Fang Yong without even his coat. It seemed this fortunate opportunity had unexpectedly fallen into his lap. Him? A department head? Who was he trying to fool? Zhang Xiaowei scoffed, her manicured fingers lightly gliding across the table, a gesture that betrayed her contempt for Mo Yu. Jealousy filled her heart. She was unwilling to witness Mo Yu's promising ascent, convinced that missing out on him was a significant loss. This lady, he is Qingfeng, the vice president of Lingdong Technology and the former head of the R&D department. Zhongling could no longer contain herself and revealed Qingfeng's identity. Her melodious voice resonated in the air, almost as if advocating for Mo Yu. "Moreover, I have been friends with Lao Mo for several years. Have you heard the saying, when one ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with him?" Mo Yu found Qingfeng's words somewhat harsh and inwardly muttered, "Who asked the chicken and who asked the dog?" Nevertheless, he felt a surge of satisfaction, eager to demonstrate his capabilities to Zhang Xiaowei. Zhang Xiaowei's expression turned to one of astonishment as she began to believe. In her mind, she calculated that with Mo Yu now as the head of the R&D department, his salary would significantly increase, compounded by his ability to earn additional income. She estimated that he could be making around 60 to 70,000 a month. Casting a glance at Zhao Hui, she felt a wave of regret wash over her. She thought to herself that her impulsiveness today had cost her the prospect of Zhou Daxiao, and losing Mo Yu would make life exceedingly difficult. As the dishes began to arrive, the waitstaff, clad in neat uniforms, presented an array of exquisite culinary delights. Zhang Xiaowei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dishes, all of which were her favorites. The vibrant colors and enticing aromas of the food made her mouth water. Chapter 68. The proud girlfriend is a result of my indulgence. Zhang Xiaowei stood quietly, her gaze intensely fixed on Mo Yu, as if her eyes concealed a myriad of complex emotions. She silently calculated that if Mou could utter even a single soft word, she would immediately remain by his side, obediently enjoying this meal that, while perhaps not lavish, was nonetheless profoundly meaningful. However, Mou remained as unyielding as a cold stone, his gaze not wavering even the slightest towards her. Zhao Hui, witnessing the awkward stalemate, gently tugged at Zhang Xiaohui's sleeve, attempting to coax her away from this uncomfortable situation. Yet, Zhang Xiaohui glared at Zhao Hui with the ferocity of an agitated beast. Her heart was engulfed with anger and unease. What do you understand? You have no idea of my current predicament. If this fool, Mou, truly disregards me, how shall I navigate my future? Without his protection, will I eat or drink tomorrow? Those beautiful garments and exquisite jewels will forever be beyond my reach. I cannot afford to relinquish my position so easily. I, Zhang Xiaohui, am not foolish. She was acutely aware of what Mou's role as a minister entailed, and though he did not possess the privileges of those born with silver spoons, he was sufficient to afford her a comfortable life, one she was reluctant to forfeit. At that moment, Mou's heart resembled a stagnant pool, or perhaps he had been wearied beyond measure by the trivialities of life and the entanglements of emotion. His body felt shackled by heavy chains, each inch of his skin radiating profound fatigue, a weariness that seeped from his very bones, a despair that encompassed both body and soul. His thoughts were consumed with a fervent wish for Zhang Xiaohui to hasten her departure with her dog from this distressing place. He truly wished to no longer behold their exasperating presence. Observing Mou's resolute expression and the indifference of Qingfeng and others towards her, Zhang Xiaohui felt her pride trampled underfoot. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, Mou, how can you treat me this way today? If you possess even a shred of masculine dignity, do not contact me again. Should you dare to call me once more, you shall be a dog, and I will never forgive you. Upon hearing her words, Mou, with an impassive face, silently took out his phone and, under Zhang Xiaohui's incredulous gaze, deleted all contact information related to her. It was then that she realized Mou was indeed serious this time, and regret began to swell within her. Had she known, she would not have spoken so definitively. Zhao Hui, perceiving the situation, swiftly took her away from this place of discord. Minister Mou, magnificent! Zhongling cheerfully gave a thumbs up to Mou, hoping to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, Mou merely offered a bitter smile and shook his head. In truth, Zhang Xiaohui's predicament today is entirely due to me. Mou spoke, as if to himself, or perhaps confiding in Zhongling his innermost secret. Zhongling's hand hung awkwardly in midair, having just praised him, now taken aback by his sudden shift in tone. Mou's gaze became somewhat distant, as if ensnared in a far-off memory. Zhang Xiaohui is the sister of a classmate from high school, 5 years my senior. The first time I visited my classmate's home and laid eyes on Zhang Xiaohui, it felt as though something had struck my heart fiercely. I knew then that I was hopelessly in love with her. It was a sunlit afternoon, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. Zhang Xiaohui, clad in a white dress, her long hair flowing gracefully, wore a smile that resembled the most radiant blossom of spring, instantly illuminating the entire room. However, at that moment, in her eyes, I was merely an ignorant child, utterly disregarded by her. Yet, Zhang Xiaohui was undeniably beautiful then. Her allure overwhelmed me, and I found myself unable to restrain my heart. Qingfeng listened quietly beside me, somewhat astonished by Mou's emotional intelligence. He pondered silently, recalling that during Mou's high school years, Zhang Xiaohui must have been a recent university graduate, in her 20s, an age of invincible youth. She must have resembled a blooming flower, captivating all gazes as she strolled through the campus. Later, when I entered university, fortune smiled upon me as I found myself in the same city as Zhang Xiaohui. I enlisted the help of a classmate, my closest friend, to look after me. However, within half a year, the roles reversed, and I became the one caring for her. At that time, I studied diligently, striving to secure the highest scholarship, for I understood that only through excellent academic performance could I earn the highest credits, thus allowing ample time for part-time work. My singular purpose for earning money was to lavish it upon Zhang Xiaowei. I realized how foolish my actions were. I merely wished to indulge her, to provide her with the finest life, to spoil her to the point where she would be unable to accept any other suitors. I achieved my goal, for there were no other admirers lingering by her side, yet I also spoiled her. Although I managed to keep her close, I never truly won her heart. Listening to MOU, Qingfeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Inwardly, he reflected, was he not in a similar predicament? Hadn't Zhou Jinyu also been spoiled by him? MOU, now that you are the head of the RD department, what kind of woman could you possibly desire that you cannot attain? What was that saying? When you give up a tree, you discover an entire forest around you. Qingfeng attempted to console MOU. MOU offered a wry smile and shook his head. In truth, Qingfeng likely did not believe his own words. He had just extricated himself from a troublesome relationship only to find himself ensnared in an equally dire situation. What true love? And that supposed forest? Merely self-deceiving rhetoric. I had begun to comprehend the sentiments of that French president. Zhong Ling suddenly interjected. The others turned their gazes toward her, puzzled by her unexpected remark. The one who fell in love with his elementary school teacher and eventually married her, Zhong Ling elucidated. Inwardly, Qingfeng mused that MOU and that president indeed shared a profound obsession towards their beloved. Observing the despondent expression on MOU's face, he felt a surge of empathy. Love truly is a bittersweet affair. Chapter 69. The tiger mother and the wolf brother arrive. A few individuals gathered around the dining table, bathed in the soft glow of the light. MOU slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. He slowly picked up the chopsticks and delicately grasped a piece of enticing braised pork, its marbled texture glistening under the soft glow of the lights. The moment the pork entered his mouth, an explosion of rich aroma unfurled within, prompting MOU to close his eyes and savor the sumptuous flavor, as if all his troubles dissipated in that instant. At that moment, his heart mirrored a sunlit lake, shimmering and carefree, as if the entire world had brightened. Zhong Ling observed everyone relishing their meals. Her own cravings stirred to life. Her bright eyes fixated on the bottle of white liquor on the table, filled with longing. I want to drink the white one too, Zhong Ling exclaimed excitedly, her voice ringing clear and melodious. Qingfeng, upon hearing her, furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. His gaze fell upon Zhong Ling, taking in her delicate features and expectant eyes, and a wave of tenderness surged within him. He was well aware of her limited tolerance for alcohol, and, as the only girl present, he felt it would not bode well for her to indulge excessively. With a gentle look, he softly advised her, "No, you mustn't drink too much. Just a little taste will suffice." As he spoke, he carefully poured a modest amount of white liquor into her glass. Watching the others joyously partake in their drinks filled Qingfeng with delight. The restaurant's decor was simple yet elegant, adorned with exquisite paintings that infused the space with an artistic ambience. The dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, each one a feast for the senses. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, its vibrant hue igniting his appetite. Taking a gentle bite, the sweet and tangy flavor burst in his mouth, the ribs tender and juicy, leaving a lingering taste that beckoned for more. This restaurant's cuisine is truly exceptional. Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, his voice resonating with satisfaction. Today, he felt particularly buoyant, having reclaimed his sense of self, liberated from past burdens. He was filled with hope for the future. Furthermore, his successful retort to Vice President Zhao earlier had instilled a profound sense of pride within him. Qingfeng found himself lost in contemplation, pondering why, after assisting Chi Yutong, he felt such unrestrained joy. Perhaps it was indeed a matter of appearances. Chi Yutong was stunningly beautiful, like a blooming flower, irresistibly drawing one closer. Her every smile and frown was etched deeply in his mind, perhaps explaining his willingness to help her. Zhou Jinyu inquired with her colleagues on how to pay bills via her mobile phone. Her colleagues were exceptionally helpful, assisting her in settling the water, electricity, and gas fees. Upon returning to her rental apartment and pushing open the door, She was greeted by the warm glow of the lights, filling her heart with comfort. However, this warmth was swiftly shattered by the unwelcome presence of her overbearing mother, Lu Sihui, and her troublesome brother, Zhou Jiabao, who stood at the threshold, causing Zhou Jinyu's spirits to plummet. Lu Sihui, in her early 50s and now retired, had slightly rounded features and donned a plain floral shirt, her hair somewhat disheveled and hastily tied back. Since her retirement, she had remained at home, idly passing her time, either playing mahjong or dancing. Regrettably, it seems that fortune has not favored her. She has lost more than she has won. Each time she returns from playing mahjong, her countenance is one of despair as she incessantly mutters about her unfortunate luck. This year, Zhou Jiabao, a 21-year-old student at a vocational school, possesses a tall stature and dons stylish athletic attire. His hair, dyed a striking golden hue, exuding an air of flamboyance. Spoiled by his family since childhood, he has developed a haughty and willful disposition. In his eyes, the world ought to revolve around him, and anything he desires must be acquired. As Zhou Jinyu opened the door, a wave of helplessness and headache washed over her upon seeing her mother and younger brother. She understood them all too well. Their visit was undoubtedly motivated by financial intentions, devoid of any other purpose. Lu Sihui, upon spotting her daughter, wasted no time in forcibly pushing past Zhou Jinyu, storming inside in a fit of anger. Her actions were somewhat brusque, as if she were venting her inner frustrations. Zhou Jiabao followed closely behind, his expression equally glum, each step heavy with resentment. What is going on? Why hasn't the money been transferred this month? Where's Qingfeng? I must inquire about what has transpired this month. What on earth are you two up to? Lu Sihui demanded loudly, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction and fury. Her voice reverberated in the cramped rental apartment, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The mention of Qingfeng pierced Zhou Jinyu's heart, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Memories of her time with Qingfeng flooded her mind, transforming once joyful recollections into painful torments. She felt utterly unprepared to confront her mother's inquiries, uncertain of what the future held. Zhou Jinyu's tears cascaded down like a string of broken pearls, her gaze filled with despair and sorrow. Seeing Zhou Jinyu in tears caused Lu Sihui's heart to sink. She sensed that something was amiss. Observing the disarray in the rental unit only deepened her confusion. Jinyu, please tell me what happened. Where's Qingfeng? Lu Sihui's voice betrayed a hint of urgency. He no longer wants me. Zhou Jinyu choked out, her tears pouring forth like a torrential flood. A weighty gloom settled over Lu Sihui's heart. She realized that this was dire news. Originally, she had hoped to persuade Qingfeng to contribute more financially each month to help her son with a down payment. Furthermore, her own luck had been poor lately, resulting in significant losses, leaving her indebted to that dreadful old Wang for nearly 10,000. That card player, old Wang, relentlessly pressured her for repayment, and the mere thought of his yellowed teeth made her stomach churn. If it were old Chi, who danced alongside her, she might have found it more palatable. He was tall and handsome, his hair impeccably styled, always carrying a bag that made him appear like a successful individual. Lu Sihui found herself subconsciously comparing old Wang to old Chi, her thoughts drifting far and wide. Yet, she quickly regained her focus, realizing that the paramount issue at hand was to ascertain the true nature of her daughter's relationship with Qingfeng and whether there was still any possibility of retrieving money from him. Chapter 70. Do not spare Qingfeng. Stop crying. What do you look like? Sobbing and wailing. If you cannot even hold on to a man, what can you accomplish? Now, tell me, what exactly happened? Lu Sihui's face was etched with anger, her brows furrowed, and her eyes filled with reproach. She stood there with her hands on her hips, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Zhou Jinyu sobbed, her heart heavy with feelings of injustice and confusion. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears cascading down her cheeks, soaking her garments. Hesitating on how to articulate the complexities of her relationship with Qingfeng, she was engulfed in inner turmoil. On one hand, she wished to shield her mother from knowing the inappropriate action she had committed in this affair, fearing it would only incite her mother's wrath further. On the other hand, she yearned for her mother's guidance to mend her bond with Qingfeng. Ultimately, she opted to speak with reservation, shifting much of the blame onto her best friend, Yuna. In her mind, she calculated that she must not let her mother discover her own missteps within this relationship, lest it provoke her mother's fury. Zhou Jinyu slowly began to speak. Mom? It was actually Yuna who said some things she shouldn't have, which led Qingfeng to treat me this way. I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. I suspect Qingfeng might already be married. I'm not entirely certain. But it seems he has become entangled with a wealthy woman. Upon hearing this, Lucy Hui was instantly consumed by rage, feeling a mix of anger and anxiety. Her complexion flushed crimson, her eyes seemed to blaze with fire. She thought to herself how disappointing it was that her daughter could not even hold onto a man. Look at you, a failure. Even Qingfeng has managed to cling to a wealthy woman, yet you cannot secure a rich partner for yourself. Now that Qingfeng has been taken from you, what do you plan to do? Tomorrow, take me to find him. He cannot simply cast you aside and expect to have his way. Lucy Hui berated her daughter's incompetence while simultaneously plotting how to extract benefits from Qingfeng. She knew that Qingfeng had lavished his finances on her daughter and now worried he might be devoid of funds, unable to resolve her issues. Her son needed to purchase a house. Where would the down payment come from? Who would repay the loan? She resolved to capture Qingfeng's attention. Where else could she find such a fool? Without Qingfeng, would there be another who would cater to her daughter's whims? However, with the news of Qingfeng's marriage and his being kept by a wealthy woman, Lucy Hui felt despondent. She glanced at her son, lamenting within. Why was there no affluent woman interested in her son? If her son had such fortune, she would have far fewer worries. Tomorrow, we shall seek him at his workplace. It's called Chi Yutong technology, isn't it? Lucy Hui said eagerly. Mom, I have work tomorrow. Qingfeng has changed jobs. He is now at Lingdong Technology as the head of the R&D department, Zhou Jinyu replied softly. Lucy Hui was taken aback, a mixture of jealousy and anger swelling within her. Her mouth hung open, speechless for a moment. She thought, Qingfeng seems to enjoy his life quite well, even receiving a promotion. She discreetly plotted to find a way to obtain greater advantages from him. Her eyes glinted with cunning, reminiscent of a sly fox. Chapter 71. Han Qian's intoxicated confession in the Liuji Tavern, a place filled with the aroma of food and the clamor of voices. Several individuals gathered around a wooden round table, their laughter and joviality flowing through the air like vibrant musical notes. Qingfeng languidly leaned against the back of his chair. His eyes narrowed slightly, a relaxed smile radiating from within. His gaze meandered over his companions, his heart brimming with sentiment. Having navigated the complexities of society for so long, he was acutely aware of the necessity to tread carefully. During such gatherings, he dared not indulge too freely in drink, fearful of inadvertently stumbling into a meticulously laid trap by others. Rarely did he find himself among genuine friends devoid of deceit and rivalry. Today, he could finally lower his guard and relish this rare moment of relaxation. Yet at that moment, a discordant buzzing sound drew near. Qingfeng furrowed his brow, knowing without looking that it was Han Qian approaching. Each time he encountered the feigned smile on her face, he sensed her ulterior motives. As expected, Han Qian wobbled over, bearing her utensils. Her lips curled into a cryptic smile as she declared, "They are utterly uninteresting over there. I would much rather join you all." Though her presence was awkward for the others, they felt constrained by social niceties and refrained from voicing their discomfort. Han Qian, with no regard for decorum, pushed aside Wu Jiao, who briefly displayed a flicker of annoyance but chose silence. She plopped down beside Qingfeng, the faint scent of alcohol wafting from her. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze unfocused. She appeared to have indulged considerably. The rosy hue of her face resembled that of a ripe apple, compelling one to glance her way more than once. Qingfeng, and you, Zhongling, I have come to sincerely apologize. Had I not let my emotions get the better of me that day, things would not have spiraled out of control, and you would not have had to leave Chi Yutong technology. I am truly sorry. I will punish myself with a drink. As she spoke, Han Qian reached for a bottle of Wuliangya worth over 1,000. Her long fingers, adorned with elegantly painted nails, grasped the bottle, which sparkled invitingly in the light. Qingfeng winced at the sight of the expensive liquor. Were it not for the celebratory mood, they would never have splurged on such a costly drink. Typically, when dining out, they opted for bottles of Fungio priced around 50 to 60 yuan. Yet here was Han Qian, unabashedly pouring herself a generous glass. With practiced ease, she filled her cup with the translucent liquid, which swayed within. Raising the glass to her lips, she downed its contents in one swift motion, only to be met with a violent fit of coughing. Choked, tears streamed down her face, and pain flickered across her features. Qingfeng observed Han Qian, internally questioning her motives. This woman must be putting on an act, but why? They shared no particular bond, and there was no need for her to perform for him. Daddy, Han Qian suddenly shouted. Qingfeng was taken aback. She had truly had too much to drink, resorting to calling out for her father. Why do you just stare at me when you can call Dad? Qingfeng felt a surge of confusion within. His eyes were filled with doubt and perplexity. At that moment, the owner of Lu Ji Tavern approached with a steady gait. Mou, familiar with the owner, greeted him enthusiastically. Boss Han. Oh, it's you, Mou. I didn't see you come in. Otherwise, I would have greeted you sooner, Boss Han replied, his words laced with a merchant's smoothness. A faint smile adorned his face, yet his eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Dad, please bring me another bottle of liquor, the Wuliangya. Han Qian coyly wrapped her arms around Boss Han's neck, her voice laced with a hint of drunkenness, soft and languid. Qingfeng yachit had antiques in astonishment. How could Han Qian behave so recklessly in public? Did she not care for her image at all, frolicking like this under the influence? His brows furrowed, filled with concern. Are you all friends of my precious daughter? Boss Han inquired, looking at Mou, genuinely unaware of his daughter's acquaintance with him. This is your daughter? Mou exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, she is my only beloved daughter, Boss Han replied, his tone brimming with affection. Dad, look at that one, the most handsome. I told you I have someone I like. It's him. Han Qian pointed at Qingfeng. Qingfeng was taken aback by her gesture. What was she talking about? When did Han Qian ever express any affection for him? All he had seen was her disdainful face. An awkward smile spread across his face, filled with helplessness. She's just drunk and rambling, Qingfeng hurriedly explained, not wishing to be drawn into Han Qian's unpredictable antics. A hint of panic flickered in his eyes as his hands fidgeted nervously. Your name is Qingfeng, isn't it? Boss Han's expression darkened ominously. Qingfeng's heart raced. He wondered what Boss Han's intent was. Did he truly know him? A wave of anxiety washed over him as he pondered how this scenario might unfold. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his gaze betraying his tension and unease. Qingfeng was unaware of what Han Qian had told her father about him. Would Boss Han misunderstand and think he had bullied his daughter? If that were the case, he would be utterly wronged, more so than Dou Yi in her tale of injustice. Chapter 72. The misunderstanding of being a good person, yes. I am Qingfeng, he declared, slightly lifting his chin, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He mused silently that, in this moment, he could not possibly deny his identity in front of so many witnesses, for it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Then I must have a word with you. Shall we bring over 2 bottles of Wuliangya? Boss Han bellowed, his voice resonant and bold, as if it could pierce through the entire restaurant. Qingfeng and the others were momentarily dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. 2 bottles of Wuliangya? It seemed they were on a path to intoxication that would lead to dire consequences. Panic and unease surged within Qingfeng. He certainly did not wish to find himself utterly inebriated in such a setting, as the possible repercussions were simply unfathomable. He swiftly turned his head towards Mou, signaling him with a glance, hoping that Mou could devise a means to intervene. Boss Han, this wine. Mou promptly stepped forward. A look of concern etched on his face, his brow slightly furrowed. He was acutely aware of Qingfeng's limited capacity for alcohol, and the suddenness of the situation left everyone bewildered. There was a hint of hesitation and caution in Mou's tone as he endeavored to persuade Boss Han to reconsider. Mou, You need not concern yourself. This matter lies solely between Qingfeng and me, Boss Han asserted firmly, his tone brooking no dissent. His eyes exuding a sense of authority. Mou, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at Qingfeng, shrugged, his expression replete with uncertainty and perplexity. He was equally in the dark regarding the unfolding events, choosing instead to remain silent and observe. The wine was soon brought in, accompanied by a set of utensils by the waitress, Xiaoli. Boss Han meticulously polished the cutlery, his movements gentle and focused, as though he were handling a precious piece of art. Gradually, he spoke, "You are all colleagues of Qian, yet we are no longer with the same company." Qingfeng quickly clarified the situation, anxious that Boss Han might misunderstand their relationship, prompting him to join them for a drink. His tone bore an urgency, seeking to dispel any misconceptions held by Boss Han and elucidate the nature of their connections. As Boss Han uncorked the wine, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air, rich and enticing, captivating all present. He poured a glass for everyone, the liquid swirling in the cups, shimmering with an amber glow. Seated beside him, Han Qian snatched the bottle with a hint of impatience, a stubborn look on her face. She poured herself a glass, but in her haste, some spilled onto the table, forming a small pool of liquid. Qingfeng observed her, realizing that she was on the path to inebriation. "Come, Qingfeng, let us share a toast." Han Qian's father raised his glass, his gaze imbued with an air of insistence. The glass sparkled under the light, glimmering enticingly. Qingfeng felt a flutter of apprehension within. He needed to comprehend the nature of the wine and the purpose behind this toast. He did not wish to partake blindly, lest it become a muddled affair. "I am Han Qian's father. You, Qingfeng, and all present must address me as uncle. Is that not so?" Boss Han's gaze was fixed intently on Qingfeng, his eyes reflecting a senior's authority. Qingfeng nodded, yet his confusion deepened. He could not fathom what Boss Han was truly after. Moreover, Qian has mentioned on more than one occasion how you have taken great care of her at work, providing substantial assistance. "This glass is my way of expressing gratitude for your attentiveness to my daughter," Boss Han declared before downing his drink in one gulp, the glass containing a considerable measure of liquor. Observing Boss Han's boisterous demeanor, Qingfeng felt a sense of resignation. He understood that he had always been attentive to his colleagues, a mere habit of his, yet he had not anticipated such a reaction from Han Qian's father. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Qingfeng felt compelled to drink. His heart brimmed with astonishment. He had no idea that Han Qian would speak of him in such a manner upon returning home. In the company, Han Qian exuded an icy demeanor, starkly contrasting with the image that her father, the boss, had of her. Qingfeng couldn't help but reflect on his interactions with Han Qian. Had he inadvertently done something to provoke a misunderstanding? His heart brimmed with confusion and introspection, and his gaze revealed a depth of contemplation and bewilderment. The boss poured drinks for both himself and Qingfeng, then raised his glass once more. "Qingfeng, my daughter once got quite inebriated during your annual gathering. You were the one who escorted her home, weren't you?" Qingfeng recalled that indeed, during last year's gathering, Han Qian had overindulged, and he had been the one to see her home. He remembered that her residence was in a nearby community. Recalling the event, he found nothing amiss. He merely believed it was his duty as a colleague to care for a drunken Han Qian. During that evening, she had confided many heartfelt sentiments, including her affection for him. However, she also mentioned that he had a girlfriend. "I fail to comprehend, Qingfeng. Why would you engage with Qian if you already have a girlfriend?" The boss's tone bore a hint of accusation, his eyes betraying dissatisfaction. "Dad, why bring this up?" Han Qian firmly grasped her father's arm, tilting her head with a defiant glint in her eyes. A flush spread across her cheeks, a blend of alcohol's influence and the tumult of her emotions. All eyes turned to Qingfeng, whose expression darkened, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and grievance. He truly had no idea when he had entangled himself with Han Qian. In the workplace, he had always been cautious, striving to avoid unnecessary complications. His eyes mirrored innocence and frustration, his heart laden with a sense of injustice and confusion. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding, Qingfeng attempted to clarify, yet found himself at a loss for words. His voice carried a hint of panic and helplessness, his gaze infused with urgency and a desire to explain. Suddenly, Han Qian fixed her gaze upon him. What misunderstanding? Every time we drink, they urge me to drink, yet you're the only one who stops me, offering me hot water when I have a headache. That day at the office, when I lacked sanitary napkins, weren't you the one who discreetly provided me with some? Indeed, those incidents were true. It was merely Qingfeng's habitual kindness that led him to assist others. As for the sanitary napkins, it was his practice to carry a few in his pocket whenever he went out with Zhou Jinyu. That day, he had forgotten to take them out. Upon noticing that everyone had gone to eat while Han Qian sat there looking troubled, his experience prompted him to offer her one. He never anticipated that this act would lead to her misunderstanding him. Qingfeng felt a pang of regret for his carelessness. This had truly become a predicament. His heart was filled with remorse and helplessness, realizing that this situation was now convoluted beyond simple explanation. Zhongling and the others gazed at Qingfeng in astonishment, surprised that he would engage in such acts. Providing sanitary napkins was typically an act reserved for those in a romantic relationship. What can you say now? You should drink a glass yourself as a form of punishment, Han Qian's father said, somewhat irate. Anyone could see that he was a devoted father. Father, do not bully Qingfeng. Only I have the right to tease him, not you. Han Qian's words carried a hint of playful affection, her eyes sparkling with mischief and charm. Mr. Han looked at his daughter with a resigned expression. Qingfeng, you must drink this wine. Mou, perplexed by the situation, found himself genuinely convinced. With no other option, Qingfeng reluctantly consumed a glass of wine. He deeply resented his former self, the overly kind-hearted person who had received no reward for his goodness. Qingfeng, let's have another drink. Mr. Han poured more wine for Qingfeng. I have a favorable impression of you. You are quite handsome, reminiscent of my younger self. You seem to be a good person, and I trust my daughter's judgment. If you're single, I have no objections to you pursuing my daughter. However, should you be involved with another, I shall not approve. Now, having said my piece, let's all raise a glass together. Ladies need not partake. A man should not keep two boats afloat. Mr. Han downed his drink in one go, and Qingfeng and the others followed suit. This meal is on me. I must return to my duties. There will be plenty of wine. With that, Mr. Han departed, leaving Mou gazing at Qingfeng. Qingfeng, you are impressive. Mou's eyes sparkled with teasing amusement as the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Qingfeng could only shake his head in resignation, his heart filled with bitterness. Chapter 73. Intoxication. Qingfeng, I wish to sit beside you. Zhongling, let us switch seats. Han Qian's affected voice sent shivers down Qingfeng's spine. Her tone was laced with a deliberate sweetness, as if enveloped in thick syrup, suffocatingly sweet. Han Qian slightly raised her chin, her eyes shimmering with determination, her hair glistening like silk under the lights. Gazing auton Kion, Qingfeng silently contemplated that he could not drink anymore. This was Han Qian's domain, and the wisest course of action was to escape this place of potential trouble. Let us conclude for today. We have work tomorrow. Qingfeng's voice was steady and resolute, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of fatigue and exasperation. Boss, tomorrow is Saturday. Do we really have to work? Zhongling, the unhelpful teammate, seized the opportunity to embarrass Qingfeng, leaving him momentarily flustered. A look of helplessness crossed his face, and his eyes expressed reproach for Zhongling's antics. Zhongling blinked innocently, gazing at Qingfeng as if she did not comprehend the error of her words. Indeed, boss, we haven't even tasted the dishes yet. Uncle Han was too vigorous earlier. I'm still feeling dizzy. Let me recover. If I step outside and a slight breeze hits me, I might collapse. Wu Jiao also felt he had not had enough to eat, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, eager to uncover the dynamics between Qingfeng and Han Qian. Enthusiastic, Wu Jiao leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, eagerly watching Qingfeng and Han Qian. Lin Wei, too, was reluctant to leave, his gaze fixated on the delectable dishes on the table. Having been frugal for so long, he finally had the chance to indulge. Leaving now was simply not an option. The exquisite dishes, adorned with vibrant colors and delightful aromas, rendered him reluctant to depart. Lin Wei's Adam's apple subtly bobbed, his gaze brimming with an insatiable yearning for culinary delights. Mou, recently beset by emotional turmoil, was enveloped in a haze of sorrow and confusion. He had no desire to return to that frigid abode, where remnants of Zhang Shaohui lingered, for he could scarcely bear to confront those memories. Perhaps drowning his sorrows in drink would suffice. Intoxication seemed to offer a refuge from the harshness of reality. With his head bowed, Mou grasped his wine glass tightly, as if it were his sole anchor. Upon observing their reluctance to leave, Qingfeng felt compelled to remain as well. This gathering was of his own orchestration. He could not simply abandon it, lest he appear irresponsible. He exhaled a sigh, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Qingfeng gently closed his eyes, then slowly reopened them moments later. Han Qian, you could just sit there. I still wish to be near the boss, said Zhong Ling, convinced it was her duty to safeguard her leader from Han Qian's advances. Her voice exuded determination and defiance, reminiscent of a valiant creature fiercely guarding its territory. With hands planted firmly on her hips, Zhong Ling glared at Han Qian, her petite figure radiating strength. However, Han Qian approached with her glass in hand, her movements graceful and resolute. She effortlessly pulled Zhong Ling up, taking her place at the table. Zhong Ling felt powerless against Han Qian's strength, lamenting her own diminutive stature. She secretly resolved to eat more, to gain weight, and become unmovable. Frustrated, she retreated to a corner, her small frame imbued with a sense of grievance, each step seemingly heavy with unexpressed resentment. Wu Jiao reveled in the unfolding drama, his face alight with excitement as he fixated on Qingfeng and Han Qian, eagerly anticipating the next turn of events. Qingfeng, let us toast, Han Qian declared, clinging to his arm, her head tilted as she smiled dreamily. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing, akin to a child yearning for sweets. Yet, Qingfeng bore an inner turmoil, though he was ostensibly celebrating rebirth. He felt a sense of despair creeping in. He turned slightly to glance at Han Qian, his gaze filled with resignation. Han Qian is a girl. It's not wise to drink too much, he cautioned, concern lacing his voice as his brow furrowed with worry. Suddenly, Han Qian burst into laughter, her smile blooming like a flower, captivating and enchanting. Look at him, everyone. Qingfeng must like me. He is worried about me, and doesn't he want me to drink? She proclaimed, her eyes gleaming with triumph, as if reveling in her victory. The boss doesn't he let me drink either, Zhong Ling retorted, her tone tinged with indignation, akin to a child feeling overlooked. With her lips pursed in a sulk, she wore a frown. You're different. You're just a child who hasn't matured. Han Qian teased, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Ling that mingled disdain with a hint of affection. With her chin slightly raised, confidence radiated from her. Zhong Ling shot a glance at herself, asserting, I have qualities too. You know, are you blind? Her heart was filled with discontent, yet she felt utterly helpless. However, upon glancing at Han Qian, she conceded that there was some truth in her words. Han Qian's mature and alluring figure indeed made her feel inferior. Zhong Ling lowered her head, gazing at her own body, a hint of despondency flickering in her eyes. Qingfeng, I have liked you for a long time, but I dare not confess, for you have a girlfriend. How could you have a girlfriend? Han Qian wept, her tears cascading down like pearls strung on a broken thread, each drop laden with boundless grievance and anguish. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Manager Han approached with a displeased expression. Mou quickly interjected, It's nothing, just a bit too much to drink, reminiscing about past heartaches. Manager Han's demeanor softened as he returned to his duties. Qingfeng, you owe a drink, Han Qian declared, lifting her glass towards his lips. Her gaze bore a touch of defiance and provocation, as if challenging Qingfeng to a duel. This is deserved, for you have wounded Han Qian's heart. Mou was exhilarated. Finally, Qingfeng was at a disadvantage. A triumphant smile graced his face, as if he were witnessing a splendid performance. Excitement glimmered in Mou's eyes, his lips curving upwards. If I drink this cup, Let us sit properly and converse earnestly, Qingfeng said, his eyes filled with resignation as he looked at Han Qian. He gently closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, then slowly opened them again. I swear. Han Qian raised two slender fingers, elegant and elongated. I have some liquor here. Qingfeng searched for his glass, attempting to extricate himself from Han Qian's entanglement. No, you must drink from my cup. Han Qian's voice was firm and unyielding. She fixed her gaze on Qingfeng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With no choice but to comply, Qingfeng accepted the drink and gulped it down. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, igniting like a flame. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes. Look, Qingfeng drank from my glass. Is that not an indication of his affection for me? This is an indirect kiss. A triumphant smile spread across Han Qian's face, her eyes glimmering with victorious delight. She lifted her chin slightly, radiating pride. Qingfeng found himself utterly ensnared by Han Qian's antics. A helpless smile adorned his face, internally lamenting the tenacity of this woman. I keep my promises. Let us sit properly and converse, enjoying our drinks. Suddenly, Han Qian's demeanor shifted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The corners of her mouth curled upwards, her gaze playful. Qingfeng was taken aback, realizing that Han Qian had been feigning her earlier demeanor. Yet he had genuinely consumed the drink. Having downed several cups, Qingfeng began to feel a bit lightheaded. His head felt heavy, and his vision began to blur. He gently closed his eyes, massaging his temples with his fingers. Stealthily, Qingfeng sent a message, and, upon receiving a reply, felt a wave of relief wash over him. That small gesture brought a faint smile to his lips, his eyes reflecting contentment. Come, let us drink. Han Qian's voice rang out once more as she orchestrated a drinking game at the table. Her games were varied and inventive, and more often than not, Qingfeng found himself on the losing end. With no alternative, he was compelled to drink repeatedly. The glasses of wine, akin to the helplessness within his heart, were impossible to decline. The table was awash with the effects of intoxication, courtesy of Han Qian, leaving only Zhonling in a state of sobriety. She yearned to partake, but was firmly restrained by Yi Qingfeng, fueling her frustration. Her eyes brimmed with longing and discontent, reminiscent of a forsaken child. Pouting, her visage was a portrait of displeasure. Observing the men become increasingly disoriented, Han Qian deemed it sufficient. As she reached for her phone, Qingfeng and his companions emerged. Yi Qingfeng, struggling to open his bleary eyes, perceived their forms as mere silhouettes in the dim light. Chapter 74. The blessing of having a wife. Qingfeng and his associates maintained their composure, their eyes glinting with mischievous intent as they hoisted the inebriated Yi Qingfeng towards the exit. Oblivious to his surroundings, his disheveled hair fell across his forehead. His face flushed like a ripe apple, eyes tightly shut and breathing heavy and erratic. His shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a hint of bronze skin that exuded a distinctly masculine aura. Zhonling watched in a state of acute anxiety, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, causing her pain and suffocation. Panic and concern flooded her bright eyes. Just as she intended to rush forward to intervene, Han Qian seized her arm tightly. Zhonling struggled fiercely, her voice rising in urgency and anger, demanding to know where they were taking her leader and insisting they release him. Her tone betrayed her inner turmoil and disquiet. Han Qian, with a cunning and triumphant smile akin to a wily fox, replied, "My home is nearby. I intend for them to escort Yi Qingfeng there. Look at them. They're too inebriated for us two girls to manage." Her grip tightened on Zhongling's arm, as if to extinguish any semblance of resistance. Zhonling understood that she could not trust Han Qian's words. Desperately twisting her body, she attempted to break free from Han Qian's grasp, but the latter's strength was formidable, rendering her efforts futile. Tears welled in Zhongling's eyes, her heart heavy with helplessness and despair. She watched helplessly as Yi Qingfeng was led out of the bar, his familiar silhouette gradually fading from her view, as if her heart was being taken along with him. At this moment, Qingfeng's impatience reached its peak, a sinister and malevolent grin spreading across his face, reminiscent of a demon lurking in the shadows. He had already contacted a female attendant from a bar, plotting to capture compromising photos and videos of Qingfeng, anticipating that these would compel him to comply. As he contemplated his scheme, he anxiously urged Chi Jun to bring the car forth. Upon reaching the entrance, Qingfeng eagerly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, two cars screeched to a halt before them. The doors swung open, and Chi Yutong, accompanied by several individuals, stepped out. Clad in a simple yet elegant black dress, the soft fabric clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering under the lights with a lustrous sheen. Her gaze was cold and resolute, akin to stars in a frigid night sky, radiating an air of unassailable authority. Her steps were steady and powerful, each footfall seemingly resonating in the hearts of those around her. Chi Jun was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected arrival of his sister. His expression was one of astonishment, mouth slightly agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. His eyes brimmed with confusion and surprise, utterly at a loss regarding how to navigate the unfolding situation. Zhou Jinyu, upon catching sight of Chi Yutong, was rendered speechless. He had never encountered a woman of such breathtaking beauty. Her aura was ethereal, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, leaving onlookers breathless with awe. Zhou Jinyu gazed at Chi Yutong in a daze, an inexplicable surge of emotion swelling within him. His eyes glistened with admiration and desire, as if he wished to devour Chi Yutong whole. Qingfeng was equally reluctant to concede to Chi Yutong's presence. His continued association with Chi Jun was merely a pretext to ascertain whether he still had a chance with her. The moment Chi Yutong's cool voice pierced the air, inquiring about her husband's whereabouts, both Qingfeng and Zhou Jinyu stared in disbelief at the inebriated Qingfeng. Their faces betrayed shock and jealousy, as if they could scarcely trust their own ears. Their gazes were rife with suspicion and discontent. He.s. intoxicated, Qingfeng stammered, attempting to mask his ulterior motives. His eyes flickered nervously, a guilty expression painting his features. Bring the vice president over and assist him into the car, Chi Yutong commanded decisively. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. Two individuals approached cautiously, gently taking Qingfeng into their care, their movements tender and practiced. Supported by them, Qingfeng swayed slightly, mumbling incoherently, wife. I also have a wife now, how wonderful. I used to be afraid to drink too much. Others have someone to take care of them when they're drunk. When I'm drunk, not even a dog pays me any mind. Upon hearing Qingfeng's drunken ramblings, a gentle and sweet smile graced Chi Yutong's lips. Her eyes filled with tenderness. She stepped closer to him, smoothing his disheveled hair, and softly said, "Come, let us return home. Ensure that those individuals are safely returned." Chi Yutong reminded her companions. With that, she drove Qingfeng home. The car glided smoothly through the night, the flickering lights outside resembling a dazzling starry sky. While driving, Chi Yutong frequently cast glances at Qingfeng in the passenger seat. He slept soundly, a hint of satisfaction illuminating his features. Chi Yutong's heart swelled with warmth and happiness as she gently held his hand, savoring his warmth. Chapter 75. Truths revealed in intoxication. Qingfeng's steps were unsteady, as if he were treading upon clouds, his entire being on the verge of collapse. Chi Yutong struggled to support him. At last, they arrived home. Qingfeng collapsed onto the sofa like a puddle of soft clay, utterly devoid of support. His head throbbed with a dull ache, as though a swarm of bees buzzed incessantly in his mind. Observing Qingfeng in such a state, Chi Yutong thought to herself, "It's remarkable that he still managed to message me." She hurriedly made her way to the bathroom, retrieving a clean, soft towel, soaking it in warm water before gently wringing it out. When she returned to Qingfeng's side, her movements were gentle, meticulously wiping his face. The warm towel brushed softly against his forehead and cheeks, each stroke imbued with her deep concern. At that moment, Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with confusion and anguish. Instinctively, he grasped Chi Yutong's hand. Although the grip was not forceful, it startled her. as she was unaccustomed to physical contact with others. Jinyu, I am sorry, Yi Qingfeng murmured. Chi Yutong felt a jolt of alarm. She had compelled him to divulge much about his relationship with Zhou Jinyu. Did he regret it? Was he still not over Zhou Jinyu? This thought pierced her heart like a sharp blade, sending her emotions plummeting. However, she was no ordinary woman, and with a quick shift in perspective, new thoughts emerged. Qingfeng, there is no need for apologies between us. Chi Yutong endeavored to infuse her voice with warmth, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. No, I must apologize. It is I who have transformed you into this. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were filled with guilt and self-reproach, his voice hoarse and low, as if emanating from a distant realm. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, striving to fulfill your wishes. It is I who have turned you into a materialistic woman. You were not like this before. You were innocent and kind, devoid of materialism. It was my indulgence that led you to become the very version of yourself that I now find most exasperating. I am sorry. Listening to Yi Qingfeng's words, Chi Yutong felt her heart finally ease. It turned out that he had not been lingering on past affections, nor yearning for rekindled romance. Zhou Jinyu, we are finished. I am married now. I have a beautiful wife. There was a note of pride and contentment in Yi Qingfeng's voice, a faint smile gracing his face as if recalling something delightful. Chi Yutong laughed joyfully. Women appreciate compliments, and she was no exception. What is she like? Chi Yutong inquired, her tone as gentle as possible. She is not soft-spoken. However, today I drank too much, and my wife came to fetch me. When I realized she had arrived, I felt an immense joy and happiness. I have someone to take me home now. I have a family. Zhou Jinyu, I no longer love you. You should leave. My wife would be unhappy if she saw you. She is truly beautiful. As he spoke, a blissful smile spread across Yi Qingfeng's face, radiating warmth and brightness akin to the sun in spring. Chi Yutong smiled in return, her expression blooming like a flower, beautiful and captivating. She poured him a glass of warm water and carefully propped him up to bring the cup to his lips. Here, have some water. Her voice was as soothing as a gentle stream, capable of melting all barriers. Grandma. Yi Qingfeng suddenly wept as a tender vision of his grandmother appeared before him. Chi Yutong froze, bewildered at the unexpected turn of events. Why was he thinking of his grandmother now? A wave of helplessness surged within her. Yet she refrained from interrupting his thoughts. She gazed at him quietly, her eyes brimming with concern. Grandma, I miss you so much. No one likes me. Who does not like you? Chi Yutong softly inquired, her voice akin to a gentle breeze caressing the leaves, soothing and delicate. My parents and that brother of mine. They are merely enamored with my wealth, utterly indifferent to my well-being, my very existence. In my parents' eyes, there exists only my brother. They wish for me to purchase a house for him and expect me to repay the mortgage. Why should I? I am a human being, not a mere machine for generating income. I too experience fatigue, illness, and the inevitability of death. Yi Qingfeng's voice brimmed with anger and grievance, his eyes glistening with tears, as if narrating an endless tale of suffering. How do you know this? Chi Yutong continued, her tone laced with compassion. Grandmother, I overheard it at the doorstep. Since you departed, I have been left without relatives. I feel so lonely. Upon my return, I discern no trace of familial affection in their gazes. My mother treats me with such formality. Grandmother, do you understand what formality means? Family should not be formal with one another, and my brother's eyes are filled with animosity. I cannot fathom what he despises about me. Tears streamed down Yi Qingfeng's face, evoking profound sympathy. His voice trembled, as though burdened by immense pain. When did you return? Chi Yutong's voice bore a hint of sorrow, her eyes filled with concern. Grandmother, how could you be so confused? I returned to attend university. Yi Qingfeng's tone was tinged with helplessness, his gaze reflecting a flicker of bewilderment. What about your living expenses? Do they provide for you? Chi Yutong pressed, her voice brimming with curiosity. Grandmother, let me tell you, others are unaware. My tuition and living expenses are all earned by myself. I even have a girlfriend, and I have funds to support her. I feel so lonely. With Zhou Jinyu, I am no longer alone. I fear she may ignore me, so I treat her well. Others deride me as a sycophant, but in doing so, Zhou Jinyu cannot tolerate their disdain. She will not leave me. Yi Qingfeng's eyes reflected anguish and helplessness, his voice deep and hoarse. And what of your current wife? Will you give all your money to her? Chi Yutong's heart was filled with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yi Qingfeng immediately displayed a look of conflicted distress, his brow furrowing as if contemplating an exceedingly difficult question. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, "Grandmother, she does not harbor any affection for me." "Why not? My grandson is so handsome and capable." Chi Yutong could not restrain herself and laughed aloud, her smile imbued with a sense of endearment, as if gazing upon her most cherished treasure. "Useless. I see no glimmer of love in her eyes, much like my mother, too courteous towards me. I wish to divorce her and seek someone who truly loves me." With that, Yi Qingfeng succumbed to a deep slumber, emitting a steady snore. Observing him, Chi Yutong fell into a contemplative reverie. Chapter 76. The bride price at risk. The following morning, the gentle dawn light streamed into the room, draping everything in a soft, golden glow. Yi Qingfeng stirred awake, and upon slightly opening his eyes, he beheld Chi Yutong peacefully slumbering on the nearby sofa. She wore the same clothes as yesterday, which seemed to bear the remnants of her previous day's endeavors. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, with a few strands casually falling beside her cheeks. A distinct weariness adorned her face, as if she had endured a protracted vigil. Yi Qingfeng's gaze gradually settled upon the blanket draped over him, its color soft and its texture warm. In that moment, his heart swelled with emotion. He understood that Chi Yutong remained there out of concern for him. An endless warmth and gratitude surged within him, like a gentle current flowing through his heart. Yi Qingfeng rose softly, his movements careful and deliberate, fearful of making the slightest noise that might awaken Chi Yutong. Every action was imbued with tenderness and care, as if he were handling an exceedingly precious treasure. He delicately covered Chi Yutong with a blanket, gazing upon her serene, sleeping visage, his heart brimming with affection. In that instant, he perceived Chi Yutong as an angel in need of protection, and he longed to be her guardian. At that moment, Chi Yutong was indeed awake, though she had suffered a rather uncomfortable night. The sofa, while soft, was no substitute for a proper bed, and she had tossed and turned, her body aching in discomfort. Her neck felt stiff, and her shoulders throbbed with pain. Yet, she did not wish to move. She simply wanted to quietly bask in the tranquility and warmth of this moment. The blanket enveloping her filled her with a sense of coziness. Yi Qingfeng turned to prepare breakfast, this time with heartfelt intention and love. He stepped into the kitchen, where sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating every corner and infusing the space with a warm ambience. As he recalled how Chi Yutong had come to fetch him yesterday, attending to him with utmost care, his emotions deepened even further. Memories of his years with Zhou Jinyu surfaced, where he had been the sole giver. During rainy days, he would unhesitatingly offer her an umbrella, running through the rain to shield her from getting drenched. Yet Zhou Jinyu never reciprocated. She took his devotion for granted. He meticulously remembered her birthday, preparing gifts well in advance, and carefully selecting each detail to create a surprise. However, she never remembered his birthday, and on that day, not a single word of blessing escaped her lips. At that time, he was unconcerned, naively believing that his kindness would eventually touch her heart, leading her to genuinely love him. Yet, as time unfolded, events spiraled out of his control, and they ultimately drifted apart. He infused his gratitude for Chi Yutong into the breakfast he was preparing. Each dish was crafted with care, steam rising from the pots, releasing an enticing aroma. Just as Yi Qingfeng was about to call her wife, he suddenly realized that such a term might be inappropriate. He hesitated, then called out, "Chi Yutong, it's time to wake up for breakfast." Chi Yutong had anticipated Yi Qingfeng affectionately calling her wife, but upon hearing him address her by her name so formally, a wave of disappointment washed over her. It felt as if a heavy stone had settled upon her heart, weighing it down. She finally comprehended the meaning behind Yi Qingfeng's formality. It signified distance. It signified estrangement. She slowly opened her eyes, and Yi Qingfeng softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "For what?" she inquired. for picking me up yesterday and taking care of me." Yi Qingfeng's voice was imbued with sincerity, and his eyes radiated appreciation. "Why did you drink so much yesterday?" Chi Yutong asked with concern. "I sensed a conspiracy. I wanted to discern their true intentions." "You're quite astute. And you even managed to text me," she teased, her smile mischievous. "However, you shared a myriad of heartfelt confessions yesterday." Yi Qingfeng was taken aback, utterly unaware of his own words. "What did I say?" he questioned nervously, his gaze filled with unease. "You professed your love for me and vowed to treat me well. You even called me wife." Yi Qingfeng stared blankly at Chi Yutong, straining to recall, but his mind was a blank slate, shrouded in a fog of confusion and astonishment. "You also mentioned that you would give all your money to your wife," Chi Yutong said, a playful glint in her eyes. "Chi Yutong, you once stated that the betrothal gifts would never be reclaimed." Yi Qingfeng replied, a hint of urgency in his tone. "However, if you willingly offer them, it makes a difference," she retorted, a sly sparkle in her gaze. Yi Qingfeng found himself momentarily speechless. Realizing the heavy price he paid for a night of intoxication, the loss of the betrothal gifts seemed exorbitant. The previous evening, when Mou returned home, his drunkenness had dissipated. After all, he was no novice to the drinking scene. As he walked along the path home, the gentle night breeze invigorated his mind. Yi Qingfeng had subtly indicated his intention to feign drunkenness, yet he had not anticipated Yi Qingfeng's poor tolerance and lack of cunning. Upon ascending the stairs, Mou encountered Zhang Xiaowei squatting at the entrance. Her silhouette appeared somewhat solitary and vulnerable beneath the dim light, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Chapter 77. Mou's resignation. After leaving Lu's tavern, Zhang Xiaowei did not depart with Zhao Hui. Her steps felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering her unable to move forward. She stood silently outside the tavern, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Mou, as if the moment she averted her eyes, he would vanish from her sight. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of intricate feelings. Watching Mou laugh freely within the tavern, downing drink after drink, an invisible hand seemed to clutch her heart, and pain surged through her. She had never imagined a day would come when Mou would leave her. In her memories, he resembled an irremovable stray dog, at times truly exasperating her. She had steadfastly believed that Mou hindered her promising future, had it not been for him. She was convinced she would have been with wealthy heirs long ago. In that scenario, she would have become an enviable lady of a prosperous family, adorned with countless designer handbags of various styles, some petite and exquisite, embellished with dazzling gems, others grand and fashionable, their leather exuding an air of opulence. Amidst the exquisite designer garments, ranging from elegant evening gowns to chic casual attire, each piece has the power to render her the center of attention. Not to mention the dazzling sports car, its sleek body glimmering under the sun, the roar of the engine seemingly heralding her entrance into a life of luxury. And then there is the opulent yacht, cutting through the vast ocean waves, where she could host lavish parties, basking in the embrace of sunlight and sea breeze. These symbols of affluence and grandeur continually dance in her mind, akin to a vibrant and resplendent dream. Yet today, she has suffered a profound blow. Zhou Weiguang, once her greatest hope, had become the source of her despair. She had envisioned countless times leveraging Zhou's wealth and stature to ascend and fulfill her dreams of opulence. With meticulous care, she adorned herself, striving for perfection in every detail, solely to present her most beautiful self before him. However, when she gazed at Zhou Weiguang with eager anticipation today, the mockery, disdain, and contempt reflected in his eyes shattered her expectations. In that instant, her self-esteem felt as if it had been brutally cast to the ground, shattered into countless fragments. This left Zhang Xiaowei deeply wounded, prompting her to reflect on herself and recognize Zhao Hui's true nature. She realized that Mou had been her devoted guardian, shielding her too well, leading her to become lost in the realm of vanity. For the first time, Zhang Xiaowei earnestly confronted her age. As she observed the faint lines at the corners of her eyes and gently caressed her cheek, an inexplicable melancholy surged within her. She was astonished to discover that she was no longer youthful. It dawned on her that she had reached the age where marriage seemed inevitable. Yet, was she truly ready to marry Mou? Her heart brimmed with contradictions and uncertainties. Perhaps she still harbored dreams, aspirations for a life of grandeur. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaowei understood that Mou must continue to pursue her. He must remain her devoted admirer. She resolved to grant him another year, after which she would agree to marry him. In her mind, she meticulously orchestrated this as if it were a carefully planned chess game. Outside, the weather was uncharacteristically frigid. The biting wind felt akin to sharp blades, stinging her face. She shivered uncontrollably, instinctively curling her body for warmth. Unable to endure the cold any longer, she decided to seek refuge in Mou's home. Though she possessed a key, she refrained from entering directly. Instead, she sat at the doorstep, contemplating that she must make Mou invite her in. If he performed well, she would allow him the privilege of carrying her inside. She envisioned him, with a face full of affection, cradling her in his warm embrace, a solace that would banish all cold and worry. Furthermore, she had not eaten, and Mou must order her a delicious meal. Her mind began to conjure images of delectable dishes, sumptuous pizzas laden with an array of toppings, cheese stretching in long strands, and exquisite sushi, an artful arrangement of fresh ingredients, vibrant in color, igniting her appetite. Yet, when Mou laid eyes on Zhang Xiaowei, his heart felt devoid of any stirring. He was weary, and love had eluded him. He found it perplexing how one could simply cease to love. Had his recent promotion to minister led to an unwarranted arrogance? However, he swiftly dismissed that notion. Today, Zhang Xiaowei's demeanor repulsed him, filling him with loathing. He regarded her as though she were a stranger, devoid of the tenderness and affection that once characterized his gaze, now replaced by indifference and resolve. Memories of Zhang Xiaowei's flirtations with Zhou Weiguang ignited a fury within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Expressionless, Mou opened the door, preparing to step inside. Just as he was about to close it, a foot wedged itself in the doorway, an elegantly shod foot clad in exquisite high heels. Reluctantly, Mou allowed the door to swing open, and Zhang Xiaowei stormed in, her face a canvas of rage, her meticulously made-up features contorted by anger. Perhaps it is time for you to gather your belongings and depart. Mou's voice was frigid and resolute, reminiscent of frost on a wintry night. Zhang Xiaowei could scarcely believe her ears, her eyes widening in shock. What did you say? What do you mean? Her voice quivered, laden with fear and unease. Her mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, unable to fathom that Mou could utter such words. What do I mean? It is evident that you have set your sights on a wealthy heir, aspiring to climb the social ladder. I shall not hinder your pursuit of becoming a rich wife. His gaze was icy, each word piercing Zhang Xiaowei's heart like a sharp blade. Are you simply unwilling to pursue me any longer? Zhang Xiaowei's tone bore a hint of playful coaxing, as she sought to reclaim Mou's affection. A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, yearning for him to reconsider. You are a proud swan, while I am but a toad. How could I ever hope to pursue you? Your strides far exceed my capabilities. Mou chuckled bitterly, acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. He gazed at Zhang Xiaowei, his heart heavy with resignation. Yet, do not be so pessimistic. With effort you could. Zhang Xiaowei attempted to persuade him. Enough. I have no desire to exert myself any further. This is who I am, and if I were to strive harder, I would surely exhaust myself. I am destined to this fate, and I cannot alter my destiny. Please, spare me your pity and allow me to embrace a solitary existence. Mou interjected, unwilling to entertain any further explanations. His mind was resolute. He could no longer entangle himself in a relationship devoid of promise. Zhang Xiaowei's voice was laced with desperation. I may have indulged a bit too much. I am weary and fatigued. As you suggested, let us part ways. From now on, let us each fly our separate paths. You soaring above, and I grounded below, never to meet again. Kindly remember to close the door behind you once you have gathered your things. With that, Mou retreated into the bedroom and shut the door. His heart was laden with anguish and helplessness, Yet he understood that he must stand firm in his decision. Lying on the bed, tears streamed down his face. Memories of his time with Zhang Xiaowei cascaded through his mind like a film on repeat. His heart felt as if it were being gnawed upon by countless ants. The pain unbearable. Yet, he also recognized that their future had irrevocably vanished. Zhang Xiaowei began to gather her belongings, her gaze frequently drifting toward Mou's bedroom, hoping he might emerge to plead for her to stay. However, after a while, she was taken aback to hear his steady snoring. Resigned, she ceased her tidying. Her efforts had merely been a fade to display for Mou. The audience had succumbed to slumber, leaving her to question the purpose of her performance. Filled with indignation and disappointment, she stormed out of Mou's residence, acutely aware that she was the architect of her own misfortune. Regret for her past actions gnawed at her, yet it was too late to amend her choices. As she traversed the frigid streets, tears blurred her vision, and the dream of a life among the affluent seemed to drift further from her grasp. Chapter 78. Zhou Jinyu's mother pays a visit at the break of dawn. Golden sunlight cascaded gently like gossamer across every corner of the city. Lucy Hui, Zhou Jinyu's mother, donned a simple yet elegant light blue dress, the hem swaying softly in the breeze. Her hair was neatly styled, with a few strands dancing in the wind, and her eyes betrayed a sense of urgency. Beside her stood Zhou Jiabao, Zhou Jinyu's younger brother, clad in a fashionable casual outfit, his feet adorned with pristine white sneakers, his striking blonde hair catching the eye. It was Saturday, and the Lingdong Technology building stood silently, devoid of any bustling activity. Lucy Hui furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with worry. She raised her wrist to check the time, then retrieved her phone from her handbag and dialed Zhou Jinyu's number. At that moment, Zhou Jinyu was standing at the entrance of her company, having forgotten that it was a non-working day. Upon hearing her phone ring, she quickly retrieved it and answered. Jinyu, it's Saturday, and no one is working today. Do you know where Qingfeng resides? Lucy Hui's voice was laced with urgency. Zhou Jinyu bit her lips slightly, realizing her oversight. I forgot it was Saturday. Our company is closed today. I'll come to find you right away. All right, I'll wait for you, Lucy Hui replied, reluctantly ending the call. She and Zhou Jiabao settled on the steps in front of the Lingdong Technology building to await Zhou Jinyu's arrival. Impatient, Zhou Jiabao remarked, Mom, why we have to wait for sister? How long is this going to take? Lucy Hui glanced at her son, her gaze filled with affection and exasperation. Jiabao, you don't understand. The down payment for your house and the subsequent mortgage rely on Qingfeng. Please be patient. Zhou Jiabao nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, and began to idly kick at the small pebbles beneath his feet. At that moment, a sleek black luxury car approached, its tires emitting a soft friction against the pavement. Chi Jun emerged from the vehicle, clad in a sharply tailored suit that shimmered delicately in the sunlight. An exquisite watch adorned his wrist, reflecting dazzling light as its hands caught the sun's rays. Chi Jun exuded an air of confidence, his steps measured and assured. Upon reaching the entrance of Lingdong Technology and spotting Lucy Hui and Zhou Jiabao, a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Auntie, is there something you need while sitting here? Chi Jun inquired politely, his voice deep and resonant. I'm looking for Qingfeng, Lucy Hui responded, rising to her feet, her eyes filled with anticipation. What business do you have with Qingfeng? Chi Jun's interest was piqued, his brows arching slightly as curiosity glimmered in his gaze. He had intended to seize the opportunity of a quiet day to retrieve the financial reports, possessing all the keys to the office. He wished to ascertain the recent activities of Chi Yutong, seeking to uncover any issues to report to his father, with the intent of ousting Chi Yutong from the company and assuming control himself. This Qingfeng was akin to Qinshimi. Lucy Hui exclaimed in indignation, her voice trembling slightly with anger. Qinshimi? Chi Jun was unfamiliar with who Qinshimi was, a look of confusion etched on his face. His brows knitted together, his eyes filled with perplexity. You are young and may not be aware, Lucy Hui elucidated, her gaze laced with disdain. Qinshimi was a notorious scoundrel of the Song dynasty. Upon hearing this, Chi Jun grasped her meaning. A thought flickered in his mind, So this Qingfeng was indeed a rogue. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, betraying a barely perceptible smile. Qingfeng exploits women and is fickle in his affections. I am here to confront him and stand up for my daughter, Lu Sihui continued, her eyes ablaze with fury. Qi Jun comprehended her resolve. He smiled faintly and replied, Auntie, rest assured, I am part of this company. I have long perceived Qingfeng as untrustworthy. Allow me to escort you to him. I have a car. Please wait a moment while I fetch a few things. Lu Sihui felt a rush of excitement, sensing she had encountered a kindred spirit that day. Just then, Zhou Jinyu arrived by taxi, observing silently from the side. Her thoughts tumultuous. On one hand, she yearned to leverage her mother's fighting spirit to reclaim Qingfeng. On the other, she feared the situation might spiral into greater complexity. Zhou Jinyu quickly noted the expensive attire of the individual before her, the watch adorning his wrist, and the opulence of the vehicle. This individual exuded remarkable capability. Yet, she remained unmoved, her mind solely occupied with thoughts of Qingfeng. Her gaze reflected determination and perseverance as she gently bit her lip, resolutely vowing, no matter the cost, she would ensure Qingfeng returned to her side. Qi Jun arrived at the entrance of Lingdong Technology and entered the password, only to be met with a notification of an incorrect entry. A sense of dread washed over him. He realized Chi Yutong had altered the password, rendering him unable to gain entry. Frustrated, he struck the glass door, producing a sharp sound, internally cursing Chi Yutong for daring to change the password. He vowed that he would seize any opportunity to confront her. He then turned to usher Lu Sihui and the others into the car, driving them to Chi Yutong's residence. Chapter 79. The recording Qi Jun, accompanied by Lu Sihui and Zhou Jinyu, hastened towards Chi Yutong's abode. Sunlight bathed them, yet it failed to provide warmth, instead enveloping them in a palpable sense of tension. From a moment Lu Sihui stepped into the upscale community, her eyes darted around restlessly. The environment of this upscale neighborhood was as elegant as a painted landscape. Verdant trees shaded the paths, lush flowers abounded, and winding trails appeared to lead to mysterious corners. She gazed at the surroundings, pondering to herself, the residents here are either affluent or of noble status. Just by observing the luxurious vehicles parked in the underground garage, glimmering under the lights, showcasing their sleek lines and exquisite emblems, one can discern the prestigious identity of their owners. Zhou Jinyu also noted the opulence of the community, and a complex emotion surged within her heart. Her gaze reflected both envy for such a lavish lifestyle and a hint of jealousy. She envisioned what it would be like to reside in a place like this. Qi Jun pressed the doorbell. Chi Yutong, observing through the intercom, saw her brother accompanied by 3 individuals, among whom was Zhou Jinyu, Qingfeng's former girlfriend. Azleit Frauen Christ Chi Yutong Essebrau, and a wave of displeasure washed over her. A flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes. How did Zhou Jinyu find her way here? She glanced at Qingfeng and, with a tone tinged with resignation, remarked, Your ex-girlfriend has arrived. Qingfeng was taken aback by her words. He had never anticipated that Zhou Jinyu would come here. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. He could not fathom why she had chosen to appear, especially after their breakup. Upon seeing Zhou Jinyu, along with her formidable mother and troublesome brother, he felt an immediate headache forming, his brows knitting tightly together. Let them in. It would be too embarrassing if they caused a scene outside, Qingfeng said with a sense of resignation. He understood that, given Zhou Jinyu and her family's temperament, refusing them entry would likely lead to a public uproar, further complicating the situation. His voice was somewhat subdued, revealing his inner weariness. I'm sorry. Qingfeng felt responsible for the turmoil and expressed his sincere apologies to Chi Yutong, overwhelmed with guilt for the unnecessary trouble he had caused her. We are husband and wife. Let us face this together, Chi Yutong declared resolutely. Qingfeng looked at Chi Yutong in surprise. He had not expected her to respond in such a manner. In that moment, a warm current surged within him. Chi Yutong opened the door, and Qi Jun stepped in first, deftly changing his shoes. His movements were fluid and natural, as if this were his own home. Lucy Hui observed Chi Jun's actions with curiosity. This young man who had brought them seemed very familiar with the place, deepening her intrigue. Her gaze was filled with questions as she meticulously scrutinized every corner of the room, seeking clues. Zhou Jinyu's eyes were fixed intently on Qingfeng. Upon noticing that he and Chi Yutong were both clad in matching loungewear, a wave of intense jealousy surged within her. She realized that Qingfeng was cohabitating with a woman even more beautiful than herself. This woman, so affluent, seemed to have granted Qingfeng the very life he had aspired to. Zhou Jinyu felt as though her most cherished possession had been stolen from her, and her heart ached profoundly. Anger and resentment filled her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together as if stifling her emotions. "Aunt Lu, please have a seat," Qingfeng said courteously to Lucy Hui, his tone gentle and respectful. "Now let us discuss this. What do you mean? And who is this woman?" Lucy Hui's tone was laced with inquiry. Her heart brimmed with fury, feeling as though Qingfeng had betrayed her daughter. Anger flickered in her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Qingfeng, as if seeking answers etched upon his face. Chi Yutong remained silent, quietly placing 2 marriage certificates on the tea table before Lucy Hui. The certificates, vivid red as blood, gleamed under the light, appearing particularly glaring. As Zhou Jinyu beheld the 2 crimson marriage certificates, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway slightly. She had never believed Qingfeng's claims of marriage. In her heart, after entangling with him for so many years without a union, how could this strikingly beautiful woman have married Qingfeng so swiftly? Zhou Jinyu had always thought that Qingfeng was merely a handsome man being supported by this wealthy woman, but to her astonishment, they had indeed wed. Shock and despair filled her gaze, her lips quivering slightly. Lucy Hui, in a fit of rage, snatched up the 2 marriage certificates, scrutinizing them closely. Upon confirming their authenticity, her fury reached its zenith. Her hands clenched tightly around the certificates, as if she sought to crush them. In one swift motion, she hurled the certificates onto the tea table, prompting Chi Yutong to retrieve them immediately. Her actions were swift and resolute, as if she were safeguarding her most cherished possession. "Qingfeng, what do you mean by this? After being with my daughter for so many years, you wish to cast her aside so easily?" Lucy Hui accused angrily, her voice piercing and sharp, echoing throughout the room. Her eyes brimmed with disappointment and anger, deeming Qingfeng a man of irresponsibility. Qingfeng calmly retrieved his phone and began playing a recording. Zhou Jinyu's complexion shifted instantly. Fear and shame engulfed her as she pondered the source of this recording. Panic flickered in her eyes as she fixated on Qingfeng, silently pleading for him to cease. "Qingfeng, where did you obtain this recording?" Zhou Jinyu stammered, her voice tinged with despair, aware that once the recording played, she would be utterly humiliated. "He is merely a lovesick fool. What right does he have to be displeased while the recording continues?" As she listened to her past words, shame and indignation overwhelmed her. She longed to vanish into the ground. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with regret and embarrassment for having uttered those words, now heard by Qingfeng. "At this point, he hasn't even claimed me. Surely, Qingfeng has no issues, right? We are merely cohabiting, after all. With a beauty like me agreeing to share space with him, he is certainly taking advantage." She lamented. "Oh, how does one even wear that? It's sheer, revealing everything. Enough, stop it." Zhou Jinyu cried out, filled with regret and shame for her previous statements. Her voice carried a note of desperation. Hoping Qingfeng would halt the recording. "Qingfeng, who provided you with this recording?" Zhou Jinyu inquired, bewildered by how Qingfeng had acquired it. "Zhou Jinyu, do you not find it rather coincidental, this world we inhabit?" Qingfeng's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, leaving Zhou Jinyu perplexed as to the meaning behind his words. "I was right behind you. The distance between us was merely the length of a chair's back, no more than 10 centimeters. I heard every word you uttered with utmost clarity," Qingfeng stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Chi Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the melodramatic turn of events. Chapter 80. Extortion. Qingfeng, this is just a joke. Lu Sihui's voice trembled slightly, her expression oscillating between shock and panic before she forced herself to regain composure. Her mind operated like a high-speed machine, contemplating how to navigate this challenging situation. She silently admonished herself that under no circumstances could she admit to the truth. She must devise every possible means to muddle through with stubborn denials. After all, the consequences of acknowledgement were simply unfathomable. Lu Sihui raised her chin slightly, striving to infuse her gaze with a semblance of calm following her earlier distress. She looked at Yi Qingfeng and feigned a nonchalant tone, saying, "Qingfeng, this is truly just a jest. You mustn't take it seriously. Consider it. Jinyu is such a pure-hearted girl. How could she possibly engage in such actions? This must be a misunderstanding." Yi Qingfeng glared at Lu Sihui, his anger blazing like an uncontrollable inferno, while disappointment swelled within him like a chilling tide. He could scarcely fathom that such brazenly shameless individuals existed in the world. A joke? Yi Qingfeng's voice rose, interrupting Lu Sihui with barely contained fury. "Aunt Lu, do you truly believe this is a matter suitable for jesting? Zhou Jinyu spoke those words and acted in that manner, yet you casually dismiss it as a joke?" Lu Sihui felt a pang of guilt at Yi Qingfeng's interrogation, her gaze instinctively darting away before she quickly masked her unease with a facade of composure. She calculated how to continue her evasive argument. "It is also your fault. You wounded Jinyu's heart, which led her to utter such hurtful words. Look at how upset she is. That is merely her venting in anger." Yi Qingfeng's ire intensified at Lu Sihui's words, deeming her utterly irrational. It was clearly Zhou Jinyu's fault, yet she shifted the blame onto herself. "Aunt Lu, please remain calm and allow me to finish." Yi Qingfeng endeavored to rein in his emotions, hoping to convey his thoughts. Later, Zhou Jinyu and her two close friends indeed sought out that Mr. Chun. Chi Yutong sat nearby, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she quietly absorbed Yi Qingfeng's narrative, eager to uncover the truth. She felt a pang of sorrow for Yi Qingfeng while simultaneously grappling with confusion regarding Zhou Jinyu's actions. Zhou Jinyu had donned intricate lingerie, intending to surrender herself to Mr. Chun after their meal. Disgust and disappointment seeped into Yi Qingfeng's words. At that moment, Zhou Jinyu was engulfed by regret and shame. Her complexion was pale, her gaze empty. She lamented her impulsiveness and foolishness, aware of her wrongdoing yet unwilling to admit it. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and helplessness. Memories of the days spent with Yi Qingfeng flooded her mind. Those once cherished recollections now felt like sharp blades, piercing her heart. Her hands were clenched tightly together, nails digging deep in her palms, yet she felt no pain. Unfortunately, that young Master Chun was not enamored with Zhou Jinyu's essence, but rather with her wealth. This Chun was merely a con artist, scheming with a group to extort money. Zhou Jinyu had been swindled out of over 20,000, and it was I who reported the incident, rescuing them. Yi Qingfeng's voice was tinged with a mix of resignation and anger. Lu Sihui listened to Yi Qingfeng's words, her heart swelling with shock. Her complexion darkened, lips trembling slightly. She could hardly fathom that her daughter would engage in such folly, and, even more so, that she had fallen victim to a fraudster. "You see, Qingfeng, you still harbor feelings for Jinyu." Lu Sihui attempted to interject, but her concern was overshadowed by her disapproval. She now perceived her daughter as foolish for being deceived by a faux wealthy heir. Yi Qingfeng shook his head, resolute in his convictions. There was an unmistakable determination in his gaze as he looked at Lu Sihui and stated, "From the moment I heard Zhou Jinyu utter those words, my feelings for her dissipated. You wish to salvage something from our past together? We were never truly together, as Zhou Jinyu rightly pointed out. We merely shared a rental agreement, with the rent being covered by me." His voice bore an air of finality, each word striking Lu Sihui's heart like cold stone. "Qingfeng, do not act impulsively regarding your relationship with Jinyu. We have no connection whatsoever. I am now married, having found a wife who loves me. Just yesterday, after a night of drinking, my wife took care of me tenderly, without reservation. My heart now belongs solely to her. Zhou Jinyu is a chapter of my past. You speak of the past as if it were trivial. What about compensation? Lu Sihui's voice was laced with anger and resentment. What compensation? Yi Qingfeng furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. For the loss of my daughter's youth? Chapter 81. Yi Qingfeng's counterattack. A complex smile flickered across Yi Qingfeng's face, a blend of profound resignation, subtle relief, and a hint of sadness. He tilted his head slightly, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, as if reminiscing about bygone days. Aunt Lu, whose youth has not been lost. Yi Qingfeng began slowly, his voice imbued with an ineffable weariness. His gaze sharpened as he turned to Lu Sihui. I, Yi Qingfeng, have pursued Zhou Jinyu for many years. Every ounce of emotional investment has been genuine. For her sake, I sacrificed countless personal interests and aspirations, merely to spend more time by her side. Each transfer of funds was an expression of my heartfelt devotion, hoping she would thrive and feel my sincerity. Yet, what did I ultimately receive? Only a mere cohabitation agreement. How can I accept this? Are you suggesting that I deserve compensation? A flicker of questioning pain crossed Yi Qingfeng's eyes, laden with the anguish of betrayal. At this moment, Zhou Jinyu's face flushed with urgency, tears brimming in her eyes, as if they could cascade down at any moment. Her hands twisted together tightly, revealing her inner turmoil and unease. Qingfeng, I love you. I truly wish to be with you now. Her heart was heavy with regret. For days she had believed that Yi Qingfeng would always be there, waiting for her, never anticipating that he would one day choose to leave. She lamented her past impulsiveness and lack of appreciation, now yearning to salvage their relationship. Silently, she vowed that if Yi Qingfeng returned to her side, she would treasure him and never repeat the same mistakes. Is it after my marriage? Yi Qingfeng's tone held a hint of mockery, piercing Zhou Jinyu's heart like an arrow. Qingfeng, if you divorce her, I will marry you immediately. At last, Zhou Jinyu spoke her truth, her resolve unwavering. She knew she could not bear to lose Yi Qingfeng. She envisioned a future with him, filled with anticipation, picturing them strolling along the beach, the sunset casting a golden glow upon them, a scene of sheer beauty. Divorce? Why would I divorce? Why would I abandon my loving wife? You have only known each other for a few days. How could she possibly love you? Are you being kept by her? Yi Qingfeng, speak honestly. Zhou Jinyu cried out, unable to accept that Yi Qingfeng could so swiftly fall for another. Jealousy and bitterness consumed her. She refused to believe anyone could replace her in Yi Qingfeng's heart in such a brief span. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string, dampening her face. Her voice trembled, thick with despair. Kept? Is that how you perceive me? Zhou Jinyu, after all these years, you still do not understand me. I have earned my share. Why would I need to be kept? Is this the image you have of me? A surge of anger welled up within Yi Qingfeng. He had never anticipated Zhou Jinyu would underestimate him so. He had thought he held a certain place in her heart. It seemed she truly did not know him at all. Then how do you explain marrying after such a brief acquaintance? Is it not a foolish decision born out of heartbreak and disappointment from unrequited love? Zhou Jinyu spoke with conviction, seeking a rational explanation for Yi Qingfeng's actions. Confusion enveloped her. She could not fathom why he had made such a swift decision. She repeatedly questioned herself, wondering if she had truly erred in some way. Zhou Jinyu, you are too self-absorbed. I admit I once loved you. Yi Qingfeng's eyes flickered with pain as memories surged forth. He had loved Zhou Jinyu sincerely, with all his heart. Yet now, that love had faded into oblivion. He reflected on how swiftly life could change, leaving one breathless. Qingfeng, I was wrong. I truly see my mistakes now. I have awakened to the truth that I love you. Forgive me, and I will make amends. I will bear your children, however many you desire, as long as you forgive me and stay by my side. Zhou Jinyu wept inconsolably, her heart steeped in despair. She was acutely aware that she had truly lost Yi Qingfeng this time, yet she remained unwilling to accept it. She yearned to employ every possible means to win him back. Her tears soaked her garments, and her voice emerged hoarse and piercing. Chi Yutong, observing from the side, felt a momentary pang of compassion. She could sense Zhou Jinyu's anguish, yet she also understood that Yi Qingfeng had made his decision and would not turn back. Her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she sympathized with Zhou Jinyu, while on the other, she did not wish to place Qingfeng in a difficult position. She furrowed her brow, uncertain of how to proceed. But I no longer love you. Qingfeng stated calmly, yet his tone was resolute. From the moment I heard your words, my love had already faded. When I learned that you had indeed sought out Chen Shaoshi wearing that lacy lingerie, our relationship was irrevocably over. His gaze was unyielding as it met Zhou Jinyu's, devoid of any hesitation. Qingfeng, I implore you to forgive me. Zhou Jinyu suddenly threw herself at Qingfeng, kneeling before him, clutching his thigh in desperation. Her tears drenched the hem of his trousers. Fear enveloped her heart. She was terrified of losing Qingfeng and of a future devoid of him. Her body trembled slightly, akin to leaves caught in a gust of wind. Chi Yutong approached and gently pulled Zhou Jinyu up. She felt a sense of helplessness, wishing to remain uninvolved in this emotional entanglement. However, upon hearing Qingfeng's words, a sense of solace filled her heart. I know, Qingfeng, you can only say this in her presence. Your heart does not echo these sentiments. Zhou Jinyu seemed to regain hope, her eyes brimming with anticipation that Qingfeng might reconsider. Chi Yutong felt speechless, realizing she had become embroiled in this turmoil. She looked at Qingfeng, hoping he would stand firm in his resolve. A sense of agitation stirred within her. When would this farce come to an end? Lucy Hui had discerned the determination in Qingfeng's eyes. She knew he would not change his mind. With a faint sigh, she felt a wave of resignation wash over her. She signaled Zhou Jiabao, who promptly seized Zhou Jinyu. Zhou Jinyu collapsed into Zhou Jiabao's embrace, sobbing helplessly. Her cries reverberated throughout the room, evoking sympathy from all who heard. Qingfeng, since matters have reached this point, you ought to provide some compensation. 200,000. And this will conclude. Lucy Hui's voice carried a note of frustration and anger. She believed Qingfeng should compensate Zhou Jinyu for her sacrifices. Who is to give him 200,000? Of course, it is you who must give Jinyu that sum. Lucy Hui's tone grew firm, insisting that Qingfeng take responsibility for Zhou Jinyu. Very well, since we are discussing financial matters, let us be clear. I transfer 20,000 to Zhou Jinyu each month, and I always annotate the transfers with "Dear wife, please accept." Qingfeng cast a sheepish glance at Chi Yutong. This money must be returned to me, for these gifts were conditional upon marriage. Since Zhou Jinyu does not acknowledge our relationship and has acted in betrayal, even in court, I will be supported in reclaiming these funds. I have records of every transaction. I estimate the total to be around 400,000 to 500,000. Perhaps you could provide me with a repayment plan? Lucy Hui was taken aback by this turn of events. However, it seems she has indeed seen this matter while scrolling through videos, just as Qingfeng mentioned. There is nothing to it. It is all non-existent. Jinyu, let us depart. We shall not associate with this faithless man any longer. From now on, we shall ignore him. Lucy Hui believed that this matter required careful deliberation and a well-thought-out plan before taking action. She pulled Zhou Jinyu and Zhou Jiabao and turned to leave. Chapter 82. Punishment of Chi Jun. Chi Jun stood there, his head slightly tilted, his gaze slowly retracting from the earlier lively scene. His mind incessantly murmuring, "This performance has truly concluded, and it is indeed rather dull. That Qingfeng is an utterly foolish buffoon. Look at him. He foolishly squandered 400,000 to 500,000, yet still failed to win Zhou Jinyu. If it were me, Chi Jun, such a character could easily be dealt with for just a few thousand." As Chi Jun silently mocked Qingfeng, a hint of smugness involuntarily crept across his face. He shook his head, preparing to leave this place of gossip and intrigue. However, just as he took a step, a familiar sense of oppression suddenly surged from behind him. Chi Jun's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition washing over him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the familiar figure of Chi Yutong appeared before him like a specter. Chi Jun's eyes widened in terror, his face a mask of fear. His body instinctively recoiled, and he frantically exclaimed, "Chi Yutong, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. I will tell Dad, won't I?" Chi Yutong's voice was as frigid as the winter wind, her eyes brimming with an uncontrollable fury. She slightly raised her hand, that fair yet powerful palm tracing a sharp arc through the air, and then, with a resounding crack, delivered a forceful blow to the back of Chi Jun's head. Chi Jun felt a sharp pain radiate through his skull, as if swarms of bees were buzzing around his ears. He clasped his head with both hands, a pained expression etched on his face, repeatedly pleading, "Chi Yutong, stop. Yi Qingfeng is watching." In his heart, Chi Jun calculated that with Yi Qingfeng present, Chi Yutong would likely hold back, not wanting to go too far. After all, she had to consider her image in front of others, didn't she? This was not the first time Chi Jun had been struck by Chi Yutong. Years ago, he had bravely resisted. At that time, he was young and impetuous, unwilling to be bullied by Chi Yutong. Yet, each act of defiance ended in utter defeat. Moreover, the fiercer his resistance, the harsher Chi Yutong's retribution became. From that point on, he utterly abandoned the notion of resistance, resignedly awaiting his punishment. For he understood all too well that he could never best Chi Yutong. Their father had once attempted to intervene in their quarrels, but to no avail. Chi Yutong paid no heed to Chi Jun's pleas for mercy. Her beautiful eyes burned with rage. In a swift motion, she advanced and pinned Chi Jun to the ground. He was like a helpless chick, thoroughly subdued by her. Chi Yutong's fists fell upon him like raindrops, each punch imbued with formidable strength. Chi Jun could only curl his body, striving to shield his vital areas. Meanwhile, Yi Qingfeng observed him with keen interest, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Internally, he evaluated Chi Yutong's combat prowess, and a flicker of admiration for this seemingly fragile woman arose within him. Quite formidable. Exhausted, Chi Yutong finally ceased her assault. Breathing heavily, she wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. She regarded Chi Jun with a cold demeanor, stating, "Do not leave today. You must clean this place before you can depart." Chi Jun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to a hapless fool who had unwittingly sought out torment. Yet he dared not resist. Instead, he obediently fetched a cloth from the bathroom and began his task. As he cleaned, he muttered curses against Chi Yutong in his mind, simultaneously lamenting his own misfortune. His movements were slow and feeble, each action seemingly laden with endless grievance. Observing Chi Yun's pitiful demeanor, Chi Yutong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She turned to him with a gentle tone, saying, "Darling, let us return to our room." He dared not flee. Ye Qingfeng remained somewhat apprehensive, casting furtive glances at Chi Yun. He wouldn't dare. If he attempts to escape, I shall be even more severe, Chi Yutong asserted with unwavering authority, her gaze radiating undeniable command. At that moment, Aunt Feng, the part-time worker, arrived, clad in modest work attire and wielding cleaning tools. She stepped through the door, only to be met with the peculiar scene before her. Chi Yutong addressed Aunt Feng. "Aunt Feng, someone has taken care of your duties today. You need only sit and observe for the final inspection." Aunt Feng glanced at Chi Jun, a hint of sympathy in her eyes, yet she refrained from speaking further, complying with Chi Yutong's instruction and finding a spot to sit quietly while watching Chi Jun clean. Internally, Aunt Feng marveled at the enigmatic dynamics of the Chi siblings. Chapter 83. Returning home upon entering the room, Yi Qingfeng was engulfed in confusion, his gaze flitting back and forth across Chi Yutong, unable to decipher her intentions. Chi Yutong casually closed the door, followed by the decisive click of the lock, causing Yi Qingfeng's heart to flutter slightly. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the hem of his clothing, a flicker of tension and unease crossing his expression. "Yi Qingfeng, be honest with me. Do you still harbor feelings for Zhou Jinyu?" Chi Yutong's voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Her intense gaze bore into Yi Qingfeng, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. Unconsciously, her hands clenched into fists, her heart pounding like a small drum within her. She feared the answer she did not wish to hear, yet she yearned to grasp Yi Qingfeng's true sentiments. The memory of Zhou Jinyu's expression lingered in her mind, the depth of emotion and epiphany in his eyes stirring a wave of intense unease within her. She genuinely worried that Yi Qingfeng still held affection for Zhou Jinyu. considering their shared past. Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of newfound resolve. He answered without hesitation, "No, not at all." At that moment, he felt an unwavering conviction within him. Ever since he had come to recognize Zhou Jinyu's true nature, he had long ceased to harbor any lingering affection for her. Upon hearing Qingfeng's response, Chi Yutong's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. It felt as though she had shed a heavy burden, leaving her feeling remarkably light. A gentle smile graced her lips, revealing a sense of relief. Yet, she could not help but seek confirmation once more. "Really? You mustn't deceive me." Qingfeng observed Chi Yutong's anxious demeanor, and a wave of tenderness surged within him. He gently grasped her hand and replied softly, "How could I possibly deceive you? I speak only with sincerity." "You were quite ruthless with Chi Jun." Qingfeng recalled the earlier scene, still somewhat taken aback. Chi Yutong's merciless demeanor towards Chi Jun stirred a sense of concern within him. He wondered if, in the future, he might inadvertently provoke her and face a similar fate. This thought sent a ripple of unease through his heart, and he instinctively rubbed the back of his head. "Let us visit your home. As my wife, you should meet the in-laws," Chi Yutong suggested, catching Qingfeng by surprise. He hadn't anticipated her initiative to meet his parents, yet upon reflection, the request seemed entirely reasonable. A warm current coursed through him as he felt Chi Yutong's earnestness regarding their relationship. "I'll bring some gifts. It's only fitting for a first visit. The basement holds a variety of items, and we can choose together." Qingfeng readily agreed. As they emerged, Chi Jun was still quietly tidying up, too intimidated to flee. He was acutely aware of Chi Yutong's formidable nature, obediently adhering to her directives. A hint of helplessness and grievance marked his expression as he continuously wiped with a cloth, as if venting his frustrations. Qingfeng followed Chi Yutong to the basement. Upon opening the door, he was instantly taken aback. It resembled a small warehouse, filled with an assortment of goods such as tobacco, alcohol, dried sea cucumbers, bird's nest, and deep-sea fish roe. Qingfeng marveled inwardly, astonished by the extensive stock Chi Yutong possessed. His gaze swept over the items, filled with curiosity. The dim lighting of the basement cast a mysterious aura upon these treasures. "Let us avoid anything too extravagant." Qingfeng quickly established a guideline. He wished to prevent his parents from perceiving Chi Yutong as overly lavish, and he did not want their meeting to come across as excessively materialistic. After a moment's consideration, Chi Yutong acquiesced, understanding his perspective. Her eyes lingered on the items for a moment before she carefully selected some reasonably priced, yet thoughtful gifts of alcohol and supplements. Qingfeng chose a few affordable items as well, placing them into a bag. Subsequently, they proceeded to the garage where he stowed the items in the back seat and drove Chi Yutong towards his home. Upon arriving outside the community, Qingfeng slowly brought the car to a halt. He grabbed the items and, together with Chi Yutong, entered the neighborhood. Her striking beauty and remarkable presence immediately attracted the attention of the residents, who cast envious glances and whispered among themselves. Chi Yutong's long hair danced gently in the breeze, her eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and apprehension. She was acutely aware of the gazes of those around her, yet paid them no mind. Her heart consumed solely by the anticipation and anxiety of meeting Qingfeng's parents. "Is this your girlfriend?" a neighbor inquired with intrigue. "Not a girlfriend," Qingfeng instinctively replied. The moment the words left his lips, he felt a piercing stare directed at him. Chi Yutong shot him a glare filled with indignation. She had boldly suggested meeting his parents, yet he still refused to acknowledge their relationship. Her lips tightened slightly, and a hint of grievance flickered in her eyes. "This is my wife," Qingfeng quickly corrected, a smile breaking across his face. Chi Yutong's cheeks flushed immediately, her bashfulness rendering her even more endearing. A wave of affection washed over Qingfeng, for he found her particularly enchanting in that moment. He guided Chi Yutong to the entrance of his home and gently knocked on the door. Meanwhile, she cast a curious gaze around, taking in the surroundings of this quaint old neighborhood, which was a first for her. Far from harboring any disdain, she felt enveloped by the warmth of life that filled the space. She noticed the walls' weathered markings and the flower pots at the entrance, though the blooms lacked vibrancy. They exuded a comforting charm. When Yi Qingfeng's father opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at the stunning woman standing beside his son. He could hardly fathom his eyes. She was extraordinarily beautiful. His gaze lingered on Chi Yutong before shifting to Yi Qingfeng, filled with confusion and astonishment over the identity of this enchanting woman. "Father, this is your daughter-in-law, Chi Yutong." "Yutong, this is my dad." Yi Qingfeng's voice shattered the brief silence. Yi Qingfeng's father quickly regained his composure, stepping aside with warmth. "Come in, please. Xingqian, your mother will be thrilled to know Qingfeng has brought his wife home." Yi Qingfeng's mother, puzzled, thought to herself that Yi Qingfeng had merely returned with Zhou Jinyu, wondering what the commotion was about. However, upon stepping out and catching sight of Chi Yutong, she was instantly rendered speechless. What was happening? She was well aware of her son's affection for Zhou Jinyu. How could there suddenly be someone new? Confusion filled her heart. Yet as she beheld Chi Yutong, she was captivated by her beauty and grace. Her eyes scrutinized Chi Yutong from head to toe, internally marveling at her allure. Chapter 84. Bringing Chi Yutong home, Yi Xingqian emerged from his room at a leisurely pace. As his gaze inadvertently swept over Chi Yutong, he felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. His eyes widened, brimming with shock and envy. He internally mused, how could such a breathtaking woman exist in this world? Why should she be Yi Qingfeng's girlfriend? Zhou Jinyu was already stunning enough. Yet this woman surpassed her in beauty. Why had he, Yi Xingqian, never encountered a woman of such exquisite charm? Why was fate so cruelly inequitable? Shall we converse here? Yi Qingfeng slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a warm and relaxed smile as he softly inquired, "Oh, please come in and take a seat." "Dad, quickly pour some water." "No, fetch some drinks." His mother, Yi Xingqian, hurriedly directed the proceedings, subconsciously believing that Yi Qingfeng was only deserving of plain, boiling water, while the beverages were exclusively prepared for Yi Xingqian. Whenever Yi Qingfeng returned home alone, he had never received such special treatment. However, with the arrival of Chi Yutong, everything had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yi Qingfeng and Chi Yutong gracefully settled down. "Mom, this is Chi Yutong, your daughter-in-law. We are already married." Upon seeing Chi Yutong, Yi Qingfeng's parents displayed no overt changes in their expressions, yet a flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through their eyes. "Wasn't your girlfriend, Zhou Jinyu?" At this moment, Yi Xingqian felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction, purposefully attempting to expose Yi Qingfeng's past, as if only by doing so could he quell the burning jealousy within him. His heart brimmed with resentment. Why was Yi Qingfeng always so fortunate, possessing so many beautiful things while he himself was perpetually beleaguered by misfortune? A hint of provocation gleamed in his eyes, as if he were waiting for Yi Qingfeng's response. "I have broken up with Zhou Jinyu." Yi Qingfeng's tone was as calm as still water, as if recounting the most mundane of events. His face bore no trace of turbulence, suggesting that he had long since let go of past sentiments. Yi Qingfeng's mother recognized that her son's words were rather inappropriate, yet she chose silence. Adhering to her usual approach, she wished to avoid unnecessary conflicts at this moment, simply observing the unfolding scene with quiet concern, unsure of how this dialogue would evolve. Upon witnessing Chi Yutong's tranquil demeanor, Yi Qingfeng's parents immediately grasped that she was aware of Zhou Jinyu's existence. They silently speculated about the thoughts of this new daughter-in-law. Uncertain of her stance regarding past matters, Chi Yutong calmly retrieved 2 bright red marriage certificates from her bag, gently placing them on the coffee table. Her gaze was steadfast and confident as she declared in a resounding tone, "The matter with Zhou Jinyu is in the past. I am now Yi Qingfeng's wife, legally." The words Yi Xingqian was about to utter were choked back, his eyes filled with unbridled fury. He inwardly roared, "Why? Why is it always Yi Qingfeng? No matter the situation, he always seems to overshadow me. And now, even in marriage, it is the same which vexes me greatly." His fists were clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Yi Qingfeng's mother picked up the 2 marriage certificates, their vibrant red hue appearing particularly striking in her hands. She cautiously handed one to Yi Qingfeng's father. The two examined them with utmost seriousness, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They had not anticipated that their son would obtain a marriage certificate in such a manner, and now they found themselves with a daughter-in-law. Their emotions were complex. Mom, these are gifts from Yutong for you. Also, I need to save money to buy a house and get married. Starting this month, I will no longer be able to provide you with financial support. If only my parents could assist me with a down payment, that would be ideal. Yi Qingfeng expressed earnestly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Your father and I are not financially capable. Yi Qingfeng's mother interjected, her voice laced with urgency upon hearing her son's request for money. Anxiety etched across her face as her hands fidgeted restlessly. Yi Qingfeng had not genuinely intended to ask for money. He uttered such words as a strategic maneuver. He understood that his parents had long been accustomed to soliciting funds from him, and by presenting this request, he sought to divert their attention from asking him for financial support. Chapter 85. Changing offices, I used to give you 5,000 each month, Yi Qingfeng remarked. His brow slightly furrowed, a hint of helplessness and conflict evident in his gaze. He continued slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet it seemed to carry the weight of years filled with exhaustion and confusion. That money has been spent. Are you attempting to settle accounts with your mother? You are the highest earner in the family. You lavish your funds on Zhou Jinyu, yet come to your mother for assistance, she retorted sharply. It seems you have forgotten your roots in pursuit of your bride. Her tone escalated, revealing a flicker of panic before being replaced by indignation. As she spoke, her fingers twisted nervously, betraying her own unease. Though she had indeed allocated some funds towards Yi Qingchen, she was reluctant to openly admit this in front of her son. In a moment of desperation, she deftly shifted the focus to Zhou Jinyu, hoping to redirect Yi Qingfeng's attention. Mother, those words are better suited for Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingfeng replied with a touch of sarcasm. Yi Qingchen, who had been transfixed by Chi Yutong, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing his name mentioned. Confused and bewildered, he glanced between his mother and brother, silently questioning, why has the conversation turned to me? I have done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Yi Qingfeng's father sat quietly, his expression gradually darkening. Furrowed brows indicated his discontent with his wife's approach, while also feeling uneasy about his son's unexpected request for money. He had always believed in familial harmony, yet the current situation proved quite distressing. Quietly sighing within, he contemplated how to mediate the growing rift between the two. So, if I marry and buy a house, you will simply wash your hands of it? Yi Qingfeng's tone remained calm, but his eyes spoke volumes of profound disappointment. Your father and I simply lack the funds, his mother asserted firmly, seemingly resolute in her stance. Her gaze flickered, calculating how to ensure her son did not perceive money as an easily obtainable resource, acknowledging the family's limited finances. Although she recognized that her son might not readily believe her, she felt compelled to maintain her position. Chi Yutong observed the scene unfold, finding the familial discord rather amusing. A slight smile graced her lips, yet a subtle surprise flickered in her eyes. She had never witnessed such a familial dispute and felt a curious intrigue. Lest apart, Yi Qingfeng gently took Chi Yutong's hand, his heart weighed down as if burdened by a heavy stone. He had long been psychologically prepared for his parents' indifference and favoritism. Yet today, with Chi Yutong present, his mother still exhibited such an attitude, leaving him feeling immensely awkward and disheartened. Won't you stay for dinner? Yi Qingfeng's mother believed that as her daughter-in-law was visiting for the first time, it was customary to extend an invitation. Although she was firm regarding financial matters, she did not wish to lose her composure in terms of traditional familial etiquette. A flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze, as if she were reflecting on whether her earlier demeanor had been excessive. No, we have other matters to attend to. We will come by next time. Chi Yutong replied with a smile that appeared natural, yet bore a hint of polite detachment. She felt somewhat ill at ease within the atmosphere of this family, but did not wish to display her discomfort overtly, striving instead to maintain an appropriate demeanor. Chi Yutong's reaction left Yi Qingfeng's mother quite astonished. Internally, she pondered, shouldn't this girl be quite upset? However, she quickly arrived at a conclusion. Now that they were married and had obtained a certificate, Perhaps Chi Yutong felt there was no leverage to be gained, rendering any protest futile. What had happened to her dutiful son, who had always been obedient? How could he still dare to ask her for money? Qingfeng gently led Chi Yutong out of the community, his steps somewhat heavy, each stride seeming to bear the weight of his inner turmoil. He kept his head down, feeling utterly dejected. The intricate dynamics of his familial relationships left him in a state of deep helplessness and confusion. He loved his parents, yet struggled to comprehend and accept some of their actions. "Your family is quite intriguing," Chi Yutong whispered softly to Qingfeng in the car. "Intriguing?" Qingfeng lifted his head, his eyes filled with perplexity and curiosity as he turned to Chi Yutong, seemingly awaiting further clarification. "My home has always been exceedingly quiet, a kind of silence that is somewhat terrifying. I have felt as if I lived in a solitary castle, devoid of warmth and utterly frigid." Chi Yutong's gaze grew distant. As she slightly turned her head to look out of the car window, seemingly reminiscing about her own lonely childhood. Her voice was gentle, tinged with a faint melancholy. She sensed that despite the noise and complexity of Qingfeng's family, there existed a palpable essence of life, a reality she had never before experienced. Qingfeng managed a wry smile, understanding Chi Yutong's sentiments. He gently took her hand, wishing to offer her solace. He too felt a sense of reflection. Every family possessed its own unique characteristics, both good and bad, and all he desired was to create a warm home together with Chi Yutong. "I came to my parents' home today, worried about Chi Yutong's hesitation," she said, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "I fear Zhou Jinyu might speak ill of me in front of my parents." Chi Yutong nodded, fully agreeing with Qingfeng's apprehensions. A slight frown creased her brow, as unease settled within her. At that moment, Qingfeng's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from Fan Yong, he promptly answered. "Qingfeng, my brother. It's done on my end. The contract has been signed, and the advance payment will soon be transferred to the company's account. I won't be returning. I am now en route to meet the next client. Please assist me with the arrangements." Fan Yong's voice brimmed with excitement and pride, as if one could perceive the radiant smile adorning his face. "All right, I will contact you now. Brother Fang, do take care of your health." Qingfeng felt a surge of happiness for Fan Yong, his spirits slightly lifted. At least there was some good news in the realm of work. He silently pondered that perhaps the smooth progress at work could alleviate some of the discontent stemming from his family life. "Don't worry, my health is just fine. Even your sister-in-law says I'm impressive," Fan Yong joked, his tone infused with confidence and playful banter. Qingfeng chuckled at Fan Yong's words, finally allowing a genuine smile to grace his face. Chi Yutong, listening nearby, felt her cheeks flush crimson, and she gently nudged Qingfeng, playfully chiding, "You men always say such things." After hanging up, Qingfeng turned to Chi Yutong, a glimmer of hope and determination igniting in his gaze. He took a deep breath and declared, "Let us return to the office to review the contract and arrange for the cleaning of Vice President Zhao's office. It is high time for me, as Vice President Yi, to have a change of environment." Chapter 86. Infuriating Vice President Zhao, Chi Yutong, and Qingfeng walked side by side into the company, their footsteps echoing in the expansive corridor, as if heralding a symphony of transformation. Arriving at Chi Yutong's computer, their gazes immediately fixated on the contract signed by Fan Yong displayed on the screen. Leaning slightly forward, Chi Yutong's eyes scrutinized every word and clause of the contract without blinking, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk. A heavy weight hung in her heart. This contract must not falter, as the future development of the company largely depended on it. Qingfeng stood beside her, arms crossed and brow furrowed, meticulously examining the contract's details, fearful of any oversight or omission. Once they confirmed that the contract was flawless, Chi Yutong swiftly picked up the telephone on the desk, deftly dialing the finance department's number. As the call connected, she inhaled deeply, striving to project a calm and professional tone. "Hello, is this finance? This is Chi Yutong. Could you please check the status of the advance payment for Fan Yong's contract?" On the other end, the sound of fingers clattering on the keyboard filled the air, and after a moment, a clear voice responded, "Director Chi, I just checked, and the advance payment has indeed been received." Upon hearing this news, A hint of relief broke through Chi Yutong's previously tense expression, and she gently set the phone down, the weight on her heart lifting quietly. This first step had been successfully navigated. Meanwhile, Qingfeng had already approached his desk, picking up his phone to contact the manufacturer. Ayu, directoli. This is Qingfeng. The order we discussed previously is ready to commence production. Please ensure that the process adheres strictly to the standards. We must not relax our quality control. The first batch is expected to be ready by next Monday. Is that acceptable? Chi Yutong promptly dialed the logistics department, her tone serious and resolute. Hello, is this logistics? Please arrange for personnel to come and clean Vice President Zhao's office immediately. Remember, due to the absence of Vice President Zhao, it is imperative that a member of the company's security department supervises the video recording during the clearance, leaving no detail overlooked. After hanging up the phone, her gaze drifted toward the window, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that this was a war without gunpowder, where every action could yield unforeseen repercussions. Yet, for the long-term development of the company, she had to resolutely press on. Qingfeng began to design her office, while Chi Yutong quietly observed from the side, a smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, Vice President Zhao, leisurely sipping coffee at home, suddenly received an urgent phone call. A frantic voice on the other end exclaimed, "Vice President Zhao, trouble has arisen at the company. Chi Yutong has sent people to clear out your office." Fury ignited within Zhao, nearly causing the coffee cup in his hand to crash to the floor. How dare that little girl be so audacious? He fumed, swiftly donning his coat and hastening toward the company. Upon his arrival, Zhao found his belongings meticulously packed and sealed, quietly resting in a corner. His complexion turned ashen, eyes ablaze with rage as he stormed into Chi Yutong's office. "Chi Yutong, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao bellowed, his forehead veins bulging. Chi Yutong, however, raised her head leisurely, a faint smile on her lips, yet her eyes conveyed an unwavering resolve. "It means nothing, Uncle Zhao. Your health is not well, and I thought it best for you to return home and rest, relieving you of the burden of company affairs. I am merely concerned for you." She had anticipated Zhao's reaction, but she was fully prepared and would not flinch in this confrontation. "I am returning to work. My health has improved." Zhao managed to suppress his anger, teeth clenched, fists tightly balled. "Oh, that's splendid, but your position will need to be adjusted. Vice President Yi has already assumed your responsibilities and is performing exceptionally well. Just recently, his department secured a substantial contract, equivalent to half a year's worth of business for your department. Given his outstanding performance, it would be unwise to alter his role," Chi Yutong replied with poise. "And how do you intend to accommodate me?" Zhao's face darkened with fury, his voice quivering slightly, a mix of anger and anxiety surging within him. He had always relied on the first business unit, yet now the second was poised to overshadow it, leaving him utterly unprepared. He felt his position within the company gravely threatened, unsure of how to salvage the situation. "Uncle Zhao, you will still be in charge of the first business unit. But come Monday, it will cease to exist. A first business unit without any performance is of no use. Tell me, what can you still do?" Chi Yutong's words struck like a hammer upon Zhao's heart. He felt a sharp pain, darkness enveloping him as he staggered backward, collapsing. Qingfeng had been keenly observing Vice President Zhao's condition. The moment Zhao collapsed, he swiftly moved forward, firmly supporting him to prevent his head from striking the ground. Chi Yutong promptly called for an ambulance to transport Vice President Zhao to the hospital. Before long, Zhao Xiaoli received the news, her heart racing with anxiety. Without even placing her handbag down, she hurriedly dashed out of her home, driving at speed towards the hospital. Along the way, her mind was consumed with worry and unease, continually pondering the condition of her father. Upon learning the news, the employees of the first business department were left in shock. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with panic and confusion. They immediately began to seek information, exploring various avenues in hopes of finding a way forward amid this sudden upheaval. Qingfeng had already informed Fang Yong that if he identified any capable sales personnel, they could be retained. Prepared for this, Fang Yong quickly provided a list of several candidates, and Qingfeng instructed him to reach out to them directly, aiming to establish Fang Yang's authority. Chapter 87. Yutong. Vice President Yu, as long as this batch of products was delivered smoothly and payment was received, Fang Yong's commission would be secured. According to their prior agreement, 50% of that commission would find its way into Yi Qingfeng's pocket. At this moment, Chi Yutong stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the company, gazing down at the bustling city below. Her mood mirrored the clear blue sky outside, as she meticulously calculated the terms of her wager with her father. Feeling increasingly confident of her victory, the thought of proudly confronting her father filled her with an indescribable thrill and sense of pride. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with self-assurance. She instinctively glanced at Yi Qingfeng, secretly considering him her lucky star. She recalled the first time she laid eyes on Yi Qingfeng. It felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her, sending a jolt through her being. That sensation was peculiar, especially considering it was their first encounter. She sensed that Yi Qingfeng held an extraordinary significance for her, emanating a familiar aura that irresistibly drew her closer, like a magnet. At that moment, her phone, resting on her desk, suddenly rang, the crisp tone cutting through the quietude of the office. She hurried over and glanced down, seeing the name of Lu Jie, the manager of the Rainbow Electronics Procurement Department, flashing on the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, she answered the call, her face instantly lighting up with a warm smile. "Is this Miss Chi?" came Lu Jie's familiar voice from the other end of the line. "Lu Jie, please don't call me that. Just call me Xiao Chi or Yutong." Chi Yutong replied enthusiastically, her tone imbued with familiarity and humility, as if conversing with a longtime friend. "Yutong, our company's vice president and I have just arrived at your location," Lu Jie informed her. Chi Yutong was taken aback, her eyes widening slightly, completely unprepared for Lu Jie and the vice president's sudden visit. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Why had they arrived so unexpectedly? Was there some urgent matter at hand? Or perhaps a new collaboration in the offing? However, she quickly composed herself, contemplating that regardless of the circumstances, a warm reception is always appropriate. Adjusting her emotions with haste, she endeavored to project a more serene tone in her voice. "Sister Lu, did you arrive by plane or by train?" Chi Yutong inquired. "We are at the airport." Sister Lu responded. "All right, Sister Lu, please find a restaurant at the airport with the vice president and have something to eat. Take a moment to rest. I will come and pick you up right away. I should arrive in about an hour." With these arrangements made swiftly, Chi Yutong hung up the phone and promptly signaled to Yi Qingfeng to set off. The two hurried towards the parking lot. He settled into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel as they sped towards the airport. Throughout the journey, Chi Yutong felt a flutter of anxiety, incessantly speculating about the purpose of Sister Lu and the vice president's visit, while also pondering how to navigate various potential scenarios. Her fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the door handle, her gaze alternating between the passing scenery outside and Yi Qingfeng, who was intently focused on driving. Yi Qingfeng, with unwavering concentration, fixed his eyes on the road ahead, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. He understood the significance of this reception task, as it pertained to the collaboration between the company and Rainbow Electronics. In less than an hour, they arrived at the airport, a bustling hub teeming with activity and noise. Soon, they located Sister Lu and the vice president. The vice president was a young woman, clad in a sharp business suit, her hair neatly styled in an updo. Her features were exquisite, yet exuded an air of coldness that rendered her somewhat unapproachable. Standing there, she resembled a snow lotus blossoming on an icy peak, beautiful yet radiating an awe-inspiring chill. Chi Yutong observed this vice president, who was of a similar age and appearance to herself, and a flicker of doubt surged within her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the vice president's gaze held animosity, as if icy arrows were directed straight at her, inducing a sense of discomfort. However, upon reflection, Chi Yutong realized that they were complete strangers and she could not fathom the source of this hostility. She speculated silently. Could it stem from the competitive nature of their companies? Or was there another underlying reason? Her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes flashed with confusion, yet she soon regained her composure, maintaining a polite smile. Seeing Chi Yutong and Yi Qingfeng, Sister Lu approached with a warm smile, reminiscent of the gentle sun in winter, infusing warmth into the atmosphere. She began the introductions. This is our vice president at Rainbow Electronics, Yutong. This is Chi Yutong, the chairwoman and general manager of Lingdong Technology, and this is... Sister Lu glanced at Qingfeng. Oh, this is Qingfeng, our company's vice president, Chi Yutong interjected, her voice melodious and bright, her face beaming with enthusiasm. Yutong scrutinized Qingfeng intently, her gaze seemingly veiling a complex array of emotions, both evaluative and subtly curious. Qingfeng sensed that there was something more in the vice president's eyes, yet he could not decipher its true meaning at that moment. He pondered to himself that this vice president appeared to be rather difficult to please, and the reception duties would likely not be a walk in the park. He offered a slight nod to Yutong, maintaining a professional smile upon his face. "Let us proceed to the hotel I have arranged for you," he stated. "Sister Lu, you and Vice President, you may rest for a moment, while I make arrangements for a welcoming dinner to honor Vice President Yu and Sister Lu." Chi Yutong spoke enthusiastically, attempting to dissolve the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Her gaze was sincere as it met Lu Jie and Yutong's, hoping her plans would bring them satisfaction. "Let us first visit your company," Yutong replied coldly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Her voice was crisp and resolute, akin to a biting northern wind that sent a shiver down one's spine. Chi Yutong paused momentarily, but quickly responded with a bright smile. "Very well. We shall follow Vice President Yu's lead." Although she felt a twinge of confusion, she maintained her poise and professionalism, contemplating that perhaps Vice President Yu was eager to familiarize herself with the company or had urgent matters to address. Regardless, she resolved to cooperate to the best of her abilities. Yutong took the lead, her high heels clicking on the floor, almost proclaiming her authority. Lu Jie tugged at Chi Yutong's sleeve and whispered in her ear, "This is our President Yu's daughter." Qingfeng followed behind, managing 2 heavy suitcases. He immediately sensed that Vice President Yu and Lu Jie intended to stay for a considerable time. Chapter 88. The hostile Vice President Yu Qingfeng was once again behind the wheel, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, his gaze focused intently on the road ahead. The streets on this Saturday were less congested than usual, allowing him to navigate smoothly. Chi Yutong sat in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing out the window and then back at Qingfeng, her eyes reflecting curiosity and admiration. Dressed in a simple yet elegant business attire, her hair neatly tied back, she exuded competence and poise. Before long, they arrived at the company. The 4 of them exited the vehicle and entered Lingdong Technology. The office was unusually quiet, with only the echo of their footsteps resonating through the spacious corridor. As it was Saturday, employees were relishing their rare moments of respite, enveloping the office in a serene atmosphere. They entered Chi Yutong's office together, and Qingfeng skillfully made his way to the tea corner, soon returning with 4 cups of tea. His movements were fluid and natural, as if this had become second nature to him. He carefully placed the cups before everyone, the fragrant steam wafting through the air. For some reason, Qingfeng felt an unwavering gaze upon him. He furrowed his brow, questioning silently why Yutong seemed to be scrutinizing him so intently. Was there something amiss about him? To evade the discomforting scrutiny, he deliberately settled onto a nearby sofa, pretending to be nonchalant while discreetly observing Vice President Yu. Yutong, along with Vice President Yu, came primarily to personally assess the situation. Otherwise, we would indeed be quite uneasy. Sister Lu was the first to break the silence, her tone laced with caution and concern. Today, Sister Lu donned a well-tailored suit, her hair meticulously arranged, and a gentle smile graced her face, although her eyes revealed the significance she placed on this collaboration. "Of course, I too wish to invite Sister Lu and Vice President Yu, both to foster mutual trust and to deepen our relationship," responded Chi Yutong with a smile that carried a hint of anticipation. Internally, she felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, this was the inaugural significant cooperation with Rainbow Electronics, and she hoped this exchange would smoothen their collaboration. "Do you know me?" Yutong suddenly inquired, her gaze probing. Chi Yutong awkwardly chuckled. I sincerely apologize. This is my first collaboration with Rainbow Electronics, so I'm not very familiar with their senior management. My only connection is Sister Liu. Did you know manager Liu previously? Yutong pressed, her eyes flitting between Chi Yutong and Sister Liu, seemingly searching for answers in their expressions. Chi Yutong glanced at Sister Liu in bewilderment, filled with questions about why Yutong would ask such a thing. Sister Liu maintained a neutral expression, showing no indication of concern, sitting quietly as if indifferent to Yutong's inquiry. Her hands rested gently on her knees, her gaze calm as water, concealing her inner thoughts. I did not know her. It was I who reached out to Sister Liu, Chi Yutong candidly replied. How did you know Rainbow Electronics was in urgent need of this chip? Yutong continued to probe, her eyes sharpening as if attempting to see through Chi Yutong. May I interject? Qingfeng's voice broke the tense atmosphere, drawing the attention of all three women. I previously worked at Chi Yu Technology and later joined Lingdong Technology. By chance, I learned that Rainbow Electronics urgently required a specific chip, yet Chi Yu Technology could not produce it. Coincidentally, Lingdong Technology had the suitable product, which I conveyed to President Chi, leading to our subsequent collaboration. Ha! You have betrayed your former employer, Yutong retorted with a smirk, her gaze tinged with disdain. She slightly raised her chin, arms crossed, seemingly displeased with Yi Qingfeng's actions. That's not quite the case. If I were still at Lingdong Technology, there would be no issue with the product you sought. However, since I am no longer there, they are entirely incapable of producing what you need. You have quite the talent, Yutong remarked sarcastically, her demeanor unchanged as she provocatively scrutinized Yi Qingfeng, eager to see how he would respond. The product from Lingdong Technology is indeed my creation. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for you to find the required chip, Yi Qingfeng asserted firmly, his gaze exuding an undeniable confidence. Yutong's expression grew serious as she recognized that Yi Qingfeng was not joking. This man was earnest, and her curiosity about him intensified. What is your relationship with Yu Mingyang from Rainbow Electronics? Chapter 89, The Heir of Rainbow Electronics Yu Mingyang? Yi Qingfeng's mind functioned like a high-speed search engine, meticulously sifting through memories. Yet regardless of his efforts, the name eluded him, resembling a completely foreign symbol that stirred not a ripple in his recollection. He furrowed his brows slightly, shaking his head in bewilderment. I have no impression at all. Yutong, clad in an exquisite professional ensemble, exuded a refined elegance that could not conceal her chilling demeanor. Her expression remained stoic, yet her gaze grew increasingly frigid, as if capable of freezing the very air around her. After a moment of silence, she added, Mingyi Fei Wang. Oh, you mean Mingyi Fei Wang. Yi Qingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and the image of that familiar online acquaintance swiftly resurfaced in his mind. A hint of relief tinged his voice, as if he had unearthed the solution to a perplexing puzzle. We are indeed online acquaintances. But is that all? Yutong's demeanor turned even more frigid, resembling a shard of ice that dared not be confronted. The slight arch of her brows and the tight line of her lips betrayed her skepticism and dissatisfaction. Her gaze bore into Yi Qingfeng, seemingly searching for any sign of inconsistency in his expression. Indeed, he belongs to the R&D department of Rainbow Electronics. Given that Rainbow Electronics has ongoing business with Chi Yu Technology, it was this Mingyi Fei Wang who reached out to me regarding product performance issues. Yi Qingfeng explained with calmness, though unease gnawed at his insides. He was uncertain why Yutong exhibited such keen interest in his relationship with Mingyi Fei Wang. Yet he sensed that the matter was far from straightforward. However, you are merely a supervisor in the R&D department of Chi Yu Technology, and, as far as I know, you are not responsible for supplying products to Rainbow Electronics. Yutong's tone dripped with skepticism, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing into Yi Qingfeng's very soul. She slightly lifted her chin, her haughty posture suggesting she was scrutinizing a subordinate who had erred. Yi Qingfeng felt a tightening in his chest. He recognized the veracity of Yutong's assertion. As a supervisor of Chi Yu Technology's R&D department, he logically should not be accountable for supplying products to Rainbow Electronics. He replied with composure, Vice President Yu, I have participated in all products at Chi Yu Technology, especially regarding the products supplied to Rainbow Electronics. They always come to me for solutions when issues arise. Internally, Yutong smirked coldly, deeming his explanation implausible. To her, Yi Qingfeng's reasoning appeared overly contrived and utterly unconvincing. She thought to herself, "Humph, do you believe I would accept your words so easily? There must be some unspeakable secret here. I have discovered that Yu Mingyang transferred several sums of money to you. Can you elucidate on that?" Yutong's gaze sharpened further, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of Yi Qingfeng's soul. Yi Qingfeng felt a tumult of emotions, torn between the desire to speak the truth and the apprehension that revealing the reality might embroil him in trouble. He weighed the pros and cons internally, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Sister Lu smiled. "Xiao Yi, speak your mind." Yi Qingfeng turned to look at Chi Yutong, sensing she shared the same sentiment. He realized he could no longer hesitate. He had to divulge the truth. "Mingyi Feiwu sought my assistance with certain issues regarding Rainbow Electronics, and those funds were to be considered remuneration." Yi Qingfeng's voice bore a hint of melancholy, his heart laden with unease. "Do you possess any evidence?" Yutong's skepticism was palpable, her gaze brimming with doubt as she narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Yi Qingfeng's expression. "We have our conversation records," Yi Qingfeng replied, unlocking his phone and retrieving the chat history with Mingyi Feiwu, which he presented to Yutong. She examined it intently for a moment, her demeanor softening. However, she did not return the phone to Yi Qingfeng. Instead, she began to peruse its contents. A wave of panic surged within Yi Qingfeng, uncertain of her motives. Yet he felt powerless to intervene. As Yutong scrolled through the array of tasks Yi Qingfeng had undertaken online, a flicker of admiration for his technical prowess emerged within her. She mused silently. "I had no idea he possessed such remarkable skills. It seems he truly has the capability to address the issues with Rainbow Electronics." Her fingers glided gently over the screen, her eyes revealing a trace of astonishment. Continuing her exploration of Yi Qingfeng's photo gallery, she stumbled upon a picture of him at the beach clad in swim shorts, revealing an impressive set of 8-pack abs and well-defined muscles. Her heart raced, and she instinctively licked her lips, reminiscent of a child gazing upon delectable treats. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. "Vice President Yu, I have my phone back?" Yi Qingfeng extended his hand, an awkward smile gracing his face. He was bewildered by her scrutiny. Yutong returned the phone, a subtle flush coloring her cheeks. Clearing her throat, she spoke. "To be candid, I am a university classmate of Qingfeng, and it was I who advocated for choosing Chi Yu Technology as our supplier. However, my involvement is purely professional. I harbor no admiration for Qingfeng. Yu Mingyang is my elder brother, and he has worked in various departments within the company. Previously, my father intended for him to be the successor, and this time he has strongly promoted the selection of your products. He has been quite disparaging towards Chi Yu Technology." Yi Qingfeng noticed the choice of words. Previously, and a sensitive awareness crept over him, suggesting that there had been a shift regarding the succession matter. Sister Lu interjected. "There has indeed been a development. Vice President Yu has inadvertently discovered that Yu Mingyang is not his biological son. He is, in fact, the child of Yu Mingyang's mother and another man, resulting from her infidelity." Yi Qingfeng and Chi Yutong exchanged glances, astonishment reflected in their eyes. "Is the plot truly this melodramatic?" They silently pondered, their expressions filled with incredulity, as though observing a riveting drama unfold. "I am Yu Mingyang's half-sibling, no. It seems I'm not even that anymore." Yutong's gaze was imbued with a complex array of emotions, sorrow, anger, and helplessness intertwined. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she were striving to contain her inner turmoil. In that moment, both Chi Yutong and Yi Qingfeng realized that this vice president Yu had undoubtedly emerged as the unequivocal successor of Rainbow Electronics. Chapter 90. Procurement List. Yi Qingfeng. Could you enlighten us on the issues facing Chi Yu Technology? Yutong leaned forward slightly, her delicate brows knitted together, her eyes brimming with urgency and concern. Her voice resonated in the rather hushed space, tinged with a subtle undercurrent of tension. A wry smile flickered across Yi Qingfeng's face as he gently lowered his gaze. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his head, a hint of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. Qingfeng has terminated my employment. Yutong and Sister Lu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment, as if silently inquiring. How could this be? What does this mean? A tempest of emotions surged within Yutong. She struggled to comprehend the rationale behind Yi Qingfeng's dismissal. Her keen perception revealed that Yi Qingfeng was an exceptional talent, a person of remarkable capabilities. I resolved the critical issues concerning Chi Yutong Technology's products. With my departure, they will encounter difficulties should further problems arise. Even maintaining the current products will likely prove challenging for them. Yi Qingfeng's tone bore a blend of confidence and a touch of despondency. Yutong believed him. She had just perused Yi Qingfeng's phone, and the information therein seemed to corroborate his claims. Would President Qin allow Qingfeng to act recklessly? Yi Qingfeng continued. President Qin has been unaware of my contributions, and given his recent health concerns, he has entrusted the company to Qingfeng's management. Yi Qingfeng shook his head in resignation. He understood that President Qin, in his ignorance, would find it difficult to intervene in Qingfeng's decisions, which may have been made to assert his authority. Yutong and Sister Lu exchanged glances once more, both cognizant that, at times, the higher-ups remain oblivious to matters below, often disinterested in delving deeper. They only scrutinized outcomes, indifferent to the processes involved. Chi Yutong Technology's recent layoffs exemplified this disconnection, striking at the very heart of the organization. Yutong sighed inwardly, recognizing significant management issues within Chi Yutong Technology. She observed Yi Qingfeng, pondering his peculiar circumstance. Why had he undertaken responsibilities beyond his role? Her curiosity swelled, coupled with admiration for his unwavering dedication. Tilting her head slightly, she scrutinized Yi Qingfeng, seeking answers etched upon his countenance. I have a procurement list here for you to review, Sister Lu stated, presenting a printed document at Yutong's behest. Yi Qingfeng accepted the list, scrutinizing it with unwavering focus, as though he were dissecting a complex conundrum. His fingers glided over each item on the list, his mind swiftly analyzing the products therein. After a brief examination, he promptly made selections for several items required by Rainbow Electronics, his movements decisive and unhesitating. His eyes sparkled with confidence, conveying to Yutong and Sister Lu that he possessed a profound understanding of these products. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a trace of satisfaction. As for the remaining products, I can offer you recommendations. There are several manufacturers capable of supplying them. Yutong glanced at the selections made by Yi Qingfeng. The products urgently needed by Rainbow Electronics could all be supplied by Dong Technology. A wave of delight surged within her, and her admiration for Yi Qingfeng's capabilities deepened. Her gaze was filled with appreciation, as if she were beholding a treasure. Yi Qingfeng produced a product catalog from Dong Technology. He opened the catalog and, pointing to the products, provided Yutong and Sister Lu with a detailed explanation. His voice was steady and powerful, each word imbued with professionalism and confidence. Yi Qingfeng also presented several products, elaborating on how to adjust them and the time required for such adjustments. Chi Yutong, observing from the side, found herself gaining a deeper understanding of Yi Qingfeng. Suddenly, Yi Qingfeng heard a rumbling sound emanating from Yutong's stomach, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially as the evening had already descended. Chi Yutong quickly suggested, "Let's go for dinner first. We can discuss matters while we eat." Chapter 91. Yutong's recruitment. The restaurant was nearby, and the group walked over, arriving at the entrance within just a few minutes. As the four settled comfortably at the table, having yet to exchange pleasantries, they were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Looking up, they beheld Qingfeng, spirited and full of vigor, leading several individuals toward them. Qi Jun trailed closely behind Qingfeng, as usual, resembling a loyal dog. He bared his teeth slightly, his face bearing a fierce expression, as if at a moment's notice he would pounce to defend his master. Qingfeng's sharp gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, and when his eyes landed on Yutong, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes, causing him to involuntarily tremble slightly. However, in mere moments, he regained his composure, his face breaking into a warm smile as he strode confidently toward Yutong. "Old classmate, Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have come to fetch you. Come, these are all my friends. Let's gather together, and I will also invite a few close classmates. Qingfeng's words were laden with sincerity and anticipation, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if reuniting with an old classmate was a long-awaited event for him. Yutong, however, furrowed her brow slightly and replied calmly, "There is no need. I am here on business. Time is rather pressing." Business? Qingfeng looked quizzically at Qingfeng and Chi Yutong, his gaze filled with curiosity. He squinted slightly, attempting to glean some clues from their expressions. A wave of intrigue washed over him, wondering what business could necessitate Yutong's personal visit. His eyes darted back and forth between the three, his mind brimming with questions, eager to uncover the truth. "Indeed, old classmate, you are not being very helpful. The chips we required were merely a request for you to make some adjustments. Yet you were unable to fulfill that. Consequently, we had no choice but to turn to Lingdong Technology. We have already procured their products, and now Lingdong Technology is our supplier." A hint of regret colored Yutong's words, her eyes betraying a sense of disappointment in Qingfeng. Instantly, Qingfeng's expression darkened, his heart swelling with anger and resentment. He shot a fierce glare at Qingfeng, as if blaming him for stealing his clients. "Chi Yutong, how dare you poach my client? And you, Qingfeng, you must have stolen the technical documents from Chi Yutong Technology. I will sue you." Qingfeng's words dripped with menace, his eyes ablaze with fury. His fists were clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly as he struggled to contain his inner rage. At that moment, his heart was filled with resentment, feeling utterly betrayed. Yutong observed Qingfeng's expression closely, her heart heavy with concern over the situation. If Qingfeng had indeed stolen the technical documents, it would have a disastrous impact on their company's procurement plans. Yet, Qingfeng merely smiled slightly, his eyes radiating confidence and composure. "With the meager technology of Chi Yutong Technology, why would I stoop to stealing? Feel free to sue me," he replied, a hint of disdain lacing his words, instantly dispelling Yutong's worries. She saw no trace of fear in Qingfeng's eyes, which deepened her trust in him. Qingfeng turned to Yutong, his face adorned with a smile, as if his earlier fury had never existed. "Old classmate, since you're here, you must give me a chance to perform." He still clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing to regain his old classmate's favor through this opportunity. However, Yutong resolutely shook her head. "This time, it simply won't work. I genuinely cannot find the time." She held firm to her principles, refusing to let personal relationships interfere with business matters. She pressed her lips together, her gaze revealing a sense of determination. "All right, we will head in first, and I will come back shortly," Qingfeng said, leading the others inside, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Yutong watched him leave, a whirlpool of complex emotions stirring within her. "Apologies, Vice President Yu. It was my inadequate arrangement." Chi Yutong sincerely apologized. "No, I believe your arrangements were just right," Yutong replied flatly, her gaze shifting toward Qingfeng, imbued with deeper meaning. Qingfeng understood her implication. "I requested drinks for Vice President Yu," Chi Yutong said cautiously. "No, we will have baijiu," Yutong decisively refused, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Both Chi Yutong and Qingfeng were taken aback, not expecting Yutong to choose baijiu so resolutely. Sister Lu naturally poured baijiu for Yutong, while Qingfeng quickly took the bottle to fill Sister Lu's and Chi Yutong's glasses. Noticing Qingfeng hadn't poured himself any, Yutong was surprised. "Why aren't you pouring yourself a drink?" she asked, puzzled by his refusal. "I still have to drive later," he replied. "Are you worried about us three women drinking too much, so you're being considerate? How thoughtful of you. But if we three women get drunk and you're the only man sober, how dangerous would that be? You must drink heavily today," Yutong teased, her eyes sparkling with playfulness. Qingfeng had never heard such reasoning before, yet he understood Yutong was deliberately teasing him. He smiled helplessly. After all, she was a stunning beauty and an important client. Thus, he could only obediently pour himself a drink. Upon taking a sip, Qingfeng was taken aback. Both Sister Lu and Yutong were truly formidable drinkers. In no time, Chi Yutong had already consumed too much. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze dreamy, and her speech became slurred. She swayed slightly, as if she might topple over at any moment. Qingfeng struggled to maintain his sobriety, constantly reminding himself not to succumb to inebriation. However, waves of dizziness washed over him, and he felt as though he might soon be overwhelmed. Shaking his head vigorously, he attempted to clear his mind. "Qingfeng, how about joining us at Rainbow Electronics? I will entrust the R&D department to you." Yutong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Her faith in Qingfeng's capabilities evident. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze fixed intently on him, as though awaiting his response. She genuinely wished to recruit Qingfeng to her company. Her suggestion to drink baijiu was a ploy to intoxicate him, hoping to secure his agreement. "No way." Chi Yutong, who had been resting her head on the table, suddenly lifted it. "Qingfeng is my husband. He cannot go anywhere." Yutong looked at Qingfeng with curiosity. Her eyes filled with intrigue. "Ye Qingfeng, no dit earnestly." "We just registered." Disappointment flickered in Yutong's eyes, extinguishing her enthusiasm for drinking. "Let us call a night. Sister Lu, let us head back to the hotel to rest." Chapter 92. Hotel, stay Qingfeng. Since you and President Qi are married, you need not return. You should stay with us at the hotel. We will book 2 rooms, one for you as a couple, and one for me and President Yu. With a man present, we will feel safer, Sister Lu said with a smile, her eyes sincere. Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Sister Lu's proposal was clearly a test of the truth behind Chi Yutong's earlier statement. His gaze darted between Sister Lu and Chi Yutong, his mind racing through various possibilities. He understood well that Yutong genuinely desired to recruit him, likely due to the ongoing power struggle between her and Yu Mingyang for control of Rainbow Electronics, both vying for capable allies. Given Yu Mingyang's long tenure in the R&D department, he undoubtedly had deep roots there, which left Yutong feeling quite uneasy. Qingfeng sighed softly. He wished to avoid being embroiled in such a complex power struggle. The hotel Chi Yutong had booked was not far away. The group walked slowly towards it, with Qingfeng carefully supporting Chi Yutong. At that moment, she resembled a boneless octopus, clinging tightly to him. Her body was soft and warm, her hair brushing against Qingfeng's cheek, bringing with it a faint, elusive fragrance. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him, a mix of helplessness and a twinge of sympathy. Upon arriving at the hotel, the grand entrance exuded opulence, with golden lights spilling onto the marble floor, reflecting a luxurious glow. Yutong and Sister Lu proceeded to their respective rooms, their footsteps gradually fading in the quiet corridor. Qingfeng gently placed Chi Yutong onto the bed, his gaze lingering on her slightly flushed cheeks and disheveled hair, stirring something within him. His fingers delicately brushed against her face, savoring the softness of her skin. Just as he contemplated unbuttoning the top button of her shirt to afford her more comfort, she suddenly seized his hand. Startled, Qingfeng barely had time to react before Chi Yutong deftly rolled over and pinned him beneath her. In that moment, any trace of her previous intoxication vanished. Her lips curled into a teasing smirk, laced with indignation. Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing with an inexplicable tension. "What do you intend to do? Are you planning something untoward?" Chi Yutong's voice was icy, cutting through the air. Qingfeng, flustered, quickly clarified, "Not at all. I was merely concerned about your breathing difficulties and wished to loosen that button. If I had nefarious intentions, I would have removed your trousers, not just the top button." Upon uttering those words, he immediately felt a pang of regret, acknowledging the inappropriateness of his statement. His cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of embarrassment flickered in his eyes. "You seem quite experienced. It appears you've engaged in such activities before," Chi Yutong quipped, a playful lift to her lips. Anger surged within Qingfeng, prompting him to push her away. "You lunatic, you've truly had too much to drink and are spouting nonsense." His tone was laden with frustration and helplessness. Rising to his feet, he straightened his clothes, his expression betraying discontent. Chi Yutong erupted into laughter, the sound grating on Qingfeng's ears. Her mirth echoed through the room, mocking his flustered state. It dawned on Qingfeng that Chi Yutong was akin to a cunning fox. He had failed to discern the tricks she employed while intoxicated and remained oblivious to the whereabouts of her liquor. Bathing, sleeping. Chi Yutong's voice conveyed her weariness as she rose and ambled towards the bathroom. Qingfeng surveyed the room, grappling with the dilemma at hand. With only a single bed, where would he sleep? Chapter 93. Chi Yutong's little secret emerging from the bath. Chi Yutong's damp hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, droplets of water glistening at the ends. Clad in loose-fitting pajamas, her skin radiated a subtle sheen under the soft lighting. With weary steps, she approached the bed and, as if ensorcelled, collapsed onto it, surrendering to its embrace. The plush mattress enveloped her, lulling her into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Qingfeng stood at the bathroom door, wrestling with his thoughts. The prospect of sleeping arrangements for the night posed a formidable challenge. His gaze traversed the room, landing on the diminutive sofa, far too short to accommodate his long legs. In a moment of resignation, he resolved to lay a towel on the floor, reasoning that perhaps enduring a night on the ground would be preferable to the discomfort of the cramped sofa. Qingfeng emerged from his bath, enveloped in a refreshing fragrance of shower gel. He spread a towel on the floor, furrowing his brow slightly before cautiously lying down. The coolness of the floor seeped through the towel to his body, prompting an involuntary shiver. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him. After all, this was not a comfortable place to sleep. Chi Yutong seemed to sense Qingfeng's movement, her eyes fluttering open to find him on the floor. She patted the space beside her and gently urged, "Sleep here." Surprise washed over Qingfeng at Chi Yutong's words. His heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he felt it inappropriate to share a bed with her, as their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. On the other hand, the floor was indeed uncomfortable, and he did not wish to appear overly fastidious to Chi Yutong. Hesitation flickered in his gaze as his fingers unconsciously grasped the towel. Enough of this hesitation. Hurry up. We have to entertain the vice president tomorrow, Chi Yutong said, her tone tinged with impatience. Internally, she too felt a flutter of anxiety. After all, allowing a man to sleep beside her was no trivial matter. Yet, she could not bear to see Qingfeng suffer on the floor, which spurred her courage to invite him. After a moment of indecision, Qingfeng finally rose and laid down beside Chi Yutong. His heart raced, and his body stiffened slightly. He could feel the warmth radiating from her, stirring unfamiliar emotions within him. Suddenly, Chi Yutong turned to face him, her large eyes locked onto his. Qingfeng felt a wave of discomfort under her gaze, internally questioning her intentions. Was she testing him? Have you ever felt anything for the beautiful vice president? Are you not even slightly tempted? Chi Yutong's eyes sparkled with both expectation and unease. She genuinely cared about Qingfeng's response, fearing that he might be drawn to the vice president and drift away from her. Qingfeng deliberately teased, "I have indeed." However, before he could finish, Chi Yutong abruptly tightened her grip around his neck. "Dare you? If you ever betray me." I swear her eyes blazed with anger and menace. Her grip was firm, as if to convey that any unsatisfactory answer would provoke her wrath. "Choke me? Huh?" Though Qingfeng felt discomfort from her hold, he retorted defiantly. Internally, he simmered with irritation, feeling that Chi Yutong was being unreasonable. He was merely jesting. Why the dramatic reaction? Why the dismissive "huh"? "I'm serious." "Oomph." Chi Yutong released him and turned away, her heart heavy with grievance and anger, convinced that Qingfeng did not comprehend her feelings. Qingfeng found himself momentarily entranced by Chi Yutong's fair, smooth arm. An inexplicable impulse surged within him, urging him to touch her velvety skin. Yet, he quickly recognized the impropriety of such thoughts and averted his gaze. Internally, he chastised himself. "Qingfeng, how can you be so lacking in resolve? She merely invited you to sleep on the bed, yet your thoughts wander astray. What are you gazing at? How shameless." Chi Yutong, sensing Qingfeng's gaze, expressed her discontent. Her cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness enveloping her. "I am merely observing my wife. How is that shameless?" Qingfeng defended himself, his eyes reflecting a touch of tenderness as the corners of his mouth curled upwards. In a sudden movement, Chi Yutong kicked Qingfeng off the bed. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. His heart brimmed with grievance and indignation. How could this woman be so unreasonable? Just moments ago, she had invited him to the bed, and now she had unceremoniously tossed him aside. Rubbing his sore backside, he gazed up with a look of helplessness. In the adjacent room, Yutong heard Yi Qingfeng's exclamation and exchanged a glance with Lu Jie, both of them speculating about Yi Qingfeng's activities. Yutong's face flushed crimson as an inexplicable jealousy surged within her. She envisioned the intimacy between Yi Qingfeng and Chi Yutong, her heart feeling a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, both women believed in the bond between Yi Qingfeng and Chi Yutong. Leaning over the edge of the bed, Chi Yutong looked at the disheveled Yi Qingfeng and burst into giggles. Her triumphant and arrogant demeanor made Yi Qingfeng wish to teach her a lesson. Deep down, Chi Yutong felt a pang of regret, realizing her actions had been excessive, yet seeing Yi Qingfeng's awkward state compelled her to laugh. She found him endearingly amusing at times, igniting a desire to tease him further. Yi Qingfeng, choosing to remain on the floor, resolved not to rise. His heart was filled with frustration and rage. Feeling as though he were being toyed with, he decided to ignore Chi Yutong, intending to show her that he was not to be trifled with. Closing his eyes, he attempted to calm himself, yet visions of Chi Yutong's alluring figure danced in his mind. Chi Yutong leapt off the bed, exclaiming, "Oh, come on, get up. Let's sleep on the bed. I truly didn't mean it." Her voice carried a hint of apology as guilt washed over her for her impulsive behavior. Yi Qingfeng reluctantly got up and lay back on the bed, turning his back to Chi Yutong, unwilling to engage in conversation. Anger still simmered within him. He felt she had crossed a line. "Hey," Chi Yutong prodded him. "Are you angry?" Concern laced her voice, and a wave of anxiety washed over her, fearing that Yi Qingfeng might genuinely be upset with her. "To avoid my ire, you must inform me where your wine has gone," Yi Qingfeng inquired. Curiosity piqued about the trickery Chi Yutong had employed. Chi Yutong twisted open a bottle of mineral water, taking a sip as thirst overtook her. "Would you like some?" she asked, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Internally, she hesitated, contemplating whether to confess that she had discarded the wine. Yi Qingfeng glanced at the water bottle she had just sipped from, his heart wavering. "I don't want any," he replied, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. His thoughts lingered on Chi Yutong's earlier antics, deeming her behavior utterly unreasonable. "Do you find me distasteful?" "I merely wish for you to drink," Chi Yutong insisted, pressing him to partake. With no other choice, Yi Qingfeng complied and took a sip, feeling exasperated by her incessant, domineering nature. A refreshing sensation coursed through his throat, momentarily alleviating his spirits. Yet still, Yi Qingfeng remained curious about the tactics employed by Chi Yutong. "Alas, this water carries a peculiar taste. Perhaps it has lingered too long?" Chi Yutong remarked as she seized the ashtray, spitting a mouthful of liquid into it. Suddenly, Yi Qingfeng comprehended that she had not actually swallowed the liquid. Rather, she had kept it in her mouth while maintaining her ability to speak. How had she managed that? It dawned on him that she had discreetly expelled the alcohol. However, she had not immediately regurgitated it, but had waited for the opportune moment. "Where did you dispose of the alcohol?" Yi Qingfeng's mind brimmed with curiosity, presenting him with a second question. "To sleep," Chi Yutong replied, turning away and disregarding him. A sense of triumph welled within her. Ye Qingfeng seeked helplessly, his heart teeming with confusion and intrigue. Yet he recognized that he would not glean any answers from Chi Yutong that night. He closed his eyes, attempting to find tranquility. However, how could he possibly remain calm with such a stunning beauty beside him? Chapter 94. The insecure Zhou Jinyu at the break of dawn. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains and illuminated the room, Yi Qingfeng gradually opened his eyes. Yet, the moment his vision sharpened, he was struck dumb by the scene before him. Chi Yutong was gazing at him with a look that seemed capable of piercing like an arrow. Her eyes brimming with anger, astonishment, and a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment. Lowering his gaze, Yi Qingfeng noticed that his arm was tightly wrapped around Chi Yutong's slender waist. To his astonishment, Chi Yutong's hands were also encircling his neck, her long, smooth legs audaciously resting upon his waist. Qingfeng's mind blanked in an instant, and in a state of panic he stammered, I truly do not understand how this happened. Unable to articulate a coherent sentence, his heart raced like a drum. He silently cried out, "What on earth is happening? I was merely sleeping so peacefully. How could it have come to this? Remove your hands." Chi Yutong's voice was as frigid as the frost of winter. Though her tone was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. Only then did Qingfeng react. Hastily pointing to the leg resting on his waist, exclaiming, "Your leg." Chi Yutong appeared somewhat reluctant, her inner turmoil raging fiercely. The warmth and comfort she felt while sleeping beside a man was an experience unlike any she had previously encountered. An inexplicable feeling surged within her. So this was what it felt like to share a bed with a man. Yet, this sensation left her flustered, and she knew she could not succumb to such strange emotions. Gritting her teeth, she removed her leg and promptly rose, fleeing to the bathroom as if in escape. Only Chi Yutong was aware of her racing heart and the burning heat in her cheeks. Qingfeng lay there, still in a daze, striving to recall the events of the previous night, yet he could not fathom why he had acted in such a manner. He pondered inwardly, reflecting on his usual honesty in slumber, what had transpired last night. However, the sensation of embracing a beautiful woman while sleeping was undeniably delightful. Moreover, Chi Yutong was his wife. What was amiss with sharing a bed? With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a wave of sweetness surged within him. After both had taken their showers, they awaited Yutong and Sister Lu, who also rose early. The four of them enjoyed breakfast together before heading to Lingdong Technology. Yutong meticulously inspected the products, scrutinizing every detail and inquiring about the technical aspects. Her satisfaction with Lingdong Technology's offerings deepened. She silently marveled at the exceptional quality and innovation that far surpassed Chi Yu technology. Resolutely, she decided to procure a series of products from Lingdong Technology while ceasing collaboration with Chi Yu technology. However, she felt it best to entrust this matter to Sister Lu. Upon receiving the order, Chi Yutong was overjoyed, clutching the contract tightly, her eyes shimmering with excitement. She thought to herself, "I have finally succeeded. I have triumphed in the wager with my father." Everything felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. With Yutong and Sister Lu departing, Chi Yutong gazed at the contract, still grappling with a sense of unreality. Zhou Jinyu had been trouble for the past few days. Tomorrow, Monday, was payday, but her mother and Zhou Jiabao showed no signs of leaving. Zhou Jinyu understood they were waiting for money. Yet, she barely had enough for herself. She lamented inwardly. "My monthly salary is only 6,000, and after repaying my Huabei, I'm left with 5,000. Previously, I would give my mother 5,000 monthly, while she required 20,000. Daily expenses for food, clothing, and living were all covered by Qingfeng. Her own funds were squandered on fitness, yoga, dining out, brand-name bags, and particularly expensive clothing. With so little money, how could she manage?" On Monday, Zhou Jinyu received 5,500. After taking a few days off, 500 was deducted. Upon returning home, her mother immediately extended her hand for money. A wave of helplessness and grievance surged within Zhou Jinyu as she said, "Mom, where do you think I have money for you? I don't care. I must save for your brother's down payment on a house. What girl would marry a boy without a home? As the elder sister, shouldn't you contribute?" Lucy Hui's tone was unyielding, entirely disregarding Zhou Jinyu's feelings. In truth, Lucy Hui was aware that failing to procure the funds meant she would have to sleep with that gambler, Old Wang. The thought of Old Wang's yellow teeth made Lucy Hui feel nauseous. Yet, she owed him 10,000 and simply could not afford further delays. A sense of desolation enveloped Zhou Jinyu as Lucy Hui pressed, "How much money do you have?" "Last month, I took a few days off, which deducted 1,000. I also repaid 1,000 Huabei, so I only have 4,000 left." In reality, Zhou Jinyu possessed 4,500, but she knew her mother's nature all too well. She calculated in her mind, if she gave all her money to her mother, she would truly be unable to survive. "You'll give me 3,000. Lucy Hui's tone brooked no argument. "Mom, if you leave me with only 1,000, how am I supposed to live? Don't I need to eat?" What about the bills for water, electricity, and gas? Zhou Jinyu's voice trembled with a hint of tears, as she felt her life had descended into a state of despair. Save a little, Lu Sihui urged. I will soon introduce you to someone affluent. These words only deepened Zhou Jinyu's sense of hopelessness. In her heart, she lamented, how could I have such a mother to save for my brother's down payment? She disregards my very existence. I refuse to associate with the son of Old Li, the butcher, or Old Wang, who sells pork. Zhou Jinyu's tone was resolute. Lu Sihui felt a pang in her heart. After all, Old Wang was her gambling friend, the very one pressuring her to settle debts with flesh. Stop talking. Save a bit. There will be a way, Lu Sihui concluded, extending her hand in anticipation of Zhou Jinyu's transfer. Unable to resist, Zhou Jinyu reluctantly sent Lu Sihui 3,000. Lu Sihui and Zhou Jiabao departed, leaving Zhou Jinyu alone in the disarray of her rented room. As she crouched down and wept bitterly, she pondered how her life had spiraled into such chaos. Regret consumed her thoughts. Why was I so greedy in seeking a wealthy heir? Wasn't being with Qingfeng perfectly fine? Why didn't I consider purchasing a home? If I had my own place, I wouldn't feel so insecure. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Qingfeng paid his rent quarterly, always 3 months at a time. She shuddered at the realization of when the rent would be due. The thought of it filled her with dread, casting a shadow over her future, leaving her uncertain of her next steps. Chapter 95. The landlord's visit. What one fears often comes to pass. Zhou Jinyu was curled up in a corner of the slightly worn sofa, staring vacantly at the overcast sky outside. Her heart weighed down by sorrow akin to the heavy clouds looming above. At that moment, a sharp, forceful knock on the door suddenly echoed, striking her heart like a heavy hammer. Zhou Jinyu's body jolted, and she slowly rose to her feet. Her movements felt laborious, each step as if she were treading on cotton, devoid of strength. Trembling, she leaned closer to the peephole, and her heart sank sharply upon seeing a middle-aged woman with a round face and disheveled curls standing outside. This woman exuded an intimidating aura, her eyes brimming with a confrontational intensity. The flesh that hung from her face seemed to bear the marks of time's fury, while her slightly unruly curls resembled a tangled mass of worries. Zhou Jinyu's heartbeat quickened. She had no idea who this woman was or why she was knocking at her door. The woman seemed to hear Zhou Jinyu's movements near the door. I am the landlord. The rent is overdue and has yet to be paid. Are you renewing the lease or vacating? The landlord's voice was loud and crisp, tinged with impatience. Each word struck Zhou Jinyu's heart like a sharp nail. Clenching her lower lip tightly, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Fearful, she did not dare to open the door, merely responding from behind it. You should ask Qingfeng for the rent. Her voice trembled, laced with helplessness and grievance. She could not comprehend why Qingfeng was treating her this way, especially considering the multitude of cherished memories they once shared. Memories flashed through her mind like slides, filled with laughter, sweetness, and warmth, but now only infinite pain and regret remained. I searched for him, yet he said that whoever resides here should seek him out. He was no longer concerned. The landlord's tone grew increasingly stern, plunging Zhou Jinyu into despair. She clenched her fists, her heart brimming with anger and resentment. Did Qingfeng truly have to be so resolute? Did their years of affection mean nothing in his eyes? The image of Qingfeng, once gentle and attentive, caring deeply for her, now appeared starkly cold and heartless. I will inquire with Qingfeng and then respond to you. Zhou Jinyu endeavored to keep her voice steady, though turmoil raged within her. She was at a loss as to how to resolve this predicament, feeling ensnared in a dire situation. The abyss of despair loomed like a dark chasm, devoid of any light, instilling in her an overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness. 3 days. If the rent is not paid, I will evict you. My number is posted on your door. Remember to contact me, the landlord stated before turning to leave. Only then did Zhou Jinyu dare to open the door, her hands trembling as she removed the note affixed to it. Gazing at the crooked numbers scrawled on the paper, she felt enveloped by helplessness and confusion. The note seemed a death warrant, a constant reminder of the impending crisis she faced. Zhou Jinyu closed the door and leaned against it, her complexion pale. She truly did not know what to do next. Qingfeng's words echoed in her mind, his indifference and resolve causing her heart to ache. She could not fathom how she had arrived at this juncture. She had once believed their bond to be profound and unshakable. Yet now, everything had dissipated into nothingness. After some contemplation, Zhou Jinyu resolved to call Qingfeng. Her fingers trembled on the phone screen, as if each digit bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. At last, she dialed his number, and his familiar voice resonated on the other end. Once a source of solace, it now felt like a chilling wind, sending shivers down her spine. Qingfeng, Zhou Jinyu's voice carried a hint of hope and supplication. What is it? Qingfeng's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. His detached demeanor instantly chilled her heart. Qingfeng, can we meet? Zhou Jinyu's heart brimmed with yearning. She wished to speak to him face to face, hoping there might still be a chance for reconciliation. She envisioned their meeting, where she would apologize, explain, and plead for another opportunity. It's inconvenient. My wife is very strict, and I cannot go out. Qingfeng's response plunged her heart into despair. He had a wife now. Could they truly never return to what they once shared? Images of Qingfeng with his wife flooded her mind, hand in hand, radiating joy and happiness, while she was left to bear the agony and solitude alone. Qingfeng, have you forgotten to pay the rent? Zhou Jinyu suppressed the ache within her heart, attempting to hold Qingfeng accountable for the rent. She knew it might be in vain, yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. What rent? I no longer reside there, so why should I continue paying rent? Qingfeng's tone was laced with impatience, a quality that filled Zhou Jinyu with an overwhelming sense of despair. She found herself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Qingfeng, do you truly wish to sever all ties so ruthlessly? Do you truly regard the affection we have shared over these years as utterly worthless? Tears streamed down Zhou Jinyu's face, her heart heavy with anguish and despair. Memories of their once joyous days together now felt like daggers, painfully piercing her soul. Our relationship? It has merely been my one-sided devotion, hasn't it? The moment you chose to climb into the bed of a wealthy heir, clutching that lacy lingerie. Our bond was irrevocably shattered. Now, all I see in you is disgust. I had no desire to utter such vile words, yet your provocations have left me no choice. Perhaps it is best if we cease all contact, allowing each